Having buried anger, hatred, and resentment, all that remains is a facade of deceit and falsehood. Since the world has forsaken me, I shall employ my own hands to bring it to an end. Uzumaki Menma. This is the gift of farewell, the great spiral wheel of fate. Without a system, without traversing dimensions, my identity is reshuffled, the timeline rewritten, in a realm that subverts the dichotomy of light and dark in the Naruto universe. Is unveiled, Chapter 1, Uzumaki Menma. His vision is engulfed by an infinite darkness, and his hearing is ensnared by a terrifying silence. The damp air is thick with a sour, putrid odor, mingled with a faint hint of rust. Even though he is acutely aware of being imprisoned in a little-known dungeon, he yearns to behold the visage of his cell once more. Ever since the last experiment spiraled out of control, he has been deprived of contact with the outside world, leaving him in a state of prolonged isolation. So long has it been, so interminably long, that he has not witnessed anything at all. The duration has stretched so far that he often believes himself to be dead, only to be roused repeatedly by the clammy, chilling air surrounding him. He can no longer recall how long he has been confined, but he knows that in this void of light and sound, he is perpetually consumed by thoughts of how to end his own life. To extinguish the dreariness of his existence, he desperately seeks liberation, by whatever means necessary. Yet alas, his limbs and neck are bound by layers of shackles, rendering him utterly immobile. Even his mouth is constrained by a gag that prevents him from taking his own life by biting his tongue. "Hey, could you please kill me?" He pleads once more to the creature residing within him, only to receive a disdainful snort in return. He has lost count of how many times he has made such a request, each time met with the same unwavering refusal. In his mind, he believes that if he were to perish, the seal would dissipate, and the monster within him would be freed, raging forth to exact revenge on this world he so deeply loathes. Yet, the creature within seems unwilling to grant him the mercy of death. Since being imprisoned here, he has not partaken of food, but whenever hunger gnaws at him, the creature within selflessly offers some chakra to sustain his existence. Time has lost all meaning in this lightless confinement, and his spirit has withered to a mere husk. When his consciousness has become painfully numb, he finally perceives flickering flames dancing in the darkness. He should feel exhilarated by this sight. After all, the long-desired light has returned. Yet, no matter how he stirs his emotions, a disconcerting calm pervades him, an exceptionally abnormal tranquility. He patiently awaits the approach of the firelight until he can discern the figures that come forth out a group of ninjas clad in black bodysuits, adorned with white vests and distinct masks, stands before him. They each carry a torch and, upon reaching him, part to form a path, bowing respectfully. Then, an elderly man with a short stature, dressed in a white haori and black trousers, emerges from between the ranks of ninjas, slowly making his way toward him. The scene echoes vividly in his memory, reminiscent of their first encounter. That time, he had wandered the streets like a lost soul, with every glance cast upon him, be it from young or old, filled with unmasked disdain, hatred, and scorn. People had shunned him like a plague, employing every means at their disposal to drive him away, as if he were a wild beast. Alienated, he became a pariah, with only endless solitude for company. Until that day, when the old man had come to claim him, a figure entrenched in the shadows of Konoha, wielding tremendous power and influence. He had anticipated salvation, but what awaited him was a chasm even deeper than before. After countless days of human experimentation and the extraction of the Nine Tails chakra, he ultimately lost control, killing the researchers who had toyed with him daily. The consequence was a year of horrific confinement. With weary eyes, he chose not to regard the old man. However, upon approaching him, the elder mercilessly seized his hair, yanking him upright. Upon confirming the dull, lifeless gaze in his eyes, the old man's face contorted into a satisfied smile, as if he had acquired an invaluable piece of art. It seems the beastly nature of the fox has been sufficiently quelled. Now he shall be entrusted to you for further training, the old man declared, turning to the first ninja on his right, placing a hand on his shoulder with an air of gravity. You should know, I do not take disappointment lightly. Beneath the crow-like mask, the ninja's crimson eyes, adorned with 3 tomo, shifted slightly. After exchanging a meaningful glance with the elder, he lowered his head respectfully, responding succinctly. Understood. A hint of amusement resurfaced at the corners of the old man's mouth as he patted the ninja's shoulder once more before departing. Soon after, Several ninjas followed suit, leaving the small cell with only 4, including the crow-masked ninja, behind. For the time to come, these 4 would specifically be responsible for training the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. The crow-masked ninja, known as Kuro, was appointed the captain of this elite squad. Kuro stepped closer, squatting where the old man had stood moments before, and called out softly, "Uzumaki Menma." After so many years, this was the first time Menma had heard his full name spoken aloud. In the past, he had been referred to as the Fox Demon, Monster, or Experiment 012607. Even though his heart had become a desolate sea, ripples of emotion stirred within him. Menma's vacant gaze began to coalesce slowly, locking onto the Sharingan that bore into him. Then, Kuro unleashed a Genjutsu, effortlessly penetrating Menma's consciousness. Within, in a dark, damp space filled with stagnant water, stood a grand and solemn sealed door. Behind it, torrents of chakra surged like restless magma. A pair of red, slit-pupiled eyes lazily opened, piercing through the darkness to glare at the intruder who dared to breach this space. "This is not the Uchiha clan's backyard. You'd best leave, little brat." Hey, no need to get all worked up. I merely came to say hello," Kuro replied, waving his hand dismissively, indicating his benign intentions, but was met with a furious roar. A fierce wind surged forth from the sealed door with a roar, its overwhelming force causing Kuro to take a half-step back. However, his objective had been achieved. Upon confirming that the Nine Tails had not interfered with Menma's consciousness during his confinement, he released the Genjutsu with a sigh of relief. Kuro rose to his feet, forming the in-hand seal, lifting the restrictions that bound Menma. In the next moment, the shackles that had confined Menma's limbs and neck sprang open, and his body lurched forward uncontrollably. Due to an extended period of immobility, Menma found himself at a loss. Struggling to regain control over his limbs, he felt as though this body no longer belonged to him, and all he could do was watch helplessly as he plunged face first toward the ground. Fortunately, the raven swiftly reached out and caught him, sparing him from a painful impact. However, as the raven lifted his frail form and turned, 3 shadowy ninjas materialized behind them, brandishing specially designed handcuffs, leg irons, and a hood, effectively barring their passage. The raven cast a displeased glare at the trio, causing them to falter momentarily. Yet, despite their discomfort, they dared not defy the orders of their superior, and, with a heavy heart, offered their explanations. "We apologize. We are merely following orders. We hope you will not make things difficult for us." Beneath the mask, the raven's brow furrowed in irritation, but he understood that while these 3 appeared to be there to assist him, their true mission was to monitor his actions at the behest of that old man. This invisible shackle filled him with discontent, yet for the sake of future plans, he had to feign the compliance that the old man favored. Lowering his gaze to Menma in his arms, he noticed that the latter seemed almost lifeless, his vacant eyes fixed on the ceiling, seemingly oblivious to his surroundings. Had he truly become so numb? Or perhaps he was merely pretending to be indifferent, knowing he could not resist. Sighing inwardly, the raven chose to forego any further conflict with the 3 ninjas and decided to go with the flow. He extended his arms and relinquished Menma. The 3 ninjas, surprised by his unexpected cooperation, swiftly approached and affixed the special restraints upon Menma. For Menma, the fleeting moment of brightness was soon engulfed by darkness, a reality he had grown accustomed to. In a world shrouded in secrecy, fraught with turmoil and distortion, he understood that his only recourse was to submit to the whims of others. Whether in life or death, he was entirely at their mercy. His weakness was his original sin. Chapter 2. The Heat and Chill. After leaving the dungeon, Menma was swiftly escorted by the Raven's shadowy squad into a foreign environment. That a hood was violently torn from his head by one of the ninjas, and despite the sharp pain on his cheeks, Menma remained silent. He merely opened his eyes with indifference, calmly surveying his surroundings. They had entered an ancient underground arena, encircled by flickering bonfires along the walls. The dim, wavering light revealed countless scratches on the weathered walls, and deep crimson stains marked the cracked floor, remnants of battles long past. From these lingering traces, Menma could easily conjure images of the harrowing clashes that had once unfolded here. At the center of the arena stood a modest square table, unassuming yet laden with an array of delectable food, including fresh fruit. For one trapped in confinement and tormented by hunger, The sight of such provisions was akin to a treasure trove of gold and jewels for a fervent prospector. Myanmar instinctively swallowed, desperately trying to suppress his desires, but the aromas wafting from the food inevitably stirred the beast of hunger that had long lurked in his stomach. His gut twisted violently, emitting a ferocious growl, and the hunger that he had restrained for so long surged forth like an unstoppable tide. The three ninjas behind the raven could not help but chuckle at the sound, while the raven remained silent, placing a comforting hand on Myanmar's back, gently nudging him forward, as if to encourage him to indulge in his most fervent craving. Go ahead, eat boldly. Myanmar felt the warmth of that hand, but overwhelmed by hunger, he had no thoughts to spare for such comforts. He transformed into a glutton, ravenously devouring the food before him, heedless of etiquette or distinction, shoveling everything into his mouth in a frenzy, terrified that if he paused, the food would be snatched away. As engrossed was he in his gluttony that he failed to notice the quiet departure of the raven and his companions. Meanwhile, the iron gates at the north and south ends of the arena slowly rose without a sound. The rusty chains clanked ominously, reminiscent of an ancient clock being wound by the keeper of time. A group of emaciated, ragged test subjects, shackled and weary, were herded into the arena by another pair of shadowy ninjas. They had expected to face yet another gruesome experiment, but were instead met with the sight of a child feasting heartily. Starved themselves, the aroma of the food ignited a fierce longing within them, and the sight of a child so lavishly indulging only fueled their resentment and jealousy. Yet, fear of death outweighed their hunger, and no one dared to make a move. It was only when one of them, driven by desperation, turned back and noticed the rusted iron gate had already closed behind them, and that their guardians had vanished, did they regain a semblance of courage. One individual, unable to withstand the hunger any longer, pushed past his peers and lunged toward the table, seizing the food and devouring it greedily. Initially, Myanmar paid little mind to the intruder, too preoccupied to care. However, as more test subjects rushed forward to snatch the food, Myanmar realized he had been completely pushed out of the fray. Gradually, he found himself cornered, ejected from the group. Discontented, he hastily swallowed the food, still lodged in his cheeks, and attempted to weave through the legs of the adults. The chaos of their struggle slowed his progress. Even as he endured being trampled, he clenched his teeth and persevered till long last, when he managed to squeeze back to the table. Reaching for an apple, a large hand, skeletal and bony, seized his wrist and effortlessly lifted him up. Its owner was a middle-aged man, one side of his face horrifically burned, scars stretching from the corner of his mouth to the crown of his head, his mismatched eyes glaring menacingly at Myanmar. "What is it?" he sneered. "You've eaten so much and you're still not satisfied? Greed is not a virtue for a good child." With a condescending tone, the disfigured man lectured Myanmar, reaching for the apple on the table and taking a hearty bite in front of him, flaunting his spoils and mocking Myanmar's frailty in defiance. Myanmar struggled against the grip, inadvertently kicking the man in the lower back. The emaciated middle-aged man suddenly felt a jolt of pain, astonished by the unexpected strength of the child, known as Myanmar. It seemed the food consumed earlier had far exceeded his assumptions, fueling his growing resentment. "Humph!" With a disdainful snort, the man callously hurled Myanmar to the ground, following up with a merciless kick to the child's abdomen, sending him flying several meters away. Having long been deprived of sustenance, Myanmar, who should not have indulged in gluttony, felt his stomach roiling violently from the force of the blow, an overwhelming urge to vomit surging as the food he had just ingested clamored to escape. And no, it cannot be. No. For a fleeting moment, Myanmar disregarded the excruciating pain in his abdomen, pressing his hands tightly over his mouth, his face contorted in anguish, the skin above his neck flushed crimson that he desperately hoped to suppress the physiological reaction threatening to betray him. These were the precious morsels he had fought so hard to obtain. They cannot be wasted so easily. Yet, in the end, his body betrayed his will, and the food surged forth, breaking through all barriers, expelled in a chaotic rush. The searing sensation in his esophagus and the intense cramping in his abdomen caused tears to stream down his cheeks, as if a dam had burst. He could not discern whether his sorrow stemmed from the physical agony or from the waste of the food now littering the ground, leading to his emotional collapse. Or perhaps it was a combination of both. Abandoning all rational thought, he cautiously gathered the vomited food in his hands and, in a moment of tragic desperation, stuffed it back into his mouth. This heart-wrenching scene, set against the backdrop of adults clamoring for food, appeared all the more pitiful and absurd. After all, the world is inherently harsh and unforgiving. Chapter 3. The strong the food consumed was quickly regurgitated, a relentless cycle that gradually pushed Menma to the brink of collapse. Ultimately, he ceased his foolish actions. Curling his body in agony, his eyes devoid of the youthful vigor one would expect from a child, a shadow flitted past, approaching Menma with deliberate steps, its robust form casting a significant shadow that enveloped Menma entirely. Sensing the presence of another, Menma remained unmoved, instinctively glancing to confirm the identity of the newcomer. It was Crow. He had silently departed earlier to observe Menma's every move from the shadows, only to be disappointed when the scene he had anticipated failed to materialize. Crow regarded Menma from a position of superiority, his gaze filled with contempt as he raised his hand to grasp the hilt of the blade sheathed at his back, slowly drawing it forth. At that moment, it felt as though the entire world had come to a standstill, the sound of the blade unsheathing ringing in Menma's ears, chilling him to the bone. His heartbeat quickened inexplicably, and his breathing became erratic. Just moments before, he had yearned for death. Yet now he found himself gripped by a profound fear of the impending demise. The blade, forged from fine steel, gleamed ominously in the firelight, and with a flash, it carved a deep gash into the ground before Crow. As he swung, Menma instinctively reacted, driven by his primal survival instincts, evading the strike. At that moment, he was enveloped in a crimson chakra, feline whiskers sprouting from his face, as he crouched like a beast on all fours, his eyes transforming into fierce, slit pupils. Glaring fiercely at Crow, Crow turned his gaze towards Menma, who had retreated slightly, and felt a sense of gratification at the newfound anger and murderous intent in Menma's eyes, though it still fell far short of his expectations. Abandoned by his parents at birth and left to fend for himself on the streets, Menma found refuge in the Konoha orphanage. However, at the age of 6, an accidental injury inflicted upon another child revealed the monstrous power within him, a force that could unleash chaos at any moment. From that day onward, he became an outcast, shunned by those around him, treated like a pariah, and eventually succumbed to despair, even contemplating death. Do you truly believe that death will bring an end to your suffering? Will the torment you have endured vanish along with your soul into the depths of hell? Suddenly confronted with the past, Menma's expression twisted in pain, as though a scab had been ruthlessly torn from a healing wound, leaving him shattered to the core. Crow, having noticed the change in Menma's demeanor, continued with his icy rhetoric, unwavering in his conviction. In truth, you ought not to feel disheartened or sorrowful, nor should you entertain thoughts of death. Instead, you should savor the pain and revel in it, for it is not they who have isolated you, but rather you who have isolated yourself from them. You are a born warrior, while they are mere weaklings who can only survive by clinging to others. Throughout all ages, the weak have always harbored a fear of unknown power far superior to their own, terrified that it might one day harm them, while they possess no strength to resist. Thus, they band together, seeking warmth in numbers to confront the formidable beings that suddenly appear among them. They wield venomous words as weapons, labeling the strong as monsters and aberrations, shackling them with moral constraints that force the strong to bind their own hands and suppress their innate power, ultimately rendering them as mediocre as the weak, thereby eliminating the threat to their existence. Yet, should the strong refuse to assimilate, the surrounding mediocrity and weakness will unite to eradicate the strong. Crow's words fell like a heavy stone into the depths of Menma's heart, stirring turbulent waves within him. Although he could not fully grasp the depth of Crow's reasoning, he understood the essence of his message. The latent power within him was formidable, and that very strength incited fear, which could also lead to peril. As Crow approached once more, Menma's vigilance returned, yet this time, Crow did not raise his blade to strike. Instead, he turned the blade's edge and bent down, offering the hilt of the weapon to Menma. Like you, I too was once a pariah, living in constant anxiety among the weak. Thus I fully comprehend that there exists but one path before us. It is to harness the very power that instills fear in the weak, carving a bloody path strewn with corpses, eliminating all who stand against us. Menma gazed at the blade being offered to him, fully aware of Crow's intentions. yet his inherent kindness caused him to hesitate. Then, he lifted his gaze to meet Kuro's quivering Sharingan beneath the mask, and in that instant, an inexplicable resolve surged within him. Kill. Annihilate them. Slay those who have tormented him. As the crimson chakra around Menma intensified, fueled by his burgeoning hatred, 3 foxtails sprouted from his lower back. This transformation sent a wave of tension through the 3 shadowy figures concealed in the dark corners of the arena, tasked with monitoring Menma and Kuro. Thankfully, Menma did not lose control. Instead, he extended a foxtail to grasp the hilt of the blade from Kuro's hand. Beneath the mask, Kuro smiled with satisfaction. Excellent. Now, unleash your true nature, Uzumaki Menma. With those words, Menma launched forth like an arrow, targeting the middle-aged man whose face had been half consumed by flames. The experimental subjects at the table had long ceased their struggle for food, their attention drawn to the sudden intrusion of Kuro, who had entered the arena with the body flicker technique. His prowess and identity as an Umbu ninja filled them with dread, prompting them to adopt a state of heightened vigilance. Yet, even in the face of Menma's full-force assault in his 3 tails form, they found themselves utterly powerless. Many among them had not even had time to react before the man with the scorched visage had his head severed from his body. As the headless corpse fell, the surrounding air plummeted to freezing temperatures. In that instant, their hearts seemed to halt, their eyes widening in terror, their spines pressed against the icy ground. So swift, everything unfolded beyond their expectations. The first to react hastily formed hand seals, attempting to unleash ninjutsu in defense. But Menma would not grant them such an opportunity. 2 foxtails lashed out like whips, sweeping through the vicinity, sending all the experimental subjects around him flying. Then, like lightning, Menma leaped into the fray, attacking with ferocity, biting, tearing, slashing, and piercing. These seemingly chaotic and crude assaults bore no difference from those of a wild beast, yet every strike was inescapably lethal to the experimental subjects. In mere moments, none were spared, all succumbed to their grim fate. The incomplete corpses lay haphazardly on the ground, blood trickling from their wounds and flowing along the cracked grooves of the floor towards the corners of the arena. A pungent scent of blood completely overwhelming the remnants of food's aroma. A thunderous roar erupted from the creature, its rage pouring forth like a waterfall. It was expressing its dissatisfaction. Its hatred and fury remained unquenched. The massive tail of the creature began to gather a significant amount of crimson chakra, hinting at the potential growth of another tail. The 3 shadowy figures who had been watching from the sidelines no longer dared to be complacent, swiftly positioning themselves around the beast. However, just as they prepared to unleash their sealing techniques, the creature seemed to anticipate their movements, transforming its 3 tails into spears that pierced through the chests of the 3 ninjas in an instant. How is this possible? One of the ninjas widened his eyes in disbelief, gripping the fox tail that had impaled him, utterly perplexed by the precision of the strike. The sharp sound of applause echoed through the arena as a figure approached, clapping and striding confidently towards the creature. Upon seeing this figure, the wounded ninja finally realized. Gritting his teeth in fury, "It's you. Don't you fear?" Before he could finish his sentence, the figure placed a finger to the mask's mouth in a gesture of silence. Noticing this, the creature withdrew its tails and flung the 3 ninjas away, causing them to forever silence. Unperturbed by the earlier ninja's outburst, the figure approached the creature, affectionately ruffling its head as an elder might with a younger sibling. "Well done. From this day forth, I shall teach you how to become a true warrior." With that, he raised his other hand and removed his mask, revealing a strong face adorned with a rare, rounded nose. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Uchiha Shursui." Chapter 4. Shadow Clone Technique. Following the events in the arena, 5 months have passed. During this time, the creature has diligently accompanied Shursui, learning the fundamentals of ninjutsu, including chakra control, the various hand seals, and the proficient use of ninja tools. However, Shursui has yet to demonstrate any inclination towards teaching specific ninjutsu. In contrast, his expectations for the creature's physical training have been exceedingly rigorous. Each day, the creature engages in training that includes disguise, evasion, stealth, combat, and assassination, which occupy only a fraction of the day. The majority of the time is dedicated to strength training and physical endurance. Fortunately, after each grueling session, Shursui allows the creature to soak in a special medicinal barrel for an hour, greatly alleviating fatigue, promoting blood circulation, balancing yin and yang, and enhancing its physical condition. Additionally, a medical ninja meticulously oversees its dietary needs to ensure it receives ample nutrition. Under these conditions, the creature has undergone a remarkable transformation. Its physique no longer resembles the frail figure of before. Instead, it boasts a healthy complexion and a robust build, seemingly taller than before. As usual, the creature arrives early at the arena, warming up while awaiting Shursue's arrival. Since the last incident, this arena has been officially designated as the creature's special training ground. To prevent any resurgence of conflict and potential casualties among other Umbu ninjas, the organization has withdrawn its surveillance of the creature, allowing it limited freedom. However, covertly, the organization has established stringent security measures around the arena, recognizing the significance of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki as both a rare experimental subject and a formidable weapon for the future of Konoha. Having completed its leg stretches, the creature was about to prepare for the next warm-up exercise when Shursui suddenly appeared before it using the body flicker technique. He was dressed as usual in Umbu attire, donning a raven-patterned mask and carrying a tanto. Reacting instinctively, the creature drew its tanto and lunged at Shursue's chest. To its surprise, Shursui showed no intention of defending or evading the attack. The creature, unable to retract its strike in time, felt a moment of relief when the blade pierced Shursue's body, only to discover that it felt as though it had struck the air. "Do not let your guard down," Shursui admonished, delivering a swift kick that sent the creature sprawling. After rolling several times before regaining its footing, the creature gazed incredulously at Shursui, unable to comprehend how it had struck something that felt insubstantial. Yet the force against it was undeniably real. Was it an illusion or a tangible entity? Despite its confusion, the creature did not linger on the thought, for the training had officially commenced the moment Shursui entered the arena. This was a rule established by Shursui himself. Upon meeting, one must strike. If the creature could inflict any harm on Shursue's body, it would barely pass the test of assassination. Typically, Shursui engaged in one-on-one physical combat without utilizing any ninjutsu. But today he clearly intended to bend the rules. "If you aren't using ninjutsu, I might as well swallow this kunai." Resolutely, the creature regained its composure. Assuming the combat stance taught by Shursui, its right hand gripping the tanto against its chest while the left retrieved a kunai from its thigh pouch, positioning it before its abdomen. Just as it prepared to launch a new attack, another figure of Shursui appeared from a different direction. Then came a third, fourth, and fifth, until a total of 12 shizuis filled the arena. Each figure was identical in appearance and attire, rendering it impossible to discern the real from the illusion. If these clones were both illusions and tangible forms, the creature could already foresee an impending onslaught from Shursui. This was utterly excessive, such a breach of martial ethics. A sense of discomfort stirred within the creature, yet it understood this was a formidable challenge and did not display any signs of discouragement. Instead, its eyes sparkled with anticipation. This did not go unnoticed by Shursui, who felt a sense of satisfaction. Naturally, he did not intend to exploit the situation by overwhelming the creature. After all, he held a prominent position in Konoha, and such behavior would certainly invite ridicule. One of the 12 shizuis raised a hand and tossed 2 scrolls, one green and one purple, towards the creature. "From today onwards, I shall officially teach you ninjutsu. Use these 2 techniques to combat my shadow clone technique." Startled yet excited, the creature hastily caught the scrolls, its expression shifting from confusion to elation. After months of strenuous training, its foundational skills had become remarkably solid, and it was only a matter of time before it would learn ninjutsu. Thankfully, this day had not kept it waiting too long. The creature eagerly unrolled the scrolls to examine their contents. The green scroll contained the D-rank ninjutsu, body flicker technique, a skill it had often observed Shursui employing. This technique requires the use of chakra to invigorate the body, enabling the practitioner to perform high-speed movements that are nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. It demands an exceptional mastery of chakra and a solid foundation in physical techniques as a support. The purple scroll contains an A-rank ninjutsu, which is also classified as a forbidden technique, the multiple shadow clone technique. This technique allows the user to evenly divide their chakra, creating multiple entities that are identical to the original. These clones possess knowledge and autonomous consciousness. They are, in essence, another version of oneself. However, the clones are aware of their nature and can independently dispel the technique. Once a clone disappears, all the knowledge, experience, and sights it has encountered are instantly relayed to the original and other clones. Having hastily perused the scroll, Menma was filled with numerous questions. Yet, before he could voice them, Shirzue's shadow clones had already launched an assault. Menma clumsily evaded the attacks and distanced himself from Shirzue's clones. He understood that Shirzue would not directly answer his inquiries. He needed to rely on practical application for answers. Menma clasped his hands in a specific formation, his eyes devoid of hesitation. After spending considerable time together, he trusted that the ninjutsu Shura boldly imparted would not pose a threat to his life. Multiple Shadow Clone Technique. Chapter 5. Doubling Learning. Suddenly, a thick cloud of smoke enveloped the arena, revealing nearly 1,000 figures of Menma. He was acutely aware that this was not his full potential, but given that it was his first attempt, he needed to proceed with caution. If he exerted too much force carelessly, his body might suffer. The scroll explicitly stated that this technique was classified as forbidden due to the intense chakra consumption it demands. Those lacking a substantial chakra reserve risk severe injury or even death when using it. However, it appeared that Menma had begun to understand his chakra capacity, belonging to the category of those with vast reserves, which thrilled him. The battlefield dynamics shifted dramatically, transforming from Shirzue's multiple clones against Menma to Menma's clones overwhelming Shirzue. The many Menma clones charged forward, fiercely attacking the 12 surrounded Shirzue clones. Yet, despite their numerical advantage, the anticipated one-sided victory did not materialize. Shirzue's shadow clones, though outnumbered, navigated the situation with remarkable ease. First, Menma's clones could not reach the corporeal forms of Shirzue's clones, while the counterattacks from Shirzue's clones effortlessly dispatched Menma's. Second, Shirzue's clones were enhanced by the body flicker technique, enabling their attacks to be unexpectedly swift. Observing his clones vanish without a trace, Menma realized that sheer numbers alone would not suffice for victory. He needed to enhance their quality. He began to attempt infusing his chakra into his entire network of veins, aiming to achieve the activation described in the scroll. However, this initial step proved to be a significant challenge, as the vague instructions in the scroll became evident during his practical attempts. Engrossed in ensuring his chakra flowed normally through his body's network, Menma remained oblivious to a Shirzue shadow clone approaching his original form. Shirzue's stern voice cut through, admonishing him to recklessly entrust your safety to a shadow clone without understanding the enemy's capabilities is tantamount to courting death on the battlefield. With that, he delivered a swift kick. Bang! Menma was sent flying, crashing into the wall of the arena before plummeting to the ground like a stone. As the attack was directed at Menma's original form, all other clones were forcibly dispelled, dissipating into a cloud of white smoke. Clutching his painfully throbbing chest, Menma slowly rose to his feet and looked up at Shirzue, who had also dispelled all his shadow clones. The previous strike was clearly not an accident, yet how Shirzue had discerned his original form puzzled him. Did it stem from those eyes? In the next moment, Menma's gaze inadvertently met Shirzue's, and an inexplicable feeling of disgust surged within him. Upon deeper reflection, he realized that this feeling did not originate from himself, but rather from the monstrous entity sealed within him, which seemed to harbor a strong aversion to those eyes. However, there was no time to delve into this matter. He refocused his breathing, suppressing the unsettling emotions, and watched as Shirzue's shadow clones reappeared in the arena. Menma sensed nothing amiss. He merely assumed Shirzue was about to initiate another round of attacks and promptly took up a combat stance. Yet, Shirzue did not hastily strike. Instead, he waited until Menma was ready before continuing his instruction. The battlefield is ever-changing. When faced with an equally matched opponent, the one who possesses greater learning and adaptability will elevate their abilities in a short time, thus securing their survival. Furthermore, when confronting a superior adversary, one must rapidly transcend their limits to seize any chance of victory. No one will patiently allow you to ponder or learn a new technique before confronting you in battle. Therefore, if you can significantly enhance your learning capacity and master techniques swiftly, you will achieve a perfect reversal. Do you understand, Menma? Significantly enhance learning capacity. Menma repeated this crucial phrase in his mind, finally grasping Shirzue's intent in teaching him the multiple shadow clone technique. It was to leverage the ability of these clones to acquire knowledge and transfer it back to the original and other clones, thereby greatly enhancing training efficiency. Understood. Menma responded gratefully before forming hand seals to execute the multiple shadow clone technique once more. This time, Over 1,000 clones began to practice the body flicker technique simultaneously, launching relentless assaults on Shirzue's shadow clones. This rigorous training continued for nearly a week, although Menma ultimately could not overcome Shirzue's shadow body flicker technique. His own proficiency with it had reached an extraordinary level. Recognizing that this approach had reached its limit, Shirzue seized the opportune moment to present Menma with 2 new substantial scrolls for his independent study. Upon seeing such large scrolls, Menma initially assumed they contained various ninjutsu, excitement bubbling within him. However, upon opening them, he discovered they were merely knowledge scrolls. Nonetheless, the contents were still invaluable, and he found himself marveling at the detailed information they contained, which encompassed the intricate knowledge of space-time ninjutsu and illusion techniques. Among them, space-time ninjutsu transcends the limitations of time and space, enabling the instant transportation of objects. The most common application is the summoning technique, which allows the user to summon animals with whom they have made a pact to assist in battle. This technique is classified as C-rank ninjutsu, and it is a method easily mastered by many ninjas to enhance their combat abilities. Regarding the more formidable space-time ninjutsu, these techniques are not only powerful and enigmatic, but they can also significantly influence the outcome of battles. For the strong, they serve as an exceptionally potent trump card. However, the threshold required to master them is exceedingly high. The existence of such ninjutsu is not only rare, but even if one were fortunate enough to obtain a scroll detailing these techniques, possessing unparalleled talent might not guarantee true mastery. Thus, this category of ninjutsu can only be attained through a combination of innate ability and fortuitous opportunity. The scroll is densely packed with information about space-time ninjutsu, including some confidential research reports, all meticulously documented within. Menma understood that absorbing this knowledge would not be achievable in a single day. Thus, after a cursory overview, he set it aside and turned his attention to the scroll concerning Jinjutsu. As anticipated, he discovered the information he sought regarding those unique eyes. The Sharingan, endowed with formidable capabilities such as observation, replication, and hypnosis, allows its wielder to cast and perceive illusions. The shadow clone technique utilized by Shirzue was executed through Jinjutsu, and Menma began to grasp the method of swiftly switching entities to launch attacks, likely employing space-time ninjutsu to implant a mark within the illusion for instantaneous transition. Having unraveled the mystery of Shirzue's shadow clone technique, Menma felt not joy but a deeper admiration for Shirzue's prowess, which resolutely motivated him to delve into the contents of both scrolls, aspiring to possess the strength to contend with ninjas who wield similar techniques in the future, or even to counter their ninjutsu. The monotonous and arduous training continued, yet each day after completing these exercises, Menma had an additional task: to quiet his mind and study various theoretical aspects of ninjutsu. However, such days would eventually come to an end. Chapter 6. Long time no see. As dusk fell, the sky gradually darkened and a few stars appeared. With the twinkling lights multiplying, the earth quietly merged into a warm, nocturnal ambience. Menma was once again donned with a hood, and under the guidance of several Umbu, he departed from the hidden underground base of the Root organization, marking his first return to the surface in years since being taken by them in his childhood. Shirzue had been waiting for Menma. This night, he had shed the dreary attire customary to the base, foregoing his mask and any ninja tools, instead wearing a casual outfit emblazoned with the Uchiha clan crest. Upon delivering Menma to the designated location, the accompanying Umbu, at Shirzue's signal, unlocked Menma's shackles and removed his hood before swiftly vanishing into the boundless night. At that moment, a gentle evening breeze swept through the mountain ravine, softly brushing against Menma's face, while the fresh air surrounding him invigorated his senses, prompting him to slowly open his eyes. He first glanced at Shirzue and then, driven by curiosity, took a long-lost look at the world outside. The sky was studded with stars, brilliant and radiant, and the sounds of insects chirping in the nearby underbrush filled his ears, while the leaves danced in the wind. In the distance, the lights of Konoha village flickered, bustling with life. For reasons unknown, warmth suddenly gathered at the corners of Menma's eyes, eventually transforming into crystalline droplets that trickled slowly down his cheeks. Shirzue gently ruffled Menma's hair and strode purposefully toward Konoha village. "Come, let me show you around the village tonight." Menma was momentarily taken aback, but quickly realized as he watched Shirzue's figure receding into the distance. Fearing abandonment once again, he hastily wiped away his unbidden tears and, with a heartfelt smile, hurried after Shursui. The two arrived at Konoha's most vibrant night market, where lights blazed and voices echoed. Vendors enthusiastically promoted their wares, and the air was filled with the tantalizing aromas of various delicacies that made one's mouth water. Menma, like a curious child, gazed around eagerly but refrained from straying too far, choosing to quietly follow Shursui. Shursui, noticing Menma's occasional lag, instinctively slowed his pace to ease Menma's anxiety about keeping up. After some time, Menma's curiosity began to wane, and fatigue set in. Having been brought out in such haste, he had yet to eat dinner, and his stomach was now voicing its protests with soft growls. Shursui turned, patting his own stomach, and gently remarked, "What a coincidence. I am also quite hungry. Since we are out, we should indulge in a good meal. Why don't you choose?" Menma, grateful for the opportunity, looked at Shursui but, being new to the area, felt uncertain about how to decide. Every food stall appeared delectable, and he wondered if he could experience all the culinary delights if he had a happy family like other children. Not daring to dwell on such unrealistic thoughts, his sole objective was to select the best option available to make the outing worthwhile. Fortunately, his keen sense of smell detected an enticing aroma of grilled meat wafting through the air. Following the scent, he arrived at a prominent barbecue restaurant. "This one," Menma exclaimed, pointing at the large, illuminated sign with a determined expression. "An excellent choice. I've heard from a friend that their pork chops are exceptional. Let us try it together." Shursui replied with a subtle smile as he led Menma into the restaurant. As they entered the dining hall, a hand unexpectedly reached out from behind Shursui. Before the hand could touch Shursui's shoulder, he vanished from sight. In the next moment, Shursui appeared behind the hand's owner. His right palm transformed into a knife hand enveloped in green chakra, poised to strike at the back of the opponent's neck. The owner of the hand quickly raised his hands in surrender, forcing a sheepish smile. "Oh dear, look at you, still so sensitive." Upon hearing the familiar voice, Shursui halted, focusing his gaze to find a young man with goggles atop his head, clad in a dark high-neck short-sleeve shirt, layered with Jonin armor, and sporting the Uchiha clan crest like Shursui. It was Uchiha Obito. Recognizing each other, Shursui awkwardly retracted his hand. "Apologies, I'm just accustomed to it." "Oh, it's quite all right. It's my fault for greeting you from behind." Obito chuckled, scratching the back of his head, his sunny smile dissipating the earlier tension. "However, I didn't expect to see you here. Have you finally succumbed to your cravings and come to try the special pork chops I've been recommending?" "Well, sort of." Shursui nodded slightly. Obito's eyes sparkled upon receiving confirmation, and he enthusiastically patted Shursui on the back, this time without Shursui evading. "Excellent. Then today it's my treat. Please, don't hold back." "Ah, it's really not necessary," Shursui replied with a forced smile, finding Obito's exuberance a bit overwhelming. "Not a bother at all. In fact, I'm particularly happy today, and I suspect you'd like to know what's made me so joyful, right?" Shursui felt a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. He wished to express his disinterest, but found himself unable to resist Obito's enthusiasm, who had already grabbed his arm and was leading him toward an empty table. Menma continued to faithfully follow behind Jinchuriki, accompanied by 3 peers of similar age, who had entered the barbecue restaurant alongside Obito from the very beginning. Among them were 2 boys and a girl. Once they settled down, one of the boys, possessing exquisitely refined features, with black hair and eyes, dressed in a high-collared deep blue short-sleeve shirt, white sleeves, and shorts adorned with the Uchiha clan emblem, proactively greeted Jinchuriki. "It's been a long time, Brother Jinchuriki," he said, as Jinchuriki had maintained a close relationship with his biological brother since childhood, leading the boy to naturally refer to him as brother. Jinchuriki, with his calm demeanor, turned his crimson eyes, marked by the 3 tomo, towards the boy, displaying none of the warmth that the boy had shown. He merely responded indifferently, "Oh, so it's Sasuke. Indeed, it has been a while." However, as he spoke, Jinchuriki's brows furrowed slightly, his expression growing a tad displeased. He gazed into Sasuke's ink-black eyes for a prolonged moment before continuing. "Have you still not awakened your Sharingan, Sasuke?" Chapter 7. Team 7. Sasuke, immediately struck by Jinchuriki's words, lowered his head in shame, biting his lip and clenching his fists tightly on his thighs, feeling powerless to retort. Observing Sasuke's silence in response to his inquiry, Jinchuriki understood that this young lad had not improved much. "You must realize that one cannot forever dwell in the shelter of others. Your brother Itachi was too indulgent towards you in the past. Continuing down this path will squander the admirable lineage of the Uchiha clan. With Itachi currently traveling the lands under the fourth Hokage's guidance, showing no signs of returning. And since you have called me brother, I shall assume the role of an elder brother in his stead. Tomorrow morning, you shall come to the back mountain to receive the training you require. Before Jishui could finish his sentence, he was abruptly interrupted by a forceful slap on the table from Obito, who stood in anger, pointing at Jishui without reservation. Hey, Jishui, what do you mean by that? Don't you know that Sasuke is now my student? Jishui looked at Obito's genuine anger, blinking innocently. Having been preoccupied with training Menma, he had scarcely paid attention to outside matters and was indeed unaware of this development. Humph. Now listen well. Don't spout nonsense about training him. I, Uchiha Obito, can cultivate Sasuke into a formidable ninja, one who will undoubtedly surpass you. Obito crossed his arms confidently, tilting his head slightly, exuding an air of self-assuredness. Besides Sasuke, the pink-haired girl quickly chimed in. Yes, I believe in Teacher Obito's words, and Sasuke is undoubtedly the most talented among us. I am confident he will become an extraordinary ninja. Hearing such encouraging words, Sasuke looked up gratefully at Obito, who returned his gaze with a reassuring smile and a thumbs up. Sasuke then turned to glance at the pink-haired girl named Haruno Sakura. However, as their eyes met for just a fleeting moment, Sakura shyly turned her head away, covering her flushed cheeks with her hands, whispering inaudibly, "It's mainly because he is so handsome." Jishui, witnessing this dramatic scene unfold, shook his head helplessly. It was precisely because he had grown up in such a warm environment that the most decadent flowers easily bloomed. During this exchange among the four, two individuals remained entirely oblivious to the situation. Seated at the outermost edge of Obito's side, a boy with gray hair and brown eyes, clad in an apprentice monk's robe, felt increasingly uncomfortable under Menma's intense gaze. He felt as if he had fallen into a dark, damp cave, with Menma lurking like a beast, watching him silently from the shadows. It seemed that if he let his guard down for even a moment, he would be pounced upon by this creature and devoured to the last bone. This prolonged sense of unease became unbearable, prompting the boy to force a friendly smile and awkwardly greet Menma. "My name is Ku, what about you?" Menma remained silent, continuing to gaze intently, as the boy named Ku emanated an inexplicable and peculiar sensation from their first encounter, akin to gazing into a mirror where his own reflection was indistinct. Obito, reminded by Ku's introduction, shifted his attention back to Menma, who had been following Jishui since they entered. The golden short hair and azure eyes of Menma momentarily conjured a familiar figure in Obito's mind. "Jishui, who is this child?" Obito resumed his seat, his tone adopting a calmer demeanor, as the earlier tension seemed to dissipate instantly. Jishui, having long been accustomed to Obito's character, responded nonchalantly, "My student." "What? You actually have a student?" Obito exclaimed in astonishment. "Listen to this. What do you mean?" Jishui shot Obito an exasperated glance, seemingly complaining, "Just a moment ago. Did you not snatch away a potential student, Sasuke? So what if I, Uchiha Jishui, take on a student? Is that so unusual? Hey, I mean no offense. I'm merely curious about which fortunate child has the luck to become your student," Obito replied with a grin, attempting to diffuse the lingering resentment in Jishui's eyes. However, Jishui was disinclined to engage further. At that moment, Menma, who had been feeling quite hungry, found his stomach growling uncontrollably, redirecting everyone's attention toward him. Embarrassed, Menma lowered his head, but Jishui promptly intervened, lightly tapping the table and stating sternly, "Enough chatter. If you're hungry, let us order." Obito suddenly remembered the purpose of their gathering, slapping his forehead. "Right. I almost forgot we're here to celebrate the formal establishment of Team 7. These three are the new members, and they will all be my students. Jishui, I hope you'll look after them whenever you have the chance." Obito turned sideways, gesturing animatedly, his smile stretching from ear to ear, brimming with pride. Jishui, finding the belated introduction rather tiresome, was nonetheless accustomed to Obito's exuberance, who was famously known as an eccentric within the clan. "Very well. Let us indulge in a grand feast," Obito exclaimed, hastily making his way to the kitchen to place an order. This time, he was generous with his purse, ordering a substantial amount of the restaurant's exquisite barbecue. Before long, Obito returned triumphantly, having eagerly rushed to retrieve several plates of freshly grilled pork chops. Thanks to his established rapport with the restaurant owner, he was able to act so boldly Had any other patron dared to be so presumptuous, they would have faced the owner's wrath. Hurry, hurry. Everyone try this. It's just off the grill. Obito enthusiastically distributed the pork chops, placing them on each person's plate with tongs. Sasuke, Sakura, and Ku joined their hands together. Exclaiming in unison, "Itadikamasu!" With a dazed expression, Menma gazed at them, lacking understanding yet mimicking their actions. Once he realized his performance did not evoke any suspicion, he began to indulge heartily. As the pork chop entered his mouth and the rich juices burst forth, enveloping his palate and delivering a powerful stimulation to his taste buds, tears involuntarily streamed down Menma's face once more. It was exquisite. This was the most delectable food he had ever tasted in his life, without exception. Although he had experienced various dishes at the base, those had merely been nutritional meals prepared by medical ninjas who prioritized balance over flavor, rendering those meals utterly incomparable to the pork chop before him. Of course, Menma was not alone in being moved to tears by the pork chop. Another was Uchiha Obito, known as the passionate full ninja. However, the difference lay in their sentiments. Menma's tears stemmed from a poignant sense of loss, while Obito's were a simple expression of gratitude for the delightful taste of food. Chapter 8. A Mysterious Heritage. Seeing the two weep as they dined, Sasuke and his companions felt their own peculiarities rendered them out of place. Obito, however, seemed to have found a kindred spirit, for in his heart, only food swallowed with tears could truly manifest its inherent deliciousness and express the utmost respect his body held for such flavors. This was not the sort of ritual that could be compared to the customary clasping of hands before a meal. That was merely a facade. Come, eat more," Obito exclaimed, rising involuntarily. Under the bewildered gaze of Sasuke and his friends, he pushed the remaining plate of meat onto Menma's dish. "It is evident you are a polite child, capable of sharing my profound reverence for food. I only lament that we met too late. Otherwise, I would have gladly taken you as my." Before Obito could finish, Shursui shot him a sharp glance, prompting him to halt. Realizing the need to change his approach, Obito seized the opportunity while Menma's attention was fixed on the grilled meat and posed the question that had long lingered in his mind. "Though it is unfortunate, you can still be considered to have found a good mentor. Yet, I am curious, what is your name?" "Uzumaki Menma." "Uzumaki." Obito's brow furrowed, disappointed that it was not the name he had hoped for. However, considering the possibility that Menma could still be linked to his desired lineage, given that his mentor's wife belonged to the Uzumaki clan, he did not immediately give up. "Do you remember your parents' names?" At this inquiry, Menma's attention, previously drawn to the food, abruptly snapped back. His heart twisted, and his entire body became rigid. The others, sensing the shift, fell silent, the atmosphere thickening. After a prolonged pause, Menma replied in a low, raspy voice, "I do not know. I have never seen them since birth." "How could that be? No one is born without knowledge of such things." As Obito pressed for further details, Shursui stood, placing a firm hand on Obito's shoulder, applying just enough pressure to compel him to stop. The slight discomfort made Obito glare at Shursui, who merely shook his head indifferently, leading Obito to realize that his previous words had been rather inconsiderate. "My apologies." Obito felt a wave of guilt wash over him, recognizing the foolishness of his heated inquiry. He must have inadvertently hurt Menma, yet he was at a loss for how to make amends. Fortunately, at that moment, the owner of the barbecue restaurant approached with freshly grilled meat, and Obito gratefully accepted it, disregarding Sasuke and his friends, and promptly placed it before Menma. "Come, eat more. It was my fault just now, so as compensation, feel free to order whatever you desire whenever you come to this restaurant. I shall cover the bill." With that, Obito affectionately threw his arm around the owner's neck, who happened to be present, serving as a witness to his generosity. The restaurant owner, who had merely intended to showcase his hospitality, found himself unexpectedly in a chokehold. His face flushed crimson as he struggled to breathe, quickly grasping Obito's arm, and gritting his teeth replied, Yes, I will remember this." Satisfied with the owner's affirmation, Obito withdrew his arm and returned to his seat, only to find 3 pairs of resentful eyes fixed upon him. Glancing at Sasuke and his companions, he was perplexed as to what had caused their discontent. The whims of today's youth were utterly baffling to him. In the future, he would need to focus on guiding them better. After all, his own emotions were always remarkably stable. Reflecting on this trait filled Obito with a sense of pride. Surely, the position of the next Hokage was destined for him, he mused. Unbeknownst to him, Sasuke and his friends noticed that their own plates had been completely cleared. Initially feeling pity for Menma, they now found themselves lamenting their own pitiful appetites. They had not anticipated that their first group meal would leave their collective aspirations in tatters. And with such an unreliable teacher, they could only mourn for their uncertain futures. Obito turned his eager gaze towards Shisui, knowing that, as Menma's mentor, he must be well-versed in Menma's heritage. If questioning Menma directly proved unfruitful, he would shift his focus. Shisui, however, was not inclined to entertain such inquiries. Yet Obito's unwavering gaze made him feel as though every pore on his body was being scrutinized, sending shivers down his spine. I only concern myself with talent, not lineage. Shisui remarked coolly before shoving a piece of grilled meat into his mouth, puffing out his cheeks to signal he had nothing further to say. Obito, left with no choice, realized he would not extract any answers today. Nevertheless, this did not signify he would surrender easily. He would continue to observe Menma. And even if the truth of his heritage proved disappointing, he would not regret his pursuit. After all, it was a debt he owed. He would spend his life seeking answers, striving to provide closure to his teacher in the afterlife. After a delightful feast, Shisui and Menma exited the barbecue restaurant, both clutching their overstuffed bellies. Shisui let out a laborious belch, feeling as though he had consumed an entire lifetime's worth of grilled meat, vowing that he might never want to see meat again. In contrast, Menma contentedly caressed his belly, already daydreaming about when he could return for another meal. And what of that Uchiha Obito? Surely he would keep his word, right? Inside, Obito wore a pained expression as he haggled with the restaurant owner, astonished that 6 people, 4 of whom were children, could consume so much. He felt utterly oblivious to it all and wondered where the meat had vanished. The owner must have skimped on the portions. He had to demand a discount. Otherwise, he would surely find himself dining on dirt this month. Behind Obito, Sasuke and his companions were utterly dejected, gazing at the ceiling, regretting their decision to join this outing. They would have preferred to eat at home, where they could enjoy their meals without anyone meddling and taking their food away. Thank you for the hospitality, Obito. Until next time. Shisui called to Obito as they reached the door. Obito, overwhelmed and flustered, merely waved him off, his mind solely occupied with the restaurant owner as he continued to negotiate their undisclosed yet profound relationship. Sasuke and his companions found themselves in a state of helplessness. At times, having such a teacher made them genuinely wish to alert the Konoha guard to swiftly apprehend the individual. Chapter 9. Hello, my name is Irika. Not long after leaving the barbecue restaurant, Shisui sensed that they were being watched by a group of individuals. Among the throng of people, the malicious gazes had been lurking in the shadows since Shisui and Menma had stepped into the village, but now, the intensity of those stares had multiplied. You're still hungry, aren't you? It's time to give you a chance to sit at the table, Shisui murmured softly, affectionately ruffling Menma's hair and handing him a pouch of money. After wandering for so long, you must have something special in mind to purchase. I'm not sure what you like, so take this money and buy whatever you wish. Menma shook his head. To be honest, while he had been dazzled by many items earlier, the thought that most of them were mere entertainment and lacked practicality in battle diminished his desire to buy anything. Shisui, however, had no intention of allowing Menma to refuse. He dramatically slapped his forehead, as if recalling something of great importance. Oh dear, I forgot to mention something to Obito. I must return quickly, so you can explore on your own for now. Just make sure to return to the back mountain before midnight. With that, Shisui vanished swiftly down the street, leaving Menma standing alone, feeling somewhat lost. Yet, Shisui would not easily disregard Menma. Upon reaching the street corner, he utilized a summoning technique to call forth a crow, sending it aloft to serve as his eyes. Fortunately, Menma had not yet moved from his spot, allowing Shisui's crow to easily locate him. Menma stood solitary amidst the bustling street, and inexplicably, with Shisui's departure, he was engulfed by a sense of emptiness. However, he was no longer the frail child who sought pity from others. Taking a deep breath, he expunged the feeling of dependency that only the weak harbor. Reinvigorated, Menma resolved to honor Shisui's expectations by exploring the streets that he had not traversed in years. Yet, when he turned around, he found himself face to face with a young man clad in a ninja uniform, adorned with a Konoha forehead protector, sporting a ponytail, and bearing a distinct scar across his face. Hello, I'm Irika, the young man said, beaming with a warmth akin to sunlight, which inexplicably fostered a sense of closeness in Menma. Nonetheless, Menma was certain this was their first encounter, and thus, he dismissed the familiarity as a dangerous illusion. What do you want? Menma asked, eyeing Irika warily. Despite the beguiling smile on Irika's face, the training he had received from Shirzei ensured that he would not make the rookie mistake of trusting too easily. Unperturbed by Menma's cold demeanor, Irika explained with a smile. You need not worry. I am not a bad person. I noticed you standing here alone and was concerned that you might have lost your family. So I came to see if you needed assistance. You're overthinking it. I came alone, Menma replied bluntly, unwilling to waste time entangled in conversation with this self-introducing stranger. He then brushed past Irika without a second thought. For Irika, it was the first time he had faced such a blatant rejection, leaving him feeling awkward. Yet he had no time to dwell on this unexpected experience. Suppressing his emotions, he swiftly turned and pursued Menma, speaking animatedly as if he were a tour guide. But you seem unfamiliar with this street. I live nearby, so I know where the best food and fun are. If you're looking for something, I can lead you there. No need, Menma replied, his expression unchanged as he strode forward without hesitation, causing Irika's face to darken as he felt the sting of rejection. At that moment, a shadowy figure burst from a nearby alley, dashing past Menma and snatching his pouch of money. Just as Menma prepared to pursue the thief using a body flicker technique, Irika unexpectedly wrapped his arms around him, spinning him around. To an outsider, it appeared as though Menma had nearly been toppled by the sudden encounter, but Irika had intervened just in time to protect him. Are you all right? Irika asked with concern. But Menma, weary of further exchanges, shoved Irika aside and began searching for the thief's trail. The thief had not escaped far, and Menma could faintly discern a dark cloak moving atop a distant rooftop. With his target confirmed, he wasted no time and leaped onto the adjacent roof to give chase. Irika hurriedly followed. However, lacking the ability to enhance his speed with chakra, he quickly fell behind Menma. The figure cloaked in black, noticing Menma's impressive speed, hastily threw a series of shuriken behind. Instinctively, Menma reacted, catching the shuriken barehanded with lightning speed. Choosing to return the projectiles to their owner, he did so with precision. The shuriken struck the back of the fleeing figure, causing them to tumble from the rooftop. When Menma arrived at the spot where the figure had fallen, he discovered that what he thought was a single thief was actually a group of 10 cloaked individuals who scattered into various alleys, making it impossible to identify the original thief. Menma formed hand seals, summoning 10 shadow clones, instructing them to disperse and pursue each cloaked figure. In the ensuing chase, one of his shadow clones happened to catch the attention of Sasuke, who, with a furrowed brow, instinctively leaped out of the window to investigate the commotion. Sasuke! Sakura exclaimed in surprise as she witnessed him rush out. She glanced back at Obito, who was still engaged in conversation with the barbecue restaurant owner, shook her head in resignation, and ultimately decided to follow her heart and pursue Sasuke. Ko, observing everything from the sidelines, showed no intention of moving. After all, he had yet to satisfy his own hunger, and he preferred to rest rather than expend energy chasing someone he hardly got along with. Thus, he settled down against the wall for a nap. Chapter 10. The power of bonds. Menma followed a cloaked figure deep into the forest west of Konoha, with his remaining shadow clones trailing behind him. The forest had been secretly rigged with numerous traps, including flying needles, snares, steel wires, and hidden explosive tags. The individuals hidden beneath their cloaks deftly navigated these traps, using them to eliminate Menma's clones one by one. Upon receiving the memories from his disappearing clones, Menma was compelled to halt his pursuit, realizing that his adversaries were evidently prepared. Continuing in this manner would only lead him into peril. However, before he could contemplate whether to abandon his journey and return, 10 figures clad in black robes swiftly converged from all directions, encircling Menma tightly. At that moment, he found himself with no options left. Who are you? Menma coldly demanded, yet none of the gathered figures offered a response. 4 of the black-robed individuals drew their weapons and charged at him. Unfazed, Menma adeptly dodged their attacks and employed the body flicker technique, skillfully pushing back the 4 assailants. Earth-style, flying gravel. One of the remaining 6 completed a series of hand seals, unleashing a technique that propelled earth fragments upward and forward. Without a weapon pouch to arm himself, Menma had no choice but to evade the oncoming projectiles, retreating repeatedly. The other black-robed figures seized the opportunity, launching shuriken and kunai from behind him. Shadow clone technique. Menma quickly summoned 2 shadow clones, instructing them to grasp each other's wrists to form a supportive structure beneath him, propelling him into the air. As the gravel, shuriken, and kunai pierced through the clones, They collided and fell to the ground. Momentarily suspended in the air, Menma's mind raced, strategizing his escape, only to be caught off guard by nearly invisible wires strung overhead. The moment he brushed against the wires, a sharp constriction gripped him, and he was catapulted downward. 5 figures in black robes hurled ropes from various angles, ensnaring his limbs and head, tightening the bindings until Menma was completely subdued on the ground. "Who are you?" Menma demanded, irritation lacing his voice. This time, one among the black-clad group stepped forward to provide the answer he sought. In perfect unison, they unveiled the black cloaks that concealed their identities, revealing young faces dressed in ninja uniforms adorned with the Leaf Village headband. "We are the true guardians of Konoha, the perfect inheritors of the will of fire," spoke a white-haired youth wearing a headscarf and carrying a massive shuriken, evidently the leader of the group. "Why have you captured me?" Menma questioned. "Huh?" The white-haired leader scoffed disdainfully. "Are you truly unaware of the heinous crimes committed by the demon fox within you? How shameless of you to question us now. Let the one whose parents you doomed recount the tale of your sins." The white-haired man stepped aside, creating a path. From the shadows of the forest emerged a youth with a leaf headband and a distinct scar across his face. Irika. Menma recalled the name from their previous encounter. Though the warmth had vanished from Irika's expression, replaced by raw disdain and hatred. "Thank you, Mizuki, for subduing the demon fox so swiftly. It's nothing. Let us not forget, we have always been the best of friends. The power of our bond makes us invincible." Mizuki, the white-haired leader, fist-bumped Irika as he passed by. Irika crouched before Menma, contemplating how to convey his tragic story and determine the extent of torment Menma should endure to quell his own seething rage. Suddenly, Menma erupted into a puff of white smoke, vanishing. "What?" Irika was momentarily stunned before quickly realizing, shadow clone. From the ceiling book they had pilfered from the third Hokage's office, he had learned that high-energy shadow clones do not dissipate immediately upon taking damage, and can extend their duration with strong intent. He had not anticipated Menma mastering the technique so adeptly at such a young age, turning the tables in this critical moment. Where's his true self? As Irika and the others exchanged bewildered glances, a barrage of projectiles suddenly rained down from the surrounding woods. These were traps they had set, but Menma had disarmed them and repurposed the weapons for his own use. The group scattered in panic, but before they could regain their footing, 3 shadow clones of Menma appeared, launching a surprise attack using the body flicker technique. Chaos ensued as they struggled to fend off Menma's clones. Those who attempted to engage him in physical combat were swiftly overpowered. Mizuki hastily threw down a smoke bomb, obscuring the view, and seized the moment to flee with Irika and the others. Yet, to their astonishment, within a short distance, they found themselves encircled once more by Menma's clones. All around them, in the trees and underbrush, Menma's shadow clones swarmed, seemingly numbering in the thousands. "Just an illusion, demon fox. Watch me break it," one shouted, forming hand seals in preparation for a large-scale ninjutsu to wipe away Menma's multitude of clones. However, before he could finish, Menma appeared before him in an instant and kicked him away, sending him crashing into a tree. Boom. The impact left the man dazed and unconscious. Interrupting a technique was one of the essential lessons taught to Menma by Shirzue, proving effective once more. "Die." Mizuki pivoted, removing his enormous shuriken and using chakra to split it into 3, launching them towards Menma's clones. In the blink of an eye, the shadow clone that had just kicked the shouting man was obliterated by Mizuki's attack. Yet Mizuki's true aim extended beyond that. The 3 massive shuriken continued to rotate, targeting the numerous shadow clones of Menma perched in the trees. Unfortunately, Menma's clones simply leaped aside, evading the assault, causing the shuriken to prune the branches of nearby trees instead. Mizuki inadvertently became a free gardener, demonstrating an unexpected talent for trimming dead limbs and foliage. Chapter 11. The technique of Naruto's vision branches and leaves cascaded to the ground like snowflakes, accumulating into small thickets several meters from the trio. While Mizuki and Irika were occupied, another surviving ninja seized the opportunity to complete a series of hand seals, unleashing a technique. Fire style, fireball. A fireball the size of a stone erupted from his mouth, igniting the carefully pruned branches nearby. A greedy serpent of flame was born, devouring the branches and forming a perfect ring of fire. The wall of flames completely isolated Mizuki, Irika, and the remaining shadow clones from Menma. the roaring inferno blocking their view and obscuring the situation within. What are they trying to do? Menma wondered, perplexed by their actions. Had they truly surrendered? Seeking a dramatic demise by drawing the fire upon themselves? Surely, no one could be that foolish. Nevertheless, the immediate priority was to contain the fire's spread to prevent a catastrophic forest blaze. Menma instructed his shadow clones to fell nearby trees, quickly creating a firebreak, then waited patiently for the flames to subside. After a while, the fire began to diminish, and Menma, standing on a distant treetop, could barely discern what was unfolding within. Unexpectedly, the land within the fiery barrier was barren, devoid of the presence of Irika and his companions. Even if they had perished in the flames, their corpses should have remained. Menma furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss, as a peculiar premonition began to take root in his heart. Compelled by his instincts, he abruptly turned around, only to find Shumu had stealthily positioned himself behind him, a sinister grin plastered across his face. Die! Shuemu seized the opportunity, thrusting a colossal shuriken into Menma's chest. Blood trickled down the blade, and Menma, gazing at his wound, wore an expression of disbelief. How could this be? When had the adversary departed, and how had he managed to appear so stealthily behind him? Doubt and resentment flooded Menma's heart. Yet he recalled Shimizu's teachings. In moments of peril, one must remain composed and not succumb to fear, lest the tiniest chance of survival slip away, leaving only the cold embrace of death. With a swift motion, Menma wielded his kunai, forcing Shuemu to retreat. However, as the latter withdrew his massive shuriken, Menma sensed something was amiss. Clutching his hollow chest wound, crimson blood flowed like a gentle stream, yet he felt no pain. Ah, I see now. It is an illusion. Realizing that everything unfolding before him was but a mirage, Menma instinctively exhaled in relief. The illusion seemed rudimentary, likely a skill newly acquired by his foe, as it lacked the ability to simulate tactile sensations, revealing significant flaws. Nevertheless, he could not afford to lower his guard. He remained unaware of the true peril surrounding his physical form and needed to dispel the illusion swiftly. Without hesitation, Menma drove his kunai into his other palm. The sharp pain jolted his senses awake, and the illusion began to dissipate. He found himself still perched atop the tree branch. But the once empty barrier now contained a shallow water dome, which encapsulated Irika and his companions. The earlier illusion had been conjured by Irika, employing a technique known as illusory abyss, capable of manifesting the most fear-inducing scenarios for its target. This was the only illusion technique Irika had managed to grasp. Despite his mediocre talent, as Menma had surmised, Irika had only recently learned this technique, hastily deploying it to counter Menma's shadow clone jutsu. He intended to use the clone's immunity to illusions to discern the real Menma. Unexpectedly, Menma had shattered the illusion through self-inflicted pain, causing his shadow clones to dissipate as well. When the illusion was dispelled, Irika reacted immediately, shouting to his two companions, "Quick! Now!" Shuemu and another ninja swiftly locked onto the exposed Menma, with Shuemu brandishing his prized shuriken once more. The other ninja hastily completed his hand signs, unleashing a barrage of fireballs. Their attacks surged toward Menma in an instant. Affected by the illusion, Menma's perception lagged, and he realized evasion was no longer an option. Gritting his teeth, he resolved to confront the onslaught head-on. With great effort, he deflected Shuemu's massive shuriken with his kunai, launching himself off a nearby branch, employing the body flicker technique to accelerate through the barrage of fireballs, aiming directly for Irika and his companions. Sensing the impending danger, Shuemu shoved Irika aside, retreating swiftly. The ninja who had conjured the flames remained undeterred, standing firm and spewing fire in an attempt to incinerate Menma alive. Enduring the searing pain of the flames scorching his skin, Menma unleashed a powerful punch, striking the ninja's jaw with tremendous force. With a resonant crack, the ninja's jaw shattered, and under the sheer impact, his body flipped backward like a deflated balloon. Menma regained his footing, patting off the lingering embers on his body, the anger boiling within him at the reckless disregard for the environment displayed by his adversaries. Such callousness, wasting resources and carelessly discarding tools, deserved retribution. As thoughts of wastefulness consumed him, Menma turned to glare at the unscrupulous fool who had so carelessly discarded his tools. Yet, Shuemu had no time for a standoff. He was busy igniting nearby trees with a torch, reminiscent of a child yearning to experience the thrill of fire firsthand. How could one be so reckless? Myanmar's patience wore thin, and just as he prepared to intervene, he felt an invisible force ensnaring his legs. As though he were mired in a quagmire. Ninjutsu, ceiling symbol formation. Beneath Myanmar's feet, incantations slowly emerged, culminating in a pentagram that bound him firmly within its confines. Shuemu's earlier actions had not been mere arson. He had strategically ignited trees, using them as the foundation for the ceiling formation. Moreover, the reverse sides of the trees bore Irika's specially crafted ceiling symbols, showcasing their flawless coordination in successfully immobilizing Myanmar. Though it took considerable effort, they had finally subdued the fox demon. Irika wiped the sweat from his brow, a look of relief washing over him. Their resources were nearly depleted. Had the ceiling formation failed, he would have had to prepare for the worst. Truly remarkable, Irika. I am proud of you. Shuemu approached Irika, clapping a hand on his shoulder. The earlier gamble had made him quite anxious, but their success alleviated his worries. Thank you, Shuemu, Irika said gratefully, casting a glance at his steadfast companion. Had it not been for Shuemu's unwavering support and encouragement, he might still be a lost soul, adrift in despair. Irika's childhood had been one of happiness and harmony, shattered by the chaos of the Nine-Tails rampage. He had witnessed his parents, both elite ninjas, sacrifice themselves to protect their village. This trauma transformed Irika, filling him with resentment and fear toward the Nine-Tails, causing others to distance themselves, leaving him isolated in his anguish. One fateful day, at his parents' gravesite, he met Shuemu, the sole person who regarded him as a friend and chose to stand by him. Shuemu had once told him to channel his hatred into strength, asserting that only by growing stronger and avenging his parents could he find solace for their spirits. Irika had held those words close to his heart, dedicating himself to mastering ninjutsu, yet reality had proven unforgiving. His mediocre talent left him trailing behind his peers, and no amount of hard work could compensate for the disparity in innate ability. Irika's confidence waned, but Shuemu never abandoned him, consistently offering encouragement until he found the resolve to rise again. Later, he realized that vengeance could not be achieved solely by his own efforts. Thus, he heeded the advice of Shuemu and began to seek out those who, like his kin, had been slain by the malevolent fox spirit and harbored a profound hatred for it. He endeavored to unite their strength to fulfill his plan. It was from this moment onward that a seemingly harmless and warm smile often adorned Irika's face, a facade that became his most potent weapon for social interaction. Beneath this duplicitous mask, he gleaned the identity of Menma, leading up to this day. We are dear friends. There is no need for gratitude between us, Shuemu remarked, thoughtfully retrieving a finely crafted short blade that he had prepared for Irika, handing it over with care. Go forth and accomplish what you yearn to do. Inflict upon that fox spirit 1,000 tortures, as a tribute to all the innocents who perished beneath its wicked grasp. Irika accepted the blade, nodding solemnly. His gaze was resolute, for he understood that a multitude stood behind him in unwavering support. He embodied justice. He was the true essence of the will of fire. Approaching Menma, Irika drew the blade and gently pressed its tip against Myanmar's heart, slowly piercing deeper. The excruciating pain surged through Myanmar's nerves, and the anguish etched upon his face brought Irika a sense of satisfaction. Does it hurt? It should, but you must endure. This is merely the beginning. Once we reach a certain depth, I shall change the angle of the blade, and the pain will multiply manifold. Rest assured, I have practiced extensively with Shuemu's guidance for this day. I shall not take your life immediately. Instead, I shall gradually carve away a piece of flesh from your heart, torturing you bit by bit, so you may experience the heartache we have endured over the years due to the loss of our loved ones. Irika's face contorted with malice. For years of Shuemu's manipulation had twisted his character, leaving his soul grotesquely tainted. Meanwhile, Shuemu leaned casually against a sturdy tree, arms crossed, relishing the fruits of his labor in shaping Irika into this vengeful being. Menma, initially filled with rage, now felt a twinge of pity for Irika, a natural compassion arising in a strong for the weak. Is it merely the loss of those you loved that incites such hatred? Menma scoffed, his words striking hard against Irika's pride. You cannot possibly comprehend my suffering. Irika snapped, anger surging as he pressed the blade with greater urgency. You have no idea what solitude and loneliness I have endured. You, monster, deserve to die? 1,000 tortures cannot quench my wrath. Enduring the physical pain. Myanmar's gaze remained icy as he regarded Irika. Did he not understand? Perhaps no one comprehended such suffering better than he. Crimson chakra surged from Myanmar's body, his eyes transforming into fearsome red slits, a change that sent a shiver down Irika's spine. In an instant, Myanmar broke free from the constraints of the ceiling array, unleashing a torrent of chakra energy that swept outward like a flood. Irika's short blade was mercilessly flung away, narrowly missing Shuemu's neck by a mere centimeter. Or else it would have surely claimed his life. Shuemu swallowed hard, shaken from his earlier nonchalance, slipping into a state of tense alertness. Irika found himself ensnared by Myanmar's chakra tails, rendered utterly powerless before the true fox spirit. Foolish, ignorant, and tragically laughable weakling. My pain and hatred far exceed yours. What you have lost pales in comparison to my suffering. With that, Myanmar manipulated his tails to hurl Irika towards Shuemu, using him as a buffer against the massive tree behind them. Cough! Shuemu, caught unprepared, collided painfully with the tree, a rush of warmth filling his throat as he spat blood. Despair washed over him, for this was merely the beginning of his misfortunes. Myanmar advanced, raining down relentless blows upon Irika, leaving Shuemu wedged between the tree and Irika, feeling the dual impacts from both sides, and struggling to breathe. Do you not wish to rid the world of the fox spirit? This power I wield comes from it. Strike back. Show me the depth of your hatred. Myanmar taunted Irika, pouring forth the resentment he had buried for years. Though this exchange was fleeting in time, for those ensnared within it, it stretched endlessly. Both Myanmar and Irika endured torment, while Shuemu experienced only the physical agony of his predicament. Regrettably, he had chosen the sturdiest tree to lean against, and even now it remained unyielding despite the blows he had taken. Chapter 13. The Cessation of the Undead Crack. At last, the tree behind them splintered, and Shuemu beheld the glimmer of hope he had long awaited. The tree had fallen. Irika and Shuemu were propelled backward, while Myanmar strove to quell his tumultuous emotions, refraining from delivering a final blow. For a courageous soul, anger drives one to confront the mightier. Only the cowardly unleash their wrath upon the weaker. Myanmar recognized that the version of himself who had yet to encounter Shimizu would have been as fearful as Irika. So each punch he had thrown was a testament to his disappointment in Irika and a farewell to his past self. He had transformed into a new being, a warrior, a true stronghold. Therefore, he could not bring himself to slay Irika. Struggling to rise from the ground, Shuemu surveyed the scattered, defeated pieces strewn about. Fully aware that his only option was to devise a long-term strategy, he had entirely abandoned any thoughts of Irika, that useless wretch, having squandered so much time on him only to end in failure. Shuemu questioned how he had ever misjudged Irika's potential. Fortunately, this so-called waste had recently proved somewhat useful in aiding the theft of the sealing book, offering a semblance of return on his years of investment. Once he had the opportunity to thoroughly study the forbidden techniques within, he would have the confidence to subdue any fox spirit, be it of the demon or lesser kind. But for now, he needed to flee. Survival was paramount for a resurgence. He did not believe that the fox spirit would forgive them, knowing they had come for its life. Thus, it was time to escape. Shuemu staggered to turn away, but before he could flee, Myanmar appeared before him with blinding speed. You trusted him so deeply, yet you would abandon him to flee alone? Myanmar glared at Shuemu with disdain, finding Irika's cowardice less offensive than the treachery of someone who would exploit another's trust. Perhaps due to his tragic childhood experiences, Myanmar deemed individuals like Shuemu as deserving of the most severe punishments. He would show no mercy. Shuemu felt the overwhelming killing intent radiating from Myanmar's gaze, and having already experienced Myanmar's formidable strength, he understood that confrontation would be futile. Only by submitting could he hope for a sliver of survival. Please, do not kill me. It's not my fault. You cannot hold me accountable. It was that fellow Irika, blinded by hatred after losing his parents, who committed such foolishness. I was also misled by him and had no choice but to join in. Mizuki hurriedly knelt down, pleading for mercy. Utterly unconcerned about his image as a chunin from Konoha, he sought to shift the blame entirely onto Irika, unwavering in his insistence that he was innocent. I am innocent. Truly innocent. Oh wait. Mizuki suddenly recalled something and began rummaging through his belongings. Myanmar frowned, not immediately intervening, but watching with curiosity to see what Mizuki was up to. Here. Mizuki produced the pouch of money he had previously stolen from Myanmar, presenting it with both hands. This is for you, and Irika incited me to do this. I used to help others catch thieves in the village. Had it not been for that scoundrel Irika coercing me, I would never have stooped to such vile deeds. That guy deserves to die? No wonder his peers have distanced themselves from him. A talentless oddity like him, who still fancies himself exceptional, should have long since met his end. Perhaps his parents were also victims of his folly. I shouldn't have pitied him and offered comfort. How foolish I was. Mizuki vehemently criticized Irika, tears brimming in his eyes, as if the truth were exactly as he claimed, that he was blameless and forced into this situation. Menma's frown deepened. He did not believe a word of Mizuki's drivel, yet he needed to retrieve the money pouch. As he reached for it, Mizuki, in a moment of desperation, unleashed a hidden weapon from his sleeve aimed at Menma's head. Clang! Menma deflected the attack with a kunai, and in that instant, Mizuki hurled a smoke bomb, hoping to seize an opportunity to escape. Unfortunately, the same trick would not work twice against Menma. With the presence of the kitsune cloak still intact, Menma ensnared Mizuki's leg with a demonic tail, sending him crashing to the ground before lifting him up again. Let him go? Irika's furious roar suddenly captured both Menma's and Mizuki's attention. They turned to see Irika, bloodied and battered, yet somehow still standing defiantly amidst the flames. His legs trembled, clearly at the end of his strength, yet he persevered, forming hand seals. See, Highway Mao Suzi. His gaze remained resolute, though it now held a newfound clarity. With glistening tears at the corners of his eyes, it appeared that after his sorrow, he had resolved to take a stand. Menma did not comprehend why Irika was still clinging to hope at this juncture, but given Irika's unwavering determination, he resolved to match him with equal effort, as a form of recognition and respect. Just then, an ill-timed crow appeared, circling overhead and emitting a harsh, discordant caw. Menma glanced up and immediately recognized it as the crow that Shizuhira had painstakingly raised. Its cries seemed to issue a dire warning. That technique is perilous. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Menma rushed forward to interrupt the hand seals. But at that moment, Mizuki seized his chance, clinging to him with all his might. Having secretly swallowed a specially crafted red military pill, Mizuki's muscles swelled with newfound strength, barely managing to suppress Menma. Though the drug's side effects would leave him bedridden for 2 days, eliminating Menma was his only option for survival. He had to take this gamble. Irika, I was right about you. Come on, kill him. Panic gripped Shizuhira, who had been observing everything through the crow's eyes from the hillside. He quickly formed seals to cast an illusion, attempting to intervene with Irika's mind. But alas, it was too late. You woo-see. With his hands pressed together, Irika successfully completed the seals. This was his last trump card, a forbidden technique he had gleaned from the sealing book, one that required no special talent or aptitude to execute. The cost, surrendering his soul to the Shinigami. Corpse Seal. Chapter 14, Eternal Friendship. With a grotesque visage, golden hair, and a short blade clenched in its mouth, a colossal phantom of the Shinigami, surrounded by blue, ghostly flames, materialized behind Irika. Menma gasped, his soul quaking in terror. He understood that what lay before him was an irresistible force. Mizuki also trembled but quickly became exhilarated. He had never imagined that Irika possessed such formidable power, unmistakably having secretly learned the forbidden techniques from the sealing book. Now he was confident that Irika could vanquish the kitsune. With the right application of this power, even gods would fall. This time, he had wagered correctly. Ha ha ha. Irika, you live up to your reputation, my dear friend. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Kill the kitsune, and you will be the hero of Konoha. Mizuki laughed heartily, his joy genuine, as nothing was more fortunate than the prospect of his own survival. The Shinigami opened its arms, a ghostly hand extending from its belly, flying straight toward Mizuki and Menma's position. Menma fixed his gaze on the spectral hand, attempting to break free from Mizuki's grasp, but Mizuki clung to him like a leech. Stop struggling. Once we reach hell, you'll have plenty of time to atone. Mizuki taunted, his eyes bloodshot. Despite the pain coursing through his body, he gritted his teeth and held on, knowing liberation was near. As the ghostly hand drew closer, Mizuki's heart raced with excitement. It's here, it's coming. Finally, I can close this wretched chapter. Mizuki counted silently, urging it on, wishing he could hurl Menma directly into the Shinigami's maw. But in the next moment, his pupils dilated, his heart stopped, and his mind went blank. Why? Why is the ghostly hand reaching into my body, extracting my soul? Menma was equally taken aback, his face a mask of astonishment. However, upon seeing the genuine smile on Irika's face, he began to comprehend. He realized that Irika had heard everything Mizuki had said. He understood he had been deceived. That all the companionship, encouragement, and support had been a facade. It turned out that even friendship could be feigned. Yet he had been a fool to believe it, unwavering in his faith throughout the years. He felt immense pain and sorrow, as if his heart had shattered, tears cascading down his cheeks. In this world, the last thread of connection that had sustained him had been severed. He could no longer find a reason to continue. Thus, the final card meant for the kitsune was drawn, but this time, it would not be executed as he had originally planned. Instead, he aimed it at his closest friend, the architect of this farce. He needed to settle the score with him. Hey, Irika, are you out of your mind? The kitsune is right beside me. Can't you see? Mizuki yelled frantically at Irika, who remained unresponsive, his face adorned with the same warm, gentle smile he had worn when first meeting Menma. However, this time, it was no longer a mask but a release. Mizuki felt a chill run down his spine as he realized the truth, beginning to curse Irika. Irika, you bastard. You actually intend to perish with me. You are even more malicious than the kitsune. You are unworthy of existence. Even in hell, you shall endure torment. You see, Irika remains silent, while the desperate Shumu resumes his pleas for mercy and attempts to ingratiate himself, reminiscent of how he previously dealt with Menma. Irika, please allow me to explain. I was compelled to speak falsehoods earlier. They were fabrications intended to deceive the fox spirit. You must not let these mislead your judgment. You must trust me, for I have always regarded you as a dear friend. Indeed, I believe you. Irika nodded with a smile, only to have his soul grasped by the Grim Reaper. As the Grim Reaper prepared to sever the bond between soul and body, Shuemu clung desperately to Irika's spirit, shaking it fervently. Just trust me. Quickly dispel this jutsu. Shuemu, it is too late. Irika shook his head, firmly gripping Shuemu's soul as if fearing the Grim Reaper might let him escape. After all these years of companionship, I have realized that I cannot do without your encouragement and support. Regardless of the truth of our circumstances, the outside world is no longer our concern. Let our souls loathe and contend with each other endlessly in the belly of the Grim Reaper. No, if you must die, then perish alone. I refuse to accompany you to your demise. Let go of me. Release me at once. Shuemu roared hoarsely, yet the Grim Reaper remained indifferent to his futile struggles. Swiftly severing the connection and engulfing both souls within himself, ultimately vanishing silently from this world. A gentle night breeze rustled the treetops, and the surrounding flames flickered nearly extinguished. The scattered embers were swept up by the wind, yet ultimately failed to find refuge, dwindling into the dust and disappearing into the darkness. Some stars in the sky dimmed, but the chirping of insects in the forest remained long and tranquil, as though nothing had transpired. Irika's body became an empty shell, slowly tilting forward. Menma forcefully tore off Shuemu's corpse from around himself, discarding it like refuse, and swiftly moved forward to catch Irika's body, which was about to collapse to the ground. Congratulations. You have slain the fox spirit that possessed you. Menma murmured softly near Irika's ear, though he knew the latter might no longer hear him. In Irika's disintegrating gaze, only chaos remained, yet a subtle smile lingered at the corners of his mouth. Menma raised a hand to close Irika's eyes, uncertain whether his sorrow stemmed from pity for Irika's demise or from sympathy for himself. It is late. It is time to return. Menma glanced at Sasuke, who stood at the treetop not far away. He had noticed Sasuke's presence long ago, but had been too preoccupied with Shuemu and the others to greet him. However, it seemed unnecessary now, as the inherent differences in their environments had destined them to walk divergent paths from the very beginning. Menma hoisted Irika's lifeless body and trudged slowly toward the back mountain. Unfamiliar with the outside world, he chose to bury Irika there. He had observed the serene environment of the back mountain before descending, deeming it less likely to be disturbed by outsiders, a fitting place for someone like him, nursing wounds within. Moreover, should loneliness strike, he could always gaze at the moon above. Chapter 15. The obsession to grow stronger. Sasuke, too, refrained from pursuing, silently watching Menma's figure gradually fade into the forest until it vanished from sight. Unbeknownst to him, his eyes had begun to fill with veins of blood. His fists clenched instinctively, nails digging into his palms, drawing blood that trickled through his fingers. He had witnessed the battle in its entirety, yet he understood that if Menma had been replaced by his current self, he would not have been able to confront the situation with such composure. Not to mention, He could never have defeated all his opponents while ensuring his own escape. In terms of both courage and strength, Menma's display of various techniques had revealed that this peer who had emerged from nowhere surpassed him by far, igniting a sense of resentment within Sasuke. Initially intrigued by Menma, due to Uchiha Shirsue's remark of "my student," Sasuke now found himself envious of Menma's prowess. Reflecting on his father's cold demeanor at home, and the disapproving gazes of his cousins, an inexplicable fury surged within him. He no longer wished to live under that person's protection, nor did he want to be referred to merely as someone's younger brother. He was his own individual. He had a name. He was Uchiha Sasuke. He intended for this name to be etched in the hearts of all. Therefore, he must grow stronger. Stronger than that person. Stronger than everyone else. This resolve intensified day by day until it erupted completely today, ignited by Menma. Vortex Menma. Sasuke articulated Menma's name syllable by syllable, for from this day forth, he had committed it to memory. He aimed to make Menma the first stepping stone beneath his feet, proving his strength to Uchiha Shirsue and earning the latter's recognition. With a resounding thud, Sasuke struck a nearby tree trunk with all his might, causing leaves to rain down, while birds and insects scattered in fear. Even Sakura, who had been hiding beneath a tree, was startled. In truth, she had already been terrified when she first glimpsed the fox spirit's garb on Menma, rendering her weak-kneed. The arrival of the Grim Reaper, capable of harvesting souls unseen, had left her trembling and nearly breathless. Now, Sasuke's punch jolted her back to reality, and she belatedly realized that Menma was nowhere to be found. Sasuke leaped down from the tree, and Sakura noticed his bleeding fist, anxiously asking, "How did you get hurt?" Sasuke, with a stern expression, offered no response, while Sakura impulsively removed her red ribbon that held her hair and attempted to bandage his wound, only to be met with Sasuke's cold rejection. No need. Sasuke's heart swelled with tumultuous emotions. He did not wish for anyone to disturb him. Yet, observing Sakura's bewildered expression after his rejection, he found himself questioning why he had vented his frustration on a girl. "I'm sorry." Upon hearing Sasuke's apology, Sakura shook her head, clutching the ribbon tightly, hesitant to overstep, lest she provoke his displeasure further. Seeing Sakura's cautious demeanor, her face marked by a sense of injustice, Sasuke felt no sympathy. Rather, he was filled with disdain, and the flicker of guilt he had felt moments ago evaporated. The image of Sakura, nearly paralyzed with fear, remained vivid in his mind. The thought of embarking on missions with someone so fragile filled him with despair. He could only hope that this burden would soon recognize their own limitations and voluntarily depart from Team 7, lest they truly become a liability on the battlefield. Sasuke turned silently to leave, and Sakura hurriedly followed. Although she had no idea where he was headed, she simply wished to accompany him. Sasuke, acutely aware of Sakura's persistent presence, snapped, "You shouldn't have followed me from the start, so please do not follow any further." His words held a certain power, rendering Sakura momentarily frozen in place. She quietly watched as Sasuke's figure receded into the distance before finally collapsing weakly to the ground. She sensed that Sasuke had transformed significantly from his former self, though she could not comprehend the experiences that had altered him in such a brief span. She could distinctly feel the profound disdain he harbored towards her. What had she done wrong? Sakura remained rooted to the spot until she was hastily approached by Uchiha Obito and Ko. Ko had been forcibly brought along by Obito, who had insisted on dragging him, although he had longed to return to slumber. However, upon reaching the scene, a familiar scent pierced through his senses, instantly invigorating him. He squinted, scanning every corner where he had previously fought, and detected a lingering, cold, chaotic chakra in the air. This power resonated with the unexpected gain he had acquired. Yet, Ko refrained from revealing what he knew, instead continuing to feign drowsiness as he stealthily returned to Obito's side. Meanwhile, Obito calmed Sakura's emotions and gleaned the entire account from her. He first confirmed that Sasuke had departed towards the Leaf Village, allowing himself a sigh of relief. Then cast a meaningful glance towards the back mountain. On the back mountain, Uchiha Shirsue, now clad in ANBU attire, assisted Ko in burying Irika's body. They chopped down a nearby tree to fashion a makeshift tombstone. Ko did not wish to squander any more time on a deceased individual, dusted himself off, and retrieved the pouch Shirsue had previously given him, intending to return it to its rightful owner. However, Shirsue waved his hand dismissively, saying, "No need. Keep it. You may find it useful one day. Is there still a chance to emerge?" Ko gazed into Shirsue's eyes, seemingly seeking a definitive answer, but was met only with silence. Understanding the implication, Ko redirected his gaze skyward, wishing to take in the beauty of the starry sky for a moment longer. Before long, several ANBU emerged from the forest, one of whom hastened towards Shursui to relay, "Obito, Lord Danzo urgently requests your presence. Please come with me." "Understood." Shursui responded nonchalantly, though his mind was filled with questions. At this late hour, what urgent matter could the old man possibly have? Before he could ponder further, the messenger made a hand signal, and the others swiftly surrounded Ko, restraining him with specialized shackles and a hood. As for the Nine Tails, they would escort him back to rest. There was no need for you to concern yourself with the ensuing matters. Understood. Shursui cast a cold glance at his interlocutor. "Lead the way. Follow me." Thus, the two departed, with Ko being taken back to the base of the root organization by the others. Chapter 16. Black Snow traversing through the dim corridor. Shursui was led to a secret chamber. Two ANBU stood guard at either side of the chamber, and upon Shursui's arrival, they willingly opened the heavy door. The messenger ANBU turned, gesturing for Shursui to enter. Clearly, his task was complete. Shursui, accustomed to such procedures, asked no questions and stepped into the chamber. Moments later, a resounding clang echoed as the door was shut behind him. Judging by the sound, the door was quite robust, likely offering excellent soundproofing. Anyone wishing to conduct secretive dealings within would probably go unnoticed by the outside world. Of course, Shursui Uchiha was an honest man and held no illicit intentions towards the old man Danzo. However, this was contingent upon mutual respect. Inside the chamber, Danzo sat at his desk, illuminated solely by a solitary candle, which was also the only source of light in the room. The flickering flame cast a stern visage upon Danzo's wrinkled face. Shursui found himself somewhat bemused. Had the root organization fallen into such poverty that only a single candle was lit? Truly, what a peculiar old man, ever fond of such atmospheric play. Nevertheless, in such darkness, the Sharingan posed no challenge for Shursui. A mere glance revealed the presence of three others in the chamber alongside himself and Danzo. Two were positioned closely against the wall behind Danzo, likely tasked with his protection. Such chambers typically housed secret escape routes, and the positions of these two hinted at their proximity to such an exit. The third individual leaned against the right corner as Shursui entered, exuding a strange, eerie silence, compelling Shursui to focus his attention on them. Just as Shursui was pondering the identity of this figure, Danzo initiated questioning. Allowing the Nine Tails to act independently demonstrates considerable audacity. "Obito." Danzo's tone carried hints of anger, clearly reproachful, yet Shursui unfazedly explained, had he not faced this challenge alone, the effects of his rigorous training would not have manifested over such an extended period. Now that he is safe, what significance lies in revisiting those details? "Humph." Danzo scoffed, evidently dissatisfied with Shursui's response. Should he have seized this opportunity to flee? Do you comprehend the consequences? Rest assured, he will not. Shursui's reply was resolute, devoid of hesitation, rendering Danzo momentarily speechless. After a brief pause, Danzo continued, "Do you place such trust in him?" "No." Shursui emphatically rejected Danzo's assertion, his gaze unwavering, yet he casually added, "Rather, it is he who trusts me." Upon hearing this reply, Danzo was initially taken aback. Soon thereafter a knowing smile graced his lips, for this was the reaction he had sought to provoke. "Excellent. In that case, there is a very important task at hand that he shall undertake, to see if he can withstand the trial." Hearing of yet another test, Shursui furrowed his brow. The events of the night had been orchestrated by Danzo himself, with the tacit approval of the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. However, allowing Irika and others to steal the sealing scroll had been unforeseen, nearly derailing the entire operation. Yet, just as one crisis subsided, another emerged. It seemed these two old men were intent on pushing the Nine Tails Jinchuriki to their limits. "What is it?" In response to Shursui's question, Danzo wasted no words, swiftly picking up a secret scroll from his desk and tossing it to Shursui. Upon receiving the scroll, Shursui opened it and quickly skimmed its contents, which pertained to the Rain Village. It mentioned that a significant influx of envoys from the Land of Earth and the Land of Wind had been entering and exiting Rain Village, with frequent sightings of figures covertly entering the tower under the guidance of the Rain Village's ANBU, likely to meet Hanzo. Since the end of the Third Shinobi World War, Hanzo had continued to enforce a policy of seclusion. However, The sudden resurgence of activity in the long-quiet rain village raised suspicions regarding whether Hanzo was concocting a new scheme. Therefore, the Root's infiltrators in Rain Village had sent this scroll to ascertain whether they should continue risking infiltration into the tower for intelligence, or directly impose a decisive end to Hanzo's potential threats, hoping for Danzo's resolution. While Shui perused the scroll, Danzo leaned back, gazing at the ceiling as if lost in past memories. It was not until Shui had folded the scroll that Danzo spoke in a somber tone. Since the conclusion of the Third Shinobi World War, it has indeed been quite some time since I last communicated with Hanzo. I wonder how he has been faring. It seems that relationships between individuals must be nurtured through correspondence to remain steadfast. With that, Danzo retrieved another scroll from his desk and inscribed to Hanzo upon its seal. The contents of the scroll appeared to have been prepared long ago, and it was evident that a messenger was needed to deliver a letter to the Land of Rain. Shui understood that this must be the next trial, yet he was acutely aware that Danzo's intentions were far from merely delivering a message. He had long heard of Hanzo the Salamander's notorious reputation. The man had led the Hidden Rain Village in a simultaneous war against the Land of Iron, the Sand Village, and the Leaf Village, never faltering during the Second Shinobi World War. Furthermore, the titles of the legendary Three Ninjas of Konoha had been conferred upon them by him. Such a formidable figure evoked a natural sense of reverence among many who heard tales of his exploits. However, being a member of the Umbu, Shui was well aware that in recent years, Hanzo's health had deteriorated significantly. His quarters within the tower were guarded by a rotating team of sentinels, and even children had to undergo stringent searches to approach him. During this precarious time, sending the young Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails to deliver a letter, and requiring it to be personally opened by Hanzo, suggested that Danzo had ulterior motives. Shui immediately surmised Danzo's true intent. He understood that the rumors circulating outside remained unverified by anyone brave enough to speak them aloud. If Hanzo were to set a trap to lure enemies deeper, then the Jinchuriki's mission would undoubtedly be fraught with peril. Determined, he volunteered to accompany him. However, to his surprise, Danzo shook his head. Danzo slowly set down his pen and spoke deliberately. "It is merely a message. There is no need for such extravagant means. I have other candidates in mind for this task, so rest assured." With that, Danzo gestured toward the corner of the room, and a dark-clad Umbu who had been waiting stepped forward, approaching Shui's side. The flickering firelight illuminated the visitor's features. Clad in standard Umbu attire, with a short sword at his back, he wore a mask adorned with cat ears, red patterns, and distinctive markings, his mouth curving downwards in a peculiar expression. This attire bore a resemblance to that of other Umbu, yet the striking white hair of the individual quickly revealed his identity. Hayuki. Chapter 17. The heart of Danzo Shui's pupils narrowed slightly. He was now certain that Danzo intended for the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki to assassinate Hanzo directly. Hayuki was privately regarded as Danzo's swiftest blade, having dealt with the majority of rogue ninjas and traitors over the years within the Umbu. Furthermore, he had been personally assigned by Danzo to carry out numerous clandestine high-profile assassination missions. His name had already resonated throughout the ninja world, and his unique lightning-based technique, the Chidori, had become a nightmare for many. It could be said that his existence within the Root organization was solely for the purpose of killing. Danzo tossed the scroll to Hayuki and said in a low voice, "I apologize for burdening you with this journey. Once it is complete, I shall grant your prior special request." Special request? Shui immediately grasped the significance of this. Indeed, the two had evidently conspired long before his arrival. Coughing discreetly, he reassessed the situation. It appeared they had already negotiated, and he was merely a part of the process now unfolding before him. Even so, Shui felt uneasy about the matter. After all, Hanzo was known as Hanzo the Salamander specifically because he could emit toxic mists akin to those of the Black Salamander, a lethal attack that could kill without warning. If they could interfere with Hanzo using genjutsu beforehand, the probability of a successful assassination would surely increase, and casualties would be minimized. Just as Shui was about to voice his thoughts, Danzo raised a hand to silence him. "I understand what you wish to say. Do not worry. There are those capable of neutralizing the salamander's poison. She will accompany Hayuki and the others on this mission. Additionally, one of my trusted aides has volunteered for this task, and I have consented, so this plan will undoubtedly succeed." Danzo slowly lifted his gaze to Shui, the unmistakable authority in his eyes extinguishing Shui's hopes of accompanying the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki to the hidden rain village. In truth, had I not another task that only you can undertake, I would never have allowed them to accompany the Jinchuriki. As you mentioned earlier, I require his trust in you. What task? Shisui inquired, but Danzo did not respond immediately. Instead, he cast a deliberate glance at Hayuki, clearly indicating that the latter should take his leave. Hayuki, understanding Danzo's silent cue, showed little interest in matters unrelated to his mission, tucked the scroll away, and exited the chamber. Once the door closed, Danzo resumed speaking at a leisurely pace. What are your thoughts on the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen? Shisui was momentarily taken aback by Danzo's abrupt shift in topic. He struggled to comprehend its relevance to the task at hand. Could it be that Danzo harbored ambitions to assassinate the third Hokage? That notion was absurd. After a moment of reflection, Shisui eventually offered an objective evaluation. He is a dedicated leader, known for his tolerance. Tolerant? Humph. Danzo scoffed, his tone growing more intense. It's more likely that he is simply antiquated. Shisui remained silent, observing Danzo, knowing that whatever he said would hold sway. As long as it did not lead him to the madness of attempting to assassinate the third Hokage. Presently, Konoha appeared to flourish outwardly, yet under his governance. It had become a disarray. Without a firm hand to steer it back on course, continuing with indecision would inevitably lead to calamity. As the saying goes, the capable rise, while the inept fall. The third Hokage had become overly attached to his political power, resulting in the fourth Hokage wandering aimlessly, reluctant to return to the village. Thus, for Konoha to undergo reform, it must first be dismantled. Upon hearing this, Shisui began to grasp Danzo's underlying message. It seemed that Danzo's ambitions could no longer be contained. However, he could only hope that he would not be assigned to carry out an assassination. The Uchiha clan merely wished to develop quietly without engaging in such madness. Therefore, was this task to involve an assassination? Shisui intended to probe further, but Danzo shot him a fierce glare, prompting him to promptly close his mouth. Nevertheless, this indicated that Danzo might not directly assign him to this task, considering he still had two other mouths to feed. This is irrelevant. I merely inquired out of curiosity, so do not take it to heart. As for the task I mentioned, it pertains to an exceptionally important meeting in the Land of Rivers, and you must accompany me. The Land of Rivers? Shisui recalled that this country was merely a small nation neighboring the Land of Fire, with military capabilities far inferior to the 5 great shinobi countries, posing no threat to the Land of Fire. Why would Danzo personally attend a meeting initiated by such a minor nation? Conventionally, it would be the higher-ups from that nation seeking an audience in Konoha. Moreover, based on past experiences, meetings requiring his presence typically involved high-ranking officials from major countries. The Land of Rivers, situated on the southern coastal edge between the Wind and Fire countries, bordered the Land of Rain to the north. Given that Danzo had already dispatched Hayuki and others to assassinate Hanzo, it was highly likely that the individuals they were to meet would originate from the Land of Wind. Will we need to employ that sort of power? Shisui ventured, alluding to his unique Jinjutsu, the Kodo Amatsukami, capable of altering others' consciousness. Danzo contemplated this for a moment before responding slowly. I harbor a long-held wish that remains unfulfilled, so I must place my hopes in others. If this meeting does not yield favorable results, then I shall be compelled to make the other party comply, lending me their aid. I understand, Shisui replied, now fully comprehending the situation. It was indeed individuals from the Land of Wind that Danzo intended to meet. Moreover, it is well known that Danzo harbored the ambition of ascending to the position of Hokage. It appears he intends to employ the same tactics once again. Akin to his previous meeting with Hanzo, this time, he is preparing to leverage the power of the Wind Country to overthrow the third Hokage and facilitate his own rise to power. The Sunigakure of the Wind Country stands as a formidable force, second only to Konoha in terms of strength and wealth, a stark contrast to the Rain Village, which is caught between the influences of the Earth, Fire, and Wind nations. As Shisui pondered this, a name and image flashed through his mind, one he initially deemed unlikely but found increasingly difficult to dismiss. After confirming with Danzo their plans to set off for the Land of Rivers the following morning, Shisui decisively exited the secret chamber. He did not linger at the base, but stealthily returned to the surface while the others were preoccupied. Utilizing the summoning technique, Shisui called forth a raven and secured a small scroll, encrypted with a special incantation, to its leg. He gently stroked the raven's glossy feathers and whispered, "Go," and ensure that the message reaches him swiftly. The raven cawed in response before taking flight. On the following morning, Menma, accompanied by several shadowy figures, departed from the Root Organization's base and arrived at a secluded grove a few miles outside of Konoha. The morning mist was thick due to the proximity of a stream, limiting visibility to merely a few meters. The sun had yet to rise, and the cool air made Menma, clad in thin attire, feel slightly chilled. However, he maintained a stoic demeanor, standing still in anticipation. After a while, two figures emerged from the fog, both clad in ANBU attire but bearing distinct features. The first, masked, possessed a pair of crimson eyes adorned with 3 tomo, while the second had striking white hair. Recognizing Shursui, Menma's tense expression softened. He had not anticipated that the wish he silently made under the starry sky the previous night would come to fruition so soon, granting him yet another chance to escape his confines, though he remained uncertain of the arrangements that lay ahead. In a departure from the norm, Shursui approached Menma with a small satchel. He knelt before him and retrieved a cloak from the bag, draping it over Menma's shoulders. The cloak, hastily modified from his own garments, was somewhat oversized, prompting Shursui to awkwardly ruffle his hair. "It seems I am not adept at tailoring," he admitted, "but you are at an age where you are still growing. Perhaps it will fit better upon your return." Menma tugged at the cloak, unbothered by its size, as an inexplicable warmth began to emanate from within him, gradually warming his body. This peculiar sensation was beyond his ability to articulate, yet it conjured memories of a teacher from his orphanage days, who had once imparted lessons to him and the other children. Following the etiquette instilled in him by that teacher, he felt compelled to express his gratitude. "Thank you," Menma murmured, just loud enough for Shursui to hear. Catching him off guard, Shursui gently patted Menma's head in response, saying nothing, but placed the satchel over Menma's shoulder. Upon inspecting the contents of the satchel, Menma discovered an array of everyday items, antidotes, and provisions, indicating that their journey would not be brief. "Where are we headed?" Menma inquired with curiosity. "To the Rain Village," Shursui replied. Menma recalled the map he had seen at the arena and quickly identified the village's location. It was indeed a long journey, igniting a flicker of excitement within him, though he maintained an outwardly calm facade. Shursui then introduced the figure beside him. "Allow me to introduce you to Kuroyuki. You will be undertaking a special mission with him in the Rain Village, so do not hesitate to consult him with any questions you may have, and be sure to follow his orders. Do you understand?" Menma furrowed his brow, sensing the peculiarity in Shursui's words. "What about you?" "Regrettably, I cannot accompany you this time, as I have other pressing matters to attend to," Shursui replied with a resigned gesture. Menma chose not to press further. Accepting the organization's decision, he began to scrutinize Kuroyuki, yet his instincts suggested that this individual posed no threat. Could he be a weakling? Seemingly perceiving Menma's apprehension, Shursui hastily reassured him, "Rest assured, he is quite capable and will not hinder your progress." Kuroyuki shot a glance at Shursui, taken aback by the implication that he might impede a child. Sensing the tension, Shursui quickly positioned himself behind Menma and gave him a gentle push toward Kuroyuki. "Well then, you two will have ample time to bond. I must attend to urgent matters. Farewell." With that, Shursui vanished into the mist before Menma could turn to bid him farewell, followed by the other shadowy figures. Kuroyuki observed as Menma remained hesitant to turn back, prompting him to impatiently urge, "Hey, kid, it's time to move." Menma replied coolly, retreating into his shell as he turned to depart with Kuroyuki, heading westward. As the sun gradually ascended, the mist dissipated, revealing a woman clad in a nun's attire and round spectacles, alongside a young man with short gray hair in AMBU garb, who had been waiting for Kuroyuki and Menma for some time. Upon approaching the pair, Kuroyuki halted to greet them. It turned out that the individual mentioned by Danzo, who could counter the poison of the mountain pepperfish, was none other than the infamous Wandering Priestess, a revelation that took him by surprise. The mention of this title, which she loathed, caused the corners of the woman's mouth to twitch slightly. Since she was the one to initiate the conversation, she felt no obligation to hold back. "Oh my, I never imagined that a mere character like myself would be remembered by you, the son of the legendary Konoha White Fang, Kakashi Hitaki. I am truly honored." Kuroyuki's expression beneath his mask grew somewhat rigid. It was evident that this astute spy had done her research before their meeting. As Kuroyuki reflected on this, the Wandering Priestess continued with a beaming smile, "I shall indeed assist you in completing the task at hand, so I look forward to your guidance." However, how should I address you appropriately? Should I call you Mr. Kuroyuki as they do, or perhaps refer to you as cold-blooded Kakashi? Upon hearing the latter, Kuroyuki's gaze sharpened. The wandering priestess was unyielding, and the tension between their eyes was palpable. Like her, Kuroyuki detested the title cold-blooded Kakashi, a moniker that stemmed from a time when he nearly killed a teammate on the battlefield due to certain circumstances, only to be mischaracterized by an overly zealous individual. With a sigh, Kuroyuki removed his mask and spoke in a calm tone. You may simply call me Kakashi in everyday situations, but during missions, refer to me by my codename, Kuroyuki. As Menma curiously lifted his gaze towards Heishua, he initially believed he would catch a glimpse of the true face behind the mask, only to discover that the other party wore a veil beneath it. Was this merely an exercise in solitude? How deceptive! The wandering priestess, Yaoshi Yinayu, immediately retracted her intimidating demeanor and calmly stated, You may call me Yinayu. Observing the shift in attitudes between the two, the atmosphere gradually softened. The gray-haired youth, who had been at a loss for words, felt an instant sense of relief. He slowly raised his hand to draw their attention and introduced himself. My name is Xian. I know, replied Yinayu and Kakashi in unison, leaving Xian with nothing but embarrassment on his face. To alleviate his awkwardness, Xian promptly turned to Menma beside Heishua and inquired gently, And you? May I ask your name? Uzumaki Menma. Uzumaki. Wow, that surname is quite rare these days. I never expected to encounter it today. I feel truly honored. I look forward to your guidance. Xian smiled warmly and extended his right hand for a handshake, only to be met with a direct brush past him. Menma understood that this was merely a mission, and thus, he saw no need to forge unnecessary connections or engage in hollow smiles. Xian was taken aback by Menma's aloofness. He had not anticipated such a standoffish demeanor from someone so young, which also caught Yinayu's attention. Rather than suffer the same fate as Xian, Yinayu scrutinized Menma's youthful face, feeling an uncanny familiarity about it. As Menma passed by Yinayu, he instinctively met her gaze, sensing he had seen her somewhere before. Both remained silent, yet in that fleeting moment of eye contact, they seemed to confirm something unspoken. Chapter 19. The tenacity of will. Following a brief, yet somewhat pleasant meeting, the four soon resumed their journey. Heishua led the way at the forefront, while Menma closely followed behind. Both shared a similar temperament, maintaining silence throughout, in stark contrast to the lively banter of the two trailing behind. Initially, Yinayu and Xian were relatively calm, exchanging a few words out of boredom to lighten the mood. However, they soon discovered a common topic and became increasingly animated, requiring frequent pauses to rest. Menma noted that the young man named Xian seemed unwell, occasionally coughing, sometimes severely enough to cough up blood. Despite Xian's attempts to conceal it, Menma remained observant. Concurrently, he noticed that Yaoshi Yinayu was discreetly employing medical ninjutsu to assist Xian in improving his condition. Yet it appeared to yield little improvement. Menma could not fathom why such individuals were included in this mission, but given that Heishua, the mission leader, had not voiced any concerns, he felt it prudent to refrain from interfering. Perhaps, as Shirshue had suggested, this mission was indeed special, and these two might play a crucial role in a future segment, prompting Menma to believe it necessary to ascertain the true nature of their task. Seizing the opportunity while Yinayu and Xian lagged behind, Menma sampled some dried bamboo shoots that Shirshue had stored in his satchel before approaching Heishua, who was engrossed in reading a book by the roadside. Menma noticed the title emblazoned on the cover, The Tenacity of Will in Ninja Arts. Heishua seemed quite attached to this book, as Menma had observed him reading it on several occasions during their wait. What is the mission about? Menma inquired directly, not believing Heishua would mind such a straightforward question. Without lifting his gaze, Heishua tossed a scroll to Menma, maintaining his focus on the page. Upon receiving the scroll, Menma discovered it was sealed, bearing the words to Hanzo, clearly a letter. Delivering a message? Menma asked, intrigued. Kakashi nodded in affirmation. Menma was somewhat taken aback. He had not anticipated being assigned such a simple task. However, judging by the demeanor of Yinayu and Xian, there seemed to be little indication of danger. Why not provide me with the address? I could make a swift trip and return. At this rate, who knows when the letter will reach its recipient? The mission only requires us to deliver the letter, but it does not specify a timeline. Therefore, there is no need to rush, Kakashi countered, slowly setting the book down and glancing at Menma. Though Menma's expression remained unchanged, A hint of impatience flickered in his eyes. If you find it dull, I can lend you the book to read, Kakashi offered, closing the book with a serious demeanor and extending it towards Menma. Menma hesitated. To be honest, he had little interest in such a worn book. However, seeing the flicker of expectation in Kakashi's eyes made him uncertain of how to refuse. After all, passing time by reading wouldn't be so bad. Menma accepted the book, and Kakashi quickly instructed, "Take care of it, don't damage it. You wouldn't be able to afford the cost." Menma felt a twitch in his eye, internally exasperated by Kakashi's directness. Remembering the pouch of money Shisui had given him, Menma was suddenly tempted to fling it at Kakashi's face. Of course, he was uncertain whether the funds would suffice to purchase such a book. Understood, Menma replied calmly, moving to a nearby tree to begin reading. Upon opening the book's first page, Menma noticed a prominent signature, which he vaguely recognized as belonging to Jiraiya. The subsequent preface introduced the author, who referred to himself as the Toad Sage from Mount Myaboku. To Menma, this was merely a new and unfamiliar term, not something he felt compelled to ponder. He casually flipped to the main content and began to read. As time passed, Menma was unaware that Yi Yu and Xian had already caught up, stealthily reading the book's contents behind him. Eventually, having finished the entire text, Menma gazed into the distance for a while. The book had left a profound impact on him. However, upon reflection, he found the ideas presented to be rather unrealistic, too naive, and best regarded as a fairy tale for children. The first chapter's interpretation of strength was something Menma could begrudgingly accept. Yet the subsequent content starkly contradicted the survival principles imparted by Shisui. The chains of hatred and war could not be severed. The notion of using tolerance and kindness to sway an adversary was sheer folly. If one were to act thus, they would likely meet with death. Survival was the only path. To live was to carve out a future one desired. The book spoke of a character named Naruto, referred to as the Child of Prophecy, whom Menma considered could just as easily be dubbed the child of fairy tales. Such individuals could not possibly exist in this harsh world. Otherwise, they would have perished countless times. Of course, Menma believed that people like Naruto might exist in another realm. But if anyone in this world naively clung to the book's teachings, their life would likely culminate in a tragic and desolate end. As Menma prepared to close the book, he discovered one final page remaining. Holding on to a flicker of curiosity, he turned to it, finding the same handwriting as on the first page, which simply stated, "The era of peace will ultimately arrive. We must believe in the future." Humph, childish, Menma scoffed, dismissively closing the book with force, just as a large chestnut was about to fall from above. Sensing imminent danger, Menma instinctively evaded the ambush using his instantaneous movement technique. Upon recognizing his assailant as the very pharmacist he had been awaiting, Yi Yu, he questioned her with a tone of displeasure. "What do you intend to do?" "Humph, you little rascal. How dare you disparage the heartfelt work of Lord Jiraiya, the fourth Hokage of the Leaf Village?" Though the world he envisioned remains unrealized, that beautiful aspiration continues to inspire all of us who cherish peace to strive forward. Only through the efforts of our generation can the next enjoy a brighter future. Do you understand? Yi Yu, with her hands firmly placed on her hips, admonished Menma. In a moment of distraction, Menma recalled a figure from his childhood at the orphanage. He shook his head gently to dispel the untimely memory and retorted angrily, "May I inquire whether Lord Jiraiya, the author of this book, has ever made such efforts? Has he steadfastly pursued the path he believes in? Furthermore, you mention him without hesitation, yet I now realize that this Lord Jiraiya is none other than the fourth Hokage of the Leaf Village. Has he truly illuminated the darkness within Konoha as he professes?" Menma unfastened his cloak, shedding his upper garments to reveal his scarred skin, displaying the countless needle marks adorning his arms before Yi Yu's eyes. "These are the tortures I have endured. Do you expect me to follow the narrative he penned, to relinquish my hatred and anger, and extend a hand of reconciliation to my tormentors?" Yi Yu gazed upon Menma's battered form, unable to fathom the inhumane suffering he must have endured at such a tender age. Though his wounds had healed, the scars remained, permanently etched into his skin and deeply imprinted in his heart, causing him pain with each glance. She covered her mouth with her hand, unsure how to respond, as a wave of disappointment and helplessness washed over her, making it difficult to meet Menma's gaze. She believed that Lord Jiraiya, as the fourth Hokage, would never wish for such tragedies to occur. However, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, was his mentor. Had Sarutobi relinquished control sooner, allowing Jiraiya to truly govern and rectify the darkness within Konoha, perhaps the fates of Menma, herself, and countless other children would have been altered. With a resigned sigh, Yao Shirinayu reflected on her role as the most skilled spy. Yet over the years, she had been unable to ascertain Jiraiya's whereabouts. If only he were present today, what answers might he provide? Chapter 20. Jiraiya in the Land of Lightning, within the Hidden Cloud Village. The exuberant Killer Bee awoke to the sun blazing brightly in the sky as he pushed aside the curtain and stepped into the living area. Realizing it was already midday and his stomach was empty, he decided it was time to procure some food. Killer Bee tousled his unruly hair and made his way toward the mountain path, soon spotting two oddly dressed individuals who seemed out of place in his village. Yo, let me see who the hell dares to obstruct my path. If they refuse to disperse, they'll surely face dire consequences. As he shaded his eyes with his hand and focused, he discerned that the two figures, clad in black cloaks adorned with red clouds and wearing light brown hats with wind chimes, were slowly approaching him, unsure of their identities. But feeling a duty as a guardian of the hidden cloud, he began to prepare himself, refining his rap that he had been practicing for 2.5 years, while dancing animatedly toward the newcomers. Your presence stirs an exhilarating sensation within me, a feeling I've never known before, because I have developed a crush on you. You are mine, and I am yours. The youth beneath the hat, with deep golden hair and one eye obscured by bangs, was taken aback. He reached into his ninja tool pouch, and his palms began to absorb clay. With a swift motion, he hurled several explosive clay balls toward Killer Bee. Hey, he commanded, and the clay detonated around Killer Bee, engulfing him in a cloud of dust. The smaller, hunched figure, visibly annoyed, rebuked, "What are you doing? Be careful not to injure him. The leader will be furious." The youth waved dismissively. "Relax, I'm merely giving him a fright while showcasing the art of explosions." To his surprise, Killer Bee mistook the chaos for a celebratory gesture from his fans. After years of rapping, finally, a reward. They've even prepared fireworks. How generous. Feeling invigorated, Killer Bee emerged from the smoke, as if he were an international superstar making a grand entrance, exuberantly performing. The longer I gaze, the more explosive the thrill. The closer I draw, I'm melting away, wanting to claim you as my own. Baby, baby, no matter where I go, thoughts of you linger. The youth clenched his fists, veins bulging, astonished that instead of retreating, Killer Bee had only grown bolder. "Shut him up, Scorpion." In accordance, the man named Scorpion removed his mask and unleashed a barrage of chakra threads, binding Killer Bee, who continued to rap despite his predicament. "Everyone is watching. You. My heart is restless. Yo. Silence." Scorpion bellowed, disrupting Killer Bee's rhythm and forcing him to cease his performance. "Enough with the nonsense. Answer me. Are you the Eight Tails, Killer Bee? Yo, you foul-smelling scoundrel. I'm worth a mere $3 for a pound. What business do you have with me?" Scorpion found himself at a loss for words, realizing that this individual was beyond redemption. He tossed a scroll to the ground, which unfurled itself, summoning a puppet resembling a large barrel. Controlling it with chakra threads, Scorpion ensnared Killer Bee within the puppet's torso and affixed several sealing tags to it. "Let us go? Deidara, we have a report to deliver." As Scorpion turned, the golden-haired youth named Deidara had already crafted a massive clay bird. They leaped onto it, soaring away from the hidden cloud village. On a mountain peak several miles from Sunagakure, a tall man wearing a red robe and a forehead protector, with long white hair cascading down to his waist, sat cross-legged on a large stone, meditating. Achoo! He sneezed loudly, rubbing his nose as he gazed into the distance, pondering who might be speaking of him at that moment. Before long, a tall youth, adorned in a black cloak embroidered with red clouds and possessing the Sharingan, approached with a crow perched upon his shoulder. "Lord Jiraiya," he greeted politely. Jiraiya turned, a warm smile illuminating his face as he recognized the young man who had followed him since he had brought him from the village. "What is it, Itachi? Is there something on your mind?" Itachi nodded gently, replying softly, "Shursui has sent word that Danzo has dispatched individuals to assassinate Hanzo in the Rain Village. Since he has another mission to attend to, he hopes I can assist the assassination team." Hanzo. Jiraiya murmured the name, quickly recalling the man who once stood atop the mountain trout, incapacitating a multitude of Konoha's ninja forces with his poisonous gas. The man was indeed a discerning individual. Had he not shown mercy back then, it was likely that the legendary Sannin of Konoha would not have come to be. However, the The sudden desire of Danzo to eliminate Hanzo puzzled Jiraiya. Although he held disdain for both parties, understanding the motive behind this decision was imperative. Did the letter provide any clarification? Yes, it indicated that the Rain Village had recently engaged in frequent dealings with the Wind and Earth nations, prompting Danzo to suspect that Hanzo could pose a threat to Konoha, thus contemplating the need to eradicate him preemptively. Humph, crafty old foxes, let them fight among themselves. Yet, Shursui seems to doubt the likelihood of success in this assassination attempt, which is why he wishes for your involvement. Given the distance, will you be able to arrive in time? Rest assured, Shursui has made arrangements. Good, that is reassuring. Furthermore, the letter mentioned that Shursui would accompany Danzo on a secret mission to the Land of Rivers for a highly significant meeting, which raised suspicions in Itachi. Jiraiya too became intrigued, recalling his previous visit to the Land of Rivers, a place devoid of anything particularly noteworthy. Danzo's personal attendance suggested there were grave intentions at play. Could it be related to the Wind Country? Jiraiya openly shared his thoughts, and Itachi nodded in agreement, affirming that Danzo's clandestine meeting was likely with the fourth Kazekage of Sunagakure, Raza. A knowing smile spread across Jiraiya's face as understanding dawned upon him. Chapter 21. The Human Trafficker of Konoha. Lord Jiraiya, should we not send someone to the Land of Rivers to investigate? Itachi proposed, to which Jiraiya resolutely shook his head. There is no need. The Land of Rivers is 1,000 miles away. Not only would it be late to set off now, but given that this is a secret meeting personally participated in by Danzo, how could we easily ascertain its location? Itachi nodded in agreement with Jiraiya's reasoning. Danzo's character was one of extreme caution and suspicion. If the organization were to dispatch someone to track him, it would likely expose Shusui's potential breach of confidentiality. By the way, I have been experiencing an incessant twitch in my eyelid lately, which fills me with a sense of foreboding. Jiraiya rubbed his forehead, appearing somewhat troubled. He recalled a similar occurrence prior to the passing of an old friend, leading him to believe that someone dear to him might soon encounter misfortune. Thus, after meeting this last possible candidate for the prophesied child, he intended to return and reconnect with old friends, rekindling those cherished bonds. Upon hearing this, Itachi sensed Jiraiya's inclination towards a return to Konoha, a realization that brought a glimmer of hope to his heart. After all these years, the long-awaited event might finally unfold. Just as Itachi felt moved, he noticed that the captors of Killer Bee, Scorpion, and his companion had arrived atop a clay bird at the mountain peak. Scorpion threw the barrel-shaped puppet before Jiraiya, his deep voice announcing, "Leader, we have brought the one you sought." Jiraiya observed the sealing tags of the puppet, instantly realizing something was amiss. He swiftly tore off the seals, lifting the cover of the puppet's abdomen to reveal a young man with bronze skin and sunglasses, bound tightly by chakra threads. Initially, he shot a displeased glare at Scorpion, but the latter averted his gaze, prompting Jiraiya to redirect his frustration towards Deidara. "Hey Deidara, did I not instruct you to invite him? Why has he been brought here bound?" Deidara, looking somewhat sheepish, absent-mindedly twirled his bangs with his fingers, avoiding eye contact. "Well, I do appreciate art, but if I were to say I enjoy the art of binding, would you believe me?" "What?" Jiraiya exclaimed in shock, but surprisingly accepted Deidara's explanation. After all, in his travels across various nations, he had encountered a multitude of individuals, some fond of explosions, others of puppets, and even those who preferred to secretly train their younger siblings. Thus, the emergence of someone who favored the art of binding did not seem entirely implausible. Noticing the seal still on Killer Bee's mouth, Jiraiya promptly reached out to tear it off, for he intended to have a heart-to-heart conversation, and silencing him would be akin to playing a lute to a cow. Scorpion and Deidara instinctively stepped back at Jiraiya's actions. Observing their peculiar behavior, Jiraiya furrowed his brow. But before he could inquire, a rap burst forth from Killer Bee. "Yo, you white-haired old dude, why did you send people to bind me? If you don't admit defeat, I'll make you cry." Jiraiya's lips twitched at the rhythmic outburst, clearly indicating that this was not the work of a mere binding. His earlier investigation had not been in vain. He shot an indignant glare at Deidara, who feigned innocence, gazing skyward with a 45-degree angle. With a resigned sigh, Jiraiya began to untangle the chakra threads binding Killer Bee, freeing him from the puppet's confines. "I apologize for the rudeness of my subordinates. I hope you can overlook it. We are not as you might assume." "Not as I might assume? You don't look like a good person at all." Jiraiya slapped his forehead, feeling overwhelmed. Was it impossible to have a straightforward conversation without rhythmic interruptions? Nevertheless, he pressed on, for he had extended this invitation. No, truly, it was a misunderstanding. I am a person of justice and mission, committed to the peace of the world. I am Jiraiya, the Toad Sage from Mount Mayaboku, and also the leader of the Akatsuki organization. As for them, he gestured towards Itachi and Scorpion. These are ninjas who share my ideals and aspirations, striving for world peace. Though they hail from different lands and backgrounds, like me, they firmly believe that a peaceful era will one day arrive. To realize such a future, I established the Akatsuki, hoping through our efforts, we can achieve this great dream sooner and allow more people to live in peace and happiness. Jiraiya extended his hand toward Killer Bee, his face radiating sincere warmth. Killer Bee furrowed his brow, finding the name Jiraiya oddly familiar, though he couldn't quite place it. Fortunately, his loyal partner, the Eight Tails, telepathically prompted him, "Hey Bee, you fool, don't you remember what your brother A said? This Jiraiya is the infamous human trafficker from Konoha who has been popping up in various villages." Wait, what? Killer Bee hurriedly scanned the surrounding ninjas' forehead protectors. Realizing that his partner was correct, he quickly retreated a couple of steps, distancing himself from Jiraiya. "I am Killer Bee, the Eight Tails. I won't fall for your tricks like a child, you despicable Konoha trafficker." What? Jiraiya appeared utterly perplexed, now furrowing his brow in distress. How could anyone tarnish the illustrious title of the Toad Sage, branding him as a mere human trafficker from Konoha? Was there any greater humiliation than this? He contemplated the possibility of a misunderstanding, yearning to explain himself. Yet, he felt powerless, clueless as to how such rumors had originated. A glance around revealed his companions, Kisame, Deidara, and others, engaged in their own pursuits, counting clouds and ants, seemingly oblivious to the gravity of the situation. "Enough of your excuses. This is what my elder brother told me." The voice of the fourth Raikage, echoed in his mind. Jiraiya scratched his head, realizing the severity had escalated to the level of a Kage. It seemed he would have to run around dispelling rumors in the days to come. Yet, for the moment, he needed to deal with Killer Bee. He had no choice but to unveil his trump card. Chapter 22, The Raikage Breakdown. The bull demon weeps. A blinding white light flashed as Jiraiya retrieved several brightly illustrated books from his chest pocket, fanning them out like a deck of cards before Killer Bee's eyes. "Originally, I recognized your remarkable talent and intended to impart my skills to you. However, since you are unwilling to join Akatsuki, I cannot force you. These exquisite volumes are priceless treasures not meant for public dissemination. Our meeting today is fate, so consider these as a gift." As Killer Bee gazed upon the captivating images within the books, his eyes widened in disbelief. Trembling, he stepped forward, extending his hands to accept these treasures, his expression a mix of astonishment and naivete, as if asking, "Are these truly for me?" Jiraiya nodded affirmatively, causing Killer Bee to reassess his previous rigid perception of the sage, suddenly finding him rather agreeable. As he caressed the cover of the illustrated collection, the words Princess Tsunade etched themselves into his memory. Driven by curiosity, Killer Bee opened the precious tome, but after merely a few pages, he felt a surge of internal turmoil, a warm crimson liquid uncontrollably trickling from his nostrils. Do not be easily swayed by beauty. Have you forgotten how your brother A trained you? Cast aside such lewd and disgraceful material at once. Moreover, you have been away for too long. Your brother must be furious. It is time to return. Upon hearing the Eight Tails' urgent thoughts, Killer Bee swiftly regained his composure, determined to expel these wicked notions from his mind. He could not disappoint his brother, yet his body remained unyielding, reluctant to part with the alluring collection. Jiraiya sensed the initial success of his strategy and let out a sigh of relief. However, he knew he needed to press on to firmly secure Killer Bee's allegiance, lest all his efforts be in vain. He slowly turned to the side, hands clasped behind his back, gazing sorrowfully at the sky, exuding an air of melancholy. This aura did not go unnoticed by Killer Bee. He observed the white-haired sage, sensing a profound weariness in him. Guilt began to stir within him, for he felt compelled to repay the kindness extended to him. Perhaps there has been some misunderstanding. I shall return and discuss this with my brother, if he agrees. I will join, but before he could finish, Jiraiya decisively interrupted. Let us be clear, my troubles do not stem from this matter. Killer Bee was taken aback, realizing he had misjudged the situation. While the Eight Tails within him felt a sense of relief, grateful that Jiraiya was not attempting to deceive him. Jiraiya sighed deeply. continuing in a sorrowful tone. In truth, Princess Tsunade greatly admires your talent. Even from afar, she has inquired about your rap albums. However, no imitation can compare to your original work, and over time, she has fallen into a state of melancholy. Thus, I have come with a humble request. I hope you can hold a concert in the Land of Fire. I assure you, it will be a grand affair. His tone and expression were expertly crafted, rendering it difficult for an ordinary person to detect any deception. However, the Eight Tails was not so easily fooled. Who would fall for such tricks? Really? Killer B's eyes brimmed with tears, even behind his sunglasses, revealing his overwhelming emotion. He never anticipated that the stunning Princess Tsunade would be a fan of his work. The seductive beauty and the allure of a grand concert were two vulnerabilities Jiraiya had astutely exploited. The Eight Tails had not anticipated such cunning. Beware. This is undoubtedly a trap. Do not fall for it. The Eight Tails shouted in his mind, fully aware of Jiraiya's potential deceit. Yet, what if it were true? Jiraiya placed a reassuring hand on Killer B's shoulder, and for the first time, the latter did not flinch. Take a look at the last page of that illustrated book. It contains a message penned by Princess Tsunade herself. At this moment, Deidara coughed slightly, perhaps due to a sudden discomfort in his throat. He vaguely recalled that the leader had been unusually engrossed in a colorful book the previous night, scribbling notes. Scorpion, noticing Deidara's interruption, shot him a warning glare. As if to silence any untimely remarks, Deidara quickly turned away, retreating a few steps. To be honest, he felt as though he might burst from the tension of holding back laughter. If the leader continued, he might not be able to maintain his composure. Fortunately, their minor disruption did not affect Killer B, who had already flipped to the last page of the illustrated collection. There, he read clearly inscribed, "Dear B, my greatest fortune in life has been knowing you, yet my greatest misfortune is that I cannot see you in person. I have dreamed of you many times, so vividly standing before me, igniting such excitement within me, only to awaken with my heart in anguish. Perhaps you will encounter many who fervently support you, but none will admire you as I do. I have heard your yearning for peace in your songs, mirroring the original intent behind Akatsuki's formation. You are all selflessly dedicated to the cause of world peace. I sincerely hope that through your combined efforts, the world may become a better place. Lord Jiraiya is a dashing and trustworthy man, capable of bringing a smile to even the saddest child's face. He is honest, optimistic, and a great ninja who steadfastly pursues his dreams. I hope you can fully trust him, support him, and lend your invaluable strength by his side. I long for the arrival of world peace and eagerly anticipate the day when you embark on a worldwide concert tour." Having read those heartfelt words, Killer B was overwhelmed with emotion, tears welling in his eyes like a child. Although Tsunade's handwriting was somewhat rough, betraying her femininity, the sincerity of her admiration was palpable. He made his decision. He would join Akatsuki and seek an audience with Princess Tsunade. The Eight Tails sensed the turmoil within Killer B, realizing something was amiss, and began shouting frantically in his mind, hoping to bring him back to reason. "B, can you hear me? Do not be deceived. This is all a ruse." Eight Tails felt as though his voice was about to burst into flames, yet Karabi remained unresponsive. Not only did the other party intermittently ignore him, but he was also engrossed in an intimate exchange with Jiraiya, that hypocritical fellow. Eight Tails realized it was over. Karabi's heart had been completely ensnared by the Konoha trafficker before him. This was far more dreadful than being caught in a Jinjutsu. At least with Jinjutsu, he could assist in dispelling it, but brainwashing was a different matter entirely. Indeed, years of companionship seemed to pale in comparison to a woman's heartfelt confession. Moreover, the source of this affection was a man in disguise. It was enough to drive Raikage to despair, and even the bull demon would shed tears at such a sight. Chapter 23. Waiting for the right moment with a thunderous roar that echoed through the heavens, akin to a bolt of lightning striking a clear sky. The hearts of everyone present tightened in response. Immediately thereafter, a dark figure leapt down from above, delivering a powerful kick that sent Karabi soaring. His body propelled like a bullet through a nearby pillar, ultimately embedding itself forcefully into the ground, almost feeling as though his bones were on the verge of shattering. Karabi was compelled to enter sage mode, banishing any indecent thoughts from his mind. "Ah, indeed, my brother's flying kick still stings immensely. I have much ground to cover." Karabi managed to utter this in admiration before succumbing to unconsciousness on the spot. Jiraiya, too, was taken aback by the scene before him. To openly commit violence in broad daylight, especially before the fourth Hokage, was there no law left? The flame of justice ignited within him, and he glared at the assailant, demanding fiercely, "Who dares approach? Huh? Do you dare question my identity?" The assailant, filled with rage, turned to reveal his dark skin, light yellow hair, and a muscular physique, adorned with a broad golden belt. Even without an introduction, Jiraiya recognized him as the fourth Raikage. Ah, so it is the fourth Raikage. What brings you here? Jiraiya laughed nervously, but was not swayed, delivering a sharp rebuke. Do not jest. You have crossed into my land of lightning without notification. Do you understand the implications of this? A directly addressed the matter of inter-country relations, causing Jiraiya to gasp in concern. How could they even converse under such circumstances? Perhaps it was best to attempt some casual banter. Oh, come now, let us not be so serious right off the bat. It has been many years since our last meeting after the Five Kage Summit. Though we have not corresponded frequently, surely we are still old acquaintances, are we not? Humph. Do not presume we are familiar. I know full well you have come to abduct my brother. That is a gross misinterpretation. I merely recognized your brother's potential to become the child of prophecy and came to verify it. Everything I do is for the sake of world peace. Utter nonsense. Do not think I am unaware of your underhanded dealings over the years. Special talents from the water, earth, and wind countries have all been deceived into leaving their villages by you. Your reputation is already infamous. Do not try to embellish your image. Moreover, if what you say is true, I see that you and your subordinates possess the potential to become members of the Kumogakure Guard. How about this? I will promote you, Jiraiya, to the position of captain of the Kumogakure Guard. Jiraiya was taken aback by the other's bluntness. Such a lack of decorum was truly disheartening. Why must you be so unreasonable? Reason? Huh. The one with the stronger fist holds the reason. I had grown weary of idle chatter, unleashing a torrent of lightning chakra, launching a full-force punch toward Jiraiya. At that moment, Jiraiya could not afford to engage directly. Although he held the nominal title of fourth Hokage, he lacked actual power within the village to represent Konoha's stance. Outsiders would not care about these nuances. Furthermore, should a battle erupt between the two leaders, even in friendly sparring, the rumors would surely become distorted, and Jiraiya would find it impossible to clear his name. As the saying goes, 1,000 days of training for a single moment of battle. Fortunately, he was not alone today. Even if he did not fight himself, there were others who would stand in for him. He glanced at the positions of Scorpion and his companion, only to discover they had already taken flight on a clay bird conjured by Deidara. Turning to Itachi's position, he found only a cluster of black flames remaining. Bearing the insignia of the Rain Village, Itachi himself had long since vanished. Is this truly happening? How heartless. Jiraiya felt slightly disheartened, faced with the current situation. He could only rely on himself now. Summoning technique. At Jiraiya's call, a massive red toad appeared, complete with a giant pipe in its mouth, bandaged waist, and a short sword tucked away. Won't? With Jiraiya's shout, the toad knew it was time to act again. It swiftly drew its short sword, hastily blocking A's incoming strike. The sheer force of the blow forced it to retreat to another pillar to absorb the impact. Jiraiya, you scoundrel. You've gotten yourself into trouble again. Nonsense. It's not my fault. Trouble sought me out. Jiraiya immediately corrected the toad's statement with indignation. What difference does it make? Who is this fellow anyway? That last blow, while not his full strength, was potent enough to force me back. He is not to be underestimated. The fourth Raikage, when Tai took a deep puff, unfazed by the revelation. So you've indeed instigated the fourth great ninja war, have you? When Tai exhaled a ring of smoke, his nonchalant remark startling Jiraiya, who hurriedly began stomping his feet atop the toad's head. Hey, watch your words. You can smoke all you want, but don't speak carelessly. You have no idea who I am. A Konoha trafficker, of course. Your exploits have been recounted by other summoned beasts. Which toad in Mayaboko Mountain is unaware of your deeds? Oh dear heavens, who has been spreading such rumors? Jiraiya clutched his head, shaking it in a frenzy, feeling as though he could never clear his name. Jiraiya, have you finished your conversation? If so, I shall proceed. Raikage A, ever the man of martial virtue, issued a warning, prompting Wentai to immediately enter a state of readiness for battle. Here it comes. How will you fight? Not fighting. I'm in the wrong. Then brace yourself. Wentai exhaled a thick cloud of smoke toward A, then turned to make his escape toward the border of the Land of Lightning. His enormous form leaping between the pillars, quickly leaving a far behind. Damn it, retreating without a fight. Raikage waved away the smoke, realizing Jiraiya had already fled, and lost all desire to pursue. He turned to observe the spot where Kurabi had lain, now desolate except for the shattered earth, devoid of any sign of life. At that moment, a figure with dark skin, white short hair, bangs obscuring his eyes, and a long sword slung across his back approached A. He was Darui, the bodyguard of the fourth Raikage. Darui pointed in the direction Jiraiya had departed, advising, "It seems Lord Kurabi has stealthily followed him." What? A's anger flared once more. That fool never learns. A's blue chakra erupted, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished, speeding after Jiraiya with the swiftness of lightning. Darui shook his head in resignation, feeling a headache coming on from dealing with the two brothers, but as A's bodyguard, he had no choice but to keep up. He waved his hand, summoning the remaining members of the Kumogakure Guard stationed on various pillars to follow suit. Believing that the Raikage would no longer pursue him, Jiraiya settled comfortably atop the head of Frosh, the toad. However, before he could truly catch his breath, a loud shout pierced the air. Jiraiya! Swiftly turning towards the source of the voice, he beheld an imposing figure with orange hair and a robust physique, none other than the formidable pufferfish of the Mist Village, Kisame Hashigaki. Accompanying him were several other members of the 7 ninja swordsmen. Hand over the Samahata. The demand left Jiraiya feeling overwhelmed. It was as if misfortunes were compounding upon him, akin to a leaky roof during a torrential downpour. Who is that? I don't know him. Jiraiya feigned ignorance, hoping to slip away unnoticed. Yet, the swordsman swiftly spread out, effectively blocking his escape route. If you do not surrender him and the Samahata today, do not blame us for the consequences. Upon uttering this, Kisame and his comrades began to draw their swords, signaling that a fierce battle was imminent. In a critical moment, a massive wave surged forth, forming an enormous spherical water prison that ensnared everyone within. Kisame then transformed, merging with his sword to take on a half-fish form before the gathered crowd. "Long time no see, Sensei," he greeted warmly, taking advantage of the distraction. Jiraiya patted Frosh on the head, and they swiftly turned to escape in another direction, uninterested in intruding on the emotional reunion. Jiraiya, before they could travel far. However, Raikage resumed his pursuit. Jiraiya felt exasperated. Did this man not wish to tend to his precious brother and instead choose to chase him down for a brawl? Shinra Tensei. Suddenly, an invisible force repelled A, revealing a young man with blonde hair and a rain ninja headband, brandishing a long sword before A. Jiraiya turned back to see his most esteemed disciples, Nagato and Yahiko, had intervened. Konan, the only female member of the Akatsuki and Jiraiya's third disciple, fluttered forward with paper wings, addressing him with urgency. "Sensei, you must leave. We will handle this. Do not escalate the situation or cause harm. Merely demonstrate your strength, and we will adhere to the plan." With that, Jiraiya departed, feeling a sense of relief. The time for his revelations to the ninja villages was drawing near. However, before that, he had one person he needed to meet, lost in thought as he ambled onward, oblivious to the octopus tentacle that had latched onto the hem of Frosh's body. Chapter 24. The village hidden in rain. A persistent drizzle fell, as 4 figures clad in raincoats and wide-brimmed hats trudged heavily along the muddy mountain path. Their journey had spanned nearly a month. Initially, progress was hindered by the leisurely pace of Yakushi Kabuto and Shin, resembling a casual outing. Yet, as they neared the rain village, the rain became incessant, fluctuating only in intensity. The slippery road was treacherous, and the group seemed plagued by misfortune, encountering 7 landslides while following the overconfident Shin. This led Menma to suspect that Shin was intentionally leading them astray, eschewing the wide, flat road in favor of the rugged mountain trails in a bid to hasten their arrival at the rain village. Such a choice contradicted his previous assertions. Observing Shin's deteriorating condition, his pallor deepening, Menma surmised that if they continued on this path for several more days, Shin would likely succumb to exhaustion. Yet, perhaps that would be for the best, as he considered Shin a burden. Upon cresting the next hill, black snow suddenly halted. Noticing the anomaly, Menma hurried to catch up, only to behold a predominantly black city looming before him. It was the rain village. They had finally arrived. As he gazed at the distant sight, 3 Umbu emerged, their attire signaling their affiliation with the root organization embedded within the rain village. The lead Umbu, wearing a mask adorned with red fangs, approached Black Snow, exchanging a series of hand signals, a covert code for confirming identity. Black Snow swiftly responded, and once verified, the Umbu introduced himself. My codename is Akaya, the leader of the Umbu stationed here. I received a secret communique from the organization over a month ago and have prepared everything as instructed. You may now accompany me into the city. Thank you for your assistance, Black Snow replied with a nod. Following Akaya, the four descended the mountain straight to the imposing metallic gates of the Rain Village. A dozen Rain ninjas lined up, meticulously scrutinizing each individual seeking entry. Additionally, the stone walls were patrolled by other Rain ninjas. As Monma's group approached, 3 Rain ninjas stepped forward, but before they could inquire, Akaya produced a circular token. The token, crafted from metal and gleaming with a bronze hue, bore the emblem of the Rain Village. Upon seeing it, the 3 Rain ninjas paused, exchanged glances, and one discreetly retreated into the city gates, leaving the other 2 to wait. Akaya calmly stowed the token away without explanation, prompting a sense of caution in both Black Snow and Monma. Fortunately, shortly thereafter, a youth with a significant bruise around his right eye appeared atop the wall, wearing a gas mask. He surveyed Monma and his companions before signaling to the Rain ninjas below to part ways. Subsequently, Akaya and his entourage were granted passage into the village without further interrogation. The roads within the Rain Village were far superior to those outside, paved with stone slabs, albeit showing signs of age and neglect with cracks and puddles. Yet, they were devoid of mud and potholes, making travel significantly easier. Monma remained vigilant, carefully observing his surroundings. The architectural style of the Rain Village struck him as unique, dominated by steel, with towering spires and a maze of drainage pipes crisscrossing the exteriors, resembling the veins of this dark metropolis. Few pedestrians could be seen. Occasionally, villagers rushed past without acknowledging the outsiders. Monma, however, noted a commonality among them. They all wore masks that obscured their mouths and noses, reminiscent of Black Snow. Just as Monma surmised that the sparse foot traffic was due to the rain, he suddenly realized that within the narrow, dim, and damp alleyways between the high rises, countless eyes were watching them furtively. Were they being ambushed? Yet, in their gaze, he sensed no threat, only fear, an overwhelming sense of dread and trembling. Monma halted, turning to face those eyes. Their owners, both young and old, were wretched figures, some barely clothed, others bearing scars, and many appeared to be on the brink of death, teetering on the edge of existence. A group of forsaken individuals, deemed weak and unworthy of sympathy by Menma, nevertheless serves to validate a fundamental truth, the law of survival, where the strong prevail over the weak, remains immutable across all corners of the world. What has caused you to halt? A chilling inquiry broke the silence, prompting Menma to turn and find Chia, the one leading the way, standing before him. His earlier pause had resulted in him falling behind. With a swift motion, Chia struck Menma across the face, nearly toppling him to the ground. Crimson blood trickled from the corner of Menma's mouth as he shot a glare at Chia. Yet he chose to remain silent, merely raising a hand to wipe the blood away. The trio of Black Snow watched helplessly as Menma was struck, none daring to intervene, opting instead for a detached observation. After all, Chia had previously asserted his authority, establishing himself as the dominant figure here, compelling everyone to adhere strictly to the commands of the root organization. Thus, whether it was a slap or a public execution of Menma, they could harbor no grievances. Yet, they were all aware of Menma's crucial role in the current mission, understanding that Chia would not go too far. Remember, speak less, observe less, and do not invite unnecessary trouble. Chia leaned closer to Menma, his tone heavy, though only audible to the 2 of them. Faced with such a lesson, Menma could only nod in mute acknowledgement. Subsequently, Menma rejoined the ranks, his mind too preoccupied to survey the oppressive village, quietly following the group to the inn that Chia had arranged. After assigning rooms to everyone, Chia and his companions departed the inn, choosing not to stay there. Before leaving, they informed Black Snow that someone would come to escort them to the tower to meet Hanzo the following day. Chapter 25. Lethal Measures. Once Chia departed, the 4 of them, keys in hand, approached their designated rooms. Upon opening the door, a musty odor enveloped Menma, but he quickly acclimated to the unpleasant scent. Summoning a shadow clone, he sent it ahead to inspect the room. Once assured of its safety, he stepped inside and gently closed the door behind him. Standing by the window, Menma gazed out at the rain, a wave of melancholy washing over him. Lightning danced like a dragon amidst the clouds, signaling the imminent arrival of a more ferocious storm. After a brief respite, he was startled awake by a knock at the door. Peeking through the crack, he discovered not a person, but a pug dog, more precisely, a ninja hound clad in blue attire, sporting the Leaf Village headband. "I am Pakin, sent by Kakashi to fetch you. Please follow me." With that, Pakin turned and ambled away, clearly in a foul mood for the shabby, odorous, and was decidedly unwelcoming to a tracking dog with a keen sense of smell. Moreover, the damp surroundings and rainy weather significantly hindered its tracking abilities. Were it not for Kakashi's pressing duties, Pakin would not have ventured out on this errand. Without hesitation, Menma exited his room, locking the door behind him, and followed Pakin. Inside his room, another version of him remained seated on the bed, meditating. Following closely behind Pakin, Menma soon arrived at the 4th floor, where Black Snow's room was located. Before he could knock, the door swung open, revealing Yakushi Nanu, whose expression was far from cheerful, a strained smile plastered on her face, a clear facade. Pakin darted through the open door, and Menma followed suit, choosing not to greet Yakushi and instead walking past her with indifference. The room's furnishings had been pushed aside by Black Snow, creating a large vacant space where a rectangular formation of runes had been inscribed, with 4 lamps positioned at each corner. Black Snow sat cross-legged within the formation. Menma instantly recognized it as a modified array based on a series of lamp formations. However, its purpose seemed distinct from Irika's previous sealing technique, likely serving a different function altogether. Menma silently took a seat in front of Black Snow, while Yakushi closed the door after confirming the absence of others and swiftly returned to sit beside him. Pakin, yawning, settled at the door, resembling an old man from a neighboring village, lazily closing his eyes. With hands forming seals, Black Snow gradually unfolded a barrier, encasing the 3 within a cube. The sounds of rain and thunder outside vanished in an instant, and Menma realized the formation was designed to isolate their auditory and visual senses. Evidently, Black Snow had something of great importance to convey. Once the barrier was established, Black Snow produced a red scroll from behind and handed it to Menma. Without hesitation, Menma unrolled the scroll to peruse its contents. The scroll detailed all the information regarding Hanzo, the leader of the Rain Village, including his past experiences and jutsu, highlighting his current cautious demeanor, even requiring thorough searches of children approaching him. Menma discerned the implications. Everything was not as simple as it seemed. So the mission is not merely to deliver a message, but rather an assassination, correct? His tone was calm, as if discussing mundane affairs. He glanced at Black Snow, noticing Yakushi's unchanging expression, revealing that she was likely privy to this information long before him. It dawned on him that he was the only one kept in the dark while tasked with the assassination. Black Snow gazed steadily into Menma's eyes, aware that he sought an explanation for being the last to learn the mission's true nature. "I refrained from informing you earlier to prevent you from bearing an undue psychological burden. You worry too much. This does not weigh upon me," Menma replied coolly. "That's good. However, my purpose in summoning you is not solely to disclose this information, but to ascertain whether you possess the necessary means to eliminate Hanzo up close." "Means?" Menma queried, puzzled. "What do you mean by means?" Black Snow, pressed for time, got straight to the point. "You must understand that before you meet Hanzo, a thorough search will be conducted, meaning you will be stripped of any weapons to carry out an assassination. Thus, you will require a highly offensive jutsu to ensure a lethal strike. Do you comprehend? I have not trained in such jutsu." Menma's response was straightforward. Without weapons, he could only rely on taijutsu to subdue him. However, based on the scroll's contents, his taijutsu was adequate to handle a chunin, but would likely fall woefully short in the eyes of a master like Hanzo, who had once battled the renowned swordsman from the Land of Iron without losing ground. Therefore, I need to provide you with such means. At Black Snow's words, Menma's eyes lit up. The prospect of acquiring such jutsu was immensely appealing, as he had always yearned to become as formidable as Uchiha Shursui. "Do not look at me with such anticipation. It is not I who will teach you." Black Snow waved his hand dismissively, urging Menma to redirect his hopeful gaze. He then gestured toward Yakushi, stating gravely, "She will be your instructor." "Her?" Menma turned to Yakushi, whose expression was tinged with embarrassment. He found it hard to believe that a medical ninja could impart any noteworthy jutsu to him. Would she teach him how to concoct poisons instead? Upon contemplating the array of antidotes prepared within her crossbody bag, Menma felt a significant likelihood in her suspicions. However, if it truly came to the use of poison. It seemed unlikely she could surpass Hanzo's infamous pepperfish. Thus, she had no choice but to dismiss this possibility. The apothecary, Yao Shiryena, bit her lip, honestly wishing this ninjutsu would not evolve into a means of murder. Yet, faced with the current circumstances, she felt she had little choice, hoping that the ninja who invented this technique would one day forgive her. After a moment of deep resolve, Yena slowly spoke. You have but one night to master this, and the extent of your success depends entirely on your talent. Her tone suggested that the ninjutsu to be taught was far from simple, prompting Menma to refocus her energy. She glanced at the barrier unfurling before her, suddenly perceiving the spatial dimensions as somewhat constricted. While sufficient for 3 individuals, accommodating 1,000 would present a considerable challenge. Chapter 26. The request of Shin. The practice of the new ninjutsu continued into the late hours of the night. To ensure they would have ample energy for the assassination task the following day, Heishua intentionally concluded the training 2 hours early. Thanks to the enhanced learning abilities of the shadow clone technique, Menma had nearly mastered the new ninjutsu, achieving a level of proficiency that met Heishua's expectations for a swift kill when taken by surprise. Upon exiting Heishua's room, Menma descended the staircase opposite that of Yao Shiryena, who occupied the 6th floor, while he resided on the 2nd. However, as he emerged from the stairwell, he noticed a figure waiting at his door, leaning against the corridor wall, seemingly awaiting his return. Menma approached slowly, gradually recognizing the pale and sickly visage before him. The individual guarding his return was none other than Shin. Dressed in a light green nightgown, Shin's already pallid complexion appeared even more ghostly against the fabric. Is there something you wish to discuss? Menma asked directly, disapproving of any circumlocution. Shin nodded, a smile gracing his lips as he politely replied. I apologize for disturbing you at such a late hour. I have a small favor to ask of you. Upon hearing the word favor, Menma immediately turned away, disinterested in meddling in others' affairs. If you wish to bother someone, seek another. Shin quickly stepped in front of Menma, softly imploring, Please, it is merely a trivial request. I simply hope that after this task concludes, you could assist me in delivering something to a person. Menma regarded Shin with an indifferent gaze, his expression clearly communicating disbelief. Why not attend to this yourself after the mission is complete? At this inquiry, Shin offered a sorrowful smile, raising his hand to cough lightly, revealing blood upon his palm. A testament to his plight. I am acutely aware of my condition. You must have noticed it during our journey. This is an incurable illness. Despite my previous attempts to find a remedy, none have succeeded, and this trip to Rain Village has exacerbated my affliction. I fear I may not survive until the day of our return. Isn't Yao Shiryena quite close to you? Why not seek her assistance? Shin hesitated, appearing to grapple with unspoken truths before finally articulating a vague response. She seems to have other arrangements and likely will not return. Menma furrowed his brow in confusion, pondering whether Yao Shiryena might possess a means to extricate herself from Danzo's grasp after this mission. Though perplexed, it was evident that Shin had inquired about Yena's intentions, only to discover her inability to assist him. What about Heishua? Menma pressed. I do not know him well, though I serve as an aide to Danzo. My interactions with Heishua have been minimal. His missions are always personally assigned by Danzo, just as his code name was chosen by him as well. He is a blade firmly held within Danzo's grasp, the swiftest among them. Within the organization, there are rumors that he is an emotional void, killing for the sake of killing. No one truly knows his initial purpose for joining, and he has never revealed his true appearance, leading others to avoid approaching him. Menma scrutinized Shin's eyes, which remained steadfast and sincere, indicating no intent to deceive. Reflecting on his encounters with Heishua, he noted the latter's solitary demeanor, maintaining deliberate distance from others and rarely engaging in conversation, an enigma shrouded in silence. Yet, despite this, Menma questioned, Why should I assist you without cause? His expression remained unchanged, cold and unyielding. He had no inclination to be swayed by emotional appeals into undertaking tasks unrelated to his mission. The lesson imparted by Chia, which resonated still, was to listen less, observe less, and involve himself less. Otherwise, one would only invite unnecessary troubles. Seeing Menma's resolute disinterest, Shin shifted tactics, enticing him with potential gain. As Danzo's aide, I possess knowledge of many of his secrets, but among them is one crucial to you. The emphasis on the final words narrowed Menma's eyes, a hint of coldness flickering within. Having weathered numerous storms over the years, Shin was undeterred by the youth's gaze. He seized the initiative. If you are intrigued, let us strike a bargain. Menma hesitated, skepticism lingering in his eyes, recalling his previous inquiry to Shizuka regarding Danzo, which had yielded different information, that Danzo had cast a cursed seal upon the tongues of all root members, thus binding them and preventing any discourse regarding his secrets. How will you convey this to me? As I understand it, root members are all subject to this cursed seal, you included, as Danzo's aide. In response to Menma's skepticism, Shin calmly extended his tongue. Just as Menma had surmised, his tongue bore the cursed seal. Yet his willingness to reveal it served to substantiate the authenticity of the secret he was about to share. Shin cautiously surveyed the corridor, then leaned closer to Menma, whispering the method by which he would disclose the information, ensuring no one else could overhear. He required Menma's full cooperation. Menma hesitated but ultimately complied, closing his eyes as instructed. Shin then extended his fingers, gently pressing them against Menma's forehead. In an instant, Menma's pupils trembled, transforming into crimson slits, his visage contorting with the emergence of fangs and sharper canines. With a malevolent glint in his eyes, he gazed sidelong at Shin, a low growl escaping his lips. Startled by this transformation, Shin instinctively recoiled, a wave of anxiety washing over him, leaving him incredulous. Are you certain? Menma's fists clenched tightly. Yet this time he did not succumb to rage. Instead, he fought to temper his fury, allowing considerable time to pass before he repressed the embers of anger within. Speak. To whom shall I deliver this, and what shall I carry? The phrase to see one's brother signifies a commitment made, and Exine hastily retrieved the scroll he had prepared. I have a younger brother, around your age, who is currently in the Root organization. His name is Zui, a child with a passion for drawing. I have always cherished watching him create art. I recall gifting him an art book when he was 8, filled with illustrations of our battles together. I wonder if he has completed the tale by now, as it has been over a year since we last met. At the mere mention of his brother, a radiant smile illuminated Exine's face, as memories of their shared days together flooded back, making him acutely aware of how swiftly time passes. He wished he could slow it down, yearning to spend more time with his sibling. However, he realized he would never have the chance to witness the conclusion of their story. Thus he encapsulated his final words and the items he wished to convey within this scroll. Tears streamed uncontrollably down Exine's cheeks. He longed for more time, even if it were just to see his brother one last time. Yet, upon reflection, he felt it might be better not to meet. For the anguish of life and death parting is one of the most devastating experiences in this world. He could not bear to watch his brother endure such suffering. Was he unaware of your illness? No, I dare not let him know. Exine lowered his gaze, never having contemplated how to explain to his brother the abandonment and death he faced alone. Perhaps he still foolishly hoped I would return to finish that art book with him. Observing Exine's demeanor, Menma surmised that the scroll he entrusted to him not only carried the weight of a brother's profound love, but also a benevolent lie. Do you intend for him to wait for you forever? No, Exine shook his head. He will learn the truth, but perhaps when he is older, more mature, and steadier. It won't hurt him as much. After hearing this, Menma felt a twinge of envy for the one named Zui. If only he too had such a relative in this world. Alas, fate delights in playing tricks on us. If the truth is bitter, a kind lie will only deepen the suffering. Menma did not agree with Exine's approach, and his words plunged Exine into deep silence. Very well. I shall agree to help you deliver this item, but understand that my involvement ends here. The prerequisite for all this is that I must survive tomorrow's mission. You will surely survive. I have faith in you, Exine replied resolutely, as if he could foresee the future. Menma chuckled lightly, shaking his head, mocking himself for ever doubting his own resilience. He would indeed survive, and he must, for he owed Exine the secret he had just shared. Menma dismissed his unnecessary worries, regaining his confidence, and gave a firm reply. Rest assured, I will ensure its delivery. Thank you. Exine nodded, his eyes ablaze with hope, placing all his trust in Menma. Once Menma accepted the scroll, Exine decisively took his leave. After Exine's figure vanished at the end of the corridor, Menma retrieved his keys, inserting them into the door lock. He discovered to his surprise that the door he had locked before leaving was now ajar. This unusual circumstance caused his nerves to tense immediately. He cautiously pushed open the door and stepped inside, noting that the other him, who had been resting on the bed, had vanished. Outside, the rain continued to pour. Yet the window remained open. Water had accumulated on the windowsill, nearly 2 fingers deep, indicating he must have exited through the window and had been gone for quite some time. Approaching the window, Menma peered outside but found no trace of him. Just as he prepared to close the window, he unexpectedly spotted a black feather lodged in the corner of the sill. Picking up the rain-soaked feather and examining it closely, Menma clenched it in his hand, shut the window, and without hesitation, returned to bed to rest. Chapter 27. The banquet when he was awakened once more. It was to the sound of knocking at the door. Menma sat up and glanced outside. The rain had diminished significantly, and in the context of rain-hidden village, it could be considered pleasant weather. As for him, he had not returned the entire night, and the window remained tightly shut, despite his earlier intention to leave it slightly ajar. After tidying his clothes and securely hiding Xian's scroll along with his satchel, Menma finally opened the door. The one calling for him was not a person, but Parker. "You sure take your time. If you had delayed any longer, I might have had to break down the door." Menma stared at Parker's small frame, finding the statement rather implausible. He was curious about how Parker would manage to break down the door and regretted opening it too soon. Perhaps he should have waited a moment. "Put that look away. I'm just a dog, nothing more. Stop overthinking it and hurry down with me." Menma felt somewhat speechless, sensing that Parker had misunderstood something. Yet he did not bother to clarify, simply following him downstairs in silence. At the inn's entrance, a group of rain-hidden village ninjas awaited them. Among them, the leader was the man who had appeared on the city wall the day before, sporting a bruise near his right eye. His name was Shinda, recognized in rain-hidden village as the right hand of their leader, Hanzo the Salamander, and the one mentioned by Chiya, responsible for escorting Menma and the others to meet Hanzo. He and his companions, Yao Shi Nai-Yu and Xian, had already arrived. Black Snow approached Shinda and exchanged brief greetings. As Menma descended, the four found themselves flanked in the middle of this group, making their way step by step toward the tallest tower in the village. Throughout the journey, Menma felt exceedingly uneasy. It was evident that this escort was merely a facade, while the true intention was to keep a vigilant eye on the four of them. It seemed that any slight movement from him might be deemed suspicious, leading to immediate execution in the streets. Menma glanced at Black Snow ahead of him, whose expression remained as calm as a placid lake, seemingly unperturbed by the surrounding rain-hidden ninjas, who might strike at any moment. Perhaps Black Snow was just as pale with fear as Xian, but Menma could not discern that behind the mask. Amused by his own thoughts, Menma returned to the present as the group arrived at their destination. A towering black tower loomed before them, reaching towards the clouds. Looking up, the upper part of the tower vanished into the layers of dark clouds, making it impossible to see its pinnacle. Of course, this visual illusion was partially influenced by the morning mist, which rendered the tower's outline hazy. Shinda turned to Black Snow and the others, forcing a hospitable smile as he spoke. "According to protocol, all guests must relinquish their weapons and any other hazardous items before entering the tower, which will be kept in our custody. Therefore, I kindly ask for your cooperation." "No problem," Black Snow replied without hesitation. After all, there was no room for refusal. One must comply when in another's territory. The three of them willingly removed their ninja tools, while Menma, having not brought any before leaving, remained still. Once Black Snow and the others ceased their movements, Shinda signaled a few ninjas to conduct a thorough inspection of Menma and his companions. After confirming there were no issues, Shinda gestured to one of his subordinates on his right. The subordinate quickly turned and shouted into the Black Tower, "Open the door." For the Leaf Envoy. As a thunderous clanking of steel chains reverberated, the immensely sturdy iron door of the Black Tower began to ascend slowly, its grandiose presence resembling a colossal creature gaping wide, awaiting the willing entrance of Menma and his companions into its dark abyss. "Esteemed guests, please step inside. Lord Hanzo awaits your esteemed presence at the top floor." Shinda stepped aside, gesturing with an air of invitation. This time, Heishiwa did not lead the way but turned to signal Menma to proceed ahead. Understanding the unspoken cue, Menma swiftly complied, retrieving the letter from Danzo, holding the scroll respectfully with both hands, and advancing forward with unwavering focus, followed closely by Heishiwa and the others. Once all four had entered, Shinda smiled amiably, giving a swift hand signal to his subordinates. With a resounding crash, the iron door slammed shut, causing the ground to tremble beneath them. Feeling the vibrations, Menma hesitated momentarily, but before he could ponder, Heishiwa urged him from behind, "Do not stop, continue moving." Following the command, Menma hastily pressed onward, and the quartet, under the guidance of the Black Tower's guards, ascended directly to the grand hall at the tower's pinnacle. Inside the hall, as Shinda had indicated, a banquet was indeed laid out. However, the seat of honor was not occupied by the famed Hanzo of the Salamander, but rather by a middle-aged man with a diagonal scar across his face, adorned with a samurai sword at his waist. Menma recalled glimpsing this individual in the scroll he had read the previous night, combined with the man's hedgehog-like hairstyle and the scar. It confirmed that he was none other than Hanzo's right-hand man, Sanzang. This man had once followed Hanzo in the Second Shinobi World War, where he had faced the general of the Iron Country, Mifune, and had been defeated, earning the scar from that encounter. After Hanzo triumphed, he had provided the antidote to Sanzang, recognizing the latter's unwavering spirit, allowing him to survive. However, before leaving, Mifune had left behind his broken sword, which Hanzo reforged and gifted to Sanzang, urging him to remember his humiliation and strive for greater strength. Initially known as Dongtsu, Sanzang had adopted his new name in an attempt to emulate Mifune and out of admiration for Hanzo. Flanking Sanzang were 4 members of the Rain Village's 7 ninja, namely Shuyu, Meiyu, Shouyu, and Qingyu. At that moment, all 5 pairs of eyes were fixed intently on Menma and his companions, casting a chilling atmosphere over the hall, suggesting that they were not genuinely inclined to host Menma for a meal. Heishua subtly nudged Menma from behind, and upon receiving the signal, Menma presented the scroll before his chest and declared with resolute firmness, "We are here under Lord Danzo's orders, bearing his letter to the Rain Village, and we request an audience with Lord Hanzo today." Sanzang exchanged glances with Shiyu, who promptly stood and approached Menma, intending to take the scroll. However, just as he grasped it, another hand emerged from behind Menma, firmly pressing down on Shiyu's wrist. "Lord Danzo has stipulated that the contents of this letter pertain to crucial, confidential matters between Konoha and the Rain Village. We kindly ask for your understanding and permit our little messenger to present it directly to Lord Hanzo. Otherwise, upon our return, Lord Danzo may hold us accountable for negligence." The speaker was Heishua, his tone as calm as ever, despite the force with which he restrained Shiyu. In contrast, Shiyu's forehead was adorned with prominent veins, yet he found himself unable to budge Heishua's grip, leading him to question his own strength. After all, in terms of physique and stature, he should have had the upper hand over Heishua, yet now he was utterly outmatched. Seeing that Shiyu could not succeed, Sanzang sought to defuse the situation. "Lord Hanzo has not been well recently, and is not suited to meet with outsiders. We can return to disturb him another time." Noting Heishua's unwavering stance, Sanzang's gaze sharpened, and his voice turned icy. "You insist on seeing him? You insist?" Heishua maintained his unwavering stare at Sanzang, his eyes clearly reflecting a refusal to yield. The atmosphere in the hall shifted from previously cold to charged with tension, as both sides appeared to understand the stakes. Awaiting the first move. "Very well." Sanzang slammed his palm upon the table, his expression inscrutable as he commanded Shiyu, "Take this young messenger to see Lord Hanzo." "Yes." Shiyu retracted his hand, loosening his reddened wrist, then turned towards the door on Sanzang's right. "Follow me." Shiyu paused at the entrance, awaiting Menma's approach. Menma hesitated not, fully aware that the moment had arrived for decisive action. As Shiyu led Menma away, Sanzang's demeanor shifted abruptly, suddenly extending his arms in a welcoming gesture towards Heishua and his companions. "Come, please take a seat. It is time for breakfast." Chapter 28. Assassination Traversing the Tranquil Corridor. Menma followed Shiyu into a modest, yet elegantly simple room. Shiyu approached the inner sliding door, kneeling respectfully on one knee, and announced, "Lord Hanzo, the messenger from Konoha requests an audience." After a brief silence, the sliding door was finally opened from within. A man donned in a specially crafted mask and dark purple ninja attire, draped in a black cloak, emerged. Menma looked up and recognized him by his attire and appearance as Hanzo himself. Seeing Menma audaciously sizing him up, Hanzo's face contorted with rage. "You have an audacious spirit. Who permitted you to gaze upon me?" Hanzo advanced swiftly, determined to maintain his authority as the leader of the Rain Village before a mere child, and he felt compelled to teach Menma a lesson. As Hanzo drew near, Menma remained steadfast, mentally calculating the optimal distance for his lethal strike, ensuring a swift and decisive blow. In an instant, as Hanzo raised his right hand to strike downwards, Menma transformed his hand into a palm, rapidly compressing and condensing chakra into his hand, forming a blade that pierced upward with the swiftness of lightning into Hanzo's throat. The entirety of the act transpired in the blink of an eye. Hanzo was caught off guard and could only clutch his throat in agony as he staggered backward. His pupils trembled, filled with dread as he gazed at Menma's icy visage, never having fathomed that a child could wield such lethal assassination techniques. Lord Hanzo. Shiyu sensed the disturbance and rushed forward to support the retreating Hanzo, but before he could ascertain what had transpired, he witnessed Hanzo cast a final furious glance at him before succumbing to death. Lord Hanzo. Lord Hanzo. Shiyu frantically shook Hanzo's body, but no amount of desperate calling would revive him. In that moment, Hanzo's eyes held no trace of anger. He had departed this world with his eyes wide open. Menma flexed his right hand, savoring the sensation. It was indeed as the medic, Yao Shi Yinayu, had described, the feeling of a chakra scalpel piercing flesh. Though it left no tangible wound, it still bore the sensation of incision. Just as Yao Shi had said, with adept control, one could sever muscle and meridians without harming the skin. However, while Yao Shi used this to save lives, Menma wielded it as an instrument of death. The distinction in the identity of the executioner determined whether the victim would face life or death. Now fully aware of the situation, Shiyu, red-eyed with fury, laid Hanzo's body upon the ground and glared furiously at Menma, forming hand seals. You have slain Lord Hanzo. I shall make you pay for his life. It was his own failing health that led to his demise. You should have taken him to a physician. Still attempting to argue. As the formidable Qingyu was on the verge of completing his hand seals, Menma, unwilling to remain idle, swiftly closed the distance using the body flicker technique and delivered a high kick aimed at his chin. However, the impact felt akin to striking an iron block. As Qingyu remained utterly unyielding, he slowly lowered his gaze upon Menma, reminiscent of a fierce lion locking onto a fawn, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure. Water release, iron bullet. A water sphere erupted from Qingyu's mouth like a cannonball. Sensing imminent danger, Menma promptly propelled himself off Qingyu's abdomen with his other foot, utilizing the force to evade the attack just in time. The unleashed water bullet struck the ground with tremendous force, shattering the surrounding tiles and causing the entire floor to tremble. Menma acutely recognized the disparity in physique and strength between himself and Qingyu, resolving to avoid direct confrontation. He once again employed the body flicker technique to approach stealthily, transforming his hands into chakra surgical knives to slice into Qingyu's back. A sharp pain coursed through as the chakra severed vital points, prompting Qingyu to turn, yet he could not capture Menma's fleeting figure, instead falling prey to another ambush from behind. Damn it! Qingyu spun in a frenzy, disoriented by Menma's rapid strikes. Fully aware that if he continued to be worn down in such a manner, defeat was inevitable. In desperation, he resorted to the water prison technique, encasing himself within a sphere formed by water walls. Menma's repeated assaults revealed that his chakra surgical knives could not breach the water prison's defenses, forcing him to cease his attacks in frustration. Humph, brat, you're not so impressive after all. Qingyu observed Menma's helplessness, an expression of smug satisfaction creeping onto his face. Although he too could not attack Menma at that moment, the commotion from the water bullet should have drawn the attention of others on this floor. By maintaining the water prison without breach, he could await the arrival of his comrades. At that point, Menma would be like a turtle in a jar, subject to his every whim. Menma, regarding the foolish giant within the prison, shook his head and silently moved aside. He grasped Hanzo's lifeless body with one hand and began to stab at it with the chakra surgical knife in the other. Since he could not reach Qingyu inside the water prison, he decided to indulge himself using the body of the deceased. Hey, what are you doing? Stop this at once. Qingyu's eyes widened in outrage as he bellowed. Though Hanzo was already dead, he remained the esteemed leader of the Hidden Rain village, and Qingyu could not bear to watch as a mere outsider disrespected his remains. Unfazed by Qingyu's furious protests, Menma continued his relentless thrusts, then turned his cold gaze to the trembling Qingyu, taunting, "Come out, and I shall spare him." Despicable. Fine, I shall continue. Menma remained unperturbed, treating Qingyu's insults as mere background noise, confident that he would soon emerge from the water prison. For he had learned from Shimizu that once one truly grasps the enemy's weakness and brings them to a state of helplessness, they would resort to verbal attacks, providing an opportunity to counteract. Just as Qingyu hesitated to exit the water prison, Hanzo's mask, subjected to Menma's continuous assaults, finally fell off, revealing an ordinary middle-aged face. Pockmarked and with a slightly crooked nose, Qingyu stood frozen, while Menma turned to regard the unfamiliar visage, feeling that Hanzo should not resemble this at all, lacking the dignity befitting a leader. Seizing the moment while Menma was distracted, Qingyu dispelled the water prison and unleashed a water bullet aimed at Menma and the false Hanzo. The impact sent Menma crashing against the wall, and as he looked up at the exuberant Qingyu, he realized he had indeed assassinated a decoy. The real Hanzo was nowhere to be found. "Humph, you're finished, little brat." Qingyu charged forward, seizing Menma by the head with one hand while the other coiled into a fist, ready to strike. Yet as his fist came crashing down, it met only the wall. For the figure he had grasped had vanished, leaving only a wisp of smoke dissipating in the air. It was merely a shadow clone. Chapter 29. Personal grievances. A violent tremor caused wine to spill from a cup recently filled, prompting Sanzang to click his tongue at the sight of the dampened table. The tension in the room escalated, with Mei Yu and his companions instinctively clutching their ninja tools, poised to act at Sanzang's command to subdue Kurayuki and his allies. However, what they ultimately heard was a lamentation. "What a pity." Mei Yu, momentarily perplexed, glanced towards Sanzang. "My lord, what is so regrettable? The wine has spilled. Is that not unfortunate?" After finishing his drink, Sanzang refilled his cup, sweeping his gaze across the table before landing on Kuroyuki and his companions. Since their arrival, Kuroyuki and his comrades had remained motionless, akin to wooden posts, silently observing Sanzang and the others. They were acutely aware of their purpose for being there, and without confirmation of whether the dishes had been poisoned, caution was paramount. Sanzang noted their unease, yet these dishes were meticulously prepared for esteemed guests, and he could not let his own appetites disrupt the hospitality of the Hidden Rain village. Alas, after preparing such a sumptuous feast, the guests refused to partake. How unfortunate! Shaking his head, Sanzang downed his drink again, refilled, and raised his cup with a light chuckle, a hint of derision now evident in his gaze towards Kuroyuki. Realizing something was amiss, Kuroyuki understood that the earlier disturbance indicated Menma had engaged Qingyu in battle. While uncertain of Menma's success, Sanzang's calm demeanor in the face of such chaos suggested he had anticipated this outcome. Could it be that word had already leaked? Or perhaps Chia had betrayed the organization, and this was merely a joint act with the Hidden Cloud Village. Yet, they should be acutely aware of the consequences of treachery. Even should they eliminate all who came to assassinate, Danzo would still dispatch individuals to deal with the traitors. From the sound of that tremor, it seemed to emanate from the room behind you. "Shouldn't you send someone to investigate?" Kuroyuki interjected. Sanzang found this reasoning compelling, nodding in agreement, but still maintained his composure as he finished his drink, opting not to refill this time. With Qingyu present, he figured matters would be handled appropriately. However, it was only upon Kuroyuki's mention that he recalled the most regrettable aspect, the young messenger who had just lost his life. Such a young lad, meeting his end here. I cannot decide whether to pity your leaf village for its lack of humanity or to commend Danzo for his ruthlessness. Sanzang's demeanor shifted, his eyes narrowing threateningly at Kuroyuki and his companions. Just then, Qingyu rushed through the door behind him, shouting, "It's bad, boss. That kid was here to assassinate us." Upon hearing this, Mei Yu and his companions immediately stood, seemingly ready to rush into the corridor leading to Hanzo's quarters. Gasping for breath, Qingyu continued, "Fortunately, you foresaw this, boss, and replaced the room with Hanzo-sama's decoy ahead of time. Otherwise, that kid might have succeeded. But why didn't you inform us of the switch? I worried for nothing. You idiot, can you not just finish your words in one go?" The Plum Rain, infuriated, approached and delivered a stinging slap to the back of Sunny's head. Sanzang glanced sideways at Sunny, his expression akin to that of one observing a simpleton. Fortunately, he refrained from speaking, for uttering a word would surely lead to his demise at the hands of this inept crew. In truth, he too was oblivious to Hanzo's whereabouts. The substitute was not of his design. He knew only that he must play his part in this charade. And what of that little ghost? Who could say? Sunny rubbed the back of his head, which still stung from Mei Yu's slap. I finally managed to catch him, only to find he was but a mere shadow clone. Useless. Upon overhearing the conversation, Heishua was enlightened. Since Menma was unharmed, he felt no compulsion to hold back. Bracing himself against the table, Heishua forcefully flipped it towards Sanzang and his companions. In an instant, his right hand began to gather a massive amount of lightning chakra, coalescing into a sphere that radiated fierce blue energy, brimming with destructive potential. Raikiri. Utilizing the table as cover, Heishua launched his attack toward Sanzang and the others. As Sanzang drew his katana and cleaved the table in two, he witnessed Heishua pivot sharply, executing a Raikiri that pierced the unsuspecting Chiyoyu's chest. Heishua swiftly removed the pouch of ninja tools from Chiyoyu's body and tossed it to Yakushi no Nai, simultaneously snatching the dado slung across Chiyoyu's back and tossing it to Exine. Water release, iron bullet. Reacting quickly, Sunny completed the hand seals and unleashed a barrage of water projectiles toward Heishua. Heishua spun around, hurling Chiyoyu at the incoming water bullets, simultaneously extracting his hand from Chiyoyu's lifeless body. The two guards stationed at the entrance, alerted by the sounds of combat, burst through the doors behind Sanzang and Heishua. Yakushi no Nai and Exine swiftly divided and leaped into the fray, their years of assassination and combat experience shining through as they dispatched the guard members with ease. Shudai, Mayu, you coordinate with the guards to deal with those two, while Sunny and I handle matters here. Yes. Upon receiving Sanzang's command, Shudai and Mayu quickly set off, flanking Yakushi no Nai and Exine, successfully hindering their movements and slowing the pace at which the guards were being eliminated. Heishua gathered another lightning sphere in his hand. Having witnessed the power of this technique, Sanzang and Sunny regarded it with trepidation. It was through this very technique that Sanzang recognized Heishua's identity. I never anticipated that Danzo would send you. Your reputation precedes you, cold-blooded Kakashi. It is said you kill without a second thought, and your specialty lies in slaying your comrades. Only a scoundrel like Danzo would dare to employ someone like you. Heishua's expression grew stern, the lightning sphere in his hand vibrating with agitation. He was uncertain how his identity had been unveiled. Yet he understood that such knowledge would only bring about calamity for Sanzang. Believing Heishua's emotional response stemmed from his recognition, Sanzang spoke with pride. I have always wished to cross blades with your father, Tsukumo Hatake. I have heard of his prowess in swordsmanship, and many exceptional ninjas have perished beneath his white fang blade. Alas, he has passed. If I could successfully eliminate you, the son of White Fang, your father in the afterlife would surely regard me with newfound respect. Sanzang brazenly raised his blade, pointing its tip at Heishua, already envisioning the potential enhancement to his life's narrative. Heishua's frown deepened. If his previous actions were a task, the ensuing battle was purely personal. Regardless, today, Sanzang must perish. Chapter 30, Dog-Style Raikiri. Heishua lunged forward once more, his speed now doubled as he charged at Sanzang. Sanzang could not afford any lapse in focus. Swiftly plunging his blade into the ground, using its tip to pry up the tiles and hurl them at Heishua. Given that his opponent wielded lightning release with immense power, attacking with his blade was ill-advised. A moment's mistake could see him electrocuted by his own weapon's conductivity. Thus, Sanzang sought to wear down Heishua's offensive. Sunny, coming. Hearing Sanzang's call, Sunny, having completed his hand seals, unleashed a barrage of water release. Iron bullet toward the ground between Sanzang and Heishua. The ground trembled under the force of the assault, tiles erupting into the air. Sanzang struck these tiles with his sword, shattering them into fine gravel, which burst forth like a shotgun blast, hurtling toward Heishua. Heishua, unable to evade, utilized his spear as a shield, swinging the lightning sphere to obliterate the incoming debris into dust. Seizing the opportunity, Sanzang swiftly retreated, creating distance while hastily performing hand seals. Earth release, earth flow wall. Upon completing the seals, Sanzang slammed his palm to the ground, manipulating the shattered soil into walls that rose to shield him. Heishua swung his blade horizontally at the earthen barrier, effortlessly cleaving through it and shattering Sanzang's defense. Yet, in that moment, his lightning chakra was nearly depleted. Suddenly, hands emerged from the remnants of the wall, and the accumulated water on the ground surged upward, forming a watery prison to ensnare Heishua. Got you. Seeing Sunny successfully trap Heishua, Sanzang swiftly drew his blade, thrusting it toward Heishua's chest within the water prison. However, upon striking, he sensed something amiss. The sensation was too firm, resembling stone rather than flesh. Indeed, the next moment, the figure of Heishua within the water prison exploded into a pile of rubble. Having utilized a substitution technique in advance, Sunny looked around in confusion, unable to locate Heishua's presence. Sanzang too found himself momentarily lost in thought. Realizing that the earth flow wall could only defend against frontal attacks, he quickly deduced Heishua's hiding place. Above, together, Sunny and Sanzang looked up. spotting Heishua perched upon the ceiling, having evaded detection until now. Heishua's right hand had once again coalesced a crackling lightning sphere, while his left hand formed seals, successfully completing the final sign. Earth release, pursuit Fong. With a fierce shout, 8 ninja hounds erupted from the ground, lunging at Sunny and tearing at his limbs. "Oh, where do these vicious dogs come from? Get off me!" Sunny cried out in agony, his body uncontrollably stumbling sideways as he struggled in vain, pleading for Sanzang's assistance. "Boss, help me." At that moment, Sanzang had no time to spare for Sunny, preoccupied with Heishua's impending attack, which promised to be even more ferocious than before. Lightning release, lightning wolf strike. The lightning sphere morphed into the form of a wolf, hurtling towards Sanzang. This strike appeared to possess a homing capability, leaving Sanzang with no avenue of escape. He could only brace himself for the impact. The lightning wolf moved with the swiftness of a thunderclap, affording him no time to perform seals. He barely managed to execute a quick draw to defend himself. The wolf clamped down on the blade, and the tremendous force sent Sanzang flying, embedding him into the wall. Ultimately, the lightning wolf detonated, unleashing a torrent of electricity that pierced Sanzang's entire being, leaving him charred and battered. Coughing, Sanzang struggled to breathe, exhaling wisps of smoke as his vision blurred and consciousness wavered. Heishua was unwilling to grant his adversary a moment's respite, advancing to seize Sanzang by the throat, his voice cold as ice. "Where's Hanzo? Answer me." "Huh?" With a disdainful snort, Sanzang struggled to articulate. "Do you think I would divulge anything to you? If I don't, I shall perish." Unfazed by the threat of Heishua, Sanzang understood that even if he spoke, death would be inevitable. Moreover, he genuinely had no knowledge of Hanzong's whereabouts. It was wiser to remain silent and preserve his loyalty and integrity. Seeing that Sanzang's eyes reflected a profound desire for death, Heishua chose not to waste further words and swiftly snapped his neck. Disposing of Sanzang's lifeless body, Heishua turned to the 8 ninja hounds that had already dispatched Qingyu, commanding, "Parker, you are familiar with Menma's scent. Go find him. He is likely still near the inn. The rest of you, scatter and search for Hanzong within this tower." Upon hearing the instructions, the 7 ninja hounds promptly dispersed, but Parker remained rooted in place. Observing Parker's reluctant expression, Heishua urged, "Aren't you setting off yet? But it's raining outside. As you know, this weather will dilute the scent, making it hard to track. Once the mission is complete, I will treat you to an all-you-can-eat steak." "You know that's not what I meant." Parker shook his head, unimpressed by the prospect of a meal. As a ninja hound, he possessed dignity and would not be easily swayed by mere food. Heishua, exasperated, extended 3 fingers, resolutely opting to sweeten the deal. 3 meals. Even then, Parker shook his head, calmly licking the fur on his paws, seemingly indifferent to Heishua's words. 3 meals, plus a grooming session, and that's my final offer. Sigh, you are truly a challenge. I suppose I shall give it a try. Considering Kakashi's evident concern for this matter, Parker reluctantly agreed, for they shared a deep camaraderie. He leapt to the window of the hall, casting a final glance at Kakashi to reaffirm, "Remember to keep your word. Hurry." Heishua grew impatient. The matter of Menma was not to be trifled with. Parker ceased his hesitance, leaping out the window, gathering chakra in his legs, and slowly descending along the wall. Spotting a throng of people at the base of the Black Tower, many holding torches, a sense of foreboding washed over Parker. Yet, with the task at hand, he chose not to meddle further, trusting that Kakashi would manage. He was resilient enough. With a powerful leap, Parker reached the rooftop of a nearby building adjacent to the Black Tower, vigorously shaking his body and infusing chakra into his fur. Ninja Hound Shadow Clone Technique. Suddenly, clones appeared in equal number to the fur on his body. These clones exchanged glances, swiftly delineating their designated areas for surveillance, before dispersing in all directions. After Parker's departure, Heishua picked up Sanzang's blade, preparing to tidy up the remaining minions. However, Sanzang's demise had already drawn the attention of the guards, who, gripped by fear instilled by Reikage, immediately abandoned their posts upon spotting Heishua approaching, fleeing as far as they could. Seeing this, Heishua sighed in relief. The prior battle had drained much of his chakra, and being further delayed by the guards would have proven detrimental to his stamina. Only Shoyu and Meiyu remained to contend against Yakushi Nanoyu and Shin, quickly finding themselves at a disadvantage without the guards' cover. Heishua refrained from intervening, quietly observing while conserving his energy, as long as he ensured that these two did not escape. He was content. Chapter 31. Ascension beneath the Black Tower. Members of the Rain Village's security team, clad in ninja attire, stood ready, torches in hand, with newly laid fuses at their feet. With all preparations for the Ascension plan complete, it was merely a matter of giving the command to send the entire Black Tower, along with Hanzong and Sanzang, skyward. Shinda, hands on his hips, burst into laughter. Waha! Oh ho ho ho! Beside Shinda stood three ninjas whose attire slightly differed from the rest. They, along with Meiyu's quartet, were also members of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the Rain, known as Baoyu, Muyu, and Huiyu. However, the quartet's prowess far surpassed that of the three. This particular group was originally formed to capitalize on the fame of the renowned 7 ninja swordsmen, with Meiyu's for being former subordinates of Sanzang, while the three were merely later additions to bolster numbers. Consequently, they often faced exclusion from Meiyu and Sanzang. Fortunately, their untapped talent eventually led them to the brilliant Shinda, whom they now followed without hesitation. Muyu, appearing rather earnest and slightly shorter, found Shinda's sudden laughter perplexing, prompting him to ask, "Boss, why do you laugh?" "I laugh because Sanzang is foolish and Hanzong is dim-witted. Today, I shall merely employ a slight ruse to capture them all. Tell me, such a monumental occasion. How could I not rejoice? But is it not a bit premature to celebrate?" Muyu furrowed his brow, worry etched across his face, concerned about the success probability of the Ascension plan. The entire process from planning to execution felt overly hasty, lacking contingency plans, as if it was merely a spur-of-the-moment decision by Shinda. Furthermore, Shinda was notoriously known for his lack of foresight. Otherwise, he wouldn't have found himself relegated to guarding the village gates every day. Muyu had initially chosen to follow him, believing he would not amount to much and thus keep himself away from the treacherous intrigues of power struggles, seeking merely a stable position. After all, not everyone could secure a job close to home with decent pay that appeared respectable. Yet, unexpected twists of fate arose, and who could have foreseen that Shinda, this fool, would one day engage in regicide? Upon reflection, it was likely that he had been enchanted by that rascal, Chia, days prior. Humph, what is there to panic about? Shinda remained unfazed by Muyu's concerns, his demeanor still brimming with arrogance. Isn't this Leaf Village's mission to assassinate? If the plan fails, we can pin the blame on them. But weren't they brought here by us? Moreover, we personally escorted them for this meeting, so our culpability cannot be easily dismissed. Shinda's smile began to fade as he shot Muyu a sidelong glance. This fool always seemed fond of stabbing him in the back when he was at his happiest. And so what? We have dutifully guarded the gates of the Rain Village for 10 years, not for lack of effort, but for the sake of duty. A minor oversight in our work should be understandable. Surely, Lord Hanzong won't make a mountain out of a molehill. Besides, without me, Shinda, who will guard the gates of the Rain Village in the future? Surely not Sanzang. Humph, he could never endure this burden. He might even end up begging me to take his place. Shinda's lips curled into a proud smirk, as if he were discussing a matter of great personal pride. Muyu, observing Shinda's confidence, found his expression momentarily frozen in astonishment. Yet upon further contemplation, he realized the merit in Shinda's words, and a flicker of resolve sparked within him. However, who would wish to spend their entire life guarding a gate? Even a salted fish has its day to turn over. Thus, they should capitalize on this opportunity to eliminate Hanzong and become the new masters of the Rain Village. The torrential rain and the gentle drizzle were utterly captivated by Shinda's brilliance, eagerly imploring, "Boss, what are we waiting for? Let's begin." "All right, ignite it," Shinda exuberantly shouted. The ninjas of the security team, stationed at 12 points around the Black Tower, simultaneously ignited the fuses with torches. However, after a considerable wait, the explosive detonation that Shinda and the others anticipated failed to materialize, and instead, the entire security team found themselves in a comical struggle to relight the fuses. Muyu was left speechless. This was precisely why he believed success was unattainable, for he could see no sign of thoughtful consideration from Shinda in this plan. "Boss, it's raining." "You just rambled on, but the rain has soaked the gunpowder, so it's quite normal that it won't ignite. Why not use detonating talismans instead?" Before Muyu could finish, Shinda, irate, delivered a swift kick. "Who needs your advice? Trying to show off your cleverness, huh?" He kicked repeatedly for a dozen times until he was slightly out of breath, then motioned for Baoyu and Huiyu to take his place. With a grin that stretched across his face, he pulled at the corners of his mouth, instantly donning an iconic smile. After all, Boys who smile are often favored by fortune. Everyone, use the detonating talismans. Shinda commanded once more, his voice ringing high and clear. Upon receiving the order, all the security team members affixed the talismans to their shurikens and hurled them towards the pre-buried explosives, forming hand seals to trigger the detonation. Boom, boom, boom. Following a series of explosive detonations, the vast amounts of explosives buried underground awakened like slumbering beasts, unleashing a thunderous roar. The entire earth trembled, and those in close proximity, including Shinda, briefly felt their bodies lift off the ground, a sensation beyond description. As they landed again, they witnessed the Black Tower beginning to collapse. But the direction of the collapse seemed rather odd. It resembled a tree felled at its base, tipping sideways, and now the tower was toppling directly toward Shinda. Oh dear! Shinda was startled, his heart racing, his legs turning to wheels as he fled. Baoyu and Huiyu quickly followed suit, leaving Muyu, who had been injured by his own comrades, behind. Desperately, he watched as the tower loomed over him, having always desired nothing more than a life of ease. Who would have thought today would be the day he truly laid down for good? Inside the tower, Yakushi Nanoyu and Shin had subdued both Shiyu and Meiyu, but unfortunately, they gleaned nothing regarding Hanzo's whereabouts from them. The sudden, violent tremors left the three momentarily disoriented, followed by a widespread collapse of the ceiling and floor. Clearly, someone had detonated the foundation of the tower, making it unsuitable to remain. Retreat! Hakiyuki shouted, conjuring a lightning sphere in his hand, slicing through the falling debris as he swiftly moved towards the window. Yakushi Nanoyu and Shin followed closely, weaving through the chaotic rain of rubble while using their tools to clear the obstructing stones. Ultimately, the three of them escaped through a window, leaping from the Black Tower onto the roof of a nearby building. Once steady, Hakiyuki noticed blood streaming down his right arm. Although he had shattered large stones, he could not entirely avoid being struck by smaller debris, resulting in minor injuries. Yakushi Nanoyu hurried forward to apply medical ninjutsu, staunching the bleeding and treating Hakiyuki's wounds. Thanks to Hakiyuki paving the way, both she and Shin had emerged unscathed, suggesting that Hakiyuki was not as cold-blooded as the rumors depicted. Of course, she had never taken that title seriously. The air still carried a heavy scent of gunpowder, and Hakiyuki's gaze swept back towards the Black Tower, quickly spotting Shinda, who had led them into the tower. He had not anticipated that it was the Rain Village's own people who had detonated the tower. Did they not fear for their leader's life? Or was it that Hanzo was not within? A cold voice emerged from behind them, and the trio turned to find it was Akiba. In the next moment, Hakiyuki stepped forward, brandishing a kunai he had pilfered from Yakushi Nanoyu, pressing it against Akiba's neck as he demanded, "Did you know in advance that Shinda intended to blow up the tower?" "I did. Are you trying to endanger everyone?" "For the sake of the mission, one must be ruthless. That is the principle of the organization, as you should know." Akiba's response was unnervingly calm, as if it were a mere matter of breathing. "Yet as you stated, Hanzo is not in the tower. Why did you not inform us earlier?" Yakushi Nanoyu interjected, her face flushed with anger. "I only just learned this and came to find you, so please follow me. The mission continues." With that, Akiba disregarded the kunai pressed against his neck and turned to walk away. Hakiyuki and the others hesitated, unable to convince themselves to place their lives in Akiba's hands once more. Moreover, with Menma currently unaccounted for and their physical states considerably drained, continuing the mission seemed perilous. As no one could guarantee success, they feared it would merely lead to their demise. Just as Hakiyuki prepared to confront Akiba about the situation, Parker's clone returned to his side. "I found him at the broken bridge. He is currently battling Hanzo alone. Come with me quickly." Parker's tone shifted from its usual languor to one of grave urgency, his expression showing immense worry. Hakiyuki did not dare to delay and instructed Parker to lead the way. He understood Parker well. Such a demeanor indicated a dire situation, and it seemed Menma was in serious trouble. Yakushi Nanoyu and Shin shared in the escalating tension, remaining silent but silently following Hakiyuki closely behind Parker. Chapter 32, National Grievances and Familial Hatred. Following the riverbank downstream, Menma arrived at the broken bridge. The previous night, he had recognized Shizuka's crow from the window and had promptly leapt out, following closely behind. Ultimately, under the crow's guidance, he found himself in an old warehouse within Rain Village, awaiting the arrival of Uchiha Itachi, who had come to assist him at Shizuka's behest. Through Itachi, Menma learned that he had arrived 3 days prior and had infiltrated the Black Tower using Jinjutsu but was unable to locate Hanzo. However, a peculiar phenomenon in the city caught his attention. Everyone wore masks and typically chose to stay indoors unless absolutely necessary. Upon investigation, the prevailing rumor suggested an incurable plague had afflicted the village, leading to several incidents of sudden deaths among the villagers, which incited widespread panic. Itachi had examined the bodies and discovered that all the deceased bore a specific toxin within them, which had weakened their immunity and opened the door for respiratory diseases, exacerbating existing ailments, thus leading to their appearances of having died from illness. In reality, the true culprit was poisoning. Based on the information Itachi received from Jiraiya regarding Hanzo, he speculated that the toxin was likely connected to Hanzo. This was because the legendary three had once battled Hanzo on the battlefield, and some members of the ninja coalition who had been incapacitated by the poison gas from the salamander had returned to find similar symptoms, ultimately succumbing to their afflictions, all of which had been meticulously documented by Lady Tsunade. By correlating the identities, occupations, and frequently visited areas of the deceased, Itachi swiftly identified commonalities, pinpointing the area where Hanzo was most likely hiding. However, he lacked the time to verify this information before Menma and the others entered the village. Thus, he relayed this to Menma, inadvertently leading him to search along the riverbank from the latter half of the night until now. At this moment, it was early morning. The sky dimly lit as a light rain continued to fall. A thick mist hung by the river, and through the haze, a figure could be faintly seen sitting on the broken bridge, seemingly engaged in fishing. Menma, clad in a windbreaker modified by Jishui, with a small tanto strapped to his back and a mask covering his mouth and nose like the villagers of Rain-Hidden Village, approached. His absence of ninja tools was not intentional. They had all been taken away by his true self the previous night. As he drew closer, Menma gradually discerned the silhouette of the fisherman. The figure wore a raincoat and a straw hat, with long dark golden hair cascading down to his waist, and a mask with a breathing tube obscured his face. Although he could not see the man's features clearly, given the time and the distinctive breathing tube mask, Menma could surmise that this individual was Hanzo. Menma drew his tanto, moving swiftly forward with a steady force, aiming a lethal strike at Hanzo's neck from behind. However, upon contact, Menma immediately sensed something was amiss. The sensation was wrong. He withdrew his blade and created distance between himself and Hanzo. The colors on Hanzo's form swiftly faded, transforming into a crystalline transparency, and with a splashing sound, he dissolved into a puddle of water. It was a water clone. As the clone vanished, another Hanzo appeared nearby, maintaining his fishing posture. The tip of the fishing rod he held trembled slightly, suggesting a catch, and he began to reel in, skillfully tugging at the struggling fish beneath the surface. Menma instinctively assumed a defensive stance, but Hanzo had no time to engage him. He was merely relishing the thrill of the catch. Ultimately, a small fish was brought out of the water, and a glimmer of joy appeared in Hanzo's eyes. Yet, upon seeing that the fish was merely the size of his palm, he let out a sigh. All this waiting for such a small catch, he lamented. Hanzo removed the fish from the hook and tossed it back into the river. Glancing at his empty basket, he lost all interest in continuing, especially with a visitor present. He set his fishing rod aside and turned to scrutinize Menma closely. Hanzo inquired politely, "Who are you?" "To kill you." Menma replied coldly. "I see. I can tell. After all, if I hadn't been vigilant, you might have succeeded just now. Your skills are quite refined. You must have undergone professional assassination training. Although you lack a forehead protector, it's evident you are a competent ninja. I gathered information about the village yesterday, and you must be the messenger sent by Konoha, tasked with carrying out this assassination under Danzo's orders." Menma remained silent, but Hanzo grew intrigued. Observing Menma's resolute and fierce gaze, Hanzo regretted that such a person was not under his command. Such courage at a young age is commendable, but my praise for you ends here. I, Hanzo, do not slay nameless individuals. Thus, my earlier question was to ascertain your name. Do you understand? Uzumaki Menma. Uzumaki. Hanzo's brow furrowed in contemplation. Then he glanced at Menma's hair and burst into laughter. Menma was perplexed by Hanzo's reaction and coldly asked, "What is so amusing?" "What amuses me? Humph. It is your ignorance that brings me joy. How dare you claim to be of the Uzumaki clan? Who does not know that the hallmark of the Uzumaki is their red hair, yet you possess golden locks? Not to mention the discrepancies in traits. If you truly were a descendant of the Uzumaki, you should have first learned about the destruction of the land of whirlpools, how the Uzumaki clan was slaughtered. and who orchestrated this treachery while others stood idly by. Such national grievances and familial hatred, and you remain oblivious. Yet you have become a pawn for your enemies, risking your life for them. How utterly ridiculous. Hanzo's words stirred a tumult within Menma. Indeed, he knew little of his heritage and yearned to uncover the truth. Yet, he had no means to investigate, and even when he had inquired with Ji Shui, the only response was to grow stronger. When he became powerful enough, all truths would be revealed. Taking a deep breath and recalling Ji Shui's teachings, Menma understood this could be a ploy by the enemy, and he must not be swayed by it, lest he disrupt his own composure. He positioned the tanto across his chest, flicking the tip with his left hand. And soon 12 identical clones appeared beside him, mimicking his movements. Seeing that Menma had no intention of continuing the amicable conversation, Hanzo drew a scroll from his waist, summoning a scythe with a chain from within. Since you are so obstinate, let me show you the vast chasm that separates our strengths. You talk too much, Menma retorted, swinging his blade as his clones surged forward, employing body flicker technique to attack Hanzo from various angles. Hanzo swung the scythe, executing a swift technique that effortlessly cleaved through 3 of Menma's clones. This strike was merely a warm-up, allowing him to analyze the nature of Menma's clones. Unfortunately, it was unremarkable, simply a group of shadow clones. Hanzo need not employ ninjutsu. With mere swordplay, he dispatched all of Menma's clones with ease. So weak, so weak. Is this the caliber of assassin that Danzo sends? Has that old fool lost his mind? Moreover, aside from simple stabbing and slashing, you have no understanding of swordsmanship. That blade in your hands is no better than scrap metal. It is a waste of potential. Hanzo pointed the scythe at Menma, his displeasure evident. The youth had promise, but he lacked a good mentor to guide him properly. Remember, concentrate your chakra into your weapon as I do. This greatly enhances both your attack power and the durability of the weapon. As he spoke, Hanzo infused chakra into the scythe and swung it forward, parting the flowing river for an instant. The fierce slash surged toward Menma, who easily evaded it using body flicker technique. Of course, this was partly because Hanzo was merely toying with him. Humiliated, Menma gripped the tanto tightly, anger flaring in his eyes. He had come to assassinate Hanzo. Yet not only had he failed, but he was also subjected to a lesson in the process. Rumors of this would surely tarnish Ji Shui's reputation. Just then, the shadow clone from the Black Tower dispelled, and the experiences and insights accumulated from the previous night returned to Menma's true self, bolstering his confidence. The chakra surgical knife also emphasized the refinement of chakra. One gathers it in the palm, while the other condenses it into a tool. Drawing from the experience gained from his shadow clone training last night, Menma attempted to infuse chakra into his tanto, and to his surprise, he succeeded. The tanto was enveloped in a blue chakra, as if wrapped in a thin membrane, and it felt remarkably lighter than before. Unaware of Menma's newfound experience, Hanzo was impressed to see him achieve this feat so quickly. Such talent should not be wasted on death. Instead, why not kneel and pledge your allegiance to Rain Hidden Village? I could show you mercy and train you as my successor. What do you say? Humph, dream on. Menma scoffed at Hanzo's proposition, advancing once more with his blade aimed at Hanzo's chest. Using the sickle to block the tip of the blade, Hanzo's half-visible face emerged from the other side of the weapon, mocking, very well. Had you truly knelt and begged for mercy as I suggested, I would have undoubtedly slain you on the spot, but it appears you possess some spirit. However, with your current capabilities, attempting to kill me is akin to a fool's dream. Even if 1,000 of you were to come, you would scarcely be able to harm me. Menma raised his head defiantly to glare at Hanzo. Despite being half his height, he emanated an aura of unwavering resolve. There was no trace of retreat in his eyes. Instead, they radiated a newfound determination. As you wish, let 1,000 come. With a powerful thrust, Menma sliced through Hanzo's sickle and leaped into the air, hands forming seals. Shadow clone technique. A billowing cloud of white smoke rose at the riverbank, enveloping the entire surface of the river. Hanzo unleashed several wind blades around him, dispersing the smoke that surrounded him. Then, he beheld countless silhouettes of Menma standing upon the river's surface, densely packed and numbering over 1,000 at first glance. Hanzo couldn't help but chuckle, finding the situation amusing as it promised to prolong their encounter. He dismissed his earlier suspicion regarding Menma's lineage, for the sheer volume of chakra required to summon such numerous clones was not something just anyone could achieve. If he were indeed of the Uzumaki clan, It would all make perfect sense. Ha ha, how interesting. You are indeed a descendant of the Uzumaki clan. While I am unsure how you ended up serving Danzo, I advise you to hastily sever ties with him. As I mentioned earlier, it was Danzo who incited fear of the Uzumaki clan's formidable sealing techniques, leading to the downfall of your nation. Hanzo's voice dripped with disdain. Menma suddenly recalled the secret that Shin had revealed to him the previous night. Through an illusion, Shin had shown him a harrowing scene. A man with short yellow hair and a woman with long red hair stood protectively before him, their chests pierced. The face of their assailant unmistakably Danzo. The man was his father, the woman his mother. Although Menma could not clearly see their faces, the woman's crimson hair matched the trademark feature of the Uzumaki clan. Thus, he believed his mother to be truly of the Uzumaki lineage, and his surname likely inherited from her. Coupled with the messages conveyed by Shin and Hanzo, Menma was convinced that Danzo was the architect of his tragic fate. Not only had he caused the destruction of his homeland and the loss of his family, but he had also imprisoned him and subjected him to inhumane experiments. The thought of this filled Menma with a seething hatred for Danzo. I may not know the entirety of this history, for I became an orphan at birth, but serving Danzo is out of the question. My purpose in confronting you is solely to fulfill my mission and get closer to Danzo to assassinate him. So do not make assumptions. I harbor more hatred for him than anyone. Menma's eyes gleamed with ferocity, having been thoroughly provoked by Hanzo. The resentment within him surged like an unstoppable tide. The ultimate technique of physical combat, 1,000 bodies, instant kill. At that moment, nearly 1,000 shadow clones surged forward in unison, each one thrusting a blade toward a specific point on Hanzo's body, forming an impenetrable wall of attackers. Unfazed by the synchronized assault, Hanzo remained composed. Standing upon the water's surface, he was an invincible sovereign where water flowed. Hanzo swiftly completed his hand seals and shouted, "Water style, water surge." The river beneath him roiled violently, water erupting around him to form a rapidly spinning column resembling a tornado, instantly sending Menma's advancing clones flying. Subsequently, the towering water column transformed into a cascading waterfall, emanating from Hanzo's location and sweeping outward to obliterate the remaining shadow clones. Those closest to Hanzo were inevitably engulfed by the deluge, while the more distant clones utilized the body flicker technique to leap into the air, attempting another assault from above. Hanzo cast a dismissive glance at these remnants, effortlessly dispatching them with a swift slash of his blade. The ease with which he obliterated them caused Hanzo's expression to shift to one of seriousness. Is this the power bestowed upon you by hatred? Pathetically insufficient. You cannot even get close to me, yet you foolishly wish to seek revenge against Danzo. How absurd. I'll say it again, you talk too much. Menma's voice resonated from below, and he broke through the water surface, a blade shooting toward Hanzo's jaw with the speed of lightning. Surprised that Menma would attempt to break through from beneath the water, Hanzo reacted instinctively, tilting his head back just in time to evade the strike. Nevertheless, Menma's blade was imbued with a significant amount of chakra, and even though Hanzo dodged, his neck was grazed, leaving a shallow wound. Hey, that's quite dangerous. Little brat. As Hanzo's gaze shifted downward, the mockery in his eyes vanished, replaced by a cold, murderous intent. With his life threatened, even if only slightly, it was enough to provoke him into earnest action. You seem to have truly angered me, so struggle with all your might. Let us see just how long you can survive. With that, Hanzo swung his sickle downward, akin to a grim reaper delivering a death sentence, ruthlessly harvesting life. Menma gasped. Hanzo's current attacks were swift and razor-sharp, a stark contrast to before. He hastily raised his blade, attempting to block the sickle, but upon impact, his weapon was forced aside along with his arm by an overwhelming force. Had his blade not been infused with chakra, this strike would have cleaved his weapon in two. Utilizing the momentum from the sickle's rebound and employing the body flicker technique, Menma rapidly retreated, striving to increase the distance between them. However, Hanzo was relentless, employing his adept water body flicker technique to close in on Menma from behind. In response, Menma summoned 2 shadow clones and affixed explosive tags to them, using them as a shield in Hanzo's path. Hanzo, oblivious to Menma's subtle maneuvers, cleaved through the 2 clones, igniting the explosive tags in the process. Boom, boom. The simultaneous explosions created 2 massive whirlpools on the river's surface, sending water splashing everywhere, engulfing Hanzo within the chaos. Menma did not linger. He understood Hanzo would not be easily vanquished. Seizing this moment, he sought cover and plotted his next move. He realized that in this riverine environment, which favored Hanzo, he could never hope to defeat a master of water style, so he chose to flee into the nearby woods. Almost simultaneously, the water splashes in the river began to settle, and Hanzo, ensconced within the water prison technique, observed the direction in which Menma had fled. Is it too late to escape now? I shall see just how far you can run, Hanzo thought, swiftly pursuing him. Due to the stark disparity in strength between him and Menma, he remained unperturbed, regardless of whether further traps awaited him ahead. This was the unwavering confidence that his power bestowed upon him. Not long after entering the wooded area by the riverbank, the surroundings fell into silence. Unable to ascertain Menma's escape route, Hanzo was compelled to halt his pursuit. Yet, he could vaguely sense that Menma was lurking nearby, prompting him to call out, "Come out! I know you're here." Menma, crouched in the grass, formed a hand seal, and immediately, several black lines composed of character spells surged from all directions, converging at Hanzo's feet to form a pentagram, firmly immobilizing him. This was a type of lighting array. Menma had employed the same technique that Irika had used against him previously, affixing pre-drawn array symbols to the surrounding trees, waiting for Hanzo to leap into his carefully crafted trap. Damn it! Realizing he had fallen into a scheme, Hanzo's face contorted with rage. He struggled to move, but his legs felt as though they were rooted to the ground, immobile. Recognizing that Hanzo was indeed ensnared by his formation, Menma seized the opportunity. Drawing a small dagger he had planted in the ground, leaping from the underbrush like a bolt of black lightning, aiming to strike Hanzo. Seeing the elusive mouse finally reveal itself, Hanzo's expression shifted from fury to delight, his lips curling into an unabashed smirk. However, upon noticing the change in Hanzo's demeanor, Menma quickly realized he had been deceived. Hanzo had feigned his imprisonment to lure him out, igniting a surge of frustration within him. Truly a cunning old fox, shameless enough to deceive a child. Though Menma wished to halt, it was too late. He pressed on defiantly. Hanzo swung his scythe down with tremendous force, sending the dagger spiraling from Menma's grasp. Then, with a swift motion, he clutched Menma's throat. "Got you, little mouse." In agony, Menma reached for Hanzo's hand, desperately clenching it, gritting his teeth to utter, "Despicable. This is merely the art of deception, my little imp." Menma glared at Hanzo, his face contorted in pain. Simultaneously, his abdomen roiled violently, a foreign entity writhing within. This unknown object continued its ascent, and Menma, overwhelmed, opened his mouth, revealing a mass of black, fuzzy substance. Hanzo, noticing the anomaly, slowly bent his arm to draw Menma closer, eager to discern what was lodged in his throat. In an unexpected moment, a crow's head emerged from the dark fuzz, its inky black eyes shifting to a vivid crimson, locking onto Hanzo's gaze. Chapter 35. Tsukuyomi. Hanzo's eyelids flickered, an ominous premonition flooding his mind. He hastily hurled Menma away like a lead ball, but it was already too late. As he looked up, the world around him dimmed. The sounds of wind and rain vanished, raindrops suspended in midair, and the vibrant hues of nature faded into monochrome. Suddenly, Hanzo realized he was ensnared in an illusion. Someone had cast a Jinjutsu on him through the crow, yet he was certain that Menma could not be the one behind it. How unexpected to have assistance. Hiding within a child's form to cast a technique. Truly despicable. As you put it, this is merely the art of deception. A calm voice broke the silence of the black and white world. Hanzo turned to see a young man clad in a black coat embroidered with red clouds, possessing crimson eyes adorned with a three-pronged shuriken design, Uchiha Itachi from Konoha. In that moment of recognition, Hanzo realized he had been pinned to a cross, his body rendered immobile. Damn it, who are you? Itachi Uchiha. So it was indeed a member of the Uchiha clan, the backup laid by Danzo. No wonder that little brat dared to come and assassinate me confidently. You are mistaken, I merely passed by. If that is the case, why trap me in an illusion? At the request of another, I came to protect this child, hence the necessity of intervention. Hanzo did not trust Itachi's words. He knew that many from the Uchiha clan had joined Konoha Zumbu, becoming Danzo's subordinates. The claim of protecting the child from the Whirlpool clan was undoubtedly a lie, a ruse to make him believe there was a chance for negotiation, thus lowering his guard. Hanzo began to employ various methods to break free from his bindings or to escape the control of the Jinjutsu, but all his efforts proved futile. This was Tsukuyomi. a unique ocular technique of the Mangekyo Sharingan, far surpassing ordinary illusions, rendering any attempt to escape through sheer willpower ineffective. In the realm of Tsukuyami, space, time, and mass are all under my control. Rather than waste energy in futile struggles, it would be wiser to contemplate how to withstand my forthcoming assault. With that, Itachi conjured a katana from thin air, summoning multiple shadow clones wielding blades, each methodically piercing Hanzo's body, withdrawing, and then stabbing again. Ah! Hanzo screamed in agony. The world within the illusion replicated real sensations perfectly, each stab inflicting intense pain. You bastard! For the first time, Hanzo experienced a profound sense of helplessness. Watching Itachi stab him repeatedly until he felt himself fade into unconsciousness. However, when he opened his eyes again, he discovered he was still alive, his wounds vanished. Yet he remained trapped in the monochrome illusion, with Itachi still standing before him. But now, not far away, another cross bore a version of himself, with several Itachis surrounding that version, continuously stabbing him. In the realm of Tsukuyami, space, time, and mass are all under my control. The Itachi before him began to repeat his earlier words. It dawned on Hanzo that he had fallen into a loop. This was a type of illusion he had never encountered before, yet he refused to believe he could not escape it. After enduring dozens of cycles, feeling increasingly exhausted in body and spirit, Hanzo resorted to the most desperate measure to avoid being consumed by this torment. He bit his tongue. With a sharp bite, he severed a piece of flesh from his tongue, blood flooding his mouth, the intense pain striking his mind like 1,000 needles, forcibly yanking him back into the real world. Gazing at Menma, whom he had just flung away, Hanzo was astonished at how much time had passed within the illusion. Emerging felt like merely a fleeting moment. Spitting out blood, Hanzo pressed his left hand against his head, feeling as if it might split apart. The damage sustained in the Tsukuyami world had all compounded upon his psyche. Though his body was unharmed and his life intact, the torment was indeed unbearable. Menma, too, was in dire straits. After crashing violently against a tree, he clumsily fell to the ground, a warm sensation in his chest causing him to spit out blood, the searing pain radiating from his back. Observing Hanzo, who was visibly affected, Menma understood that Itachi's surprise attack had indeed borne significant results. Previously, within the abandoned warehouse, Itachi had made a pact with him. Due to Itachi being entrusted by Shursui to preserve his own life, the adversary would not interfere with his assassination mission, nor would he directly confront Hanzo. He would only intervene at a critical moment when defeat seemed imminent. This intervention would be limited to a single instance, and whether it would be successful thereafter would entirely depend on Menma's own capabilities. Furthermore, Itachi's actions were also intended to avoid the scrutiny of other infiltrators from the Root organization, as his unique identity could potentially jeopardize Shursui, who remained close to Danzo. Understanding this, Menma readily acquiesced to Itachi's request, thus concealing Shursui's crow within his own being, eagerly awaiting this moment. Menma wiped the blood from his lips, retrieved the tanto that had fallen to the ground, and launched an attack against Hanzo. Sensing danger, Hanzo steadied himself, hastily swinging his scythe in defense. However, this time he failed to thwart Menma's advance, and was instead impaled by the blade in his arm. Ah, you wretched little imp. Today I shall ensure your demise without a trace. Hanzo was thoroughly incensed, had it not been for the psychological scars inflicted by Itachi, causing him to perceive Menma's previous assault as a mere shadow. He would not have been wounded by such a diminutive foe. Since Itachi's intention was to protect Menma, Hanzo resolved to personally execute his vengeance upon him, intending to demonstrate the dire consequences of provoking him. With a hand pressed against his head, he swung a fist towards Menma, who swiftly evaded the blow. Hanzo immediately performed hand seals, completing them in the blink of an eye. Summoning technique. With Hanzo summoning, a massive, venomous black pufferfish materialized before Menma's eyes. Noticing the fish's gills rhythmically pulsating, Menma's pupils dilated in realization. Hanzo was about to unleash the special technique that had earned him fame during the Second Shinobi World War, toxic mist. The pufferfish opened its cavernous mouth and expelled a dense cloud of toxic mist towards Menma. Even with a mask, Menma dared not be complacent. Hastily retreating to distance himself from the fish, the purple mist rapidly spread, soon engulfing the surrounding forest, creating an illusion of a vast ocean of purple fog visible for miles around. At this moment, Heishue and his companions, having followed Parker to the broken bridge, did not find Menma by the riverbank. but the emergence of the purple mist immediately captured their attention. It must be over there. Parker pointed towards the woods, instinctively stepping back for self-preservation. Apologies, but from here on, you must rely on yourselves. I cannot proceed further into the mist, as my sense of smell is rendered ineffective under its cover. Thank you for your efforts, Heishua expressed without any hint of reproach, fully aware of the torment Parker would endure if he ventured into the toxic fog. However, Parker did not require mere gratitude. It sought tangible rewards. As it prepared to reconfirm their previous promise, Heishua decisively dispelled the summoning technique. With a loud pop, white mist billowed, and Parker vanished from sight, having completed its search mission. Subsequently, Yakushi Nanayu produced a scroll, summoning 3 masks, reserving one for herself and distributing the others to Heishua and Shin. Additionally, she retrieved a vial containing 5 crystalline blue pills, her specially concocted antidote for Hanzo's toxic mist. Due to the rarity of the ingredients and the brief gathering period provided by Danzo, she could only hastily create 5 pills. To prevent potential poisoning among their ranks upon entering the woods, she distributed 2 pills each to Heishua and Shin, retaining just one for herself. Her intention was to ensure that if either Heishua or Shin encountered Menma, they could hand him one of the antidotes to safeguard his safety. Naturally, if she encountered Menma, she would offer him her own. As a medical ninja, she had other methods for detoxification, and if necessary, she would simply withdraw from the mist's influence to ensure her own safety. In the face of urgency, Heishua and Shin had little time to deliberate on the matter and promptly complied with Yakushi Nanoyu's suggestions, stowing the pills away. Having completed their protective measures, the trio swiftly entered the forest, each embarking on a quest to locate Menma. Within the dense foliage, Menma retreated further, concealing himself amidst the thick underbrush, hesitant to launch another surprise attack. Hanzo, having suffered mental trauma, now appeared utterly transformed. He flailed his scythe erratically, striking in all directions while commanding the pufferfish beneath him to rampage through the woods, behaving more like a deranged individual than a seasoned ninja. Menma could not help but ponder what kind of illusion Itachi had cast upon Hanzo to render the once mighty leader of the Rain Village so unhinged. Just as he was lost in thought, the pufferfish suddenly changed course, heading directly toward him. Alarmed, Menma realized he lacked the means to halt such a colossal creature and could only take flight. Utilizing the body flicker technique, he escaped the underbrush, darting southeast into the deeper woods. Meanwhile, Hanzo, alerted by the rustling grass, swiftly pinpointed Menma's location. Found you. Prepare to die? Hanzo's lips curled into a confident smile, his hands moving with the swiftness of the wind as he executed a series of hand seals in an instant. Earth release, Earth Dragon technique. The ground around him trembled under the influence of his chakra, as if it were melting into liquid. The pufferfish, resembling a massive submarine, burrowed into the earth, propelling itself forward at an arrow-like speed in pursuit of Menma. Shirsue's crow, having left Menma's body, circled above, observing Hanzo's every move. It took note of Hanzo's descent into the ground and emitted a harsh, urgent cry as a warning to Menma. Heishua and his companions also heard the crow's call. Though they were unaware of its origins, instinctively, they knew Menma must be in that direction, and they hastened toward the sound. Upon hearing the crow's warning, Menma immediately heightened his vigilance, yet he could not discern Hanzo's presence, causing him to feel a sense of unease. The crow, under Shirsue's control, could not possibly misreport. Even if it were manipulated, it would not happen today. After all, the crow hovering above him was under the influence of Itachi, who would likely not allow anyone to seize control of it. Even if that were the case, they might discard the crow and warn him through another means. Thus, it was likely that Hanzo had employed some special ninjutsu to conceal his whereabouts, rendering him undetectable. A flicker of panic crept into Menma's heart. For an unseen enemy was the most formidable, all he could do was remain on guard. Suddenly, the ground quaked violently, and numerous stones leapt into the air as trees toppled in chaotic disarray. Standing upon the trembling earth, Menma could distinctly sense the source of the disturbance emanating from below, compelling him to glance downward. Suddenly, his pupils constricted sharply as the ground beneath him fractured abruptly, releasing a cloud of toxic mist through the crevices. A gaping maw emerged from either side, poised to engulf both the ground and him whole. There was no time. The entire sequence of events unfolded too rapidly, and the assault, originating from such a blind spot, left Menma feeling that even with the instant body technique, he could not guarantee his escape from this peril. Be careful. At that critical moment, a familiar female voice resonated behind him. Menma had no time to glance back at the figure belonging to that voice before being forcefully propelled forward by a pair of hands, narrowly escaping the grasp of the venomous creature. Using a tree ahead as a springboard, Menma pushed off its trunk to halt his momentum, swiftly turning back to observe the spot where the ground had ruptured. A pair of black-framed glasses lay quietly on the ground, one lens shattered and coated in dust. Meanwhile, the creature that had launched its surprise attack from beneath the earth had now fully emerged, awkwardly shaking off the dirt from its body while continuing to chew slowly. A hand dangled from its mouth, gradually being drawn in until it let out a loud burp, seemingly satisfied after swallowing something substantial. Chapter 37. Your tower has fallen. Pharmacist Yenayu Menma stood frozen, murmuring the name of the glasses owner. He had never imagined that one day he would be saved at the cost of another's life, leaving him at a loss for whether to feel sorrow or anger, or perhaps both. Scalding tears streamed from his eyes, yet his expression remained as numb and indifferent as ever. He raised a hand to wipe away the tears, astonished at the wetness on his palm. He could not comprehend why he was crying. He had long discarded such displays of weakness, yet today they had inexplicably surfaced. He found himself questioning his heart. Had he truly developed some emotional bond with Yenayu? He wanted to vehemently deny it, for such ties could only become burdens, rendering him vulnerable. Yet, the undeniable truth lay before him. Indeed, he was still too immature. As Shishui had taught him, he needed to refine his mental fortitude further. Menma extended his hands and firmly slapped his cheeks to awaken himself. He dared not allow such negative emotions to linger, for the danger had yet to pass. If he did not eliminate Hanzo, Yenayu would have sacrificed herself in vain. Transforming sorrow into fury, Menma's pupils shifted unexpectedly to red slits. A continuous surge of crimson chakra flowed from within him, as the Nine Tails, sensing his emotions, generously lent him its power. Kill him. A voice whispered in Menma's mind, the voice of the Nine Tails, echoing his own inner thoughts. The kitsune cloak gradually took shape, and this time, only two tails sprouted from Menma's back. He extended one of the fox tails to retrieve Yenayu's glasses from the ground, carefully stowing them away. Noticing the change in Menma, Hanzo's eyes narrowed. He had not anticipated that this young one harbored such power. The crimson chakra radiated an unsettling aura, and as one who had experienced 2 ninja world wars, Hanzo could easily deduce that this chakra originated from a tailed beast. However, which tailed beast's power it was from Konoha remained to be confirmed. A small village like Amigakure lacked a tailed beast, but should Hanzo succeed in capturing a Jinchuriki today, it would significantly elevate Amigakure's influence among the nations. With this thought, a smirk crept across Hanzo's lips, even alleviating some of the pain caused by Itachi Uchiha's earlier assault. Ha, Danzo must be completely senile. He sends an assassin who is actually a Jinchuriki from our village. Is he perhaps offering me a grand gift? Menma calmly lifted his gaze to Hanzo, his eyes resembling those of a corpse. He offered no response. He was disinterested in pondering Danzo's intentions. With a powerful slam of his 2 fox tails against the ground, Menma's body shot up like an arrow, directly lunging towards Hanzo. His speed surpassed ordinary human reflexes, a stark contrast to his previous self, leaving Hanzo astonished. With no time to form hand seals, Hanzo hastily raised his scythe to shield himself, as Menma's tails transformed into sharp blades, descending upon him. The force was as heavy as a boulder crashing down, forcing Hanzo to bend low, while the creature beneath him also sank. The ground shattered like a spider's web beneath the weight. Not deterred by the failure of his initial strike, Menma swiftly spun around. One tail deflected Hanzo's scythe, while another swept across, striking Hanzo in the abdomen and sending him flying. The creature, now reeling, directed a jet of purple venom towards Menma, attempting to buy Hanzo some time. Fortunately, Menma reacted quickly, thrusting his chakra-infused fox tail into the creature's vent to block the toxic fumes. Gasping for air, the creature could only slowly release excess venom from its mouth. Taking advantage of the moment, Hanzo wasted no time in forming hand seals, summoning multiple water clones, commanding them to remove their masks and charge at Menma. Realizing he could no longer engage with the creature, Menma delivered a powerful kick to its forehead, retracting his tail to slice through Hanzo's water clones. Boom! With a commanding shout, Hanzo's severed clones did not simply vanish but exploded, their power rivaling that of explosive tags. The explosions erupted around Menma, forcing him to curl into a ball, spinning rapidly to counter the shockwaves. Concurrently, his rotation generated a whirlwind, dispersing the poisonous gas that Hanzo had intended to use to incapacitate him. However, before Menma could catch his breath, the creature charged at him once more, evidently enraged by Menma's earlier actions. Even without a face rich in expressions, its fury was palpable. Menma activated his body and, bolstered by the kitsune cloak, narrowly evaded the creature's assault. Meanwhile, having regained his footing, Hanzo completed another intricate series of hand seals, unleashing a more powerful jutsu. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. The accumulated water around him obeyed Hanzo's call, coalescing into a massive dragon that twisted and turned as it raced towards Menma. Just as Menma found himself at a loss, a sturdy wall rose from the ground before him, adorned with 4 exquisitely carved dog heads. Earth release, earth flow wall technique. Menma glanced to his side, spotting the timely arrival of Kurayuki, the caster. The massive dragon's head collided against the wall constructed by Kurayuki's chakra, failing to breach the solid barrier, ultimately dissipating into a pool of water on the ground. As yet another intruder arrived to disrupt him, Hanzo felt a surge of frustration. He raised a hand to gently rub his forehead, cursing irritably. What on earth are those useless 3 treasures doing, allowing the enemy to repeatedly impede my progress? It seems I ought to chop them up and feed them to the fish. Apologies, but it seems your fish may not be so fortunate. For those individuals you mentioned have already been buried beneath a pile of rubble. To unearth their remains for such a purpose would require considerable effort. The sudden interjection came from Akira, who stood on a tree not far behind Heishiwa and Menma, looking down at the perplexed Hanzo. He added a brief explanation. Your tower has collapsed. What? Hanzo was momentarily stunned, his mind lingering on Akira's words. What could the collapse of the tower possibly mean? Could it be that? Hanzo's eyes widened in shock, turning eagerly towards the direction of the Black Tower. Due to the lingering fog, he could hardly discern the distant landmark. Yet, even in this obscured vision, he recalled catching glimpses of a shadowy silhouette standing amidst the mist when he occasionally fished nearby. But now, upon closer inspection, there was no trace of that dark outline. There was no need to look further. The tower had indeed been blown apart, collapsing with a resounding crash into a heap of ruins. I was present at the scene, and it was terrifying yet spectacular. Akira continued to embellish the story, gesturing animatedly, eager that Hanzo fully grasped his meaning. My tower. Hanzo's voice trembled slightly, his eyes filled with rage, and his body shook uncontrollably. Heishiwa realized, witnessing Hanzo's intense emotional upheaval, that the destruction of the tower was not merely an act of malice against him. It contained something of immense importance to Hanzo. It became clear why Akira had been unaware of Hanzo's absence. He had never intended to target Hanzo directly. Perhaps Akira was burdened with a separate task assigned by Tozo. Just as Heishiwa had surmised, while the tower could be rebuilt, Hanzo had every reason to mourn its loss, for it concealed an unspeakable secret. To safeguard this secret, Hanzo had enforced a policy of isolation in rain-hidden village for over a decade, minimizing interactions with the ninjas of the wind, fire, and rock countries. Additionally, to mislead the spies sent by various nations, he had willingly chosen to reside within its confines, drawing all attention to himself. In truth, Hanzo preferred not to dwell in high towers. Much like the samurai of the Land of Iron, he favored the comfort of a modest, tiled abode. Little did he anticipate that after years of dedication, success was finally within reach, only to be thwarted by his own decision to step outside for a moment of respite, resulting in a breach of his home. All his efforts reduced to ashes. How could he not feel anguish? How could he not feel anger? The pain was excruciating. You scoundrels, to assassinate me, you would destroy even the sanctuary of others while they slumber. You are no better than beasts. Upon hearing Hanzo's unwarranted accusations, Akira's demeanor shifted, clearly displeased. He was a man of integrity. He either acted or refrained from action, and he would not suffer unjust blame. This is the greatest injustice. As an outsider, how could I possibly plant such an extensive amount of explosives without your watchful eyes noticing? If you think about it for a moment, you will realize we could not possibly be responsible. Upon hearing this, Hanzo recognized the truth in Akira's words. If the act had been perpetrated by the enemy, his subordinates, the 3 treasures, would have certainly detected it. Thus, it could only be the work of someone within their ranks. But who could it be? Who did this? Your most trusted right hand, Shinda. Hanzo murmured the name, feeling both familiar and unfamiliar. Upon reflection, he recalled that Shindo was a useless individual he had sent to guard the village gate many years ago. What a disgraceful claim to be his right hand. He had never acknowledged such a title publicly. Surely it was a self-proclamation by that fool. How utterly shameless. Hanzo, after all, was a man who wiped with his right hand, yet this so-called right hand had stabbed him at his most vulnerable moment, akin to being ambushed mid-relief. He regretted not having dealt with that useless appendage sooner. Once I return, I will ensure he is torn to pieces and cast into the river for the fish. Hanzo's furious roar echoed through the forest, his mind in disarray, consumed by rage. He pointed his scythe at Akira, Heishua, and Menma, marking them for death as if they were on a list of condemned souls. You and you. None of you will escape unscathed. You are all complicit in this. Therefore, before I deal with that scoundrel, I shall first take my wrath out on you. Down to hell with you. With that, Hanzo brandished his scythe, intending to strike at Heishua first. However, as he took a step forward, the ground beneath him unexpectedly crumbled, and a figure sprang forth from the earth, thrusting a kunai straight at Hanzo. The newcomer was Shin. On his way through the forest searching for Menma, he had encountered Akira and accepted his proposal. As Akira diverted Hanzo's attention with words, Shin had stealthily used Earth Release to conceal himself beneath Hanzo's feet. The sudden appearance of Shin startled Hanzo. He had underestimated the situation, allowing himself to be caught off guard, oblivious to the presence of someone using Earth Release beneath him. Instinctively, Hanzo pressed down on his scythe, leaning back to evade the attack. Yet, he was taken aback once more when Shin did not aim for his throat, but rather for his abdomen. Hanzo hastily twisted his torso, but it was to no avail. The kunai still sliced through his flesh. In that fleeting moment, a purple poison sac protruded from the wound. This sac had been transplanted from a black pepperfish that had perished in his village during his childhood. The poison sac granted Hanzo resistance to toxins, yet it also harbored lethal venom within him. Should the sac rupture, even he would be unable to withstand the full potency of its toxicity. Shin and Akira had capitalized on this very fact, intending to eliminate Hanzo at close range. Unfortunately, their plan ultimately fell short. Although the kunai had successfully pierced Hanzo's abdomen, the wound was not deep enough to rupture the poison sac. Having narrowly escaped a grave fate, Hanzo denied Shin any opportunity for escape. He ensnared Shin with the chain of his scythe and prepared to unleash a secondary strike. Shin, fully embracing the notion of fighting to the bitter end, did not shy away. He braced himself against the scythe's blade as it struck his shoulder, forcing himself in close to bind Hanzo with his limbs. Hanzo was taken aback by Shin's audacity, yet he felt a twinge of admiration. Such fearlessness was rare. This reminded him of the past, of Mikage, who had similarly sacrificed himself to shield his comrades. But Shin, in this moment, seemed intent on courting death. How reckless of you. Do you think binding me serves any purpose? The blade is coated with poison. Even if you can endure the pain, you will soon succumb to paralysis and lose your strength. Rest assured, before that happens, I will fulfill my mission. Shin wore a calm smile as he faced death, causing Hanzo's eyelids to twitch, realizing the gravity of the situation. In the next instant, a peculiar curse mark appeared on Shin's body, spreading like veins from his head to the rest of his body. This is... Hanzo's eyes widened in alarm, finally understanding that Shin had been a pawn all along. Now, he intended to perish alongside Hanzo. Chapter 39. The explosive flame formation on the other side. Menma witnessed Shinshin restraining Hanzo. He initially intended to assist in eliminating Hanzo, but was abruptly halted by the presence of Heishua beside him. A glance at Heishua's expression, devoid of emotion, left him with questions that remained unvoiced as he noticed an intense white light radiating from Shinshin's entire being. This luminescence emanated from the intricate seal markings on his body, suggesting an extraordinarily potent energy was surging forth. What is that? It is a forbidden technique that allows the practitioner to detonate the chakra energy of the targeted ninja, transforming them into a timed human bomb, perishing alongside the enemy. In response to Menma's inquiry, Heishua spoke in a tone as flat as his demeanor, sharing only the information he possessed. Menma, without a moment's hesitation, recognized that such a vile act could only be orchestrated by Shimura Danzo in his current understanding. Thus, he deemed it unnecessary to waste words questioning the identity of the practitioner and instead pressed on. Can this technique be stopped? As Menma's urgency escalated, Heishua remained unmoved. instead pulling Menma back. However, Menma rejected the gesture, forcefully swatting Heishua's hand away, his eyes brimming with inquiry. It seemed that as long as Heishua did not answer his question, he would not budge an inch. It is futile. The one initiating the technique is Shinshin. And this is his choice, which must be respected. No one would willingly choose death. But for those dear to one's heart, they would. Heishua's demeanor shifted, his expression turning serious, reflecting the same concern he had exhibited when Shinshin mentioned his brother, Zai. Menma noticed this subtle transformation and realized Heishua likely shared the same awareness regarding this matter. But whose realization does this belong to? So, you knew from the very beginning. Did you not? There is no need for further words. The mission requires it. Heishua's response left Menma feeling somewhat helpless. He turned to cast one last glance at Shinshin, who was also looking back at him. Tears glimmered in Shinshin's eyes, clearly indicating a lingering attachment to this world. His lips parted, forming silent words directed at Menma. Menma nodded affirmatively. This gesture might be the final act he could render for Shinshin. Heishua could no longer afford to delay. With an impending explosion, he swiftly grabbed Menma by the collar and retreated rapidly. Chiya too vanished in an instant, having done all he could, now seeking the best vantage point to quietly await the grand display of fireworks. Curse be it, let me go? Hanzo continued to struggle desperately, his plight evident as he writhed on the ground, unable to shake off Shinshin, who clung to him like an unyielding leech. The most troublesome aspect was that Hanzo's hands were firmly restrained by Shinshin, preventing him from forming any seals. As the white light began to erupt from Shinshin's 7 orifices, Hanzo was compelled to employ his last resort. Boom! The human firework created from Shinshin successfully erupted, followed by a thunderous explosion that rained down a crimson deluge across the forest. Menma stood at a distance, silently observing the scene unfold. The area surrounding Shinshin was leveled, leaving only a colossal remnant behind. Judging from this distance, Hanzo's body should not appear so vast. Squinting, Menma discerned that the lifeless form sprawled on the ground was the summoned salamander. At this moment, the salamander had already been blown apart, blood flowing from its body like a trickling stream from a mountain brook. Heishua too sensed the anomaly, surprised that Hanzo had sacrificed the salamander, which had been his companion for years, to shield him from this calamity. Menma and Heishua instinctively heightened their guard as they noticed a battered, half-clothed man limping toward them, one hand clutching his abdomen and the other supporting himself with a scythe. It was Hanzo. Although that last strike had failed to obliterate him, it had left him gravely injured. His abdominal poison sac ruptured, releasing a stream of purple toxic mist. Heishua noted this and refrained from recklessly approaching Hanzo to end his life. Instead, he gestured for Menma to retreat, creating distance from Hanzo. Concurrently, he retrieved 2 specially crafted antidotes from the apothecary, Yena, consuming one and offering the other to Menma. Swallow this, and be cautious of his impending desperate struggle. Seeing Heishua take the lead, Menma accepted the pill and swallowed it without hesitation. Soon, a cooling sensation spread through his abdomen, circulating through his veins. The mild toxins accumulated during his earlier skirmish with Hanzo were eradicated, leaving him feeling considerably lighter. Hanzo, observing that Heishua and the others dared not approach, revealed a sinister grin. Since his final gambit had failed to preserve his life, he resolved to hold nothing back, even in death. He would take 1 or 2 down with him. Hanzo discarded the scythe that had supported him, wobbling as he barely maintained his stance, his hands moving to form seals. This would be his final technique, yet it was his most proficient one. Fire release, explosive flame formation. Upon completing the final seal, Hanzo slammed a hand to the ground, and numerous explosive tags swiftly cascaded from his arm, burrowing into the earth and spreading towards Heishua and Menma. This is bad, Heishua exclaimed in alarm, yanking Menma's collar and flinging him out of the explosion's range. He then leapt into the air, hastily forming a series of seals. However, due to insufficient chakra, he could only summon a modest earthen wall a few square meters in size to shield himself. Bang, bang, bang. A series of explosive tags detonated in succession, unleashing a scorching vortex of flames. The surrounding raindrops and puddles evaporated instantly, transforming the previously damp air into a parched, sweltering heat. The towering pillars of fire reflected in Menma's eyes, once again making him acutely aware of his own frailty and helplessness. Ha ha ha! Hanzo laughed maniacally, reveling in the prospect of taking down an enemy in his final moments. There was nothing more gratifying than this. It was a pity that he could not annihilate the Jinchuriki from Konoha along with him. Yet, watching his allies perish one by one before his eyes would undoubtedly leave an indelible psychological scar on his life. Hanzo cast a cold smile towards Menma. But before he could utter a mocking word, several spears descended from the heavens, piercing his body and nailing him to the ground. Chapter 40. Poison in the Phlegm. Cough. Hanzo spat a mouthful of fresh blood, his expression filled with unwillingness as he turned to see that the one who had struck him was none other than his subordinate. Shinda. At that moment, Shinda stood atop his summoned beast, the king of shellfish, glaring at Hanzo with a face full of malice. After the tower's collapse, Shinda had grown anxious upon discovering Hanzo was not inside. Fortunately, Chiya, that dependable fellow, had not abandoned their alliance, promptly informing him of Hanzo's location. Thus, Shinda changed his pants and rushed hastily to the forest. Upon arrival, he found Hanzo in a dominant position, causing him to hesitate, initially intending to remain hidden. Instead, he altered his plan to assist Hanzo at a critical moment, intending to shift the blame onto Sanzo and expose Chiya, thereby ensuring his own survival. With a stroke of luck, perhaps Hanzo would completely believe him and begin to reinstate his position. If that were to happen, he would attain a status in the Hidden Rain village second only to one, revered by multitudes. Such were the calculations of Shinda, who was convinced that his plan was foolproof. Yet, who could have anticipated that the scoundrel Akaba would betray him so readily? The chilling words of Hanzo, threatening to end his life and feed him to the fish, still echoed in his ears, causing Shinda to panic and hastily strip off a pair of trousers from one of his subordinates to replace his own. He recognized there was no retreat left for him, and thus he lurked in the shadows, biding his time until he could deliver a final, decisive blow to Hanzo. Do not blame me. Place the blame where it belongs. Before Shinda could finish his statement, Hanzo summoned the last of his strength and expelled a small, blood-tinged phlegm that struck directly into Shinda's mouth. Coughing violently, Shinda clutched his throat in agony. After a strenuous effort to expel the loathsome substance, he realized his consciousness was beginning to fade, the world around him swaying and blurring into double vision. The next moment, he lost his footing and fell from the Bara King, fortunately caught by the timely intervention of Huiryu and Boryu. Boss, what's wrong? Huiryu asked with concern. Shinda's face contorted with rage, his neck flushed crimson, lips trembling as he exclaimed, "The phlegm is poisoned." What? Huiryu gasped in shock, unable to fathom Shinda's peculiar taste. Boryu's expression mirrored his astonishment as he lamented, "Boss, why would you ingest poisonous phlegm? You." Shinda's eyes widened in disbelief, his body stiffening with indignation, nearly spitting blood in frustration. It was not his desire to consume such filth. It had been forcibly spat into him by Hanzo, a truly despicable act. Enough with the nonsense. Quickly, find the antidote. Shinda exerted every ounce of strength he had left to gesture towards Hanzo's direction, indicating that the antidote would be found on him. Understanding, Huiryu and Boryu rushed towards Hanzo, letting go of Shinda. Without their support, he collapsed heavily to the ground, the pain eliciting tears from his eyes. Clenching his teeth, he cursed himself for relying on these two fools. A fleeting nostalgia for the cunning Muyu washed over him, though he had a penchant for meddling. At least he possessed a semblance of intelligence. Regrettably, there was no remedy for regret, and Shinda could only lament in silence. Approaching Hanzo, Huiryu and Boryu hesitated to search him directly, for Hanzo's eyes were still wide with rage, his visage grotesque. They feared he might still have the capability to retaliate, dragging them down with him. Thus, they engaged in a game of chicken, each reluctant to be the first to take the plunge. From his position on the ground, Shinda turned his head to witness this farcical scene, his composure crumbling. Tragically, Huiryu and Boryu resorted to playing rock-paper-scissors to determine who would search Hanzo, escalating from a single round to a best-of-3, then to a best-of-5, as their competitive spirits surged. Tears streamed down Shinda's face, merging with the earth beneath him. He understood that he was likely to perish at the hands of these two imbeciles. "Are you giving up already?" A familiar voice broke through the despair, igniting a flicker of hope within him. He strained to turn his head and saw a figure wearing a mask adorned with red fangs kneeling before him. "Akaba, please. Save me," Shinda implored without hesitation. Akaba, seemingly amused, produced a translucent blue pill, waving it tantalizingly before Shinda's eyes. This was one of the two specially crafted antidotes given to him by the apothecary, Yena, one of which he had already consumed, leaving this as the last. Shinda reached out to grasp it, but Akiba deftly evaded his attempt. "Oh, do not be hasty. I can indeed save you. But our terms of cooperation will need to be revised. Do you understand? What do you want?" "Quite simply, I desire sole dominion over the Hidden Rain village." Hearing Akiba's demand, Shinda's eyes flickered with uncertainty. He grasped the implications. With Hanzo dead and his allies eliminated, the leadership of the Hidden Rain village would naturally fall to him, unless Akiba intended to make him a mere puppet, secretly directing his actions. Reluctantly, he averted his gaze, glancing at Huiryu and Boryu, yet his subtle movements did not escape Akiba's keen observation. There is no need to look. Hanzo's body has been thoroughly ravaged. Even if there was an antidote, it is likely lost now. Do you truly expect those two fools to conjure one from thin air? Shinda felt a wave of resignation wash over him. He appeared to have no viable options remaining. Refusing would assuredly lead to his demise. However, upon reflection, even if he verbally agreed, he could always renege later, and Akiba would be powerless to stop him. Though it felt shameful, moral integrity would not sustain him. Sometimes it must be cast aside. As long as he survived, opportunities for resurgence would remain, with connections to both the Land of Rocks and the Land of Winds. He could sever ties with Konoha and seek refuge under their protection. "Very well, I accept your terms. Now, grant me the antidote." Beneath the mask, Akiba's expression shifted to one of satisfaction as he promptly presented the blue pill to Shinda's lips. Shinda, equally eager, hastily swallowed the precious antidote. As the effects of the medicine coursed through him, alleviating the toxic grip of the venomous fish, he rose once more, exhaling a deep sigh of relief. Chapter 41. Death like the wind. The infernal vortex engulfing Haizetsu gradually diminished in intensity as time passed, revealing an enticing aroma wafting from its center. Menma could not help but twitch his nose, recognizing the scent as reminiscent of the barbecued meats he had encountered at a grill. It seemed to be nearly cooked through, the meat tender and succulent, not overly dry. Crispy on the outside and juicy within, seasoned with cumin and chili, it could be transformed into a culinary delight. Menma instinctively swallowed, astonished that Haizetsu could emanate such an appetizing fragrance. It was utterly tantalizing. Regrettably, he had forgotten his small satchel, which contained various condiments that Shizuki had meticulously prepared for him. As Shizuki favored grilled fish, he habitually carried such items whenever they ventured out. Coughing, Menma shook his head, striving to dispel these distracting thoughts. He had intended to feel sorrow instead. Noticing the fire was nearly extinguished, he hastily approached to inspect the site, discovering a charred black pillar where Haizetsu had previously been located. It was of a size that would require 3 people to encircle and stood approximately 5 meters tall. As Menma pondered the nature of this object, a kunai suddenly pierced through it, cleaving a gaping hole large enough for a person to emerge. Then, a panting youth with white hair, flushed and drenched in sweat, wearing a mask, crawled out from within. Menma cautiously scrutinized the newcomer and discovered that it was none other than Heishua. He was alive. In his astonishment, a flicker of joy involuntarily surfaced in Menma's eyes. He was unsure why he felt such a change within himself, but he deemed this news a positive development. At the very least, his comrades had not been entirely annihilated. However, despite surviving, Heishua appeared to be in a rather dire state. He lay sprawled on the ground, gasping for breath, his vision obscured by sweat, rendering everything before him a blur. Although he had been shielded moments ago, he still endured the torment of searing heat and had narrowly escaped suffocation. Menma crouched down, bringing his face close to Heishua's, and asked with genuine concern, "Are you all right?" Heishua blinked, striving to wipe the sweat from his eyes. Upon recognizing Menma's familiar visage, he let out a sigh of relief, grateful that he was still alive. But what of Hanzo? Menma instinctively glanced towards the distance, where Hanzo lay impaled by several spears. Firmly planted in the ground, the once great ruler of the Rain village had fallen, and the era that belonged to him would never witness the second brilliance he had yearned for. This chapter of history was silently turned, paving the way for a new narrative to unfold. Though Hanzo's face contorted in agony, a barely perceptible smile lingered at the corners of his mouth. Perhaps he had foreseen his demise, and for him, death was not without its merits. No longer would he have to live in constant fear, meticulously treading through life. Nor would he need to harbor unwarranted suspicions. Death was akin to a gentle breeze from the mountain stream, refreshing and soothing, liberating his spirit and banishing sorrow. In that moment, he experienced the most profound relaxation of his existence. Dead, and that was a relief. Heishiwa's expression remained stoic upon receiving this news. Yet a weight lifted from his heart. He began to exert effort to move his arms, attempting to rise from the ground. However, due to severe dehydration, he felt utterly drained and unable to muster any strength. Observing Heishiwa's waning energy, Menma quickly supported him, helping him to stand once more. At that moment, Akaba, who had dealt with Shinda, approached with a swagger. He was not one to perform good deeds without recognition and had come to collect his due. Noticing Menma's wary demeanor, Akaba waved dismissively. No need to be so tense. I merely wish to congratulate you both on a successful mission, and remind one of you not to forget the debt of gratitude incurred today. Akaba's gaze shifted to Heishiwa, who was fixated on him as well. Heishiwa was acutely aware that the instant the explosive detonated, it was Akaba who had intervened, employing a summoning technique to protect him. Moreover, he understood that the summoned entity was beyond Akaba's usual capabilities. Thus, the Akaba before him was an imposter, and Heishiwa had formed a conjecture about his true identity. What do you desire as repayment? Heishiwa inquired. In response, Akaba merely placed his index finger to his masked lips, signaling silence. Heishiwa comprehended immediately. Akaba wished for him to keep the knowledge he possessed about the tower a secret from Danzo. It was likely that Danzo was unaware of the tower's secrets, and the detonation had not been part of his plans, which explained the reason for Akaba's impersonation. Rest assured, I have no interest in matters beyond my assigned mission, nor will I speak of them, Heishiwa assured him. Satisfied with this response, Akaba nodded and gestured with his right arm, indicating they could depart. You may leave now. I will handle the affairs here alone. With Akaba's dismissal, Heishiwa saw no reason to linger further. Supported by Menma, they began retracing their steps. As they passed the carcass of the pufferfish, Menma paused momentarily. Recalling how Yakushi no Nai had been consumed by the creature, he felt compelled to locate her remains. He examined the pufferfish's severed body. Although its head was obliterated, its abdomen seemed to retain some remnants. Beneath the thick layer of fat, he spotted a swollen mass. Menma swiftly formed hand seals to summon 2 shadow clones, instructing them to use kunai to cut open the mass, revealing Yakushi no Nai within. Her clothing was nearly eroded by gastric acid, exposing her pale skin, which was marred by numerous conspicuous purple spots. Menma gently placed his finger against no Nai's nose and detected a faint breath, albeit weak. Given the severity of her poisoning, he feared that salvation was beyond reach. No Nai managed to crack her eyes open slightly, her blurred vision making out Menma's outline. Her pale lips moved as if to convey something. Menma hurriedly leaned closer, placing his ear near her mouth, where she uttered in a barely audible whisper, I'm sorry for not being able to protect you back then. Please forgive your teacher's inadequacy. A profound tremor coursed through Menma's heart, as a long-buried memory was unearthed. It was a fleeting moment from his childhood at the Konoha orphanage, a time that had been the happiest of his life. However, that bliss was shattered by a moment of his own uncontrollable rage. As the head of the orphanage, Yakushi no Nai regretted not being able to find Menma when he had fled that night. Unaware that he had been taken away by Danzo, she recognized him upon their reunion, yet hesitated to acknowledge him, especially upon witnessing his battered form, which tore at her heart with remorse for not having protected him. As they journeyed through the rain village, the weight of regret grew heavier within her. Thankfully, she had managed to rescue Menma from the pufferfish's jaws. This time, she had succeeded in safeguarding the child she wished to protect, which eased her guilt somewhat, though she still felt compelled to apologize. Menma's lips trembled as he fought against his rising emotions, gently responding, It's all right. I have never blamed you, dear teacher. Upon hearing these words, no Nai's heart melted. Perhaps she had held on for so long in the pufferfish's belly, waiting for this very affirmation. Thank you. No Nai softly uttered her final words, her face adorned with the gentlest of smiles as she drifted into eternal slumber. In that realm, she remained the head of the orphanage, free from the burdens of espionage, able to witness the growth of each child in peace. Tears streamed down Menma's face uncontrollably. His shadow clones gingerly lifted no Nai's body, following closely behind him and Heishiwa. The Rain Village's security team had encircled the forest, yet none dared to intervene as Menma and his companions departed, silently watching the assassins who had brought ruin to their village's leader. Shinda, having washed the mud from his face by the riverbank, was grateful that he had not been thrown to the ground by the reckless actions of the storm and the foolishness of his companions. Meanwhile, Akaba, having confirmed Heishiwe and Menma's safe departure, approached the riverbank to convey a few remaining words to Shinda. The latter, realizing he was not alone, was startled to find Akaba standing beside him. Initially, he intended to lash out, but upon recognizing Akaba's formidable presence, he quickly restrained his temper. Rubbing his hands together and wearing a sycophantic smile. "Ah, Lord Chia, do you have any further instructions?" Chia looked down at Shinda with a disdainful expression, questioning whether this man would earn the respect of the people once he succeeded Hanzo as their leader. He feared that upon ascending to the throne, he might be swiftly eliminated before he even had a chance to settle in. As he rested his hand lightly on his chin, an ominous black flame inexplicably ignited around him. "Act!" Chia cried out in agony, swiftly leaping into the river beside him, yet the black flame refused to extinguish, continuing to scorch his body. This was the first time Shinda had encountered such a bizarre fire that could not be doused by water, and his legs began to tremble uncontrollably. Who is it? Show yourself!" Shinda shouted frantically, quickly gathering his subordinates around him for protection. Numerous eyes darted about, but none could discern the identity of the caster. Suddenly, a hoarse and piercing scream echoed, capturing the attention of everyone present. Shinda turned towards the sound and saw a crow, its feathers glossy and black, perched on a tree about 10 meters away. The voice had originated from it. In that instant, as he made eye contact with the enigmatic crow, Shinda realized that all of his subordinates had vanished. The storm ceased. The world transformed into shades of black and white, and he stood alone at the center of this surreal realm. Shinda understood he had fallen victim to an illusion, and the power of his adversary was likely capable of obliterating him countless times over. Thus, he wisely bent his legs, kneeling to the ground, and began to prostrate himself fervently. "Please do not kill me. I implore you, spare my life. Were you not just shouting for me to reveal myself?" A swarm of crows descended from the sky, merging together to form a young man clad in a black cloak embroidered with red clouds. Shinda dared not raise his gaze to meet the young man's face, continuing to bow his head to the ground, fearing that a mere glance could lead to his demise. I dare not. I am most disrespectful. I beg for your forgiveness. As long as you spare my life, I assure you that the entirety of Rain Village will follow your lead. Of course, if you are interested, I can advocate for you to become the new leader of Rain Village, and I will continue to guard its gates for another 10 years. Why another? Itachi was suddenly perplexed by Shinda's words. Seizing what he perceived as a lifeline, Shinda quickly explained, I have already guarded the gates of Rain Village for 10 years, which means I possess a decade of experience in this role. While I may not be the best in the field, I am certainly among the foremost. Therefore, you can rest assured that my subordinates and I will remain vigilant, ensuring the security of the gates without fail. Itachi looked on in silence, honestly indifferent to who led Rain Village. With Hanzo's demise, he hoped to see the village flourish without interference from Toby. Thus, eliminating Chia was crucial to allow Rain Village to develop freely. However, observing Shinda's incompetence, he feared that even if the root organization were dealt with, they might still fall under the influence of the Wind and Earth countries, which would be detrimental to Konoha. Given that the Akatsuki organization currently lacked a base, Itachi considered seizing this opportunity to establish Rain Village as their stronghold. Moreover, Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan hailed from Rain Village and would likely be eager to return and liberate their homeland from suffering. With a resolution forming in his mind, Itachi planned to report to the leader once matters were settled. From this day forth, Rain Village shall fall under the dominion of the Akatsuki, and you will remain here to shine and uphold the organization's interests at the gates. Yes, I am grateful for the trust of the organization, and I appreciate your willingness to grant me an opportunity to serve. I, Shinda, shall strive doubly hard and not betray the organization's expectations. Seeing Shinda's newfound determination, Itachi decisively lifted the illusion, informing him that the organization would soon send someone to take charge, urging him to stabilize the village in the meantime. Returning to the realm of reality, Shinda collapsed onto the ground, his damp trousers emanating an unpleasant odor. Huiyu and Muyu hurriedly crouched beside him, curious to inquire, Boss, are you all right? What just happened? It's nothing. Shinda shook his head helplessly. He hadn't anticipated that his fate would be so tumultuous, akin to a roller coaster ride. After all his efforts, he ultimately found himself still tasked with guarding the gates for others. It was broad daylight, and he felt utterly bewildered. Chapter 43. A good child. Chia's body was carried westward by the rushing river, eventually coming to rest on the riverbank in a secluded location. The eerie black flames continued to burn, leaving Chia charred and unrecognizable. Suddenly, his body was torn apart from within, akin to a flower bud bursting forth. A figure, serpentine and ghostly, slithered out, coated in a thick layer of viscous fluid as if shedding its skin. The entire process appeared bizarre and surreal, far beyond the comprehension of any ordinary person. Had there been a passerby, they would surely have fainted from the sight. Ultimately, unimpeded by any external force, Chia completed this transformation, his external wounds healed, and he appeared rejuvenated. However, his appearance had drastically changed. He now sported short chestnut hair, adorned with a Konoha forehead protector, and wore a gray jacket with a white-collared shirt, the emblem of the Senju clan emblazoned on his back. The young man ran his fingers through his hair, using the river as a mirror to tidy his hairstyle, and he could not help but touch his handsome, sunlit face to check for injuries. Oh, thank goodness for the shedding technique taught by my master. Otherwise, I might have perished in Rain Village. However, I must also thank my sister for her good fortune, which allowed me to successfully perform this technique on my first attempt. As he spoke, the young man kissed the crystal necklace hanging around his neck. Immediately, a vision of a voluptuous figure with long, light yellow hair appeared in his mind, furiously demanding that he return home to take over the family business. Upon this thought, the young man shivered uncontrollably and quickly set the necklace back down. Gratitude was one thing, but returning to inherit the Senju clan's vast fortune was out of the question, for he was a person of innate justice, with aspirations of becoming the Hokage of Konoha, not the head of an evil organization. Sigh. I shall not dwell on such trivial matters. However, that Itachi fellow certainly acted without restraint. It seems he truly did not recognize me. But I shall settle this score when I return, even if it means involving your adorable little brother. Having groomed himself, the young man turned with a smile and began to make his way toward Konoha. Initially, he had been troubled about how to help Shinda maintain order. But now that the Akatsuki had taken over, he felt relieved of that burden. All that remained was to utilize this pawn at a crucial moment in the future. Furthermore, he had successfully acquired all the experimental data from the tower, and now he could return and seek recognition from his master. He feared that one day, his master might succumb to his sister's pressures and expel him from the clan, forcing him back to inherit the family business, a true tragedy. However, the death of Yakushi no Nai surprised him, and he pondered if the boy would be in tears upon his return. At noon, the cumulonimbus clouds over Yuin village began to dissipate, revealing a long-lost clear sky adorned with a delicate blue hue. A resplendent rainbow arched magnificently over the village, prompting the residents, who had not witnessed such splendid weather in a while, to step out of their homes. Everyone busied themselves, clearing the stagnant water in front of their doors, repairing leaky roofs, and unclogging the rainwater drainage pipes. Amidst this lively scene, one figure stood in stark contrast, Menma. Returning alone, he first retrieved his hidden satchel from the inn, ensuring that none of his belongings were lost, before making his way to a funeral home. Upon entering, he was immediately greeted by a pungent, acrid smell that made his nose twitch and left him feeling slightly breathless. Behind the counter, a middle-aged man with a thin mustache and narrow eyes, meticulously counting on an abacus, appeared utterly disinterested. The incessant rain over the past 2 months had left much of his stock damp and moldy, and he was now troubled by how to sell it, even at a loss, to mitigate his damages. When Menma arrived, the proprietor's eyes darted up and down, scrutinizing him from head to toe, leaving only disdain and contempt on his face. Clad in a poorly patched trench coat and clearly a child, the shopkeeper assumed he was just another beggar. "Hey kid, I don't have any money to spare. Just leave and don't waste my time." Taken aback by the abrupt dismissal, Menma felt somewhat speechless. Had it not been for the fact that several other shops were closed, he would have certainly turned on his heel and exited. "You misunderstand. I am here to make a purchase." "Oh, so you're a customer after all. How could I have been so blind?" The shopkeeper stepped out from behind the counter, his demeanor still far from welcoming, laden with sarcasm. To him, a child could hardly possess any valuable currency, likely only holding a few insignificant coins to elicit his pity. "Is there a relative in your family who has passed away? Are you here to buy those items? I wish to purchase a coffin." "A coffin? Oh dear. That will cost quite a bit. I just wonder if you have enough money to cover it." In response to the shopkeeper's skepticism, Menma decisively produced the pouch of money given to him by Ji Shuei, extending it toward him. "Is this sufficient?" Upon receiving the pouch, the proprietor squeezed it, feeling the weight of the bills but unsure of their denominations. He turned slightly, opened the pouch, and his mouth twitched in surprise. He had not anticipated that such an unassuming child could be a lucrative customer, practically delivering a catch to him. Truly, the heavens are smiling upon me today. The shopkeeper's eyes glinted with ambition as several ideas sprang to mind. Turning back, he maintained an indifferent facade, coolly stating, "I fear this amount may not suffice. But the total adds up to over 100,000. Menma countered, unfazed by Menma's rebuttal. The shopkeeper shook his head dismissively and retrieved 3 different currencies from the counter, laying them before Menma. Observe closely. You are using currency from the Fire Nation, while these from left to right are from the Wind Nation, the Earth Nation, and the currency specific to Yuin Village. You must understand, Yuin Village lies between 3 nations, and to prevent inflation, each currency has a designated exchange rate. Moreover, due to frequent wars and the arid land, compounded by a decade-long isolationist policy, a single coin does not guarantee a fair trade here. Thus, your currency can only be exchanged at a rate of 100 to 1 for Yuin Village South currency. This means that your supposed 100,000 is merely worth a little over 1,000 in our local currency. And mind you, death is a commonplace occurrence here. Most families simply wrap their deceased in a shroud and bury them. Very few can afford a coffin. You can certainly inquire around to confirm this." Without hesitation, the shopkeeper tossed the pouch back to Menma and gestured toward the door, indicating he was free to leave and verify the matter. Menma, bewildered by the shopkeeper's demeanor, found himself in a predicament. He had not anticipated that the money from Jishui would hold such little value. Perhaps, as Heishui had previously suggested, he would indeed be unable to compensate for the damage done to that treasured book. Ultimately, he resigned himself to the situation, returning the pouch to his satchel and preparing to exit with a heavy heart. Observing Menma's sudden capitulation without a struggle, the shopkeeper could no longer contain himself and hastily called out, "Wait, what is it?" As Menma turned back, he saw the shopkeeper wearing a reluctant expression, as if struggling against a deep-seated conviction. "Fine, considering your pitiful state, I, Baoyang, will generously sell you a coffin at a loss. Follow me." With that, the shopkeeper led Menma into the back room. Menma's eyes gleamed with hope. Perhaps there were still good people in this world. Once inside, the shopkeeper pointed to a coffin resting in a dark, damp corner. There it is, though it has suffered some moisture damage and bears a few mold spots. The interior remains intact. You can scrape off the mold when you get home, dry it in the sun, and it will serve just as well as a normal coffin. Only the occupant will truly know the difference. I assure you, it will be quite comfortable. As Menma approached to inspect the coffin, he lifted the lid only to be met with a nauseating, pungent odor that nearly overwhelmed him. The interior was in a dismal state, far worse than the shopkeeper had described, with not only mold but also numerous insects making their home within. Turning to Baoyang, Menma sought to negotiate for a slightly better option, but the shopkeeper resolutely shook his head. "This is already an act of great mercy. You must learn to be content." With no alternative, Menma ultimately handed over the pouch to Baoyang, purchasing the coffin. The shopkeeper, ever the benevolent soul, even gifted him a rickety handcart to assist in transporting his purchase. Before Menma departed, Baoyang glanced at his innocent, albeit foolish, eyes, musing to himself that even if he deceived the boy, he would likely still express gratitude. "Thank you," Menma said as he pushed the cart away, gradually receding into the distance. Baoyang smiled knowingly, recognizing him as a good child. Chapter 44. The small grave having waited for quite some time outside Yuin Village, Heishui had mostly regained his strength, sitting beneath a tree and carefully reading the tales of resilience and endurance. Although he had long since memorized the book, he found that each reading after a task offered him new insights, deepening his admiration for Jiraiya's genius and the greatness of his endeavors. Lying peacefully on the grass was the medic, Yao Shi, now covered with a white cloth. Not far off, Menma approached, pushing the cart, drawn in by a waft of moldy odor that caught Heishui's attention and prompted him to look up in surprise. "What are you doing?" "I intend to lay to rest Director Yanoyu." "Is this it?" Kuroyuki incredulously pointed at the coffin atop the cart, curious about where this fellow had scavenged such a piece of trash. Menma nodded slightly. Kuroyuki approached and lifted the coffin lid, only to hastily close it again upon discovering its deplorable state, fanning the air before his nose in distaste. Where did this come from? I bought it. Menma's tone was flat, yet Kuroyuki was once again taken aback. Just this? And you paid for it? Others would have burned it for firewood without a second thought. Seeing Kuroyuki's disbelief, Menma hurriedly explained, before coming here, Shui gave me a sum of money, which totaled around several 100,000 in face value. However, the shopkeeper claimed that according to the currency exchange rate of Rain Hidden Village, it was far from sufficient, and ultimately, I ended up being cheated. Kuroyuki's eyelids twitched. He was rendered speechless by the naivety of this child, who was too easily deceived. Have you ever purchased anything before? Do you understand the price of goods? Menma shook his head candidly. This was his first experience buying something, and he had never read any literature on currency purchasing power. After a moment of contemplation, Kuroyuki realized that this situation could not be blamed on Menma, as he had been imprisoned by the root organization in their base, with almost no contact with the outside world. Thus, his lack of knowledge in this area was entirely understandable. One could only criticize Uchiha Shui for his irresponsibility. Failing to fulfill his duties as a mentor, what a disgrace. Which shop? What does the owner look like? Tell me the whole process in detail. Noticing Kuroyuki's earnest concern, Menma realized he might have been swindled, and he promptly recounted the entire incident. After listening, Kuroyuki sighed in resignation and patted Menma's shoulder. Wait here, I shall return shortly. With that, he did not give Menma a chance to inquire further and swiftly made his way back to Rain Hidden Village, fearing that a moment's delay would allow that unscrupulous shopkeeper to abscond with the money. Before long, a horse-drawn carriage sped out from Rain Hidden Village, heading straight towards Menma and coming to a steady halt before him. After a heartfelt admonition and reasoned persuasion, the unscrupulous shopkeeper, clutching his bruised left eye with one hand and cradling his swollen right cheek with the other, tumbled down from the carriage. Kneeling before Menma and eagerly bowing his head in apology. My lord, please forgive me. I was blind to your greatness, blinded by greed, and fabricated lies to deceive you. I implore you, have mercy on me and do not hold my transgressions against me. I am willing to offer you a splendid cedar coffin along with all the necessary burial supplies. And I shall even gift you the carriage I usually use for transporting goods. Please, I beg you spare me. The shopkeeper's uncharacteristic demeanor left Menma somewhat at a loss. He was well aware that he had indeed been deceived, and a flicker of annoyance arose within him. However, considering that Kuroyuki had thoroughly chastised the man and he was now prepared to provide a better coffin, Menma decided not to dwell on the matter further. He walked past the shopkeeper and examined the contents of the cart, discovering that the new coffin not only felt exquisitely smooth to the touch, but also emanated a subtle, refreshing scent of natural wood, which was quite comforting. This must be quite expensive, Menma remarked with a tone of admiration. The shopkeeper quickly crouched before Menma, forcing a sycophantic smile as he replied, not expensive at all. The money you provided is more than sufficient to acquire this exquisite set of funeral supplies. Is that so? You truly are a master of deception. Menma shot a glare at the shopkeeper, feeling irked at the reminder of how he had foolishly mistaken that previous piece of rotten wood for treasure. If Director Yano were to rest in that, surely she would be heartbroken in the afterlife, thinking I had not forgiven her. I know I was wrong. I know I was wrong. Please, do not let your subordinates punish me any further. I cannot withstand their brutality. Subordinates? Kuroyuki's brows furrowed at this term. Realizing he had been too lenient and had not silenced the man's mouth, he raised his hand to deliver another lesson, but the shopkeeper cowered in fear, curling into a ball. Fortunately, Menma intervened, having no interest in bullying the weak, as he was there for a fair transaction. Despite the twists and turns, he had ultimately obtained what he desired, so there was no need to resort to violence. Let it go. In light of Menma's indifference, Kuroyuki, as an adult, naturally could not lose his composure. He retracted his hand and coldly uttered a single word, leave. Oh, very well, I shall leave at once. The shopkeeper immediately perked up as if resurrected, scampering away with glee, not daring to look back for fear that Kuroyuki would change his mind and drag him back. However, he would remember this grievance, and one day he would seek retribution. After the bothersome shopkeeper had vanished, Menma, with Kuroyuki's assistance, placed Yano-yu into the exquisite coffin. Subsequently, under Kuroyuki's guidance, the two embarked on a journey, traversing for several days until they arrived at a valley that bloomed with flowers each spring. This was a secluded spot that Kuroyuki had diligently recalled based on Menma's request. Following the burial rites that Kuroyuki had instructed him in, Menma interred Yanoyu and erected a small grave beside her. Within the small grave, he buried a lock of his own hair, along with the memories of his childhood and the special emotions associated with them. Let my past self remain here to accompany you, director. While Menma spoke these words outwardly, there was a deeper meaning behind his actions. After the recent assassination attempt, he had realized how close death could be. A moment's carelessness could lead to the swift loss of his life. No one could guarantee that there would always be someone to protect him in times of danger. So he needed to cast aside any lingering notions of luck. He did not fear death. Rather, he feared that on some future day, should he leave this world unexpectedly, there would be no one to recover his remains. Chapter 45. After lingering in the valley for merely a day, Menma and Kuyuki set off once more, returning to Konoha. This time, without the company of Shin and Yanoyu, the journey felt significantly shorter, yet decidedly more desolate. Kuroyuki, addressing Menma's shortcomings, patiently explained the prices of various items they encountered along the way, and whenever they needed to purchase something, he entrusted the entire process to Menma. Through the combination of Kuroyuki's theoretical instruction and practical experience, Menma quickly became adept at shopping, even mastering the art of bargaining. This impressed Kuroyuki, who, to this day, had yet to make any progress in that regard. His own timidity was such that he wore a mask daily, too shy to reveal his true face. 2 weeks later, Menma and Kuroyuki successfully arrived in Konoha and immediately contacted their organization, where they were received back at the base. Danzo had yet to return, and Shursui, who had accompanied him, had not sent any messages to Menma. With nothing to occupy his time, Kuroyuki naturally took on the responsibility of teaching Menma. However, prior to that, he had, at Menma's request, inquired about the whereabouts of Shin's brother and, using his extensive connections cultivated over years within the root organization, arranged for Menma to have an opportunity to meet Sai. Soon, under the guidance of a dark ninja wearing a blue scratch-patterned mask, Menma arrived at the 13th underground level, a heavily fortified area where special personnel were detained within the root organization. Passing through the dimly lit, elongated corridor, the two finally came to a halt before a particularly reinforced iron door. Behind this door lies the person you seek. The guiding dark ninja pointed to the observation window on the iron door, suggesting that Menma could take a glance through it to confirm. However, constrained by his height, Menma had to leap up, grasping the edges of the window with both hands, stretching his neck to peer inside. Within the room, a slender figure stood with their back turned, one hand holding a lamp and the other wielding a brush, sketching something on the walls. Due to the considerable distance and dim lighting, Menma could not discern what was being depicted on the walls. Moreover, the artist had not turned around, preventing him from recognizing the face, and comparing it with the portrait Black Snow had shown him earlier to ascertain if this individual was indeed Zwoji. "May I enter?" Menma asked earnestly, dropping down and seeking permission from the guiding dark ninja. "It is not impossible, but are you certain you wish to proceed?" The dark ninja's tone carried a hint of concern, leaving Menma perplexed. Since his arrival, he had been curious about what Zwoji had done to be confined in such a dreadful place. "Is there a problem?" Sighing in resignation, the guiding dark ninja, realizing Menma was unaware of the circumstances, relayed the rumors he had heard prior to his shift. Half a month ago, during a mission, his squad encountered extreme weather while traversing a precarious cliffside bridge. The ropes unexpectedly snapped, and he fell. Everyone assumed he had perished. As the abyss below was not a river but solid ground, there was no cushioning. Logically, survival was impossible. According to organizational protocol, the bodies of the deceased must be disposed of to prevent them from being exploited by ninjas from other villages. Once the weather improved, the team descended to search for him, only to find, to everyone's astonishment, that he had survived, energetically painting bizarre images on the cliffside, strange and grotesque creatures. The team members called out his name from a distance, but he remained oblivious until one approached and interrupted his work, which led to a violent outburst. All the peculiar beings depicted on the cliff came to life under his command, attacking the squad with the intent to kill. Ultimately, only the captain escaped, severely injured, and sought reinforcements from the organization. Subsequently, 2 special teams were dispatched to retrieve him for interrogation, but he spoke only nonsensical ramblings, devoid of coherent thought. Medical ninjas diagnosed him with severe mental issues, and despite multiple attempts at treatment, none succeeded. Thus, he was temporarily confined here, awaiting Lord Danzo's return for further action. After hearing this, Menma's face registered a mix of surprise and incredulity, at such bizarre events. Indeed, it is a matter of concern, which is why I advise against your entry. If something were to happen to you, I would have no explanation for black snow, the guiding dark ninja replied, his eyes reflecting genuine innocence. Menma realized the ninja was genuinely fearful of black snow, which explained his extensive warnings. Feeling somewhat helpless, Menma considered that it would be improper not to enter after coming this far. It would be irresponsible to merely toss the scroll inside and leave. For he imagined that if the sender learned of such negligence, they would surely seek retribution in his dreams. Taking a deep breath, he resolved within himself and requested, "It's all right. I will be cautious once inside. Please, assist me in opening the door." Seeing his determination, the guiding dark ninja complied. Retrieving a key to unlock the door, the heavy iron door slowly creaked open, leaving a gap wide enough for Menma to enter. The dark ninja then handed him a torch, reiterating, "Be careful inside. If there is any danger, retreat immediately. I will keep this gap open for you. Once you emerge, I will close the door." "Thank you," Menma replied gratefully, nodding as he stepped over the threshold and into the room. Lifting the torch's cover, Menma blew gently, igniting the flame which illuminated his surroundings. He first looked at the murals on the walls, which, as the dark ninja had described, depicted a myriad of strange creatures. There were beings with octopus heads and tentacle-laden lower bodies, others resembling grotesque meatballs with numerous eyes and wings, and still more with elephant-like snouts and human hands connected by webbing to serve as wings. The bizarre and fantastical nature of these creations made it difficult for Menma to fathom the mental state of their creator. Just as he was lost in this peculiar new world, a weary voice broke the silence. "You have arrived." Turning toward the sound, Menma found the boy who had been painting had paused, now facing him with an indifferent gaze. Instinctively on guard, Menma took a few steps closer. Illuminated by the flickering torchlight, revealing the boy's features, black hair, black eyes, a stoic expression, and skin as pale as marble. He bore a striking resemblance to the portrait Black Snow had shown him. There was no doubt this was Uzumaki. However, his sunken eyes and darkened skin around them suggested a severe lack of sleep. Moreover, Uzumaki's previous words implied he had anticipated Menma's arrival, leaving Menma puzzled. "You knew I would come?" "Of course, for you shall be the first child to return to the embrace of the God Tree," Uzumaki exclaimed, arms wide open. His eyes shimmering with infinite starlight, his lips curling into an exaggerated, sorrowful smile. The sight was disconcerting, akin to a stone suddenly sprouting a human face grinning at him. Alongside Uzumaki, he held the lamp, its flickering flame casting light upon the wall behind him. It was then that Menma discerned the mural behind Uzumaki, a colossal tree reaching to the heavens, crowned with a magnificent fruit. Beneath it knelt a multitude of people, seemingly engaged in a sacred worship. Their attire varied, making it impossible to identify their origins. They might not belong to the 5 great nations at all, but rather be figments of Uzumaki's imagination. "Is the God Tree you speak of the one depicted behind you?" Menma inquired. "Indeed." Uzumaki's voice brimmed with excitement, his gaze shifting gradually downwards like the hands of a clock, until they locked onto Menma's. "It is the origin of all things, the destination of all existence, the creator of the world, and once the sacred pillar worshipped by humanity. Is it truly this tree?" Menma questioned, skepticism evident on his face, prompting Uzumaki's displeasure. "It is the God Tree. Were it not for someone stealing the sacred fruit in the past, causing it to lose its power, it would still stand tall today, connecting heaven and earth, the object of everyone's reverence. The world would remain a place of unparalleled beauty, devoid of endless wars, and humanity's hearts would not harbor malice, fear, anger, hatred, or despair. I yearn to transform the world as it stands. I long for the advent of an era of peace, where every individual can lead a life of happiness and fulfillment. Thus, I have been guided by the divine tree, awaiting the arrival of its chosen child. And you, indeed, are that chosen one. If you and the other progeny of the divine tree return to its embrace, allowing it to reclaim its inherent power, all the evils in the world shall be quelled. At that moment, nations will coexist harmoniously, and each person will embody virtues such as humility, tolerance, patience, diligence, and generosity." Clap, clap, clap. The sound of applause erupted following Uzumaki's proclamation, as Menma could not help but applaud, taken by the whimsical nature of Uzumaki's tale. He had to admire Uzumaki's imagination, crafting such a fantastical narrative. If the pursuit of peace depicted in the tale of resilience was akin to a fairy tale, then Zuoyi's current story belonged to the realm of myth. Indeed, you are the only one who comprehends my essence. Zuoyi, filled with excitement, stepped forward as if to embrace Myanmar, only for Myanmar to take a step back, creating distance between them. Zuoyi's advance was halted by Myanmar's retreat, and he gazed at Myanmar in confusion, the smile fading from his face. What do you mean by that? Apologies, do not misconstrue my actions. My applause does not signify agreement. I merely found your tale intriguing. Tale. This is truth. This is history. It is the sole path to achieving world peace. Zuoyi's eyes reddened, veins bulging on his forehead, his agitation intensifying. Myanmar recognized that Zuoyi's mental state was unstable and refrained from further engaging on this subject. Thus, he decisively produced the scroll entrusted to him by his brother, extending it towards Zuoyi. Whatever it is, it holds no relevance to me. I am here merely to deliver this item from your brother Xian. Accept this scroll, and I shall take my leave. Zuoyi did not even glance at the scroll Myanmar offered, swatting it away with disdain. Xian is dead. What more is there to discuss? Does he wish for me to weep over meaningless words in his memory? Myanmar stared in shock at Zuoyi, inquiring, how did you know he is dead? Humph. I previously mentioned that I received guidance from the divine tree, which has informed me of all such matters. Yet death is never the end. It is merely the beginning of a vicious cycle. There is no time left for mourning. We must seek the true path to peace to prevent further loss of life. So, you have chosen the divine tree? Myanmar's gaze sharpened with caution. No, the divine tree has chosen me. And you, as he spoke. The image of the divine tree on the wall behind Zuoyi extended tendrils, bursting forth into three-dimensional form, attempting to ensnare Myanmar. Fortunately, Myanmar had anticipated this, swiftly retreating to evade the onslaught of vines. However, the other creatures on the walls awakened, charging at Myanmar with unrestrained ferocity, intent on toppling him. Myanmar quickly drew the short blade strapped to his back, channeling chakra into it, executing swift slashes around him. The monsters severed in two dissolved into ink, cascading to the ground. Simultaneously, a pathway cleared, and Myanmar dashed towards the heavy iron door of the cell, escaping through the narrow gap left by a shadowy ninja outside. The guarding ninja, witnessing Myanmar's urgent appearance, recognized that Zuoyi had gone berserk once more. He exerted all his strength to slam the door shut with a resounding clang. Bang, bang, bang. The sounds of pounding echoed from within, as Zuoyi remained unwilling to accept his thwarted attempts. The shadowy ninja, not daring to delay, swiftly locked the iron door and braced himself against it, suppressing the forceful impacts from within, before turning to Myanmar and inquiring, what transpired? He seems to have lost his sanity. Indeed, the shadowy ninja accepted Myanmar's assessment without hesitation, having overheard portions of their conversation. Were he not deranged, such a fantastical tale could not have been conceived. You should return for now. It is best not to provoke him further. Myanmar nodded in agreement, then turned to leave. Yet, before he could take more than a few steps, the banging ceased, and Zuoyi's clear voice resonated from the viewing window. You will ultimately embrace the divine tree. The moment you behold it, you will comprehend that all I have spoken is the truth. Myanmar shook his head in resignation, feeling a twinge of sorrow. Nevertheless, he resolutely took his leave. Chapter 1. The rope tree. The Konoha Scientific Research Institute stands as a prominent structure nestled within the dense forest on the northern edge of Konoha village. Its design is both simple and elegant, fulfilling functional needs while showcasing a more scientific architectural style. It is a multifunctional high-rise building that achieves a synthesis of aesthetic appeal, practicality, and economy, a true testament to its era. The architect, of course, is none other than the renowned Orochimaru, celebrated as one of the legendary three ninjas. A young man with chestnut hair, clad in a gray jacket and adorned with a crystal necklace, felt a wave of warmth wash over him as he caught sight of the building from a distance, filled with a sense of joy akin to returning home. At last, I shall meet my teacher. The young man, brimming with excitement, bumped his fists together. His journey back from the Rain Village had been relentless, driven by the desire to return promptly with experimental data for his mentor. With the research institute now in sight, tears of joy threatened to spill forth, and his weary legs instinctively surged with renewed energy, propelling him into a sprint. Target acquired. Azure Dragon, engage. From the nearby thicket, for ninjas donned in blue masks, having received their orders via intercom, swiftly tightened the ropes at their sides. In an instant, hidden ropes shot up from the ground, firmly binding the young man's feet, anchoring him in place. The young man lost his balance, tumbling forward, but with quick reflexes, he managed to brace himself with his hands to prevent a disastrous fall. An ambush, the young man thought, astonished that anyone would dare to act against him so close to his mentor's domain. He glanced to either side, realizing that the 4 blue-masked ninjas were closing in, intent on subduing him. The young man swiftly slapped the ground with one hand, regaining his footing, and then extended his arms towards the approaching ninjas. Shadow Snake Hand. Several large serpents sprang forth from the young man's sleeves, swiftly ensnaring the 4 blue-masked ninjas, rendering them incapacitated as they collapsed to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, the young man crouched down, attempting to untie the ropes binding his feet. Azure Dragon failed. White Tiger. Follow-up. Acknowledged. With that, 2 ninjas in white masks leaped down from a nearby tree, each grasping a corner of a specially designed thick capture net, enveloping the young man, still focused on freeing himself from the ropes. White Tiger. Capture successful. Success, you say? Spiraling sphere. In an instant, a high-density, chakra-infused sphere effortlessly tore through the net, creating an opening. The young man was about to break free when a booming voice urgently commanded, "Where is the Black Turtle Hall?" "Restrain him." Black Turtle Hall, reporting in. A harmonious response echoed from 4 distinct directions, revealing 4 burly sumo wrestlers, their heads concealed by black masks, lunging toward the youth. Each one seized a limb, rendering him immobile as if he were firmly nailed to a cross. Frustrated, the youth exclaimed, "Enough is enough. Do they think I lack temper?" In a fit of rage, he began to concentrate his chakra energy in his limbs. In an instant, a powerful gust of wind erupted, forcibly dislodging the 8 hands that grasped him. Following this, he executed a fierce kick, an astonishing display of strength that sent the 4 hefty men, along with 2 white-masked ninjas, tumbling several meters away. Simultaneously, the youth snatched a walkie-talkie that had fallen from the scuffle and shouted into it. "Has the Juke Hall arrived as well? How many of you are there? Show yourselves, or I shall ensure my sister flays your skins when I return. This was your promise." This time, the coarse voice did not emanate from the walkie-talkie, but came from behind him. The youth turned around to find 4 ninjas donning red masks standing there, shouldering a palanquin made of pure gold and adorned with luxurious snow mink fur. Upon it lay a small pig, dressed in opulent attire, adorned with a thick gold chain and sporting sunglasses. It was Taunton, the pet of his sister, Tsunade. "Oh, so it was you, the roasted pig, plotting against me." Angered, the youth advanced and seized Taunton by its ears, prompting a pained squeal from the pig. Yet none of the subordinates dared intervene. "Let go. You'll tear its ear off. I'm merely following orders. Blame your sister. If you have the guts, take it up with her. Humph, dream on. I'm not going back." The youth released his grip and turned toward the research institute. Taunton quickly rubbed its sore ears and gestured for the subordinates to follow the youth, exclaiming in irritation, "You're a liar, even deceiving a little pig." What have I lied about?" The youth, referred to as Shinshu, tilted his head, unable to recall any deceit. "You just said you'd return to confront your sister and flay them. Now you say you want tea. Isn't that breaking your word?" "Oh, that was just a jest. I'm not that cruel, and besides, why would I want to go back? It's too constricting by my sister's side. It can't compare to being here. It's so much more comfortable with my teacher." As he spoke, a genuine smile spread across Shinshu's face, clearly indicating his fondness for this place. Taunton, though understanding of Shinshu's feelings, knew that Tsunade might not share the same sentiment. "Sigh, I advise you to return with me quickly." Otherwise, before Taunton could finish, Shinshu interrupted and swiftly changed the subject. "Enough about her. Why has your voice been so gruff since the beginning? Don't you find it awkward?" "Of course not. My teacher's translator is broken, and I came to have him fix it." Taunton removed the miniature translator from its collar, which, while not capable of human speech, was equipped with a summoning beast language translator provided by Orochimaru, allowing for seamless communication. "No wonder. I was wondering why you personally came to fetch me. It seems you have ulterior motives." Shinshu examined the translator and found no visible damage, concluding that there might be an internal issue. "Well then, let us go meet my teacher, but until then, you should continue with this rough voice. Honestly, I think it suits you quite well. It contrasts sharply with your adorable pig image. Why not keep it this way?" Taunton, feeling teased, snatched back its translator and retorted, "If that happens, your sister will surely have your teacher's head." As a little pig, wouldn't mind witnessing such a scene. Shinshu fell silent, left only to glare at Taunton. Chapter 2. Welcome back, hey. Wake up, Kido. Look over there. What are those people doing? Are they planning to attack the research institute? On a watchtower in front of the research institute, a gray-haired boy with two heads urgently shook the net hammock beside him. The boy, known as Kido, who possessed 6 arms and sported a high ponytail, lazily opened his eyes and, after stretching, rolled out of the hammock. Following the direction of the gray-haired boy's finger, he spotted a disciplined group of nearly 20 individuals adorned with masks of blue, white, black, and red, marching toward them. The remnants of sleep dissipated from Kido as he rubbed his eyes and unleashed his earth curse mark, allowing the sigils to spread to his eyes, temporarily enhancing his vision to see further. After scrutinizing the unfamiliar group, Kido was still unable to ascertain their origins. Ultimately, his gaze settled on a youth at the forefront with short, chestnut-brown hair. As he adjusted his focus to discern the youth's face, a look of joy involuntarily spread across Kido's features. What is happening? Can you see clearly? Come on, Zoken. Why the rush? Do you see the one leading the group? Yes, what about him? Zoken nodded. That's Lord Shinshu. What? Zoken's face lit up with shock, quickly transforming into delight. That is wonderful. I must hurry and inform Lord Orochimaru. Apologies, but it's too late. Yodo has already gone ahead to report. A stout boy with 3 yellow strands of hair chimed in, busily munching on a bag of chips. Damn it, that little brat got ahead of me again. What a sneaky one. Don't be disheartened. You might get another chance. Would you like some chips? The generous yellow-haired boy offered his bag. Zoken instinctively glanced over, realizing only one complete chip remained, surrounded by crumbs, leaving him somewhat speechless. All you do is eat. Aside from eating, does your brain have any other thoughts, Jirobo? Fine. Don't eat if you don't want to. Jirobo retorted, retracting the chip bag and promptly devouring the last chip along with the crumbs, licking his fingers in satisfaction. Zoken rolled his eyes and gently patted Kido's back, saying, "Let us go. Since someone has already reported to Lord Orochimaru, we should go and welcome Lord Shinshu." With that, Zoken leaped over the wall, followed by Kido, with Jirobo trailing behind. With beaming smiles, the 3 awaited Shinshu's arrival. As he and his entourage approached, they respectfully bowed and unified their voices, exclaiming, "Welcome back, Lord Shinshu." "Oh, Zoken, Kido, Jirobo. You're all here. How have you been?" "Rest assured, everything at the Research Institute is fine, and we are doing splendidly," Kido responded before Zoken, scratching his head bashfully while one pair of hands patted his chest and another rested on his hips. Shinshu, observing the actions of his companion, could not help but chuckle, gently reaching out to ruffle the other's hair. "There's no need for such formality. To be honest, it seems your muscles have definitely become more robust." "Really?" Gu Tongwan exclaimed, his face lighting up with joy at Shinshu's praise. It appeared that his regular training was indeed yielding results. Shinshu's discerning eye was as sharp as ever, unlike Suijin, who merely indulged in self-deception. With this thought, Gu Tongwan cast a sidelong glance at Suijin, intentionally tightening his fist to showcase his biceps. Following Gu Tongwan's gaze, Shinshu turned his attention to Suijin, who had noticeably grown taller and seemed to have become stronger as well. "Oh no. Compared to Lord Shinshu, I still have a long way to go." Suijin humbly shook his head, though inwardly he felt pleased by Shinshu's compliments. Seeing that both Gu Tongwan and Ci Langbo were receiving praise, Ci Langbo, standing at the back, took a deep breath, puffed out his chest, and leaned forward. Given his height, it was effortless for him to redirect Shinshu's gaze. Ci Langbo looks good too. He seems to have put on a bit of weight since I last saw him." At this remark, Ci Langbo quickly exhaled, letting his stomach sag back to its original state, his face showing signs of discontent. "Lord Shinshu, you could have chosen not to flatter. There's no need for such mockery," Ci Langbo thought, feeling a silent frustration, but knowing that if Lord Shinshu remarked on his weight, it must be true. He resolved to control his appetite moving forward. Meanwhile, Tun Tun, seated in a palanquin, observed the lively interaction between Shinshu and the 3 strangely styled youths, inwardly questioning the true purpose of Orochimaru's research institute. It seemed too polished on the surface, hiding perhaps unsavory dealings beneath. Yet, upon reflection, he realized his own master's profession was hardly above reproach, prompting him to abandon his hypocritical thoughts. Nevertheless, he remained steadfast in his resolve to bring Shengshu back, convinced that this was the right course of action. Shengshu-senpai. A vibrant female voice suddenly rang out from within the institute. Moments later, a woman clad in a white lab coat, which struggled to conceal her voluptuous figure, with dark purple hair tied in a ponytail, burst forth from the building. She threw her arms around Shengshu's neck, her face radiant with a sweet smile. "You finally returned. I've missed you so much." Caught off guard by the girl's exuberant affection, Shengshu's face flushed crimson. Yet, instinctively, he wrapped his arms around her waist, fearing that if he did not hold on tightly, she might tumble away. In the gaze of all present, the two twirled around before finding their footing again. Observing the girl's lack of propriety, Tun seized the moment, leaping from the palanquin to deliver a swift kick to the girl's forehead. "How dare you? Lord Shengshu is of noble stature and remains unmarried. I cannot allow you, a mere commoner, to tarnish his purity." The girl stumbled back, releasing her hold on Shengshu, and then grabbed Tun in a playful manner. Initially intent on scolding her, upon seeing Tun's adorable demeanor, her anger dissipated, and she pressed the creature against her cheek for a kiss. "Wow, what a cute little piggy. Ah, let go of me, or I shall summon the Four Saints Hall to deal with you." "Oh, is that so? How fierce. Do you prefer it steamed or braised?" The girl's expression shifted to one of mischief, casting a shadow of impending doom over Tun, who promptly fainted. Chapter 3. Mitachi Red Bean. Ah, enough, Hongdo. Don't tease it. This poor creature is already timid. If you frighten it too much, the meat will be tough, and that won't do. "What? Shengshu. You cruel fellow. I stepped in to defend you, and this is how you repay me. You heartless wretch, devoid of compassion." Tun quickly revived, launching into a tirade, while Shengshu, exasperated, covered his ears. "Though you are undeniably adorable, your voice carries the essence of a boorish brute." The girl named Hongdo regarded Tun with a puzzled expression, realizing the sound did not emanate from the creature. She flipped Tun over and over. "I'm going to faint. Please, Shengshu, intervene. Who is this rude creature?" Shengshu hastily rescued Tun from Hongdo's grasp, recalling that this was Tun's first visit to Konoha and she might not recognize his junior. He introduced her, saying, "This is my junior, Mitachi Hongdo. Don't be deceived by her current boisterousness. She can be quite demure in front of outsiders." "Is that so? This is our first meeting, then. Am I not considered an outsider? I see no trace of her demureness." "Who said you were an outsider? You're not even human, little piggy. You." Provoked by Hongdo's retort, Tun fell silent, hopping back onto its palanquin, plotting to settle this score with Orochimaru later. After all, if the instruction is lax, the disciple becomes lazy. Noticing that Tun had settled down and not seeing his teacher, only the solitary presence of Doya behind Xiai Lang Bo and the others, Shengshu curiously inquired, "By the way, where's the teacher?" "Oh, the teacher is currently occupied. I was assisting him, but upon hearing that you returned, I delegated my duties to Do, so you may accompany me to his office for now." "Oh, I see. Then I shall follow your lead and head to the office." After hearing Hongdo's explanation, Shengshu nodded, understanding it was not an opportune moment to disturb his teacher's research. Thus he agreed to follow his junior's suggestion. Hongdo linked her arm with Shengshu's as they proceeded inside. As they passed by Doya, the young girl with pink hair, Shengshu affectionately ruffled her hair and offered her a gentle smile before continuing on their way. Watching Shengshu's tall figure recede into the distance, Doya felt an emptiness within her, as if she had just gained something only to find it slipping away before she could truly grasp it. Well, it seems running swift does not guarantee success. Without summoning Lord Orochimaru, I ended up bringing my rival here," Zuijin remarked sarcastically from behind Doya, while Gu Tongwan chimed in, "Indeed, to be honest, Lady Mitachi Hongdo possesses more femininity than some, unlike certain individuals who have yet to develop." Stung by this remark, Doya's fury ignited as she turned to face the two mockers, her expression fierce. "You two reckless fools. Do you wish for me to send you straight to the underworld?" Zuijin and Gu Tongwan exchanged glances and, in unison, bolted away, leaving only the seemingly innocent Xiai Lang Bo standing his ground. Doya, unfazed by the remaining individual, was seething with anger and needed an outlet for her frustration. So she unleashed a volley of punches. Fortunately, Xiai Lang Bo was quick on his feet, dodging her blows while protesting. I didn't say anything. Doya, you've got the wrong person. Spare me your words. There is not a decent man among you. C.I. Lang Bo found himself at a loss for words, wondering how he had incurred the wrath of everyone around him. Thus, he resolved to indulge in a hearty meal later to alleviate his grievances, postponing any thoughts of calorie control for another time. Sheng Shu and Hong Do took the elevator to the 4th floor, arriving at Orochimaru's exclusive office. Tun Tun settled comfortably on the sofa, while the rest of its entourage retreated downstairs. After approximately half an hour, the office door finally swung open. A strikingly androgynous young man, adorned with golden serpentine eyes, ebony hair, and fair skin, entered the room with deliberate grace. He wore azure-hued, jade-like earrings. It was Orochimaru. At that moment, his face bore a hint of fatigue, as if the frown that had recently gripped his brow had yet to fully dissolve. Perhaps he wished to conceal his worries from his freshly returned student, but this did not escape the keen observation of Shoju. "What troubles you, sensei? You seem rather troubled." Shoju inquired. "I am fine, Shoju-kun. There is no need for formalities. Please, take a seat." Orochimaru gestured with a wave of his hand, signaling for Shoju to remain seated. Before settling onto the sofa opposite him, "Your recent endeavor was arduous. I wonder what the results are. Did you succeed?" "Of course," Shoju replied, producing a scroll from his person and summoning forth a substantial stack of experimental data reports, which piled high upon the coffee table like a small mountain. "Please, take a look, sensei. This contains all the experimental data from Hanzo's activities within the Black Tower." Orochimaru nodded, promptly picking up a report and engrossing himself in its contents for over an hour. Shoju and Akado dared not disturb him, patiently organizing the materials he had already reviewed. Meanwhile, Butin, the small creature, lay sprawled on the couch, having intended to interrupt Orochimaru but, after several warnings from Shoju regarding the risks, opted instead to pass the time by sleeping. As Orochimaru's expression grew increasingly grave, Shoju found himself sweating with anxiety. In truth, he had not thoroughly reviewed the data. He had merely gathered what he deemed useful before the tower's destruction. He feared not the reprimand of his teacher, but rather the possibility that the data he had collected might prove erroneous and unhelpful. Eventually, Orochimaru set the reports aside, gazing up at the ceiling in silence for a prolonged moment before a flicker of relief graced his features. While Hanzo's experiments had ultimately gone unverified, the vast array of data suggested that he had at least pursued the correct direction. Perhaps this methodology could indeed offer a definitive cure for Kimimaro-s affliction. Upon hearing these words, Shoju was momentarily taken aback, his expression a mixture of astonishment and joy. "Sensei, is that truly the case?" Orochimaru shook his head. "I just said that it remains unverified. Perhaps your actions were premature. Had you waited a while longer, he might have conducted the experiments on himself. At that point, we could have derived more direct results through him." Chapter 4. Difficulties upon hearing Orochimaru's words. Shoju displayed a resigned expression and briefly explained the circumstances he had encountered in the Rain Village. "Sensei, I truly had no choice in the matter. My original intention was to wait for Hanzo to complete his final experiment and then seize the opportunity to eliminate him. However, unexpectedly, events unfolded differently." "Oh, what transpired? Did someone else discover Hanzo's experiments?" "No, not at all. It was that scoundrel Danzo who suddenly harbored murderous intent towards Hanzo and dispatched a specialized assassination squad to take his life. In a moment of urgency, I had no choice but to expedite my plans and gather all the data." "Ah, I see. It seems this was fate, ultimately. The experiment must rely on our own efforts." Orochimaru sighed, lightly massaging his temples, appearing even wearier than before entering the office. Akado, perceptive as always, rose to brew a cup of hot tea, respectfully presenting it to Orochimaru. "Sensei, please enjoy your tea." "Oh, thank you, Akado." Orochimaru accepted the teacup, taking a small sip to moisten his slightly parched lips, though his expression remained one of concern. After serving the tea, Akado returned to Shoju's side, noticing Shoju's worried inquiry towards Orochimaru. "Sensei, will conducting the experiments ourselves present any difficulties?" "Yes, indeed," Orochimaru replied, gently placing the teacup back upon the table. He looked at Shoju earnestly, stating, "Materials, equipment, and funding. These are all significant issues. Most of the commonly used materials are readily available in the Research Institute's warehouse. Even if they are not, I could send someone to procure them in time. However, there are two specific materials that are particularly rare. One of them is a plant known as desert eagle, rumored to flourish in an oasis within the largest desert of the Wind Country. Unfortunately, this oasis has not been encountered by anyone for many years, so it is uncertain if this plant still exists. The other is one of the rarest minerals from the Earth Country, natural rainbow amethyst. This material would not have been difficult to find 20 years ago, but due to its discovery as a potent enhancer of one's aura, it has become highly sought after by the feudal lords of the Earth Country. Now, anyone wishing to acquire a piece likely faces exorbitant prices. After listening to Orochimaru's requirements for materials, Shoju pondered thoughtfully, recalling that before he assumed the identity of Akahashi, he had seen a report addressed to Danzo concerning the frequent interactions between Hanzo and emissaries from the Wind and Earth countries. Sensei, your words have jogged my memory. Hanzo had recently drawn suspicion from Danzo due to his frequent dealings with the Wind and Earth countries. Indeed, this indicates that Hanzo was also seeking these materials. But do you know if he succeeded? Faced with Orochimaru's question, Shoju hesitated before shaking his head, not as a denial, but because he truly did not know. I'm sorry. Sensei, I did not confirm this, and even if he did acquire them, the locations where he intended to conduct his experiments have all been destroyed. I fear those materials may have. Shoju awkwardly scratched the back of his head, realizing he had not paid attention to these details, which meant he might have missed out on those valuable materials. Orochimaru's expression remained stoic. He had not pinned his hopes on Hanzo, so he merely waved his hand dismissively, indicating that Shoju need not be concerned. Additionally, several large experimental devices were necessary, and the procurement and installation of such equipment would require a considerable sum of funding. Orochimaru's gaze fell to the coffee table, a hint of despondency in his eyes as he lightly traced the edge of his old teacup, where a small chip was visible. The Research Institute's finances had long been strained, and this reality was well understood among everyone present. Thus, funding posed the greatest obstacle for Orochimaru at that moment. Shoju hesitated, uncertain how to address the situation. He had not anticipated that, after finally discovering a potential method and glimpse of hope, he would find himself confronted with various challenges, leaving him feeling quite frustrated, instinctively clenching his fists. Suddenly, an inopportune, peculiar laughter echoed through the room, drawing the attention of all present. They turned to find Butin, who had been snoring moments earlier, now wide awake, sitting upright with an air of self-importance. As if to declare, clear the way, I'm about to show off. What sort of sleepwalking is this little creature engaged in? Shoju mused, reaching out to lift Butin's sunglasses to see if its eyes were indeed open, only to be met with a swift dismissal from Butin's hoof. Get off. You are the one who is dreaming while sleeping. I am completely awake. Then what are you laughing about? Who is laughing? I've already stated that the translator is malfunctioning. I am merely expressing normal laughter. Shoju, at a loss for words, had forgotten this detail and pressed on. All right. I misspoke. But what is it that you find amusing? What else could it be? Your teacher's words were so obvious, and yet your pig brain still fails to comprehend his meaning. How could I not laugh? Who are you calling a pig brain? You little piglet. Shunshu, in a fit of exasperation, seized Tunten by both ears, determined to teach him a lesson today. If he failed to do so, would Tunten not return to humiliate him in the future? Tunten squealed in pain, revealing the siblings' shared temperament. Why could they not allow themselves a moment of dignity before launching their counterattack? Let me go, or I shall raze Inrin village to the ground, capturing every orphan your teacher has taken in to make them slaves, and dismantling your Konoha Scientific Research Institute, leaving you all to wander the streets. Huh, you roasted piglet. The more you struggle, the more spirited you become. Today, I shall chop off your ears to serve as a delicacy. Shunshu tightened his grip, causing Tunten to feel as though his ears were about to be twisted off. He quickly abandoned his bravado and begged for mercy. I was wrong. Please don't twist them, they'll really come off. In truth, materials, instruments, and funding are not the issues. There is someone who can assist you effortlessly. What? Is that truly the case? Shunshu halted his actions, and Tunten, feeling a wave of relief, immediately broke free and leapt to Orochimaru's side in search of refuge. Orochimaru smiled gently, placing Tunten on his lap and soothing his ears to alleviate the pain. With a protective shield in place, Tunten swiftly regained his confidence, thumping his chest and declaring robustly, absolutely. Now tell me, who is this person? Humph. Tunten adjusted the sunglasses perched on his nose, responding with faux profundity, your sister. Princess Tsunade. Chapter 5, Departure stop. Enough. I understand your meaning, but I absolutely refuse to return. Shu crossed his arms defiantly, fully aware of his sister's immense power as Tsunade's only younger brother. Despite the fact that she could resolve all issues with a mere wave of her sleeve, he remained resolute in avoiding any plea for her help. He, Shu, aspired to become Hokage. Naturally, he intended to forge his own legend through hard work and perseverance. Seeing the determined expression on Shu's face, Tonton sighed in resignation. What a pity. You shall just watch that fellow, what's his name, Maru, succumb to illness. After all, aside from Lady Tsunade, who else could possibly aid you two impoverished apprentices? Bah, you little rascal, why speak so ominously? Junmaru is merely gravely ill. Who told you he is on the brink of death? Right, sensei? Shu turned to Orochimaru, who had been silent, hoping for some reassurance. Yet, what he received was only a pained expression from Orochimaru. Sensei, does this mean Junmaru's condition is? Yes, he is indeed gravely afflicted. The intense pain he endures allows him no more than 4 hours of restful sleep each day. If this continues without effective treatment, he may depart from this beautiful world within 3 months. Is there truly nothing you can do to save him? Alas, it is futile. All options have been exhausted. Before I came to the office, I went to see him, but my newly developed medication merely alleviated the pain temporarily without improving his overall condition. Orochimaru's face bore a hint of regret. It was heart-wrenching to witness a talent like Junmaru facing an untimely demise. Shu lowered his head in shame, his expression mirroring his sense of loss. He understood that the decision to risk undertaking Hanzo's experiment placed a heavy burden on his teacher. Likewise, Junmaru, who suffered from severe illness, also hoped for his elder brother to restore his health. Therefore, what harm would it do to return home and seek his sister's help? If he could not protect those he wished to safeguard, how could he ever aspire to become Hokage? The fire of determination ignited within Shu's chest as he lifted his head, his eyes filled with unwavering resolve. Very well, I shall return and seek my sister's assistance. As long as I can alleviate our current plight, what fear is there in this sacrifice? Excellent. Very spirited. Tonton interjected, but this time, your teacher, Orochimaru, must accompany you as well. Why? Shu asked, perplexed. Need I explain? Every time you return, you merely take the money and run. Do you truly believe Lady Tsunade would squander her resources and goodwill so frivolously? Embarrassed by Tonton's words, Shu's cheeks flushed crimson. Thus, this time, your teacher must join as well, allowing you to remain in the city for a longer duration. Moreover, the materials and instruments you require are urgent, are they not? Even if you acquire them, they must undergo scrutiny by the Jinsha division, and transporting them back to Konoha will consume significant time. It's far more efficient to complete the experiment in Jiulong City. Well, Shu's expression grew uncertain. He found the suggestion reasonable. Yet, he was uncertain if his reclusive teacher, who preferred to remain ensconced in the research institute, would agree to such an outing. Fear not, I am willing to go. Furthermore, this experiment necessitates a highly intricate surgery, for which I require Tsunade's assistance. Upon hearing Orochimaru's prompt agreement, Shu felt a wave of relief wash over him. He had not anticipated his teacher would be willing to make such a substantial sacrifice, and it genuinely moved him. However, he soon realized another significant issue. Surgery requires Tsunade's help. Shu's mind raced as he recalled that his gambling prodigy sister was also adept in medical arts. But could those hands, accustomed to rolling dice and shuffling mahjong tiles for decades, still wield a scalpel with precision? That was a matter of great concern. I want to go too. Akane raised her hand, her face brimming with uncontainable excitement. Both her teacher and senior brother were departing, and she certainly wished to accompany them. Moreover, she had not seen Lady Tsunade in many years. She recalled how she had long admired Tsunade's bold and unrestrained demeanor, initially aspiring to become her disciple, only to be kicked into Orochimaru's ranks due to her poor gambling skills. Of course, this did not imply she still harbored such ambitions. To her, Orochimaru was now the finest teacher in the world. Nevertheless, she yearned to see her childhood idol once more. Bang! The office door was suddenly pushed open, and several others tumbled in unceremoniously, having apparently eavesdropped on the conversation from outside. Seeing all eyes turned to him, Geita boldly addressed Orochimaru, Lord Orochimaru. May we accompany you as well? Orochimaru did not respond immediately, but glanced at Tonton in his lap, aware that this was not his domain, and he dared not make unilateral decisions. With everyone's gaze returning to him, Tunton puffed out his chest defiantly. Yes, yes. Everyone can come. I will cover all expenses. This small sum is nothing to us at the Senju Hall. Yay, that's fantastic. The four of them exchanged joyful high fives, while Akane seized the opportunity to embrace Shingshu's neck, taking liberties in her enthusiasm. Let us not delay. We shall depart today. Tunton, fearing Shingshu might change his mind, swiftly grabbed a walkie-talkie to instruct his subordinates waiting outside the research institute. Then, recalling that his translator was still in disrepair, he hurriedly handed it to Orochimaru for handling. When the translator was finally repaired, the multiple carriages Tunton had instructed his subordinates to prepare were already waiting downstairs. As the carriage arrived, a corpulent merchant with squinting eyes accompanied it. This merchant held a notable position within the village of Konoha, so it was no surprise that Akamichi and her companions were taken aback upon seeing him. The merchant, unfazed by their astonishment, approached Orochimaru directly, bowing politely. Orochimaru returned the gesture with a nod. The merchant then turned his attention to the piglet in Orochimaru's arms, forcing a sycophantic smile onto his face. Ah, esteemed Lord Tunton, I have heard you require a carriage. I immediately selected the finest steeds from my clan, and I hope you will graciously accept my offer to ride. How thoughtful. I permit you to lightly kiss my noble hoof, Tunton replied, extending its right hoof, which the merchant eagerly kissed, as if it were a prized possession. Furthermore, I hope you could kindly speak a few flattering words about me to Lady Tsunade upon your return. I am eager to explore more business ventures with the Nine Dragon City. Rest assured, this is a trivial matter. Simply await my return. For soon a celestial envoy will come knocking at your door. Ah, splendid. I thank you in advance. The merchant bowed repeatedly, yet Tunton had already lost interest in him, having grown weary of such encounters. Afterward, everyone boarded their respective carriages. Among the 20 members of the four holy halls, the Azure Dragon Hall and the White Tiger Hall occupied the front two carriages, while the Vermilion Bird Hall and the Black Tortoise Hall took the last two. Orochimaru, Shoju, Tunton, and Akamichi settled into the first carriage of the middle section, while the four others assisted the ailing Kimimaro into the second carriage. The third and fourth carriages were designated for their luggage and essential equipment. Originally, Doyu was meant to accompany them, but upon receiving the news of Yakushi Nanoyu's demise, he was overwhelmed with sorrow and chose to remain at the Research Institute in solitude. Once everyone was aboard, the carriage began to accelerate gently, departing the Research Institute and heading north toward the Land of Fire. Chapter 6. The Thousand-Handed Nine Dragon City. After a grueling 12 days of travel, Tuntun's caravan finally arrived at a territory bordering the Land of Waterfall in the northern region of the Land of Fire. Over 30 years ago, this area was an unremarkable wasteland, yet it had now transformed into one of the most opulent and extravagant locales in the world. Akamichi leaned out of the carriage window, and in the distance, she beheld towering, undulating city walls that exuded a grandiosity akin to mountains springing forth from the earth, making it hard to fathom that they were crafted by human hands. In comparison, the dull, gray walls of Konoha resembled a child's crude dirt mound, both aesthetically lacking and structurally inferior to the elegant, robust white walls before her. Moreover, having perused the illustrations in the chronicles of various nations, she had encountered numerous architectural styles from different countries. Konoha's city gate had ranked second in a comprehensive evaluation of beauty, sturdiness, and economic efficiency. Even the first placeholder, the renowned Village of the Cloud, dubbed the Celestial Paradise, seemed to lack some of the grandeur exhibited by the white walls before her. As they drew closer, the opulent, gold-trimmed city gates came into view. Adorning the walls was a colossal sign emblazoned in gold lettering against a red background, elegantly inscribed with the 5 characters, Thousand-Handed Nine Dragon City. Flanking the gate were 2 enormous stone sculptures, each approximately 30 meters tall. One figure boasted long hair, cascading over its shoulders, adorned with a satin headband and draped in layered armor, with wrist guards embellishing its arms. The other figure sported a spiky, short hairstyle and wore a half-mask, similarly clad in layered armor, yet with a downy collar gracing its neck. Both statues bore the insignia of the Senju clan, their forms sculpted with lifelike precision, capturing the valiant essence of the 2 historical figures. Merely gazing upon them filled onlookers with a sense of reverence, and the statues were deliberately crafted to compel all who wished to admire their visages to look up in awe. As Akamichi followed the statues' forms upward, she was taken aback upon seeing their faces. Even with some mental preparation, She could not help but gasp in surprise. The likenesses were identical to the faces carved into the Hokage rock in Konoha, representing the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, and the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama. Akamichi's heart raced as she marveled. Perhaps only Lady Tsunade would have the audacity to display the statues of her two illustrious ancestors at the city gates to guard her realm. Shoju, supporting his forehead with one hand, felt overwhelmed. To be honest, when he returned a few years prior, these statues were still under construction. He had initially mistaken the armors for those of ancient gatekeeper generals. Little did he know that his sister had whimsically decided to erect the statues of their grandfathers. How would he explain this when he next paid his respects to them? Fear not. Lord Hashirama adored Lady Tsunade. He would never hold it against her. In fact, this amusing gesture would surely elicit applause from them in the afterlife. Tun declared proudly, its nose nearly pointing toward the sky, while Shoju remained increasingly silent. Look at you. What is there to worry about? This enhances the renown of Lord Hashirama and Lord Tobirama, allowing more people to remember their glorious legacies. The names of our grandfathers are already legendary in the ninja world. Do they need your help to elevate their status? What about beyond the ninja realm? Tun's eyes curved into crescent moons, a tantalizing smile playing at the corners of its mouth. Shoju immediately sensed trouble upon witnessing Tun's expression. After all, the thousand-handed nine-dragon city was a gambler's paradise, a sacred ground for various factions and nefarious forces. Countless individuals had indulged in excess here, seeking novelty and excitement. Some had placed extravagant bets in the casinos, becoming overnight millionaires, while others, unable to repay their debts, had faced severe consequences, cast out onto the streets. This place was a siren's lair, enticing yet a merciless purgatory. At the helm of these malevolent forces, firmly grasping 70% of the gray industry chains across the 5 great nations, was none other than his sister, Tsunade, a woman endowed with extraordinary strength and unparalleled luck in gambling. Damn it, are you intent on tarnishing the illustrious legacies of our grandfathers? Shoju exclaimed, his voice booming in outrage, startling everyone in the carriage. Tun realized that Shoju might have misconstrued its meaning and, fearing he might act impulsively, perhaps even attempt to vandalize the sculptures, hastily clarified, do not misunderstand. You are mistaken. Lady Tsunade merely wishes to enshrine the 2 great men as the deities of wealth in the Nine-Dragon City, to be worshipped and revered by all who seek fortune. Isn't that different? Do you truly believe that the denizens of Nine-Dragon City are ignorant of what they are? By venerating them, our grandfathers are likely to be incensed. Nonsense. You are trapped in a stereotype. The thousand-handed Nine-Dragon City has gradually been transitioning toward legitimacy under Lord Jiraiya's earnest counsel. Does that mean the casinos will cease operations? That the gangs will disband? That the brothels will be demolished? Shoju retorted, crossing his arms in indignation as he leaned back, his face aflame with anger. Tun, unperturbed by his questions, reclined comfortably and replied with unhurried composure. The casinos will undoubtedly remain open, and they must expand and become even more luxurious. After all, this tradition has been passed down since the time of Lord Hashirama, and as his descendant, Lady Tsunade cannot forsake her heritage, otherwise it would be an affront to her lineage. Then it would be better to abandon this craft. Shoju interjected sarcastically. Tun cast a sidelong glance at Shoju, shaking its head in exasperation. However, various illicit industries have gradually been dismantled, and now, Geelong City, leveraging the connections amassed over the years, has begun to engage in a range of compliant and legitimate commercial activities, steadily gaining acceptance from various nations. Should you harbor any doubts, you may venture into the city and inquire for yourself. Furthermore, did you not overhear the merchant in Mai when he lent me the carriage, expressing his sentiments? Nowadays, any merchant collaborating with Geelong City finds themselves profiting handsomely. Previously shunned, they are now greeted with enthusiasm. Shengshu furrowed his brow, pondering the rationale behind this shift. After all, Geelong City gathers various factions and possesses formidable strength, making it significantly easier for those wishing to establish trade routes across nations compared to ordinary merchants. Yet, are these ventures truly legitimate, devoid of coercion? Surely, it cannot be that they are negotiating with daggers at others' throats. Such absurd claims. If that were the case, would merchants flock to collaborate as they currently do? Tun's retort left Shengshu momentarily speechless. Observing the merchant's demeanor, it indeed did not appear as though he had been coerced. What are the gangs and nefarious forces? Naturally, they have been compartmentalized and managed under a unified system, no longer allowed to act with impunity. Presently, the various divisions within the Senju Jilong City have been distinctly categorized into 4 halls and 3 offices. Apart from the Senju Hall, led by Tsunade, with Shizune as support, the remaining divisions, namely the 2 offices and 3 halls, are sequentially named Qinglong Hall, Baihu Hall, Zhuke Hall, Xuanwu Hall, Jinsha Office, Nandu Office, Beidu Office, and the Underworld and Heaven offices, following the order of Qing, Bai, Zhu, Xian, Jin, Nan, Bei, Di, and Tian. Chapter 7. Tian Guanyu knew Shingshu lightly tapped the carriage window, his expression reflecting a rare patience to listen. He recalled that during his last visit home, Shizune had elaborated on this structure, yet he had not possessed the patience to fully absorb the functions of each department. After all, the extensive discussion was intended to persuade him to remain at home and gradually take on these responsibilities, which naturally stirred his resistance. So what are their specific duties? I only remember that the 4 halls are responsible for combat, correct? That is a gross misrepresentation, Tunton retorted without hesitation. Their duty is to maintain law and order throughout Jilong City. How could they possibly engage in arbitrary brawls? Ah, I see. They maintain order when others instigate conflicts. Noting Shingshu's stubbornness, Tunton dismissed further debate on the matter and continued. Among the 3 offices, the Beidu office and Nandu office are responsible for project planning and construction, encompassing the repair, renovation, and demolition of various buildings within the city. The Jinsha office oversees supervision, auditing, and the management of various documentation. As for the 2 offices, the Underworld office manages criminal justice, serving as the highest judicial authority in Jilong City. And the Heaven office, well, before Tunton could finish, a sudden fanfare echoed from outside, signaling that something significant was about to unfold. Shingshu, who had been attentively listening, immediately lost his composure and peered out of the carriage curtain. Their conveyance had reached the city gate, and the trumpet sounds originated from atop the city walls. Rows of soldiers stood tall, brandishing ivory horns, harmoniously playing the unique melody that conveyed messages for Jilong City, long and ethereal. Do not be alarmed. This is not a signal of danger, but rather a welcome for esteemed guests, Tunton quickly clarified, allowing Shingshu's racing heart to settle momentarily. However, Orochimaru and Akane remained unfazed. After all, Jilong City was right before them, and who would dare make a bold move against them at such a moment? That would be akin to delivering themselves as a feast. Shingshu-senpai, is this truly your home? How could you not know the meaning behind your own city's trumpet? Akane inquired, causing Shingshu to blush. He had always sneaked into the Senju Hall during his previous visits, unaware of such an establishment at the city gate. All eyes were drawn to the city gate, where a group of young men riding white horses, clad in long, white, gold-threaded robes, with remarkably handsome features, approached. Behind them, soldiers donned armor in shades of blue, white, black, and red, standing in formation along the streets. The passers-by and vendors quickly retreated, clearing the wide thoroughfare and creating a vista that seemed to stretch infinitely from outside the city gate. Leading the procession was a striking young man with phoenix-like eyes, a prominent nose, and tightly closed lips, his long black hair cascading over his shoulders. He held a pure gold scepter, adorned with a dragon's head embellished with red gemstones for its eyes. Upon reaching Orochimaru's carriage, the youth halted his horse, bowing through the window towards Orochimaru and Shingshu. Tianguan Han, on behalf of the Tianguan Palace, extends a warm welcome to Lord Orochimaru's grand arrival at Senju Jilong City. We are also delighted to welcome His Highness Shingshu back home. Orochimaru nodded politely, while Shingshu was left puzzled, wondering who this individual was, as he did not recall encountering him during his last visit. Noticing the confusion on Shingshu's face, Tunton leaned closer and whispered, "Your sister's new paramour. Appointed as Tianguan 1 year ago, so it is only natural that you do not recognize him." "Ah, the new one. What are the previous?" Shingshu queried, to which Tunton merely shook her head in silence. After exchanging greetings, the handsome youth named Han proceeded to lead the entire entourage, and the carriage moved forward once more. The city's residents were well aware of what it meant for the Tianguan to lead, and each peered out, eager to catch a glimpse of the dignitaries arriving. Unfortunately, Orochimaru and Akane were dressed rather plainly, making it impossible to discern their origins, be it from a powerful nation or a prominent general. Yet, The townsfolk would silently memorize their faces, for such grandeur was beyond their reach in this lifetime. Akane, however, remained unaffected by the townspeople's gazes as they scrutinized her. She too was observing everything around her. The architecture of Julong City was a melange of various styles, akin to a simplified tapestry of the world's wonders that dazzled the eye. Hot air balloons floated above, advertising an array of goods. Colorful billboards adorned the buildings, with many familiar figures gracing the advertisements, renowned lords and generals from the 5 great nations, some of whom Akane had seen in historical records. Additionally, several lesser-known advertisements featured strikingly handsome men and beautiful women, attired similarly to the leading Tianguan. The Heaven Office serves as the face of Julong City. I see many places showcasing their presence, resplendent and unmasked unlike the 4 halls. Upon realizing Akane had surmised the Heaven Office's role, Tunton wished she could give her a thumbs up, though alas, being a pig, she could not. Brilliant. The Heaven Office indeed represents Julong City, responsible for receiving and attending to various dignitaries visiting Julong City. Furthermore, based on the rank of the Tianguan in charge of their reception, one can directly assess the visitor's power, status, and wealth. Oh, and what rank does the leading figure possess? Akane inquired. Without a doubt, the highest. Tunton replied. The Tianguan and Yu of the Heaven Office are classified into 9 ranks, divided into upper, middle, and lower tiers. Their appearance and stature determine their classification, followed by their abilities dictating the final rank. For instance, a young woman with exceptional looks and figure but lacking talents to entertain guests would be classified as a 3rd-tier Yu. However, if she later mastered vocal techniques and could charm guests into spending lavishly in Julong City, she would ascend to the 2nd or even 1st tier. Understood. So the individual leading us is of the 1st tier, indeed quite striking, though regrettably, he pales in comparison to Shingshu Senpai. As the Red Bean spoke, her hand inadvertently grasped the rope tree, causing the tree, suddenly showered with compliments, to blush with embarrassment. Tunton could not help but roll her eyes dramatically. She was too apathetic to intervene now. After all, when they met Lady Tsunade later, if the two continued their reckless behavior, one of them was bound to vanish from this world. At that moment, the carriage passed by a tall building crowned with a striking red dome. Atop the building was an exaggerated inflatable figure, nearly 20 meters tall, instantly capturing the attention of the Red Bean. What is that place? Tunton hurriedly looked over and discovered it was a large puppet in a white chef's hat, brandishing a rolling pin, with 2 oversized red characters emblazoned on its hat. Oh, it's merely a ramen shop, albeit with a rather extravagant marketing strategy. Red Bean mused, but that must have cost quite a bit. Does selling ramen really make that much money? Faced with the Red Bean's inquiry, Tunton found herself at a loss. Having never sold ramen, how could she possibly know? Perhaps there are other ventures at play, the rope tree quietly suggested. Before the topic could delve deeper, the carriage came to an abrupt halt. The guide, Gonhan, dismounted and approached their carriage, addressing them. Lord Orochimaru, His Highness the Rope Tree, we have arrived. Please, esteemed guests, disembark. The group alighted to behold a magnificent palace before them. Simultaneously, nearly 100 elegant maidens, donning sheer, flowing garments, lined the staircase adorned with dragon and phoenix carvings, standing in perfect formation. Before anyone could recover from the grandeur of the sight, nearly 100 delicate pink lips simultaneously parted, releasing a melodious welcome. We welcome His Highness the Rope Tree home. Chapter 8. Tsunade in the gambling den of the Hidden Leaf Village, on the 6th floor. VIP Room 666. A private sanctuary designed for the esteemed guests of significant power and status from various nations was nestled. The chamber boasted exceptional soundproofing, and agents from the Gold Serpent Division were ever watchful within and without. The celestial officials from the Southern and Northern Dipper Divisions maintained a protective formation around the clock, ensuring that no guest's secrets would fall into prying ears and that their privacy would remain entirely safeguarded. Thus, all guests could easily shed their external identities and facades, embracing their true selves and liberating their innermost desires. Inside the chamber, a voluptuous woman with flowing light blonde hair, slightly intoxicated, wore her attire with the neckline wide open, revealing a glimpse of her alabaster bosom. One hand held a wine bowl, while the other shook a dice cup with fervor. She was none other than Tsunade, the architect of the entire Thousand Hands Dragon City and its reigning mistress. With a resounding thud, Tsunade slammed the dice cup onto the table, causing the chips to scatter. She looked up at the elder across from her, adorned in a warrior-esque robe, his gray hair and beard framing a jovial visage, flanked by two exquisite maidens. Lord Mitsubian, do you suppose this role will yield a high or low outcome? Mitsubian did not respond directly. A flush of intoxication painted his cheeks as he gazed dreamily at the two beauties beside him. Ladies, why not assist this general in guessing whether it will be high or low? The maiden on his left shyly pointed at his chest and replied, It shall be high. For that suits you, Lord Mitsubian. Oh, truly? I didn't realize you felt it would be high, he responded with a knowing smile. Then turned to the maiden on his right. What do you think? Oh, how dare you even ask? Naturally, I believe it will be high too. Mitsubian erupted into boisterous laughter, reveling in the enchanting sounds of the Dragon City. Very well, let us see for ourselves. Princess Tsunade, please reveal the outcome. With a decisive motion, Tsunade uncovered the lid, revealing 3 dice, all showing 3 dots, totaling 9, thus deemed low. What is the outcome? Mitsubian squinted, his vision blurry, dots swirling before him. The two maidens beside him hurried to confirm, whispering, Lord Mitsubian, it's 9. It's low. Low. Ah, yet again I falter. It seems Princess Tsunade's luck is unparalleled. Mitsubian withdrew his remaining chips, pushing them all towards Tsunade. Despite losing, his expression remained jubilant. For the thrill of the game was what mattered. In the adjoining hall, separated by a screen, several generals from the Iron Country reveled in their own pleasures, surrounded by lovely companions, indulging in their whims. Suddenly, the door creaked open, and a woman in a professional outfit, clad in black stockings and heels, with short black hair and half-frame glasses, entered. She briskly navigated through the revelry, squatting beside Tsunade, whispering, Lady Tsunade, the daimyo of the Wind Country has arrived. He is being escorted to the gaming hall. Shall we make an appearance? Tsunade glanced at her most trusted secretary, Shizune, and nodded. With Shizune's support, she gracefully rose. Lord Mitsubian, I must attend to an urgent matter. Please excuse me. As for the chips I won, I gift them to you as a token of appreciation for your patronage. Oh, you are too kind, Princess Tsunade. Do attend to your affairs. I have enough company here to keep me entertained, he replied, gratitude evident in his voice. With polite farewells, Tsunade and Shizune departed the VIP room. As they descended the stairs, Tsunade utilized her chakra to expel the alcohol from her system. Meanwhile, with Shizune's assistance, she began to tidy her appearance, preparing to greet the next distinguished guest. Upon reaching the second-floor corridor, Tsunade encountered members of the White Tiger Hall dragging a man down the stairs. The captive struggled, his eyes lighting up upon spotting Tsunade. Princess Tsunade, save me. I'm a regular here. Surely you remember my face. Please, you must help me. Tsunade recognized him, and a signature smile quickly spread across her face. Oh dear, what is going on? Customers are your lifeblood. Why are you treating him so roughly? The guards from the White Tiger Hall stood momentarily perplexed. The man, unabashed, grasped Tsunade's hand, tears welling in his eyes, portraying a pitiful image. Tsunade's maternal instincts surged, and she rebuked. What is the meaning of this? Are you all mute? Lady Tsunade, this man was caught cheating. So we were just... The captain of the White Tiger Guards began to explain, but before he could finish, Tsunade forcefully yanked her hand away and slapped the man. His face contorted in agony, his jaw shattered. He barely had time to react before collapsing into unconsciousness. I abhor cheaters. Cut off his hands, shred them, and feed them to the dogs. Yes, the captain swallowed nervously, hastily ordering his men to drag the unfortunate soul away. What should have been a simple punishment now left him utterly crippled. Using the technique of water release, Tsunade summoned a sphere of water to cleanse her hands, and kindly offered a clean handkerchief for her to dry them. During this time, there seemed to be an unexpected commotion on the first floor, as a silver serpent from the Golden Serpent Bureau hurried up to report to Tsunade. What is all this noise about? She inquired, reporting to Lady Tsunade. General Explosive Stone from the Land of Earth wishes to borrow another 1 million chips from us, but the counter cannot process it, hence the uproar. Is it such a trivial matter? Why not just handle it? Is it due to exorbitant interest? No, it's because he has nothing left to use as collateral. Upon hearing this, Tsunade grasped the entire situation. She silently observed the rugged man below, attempting to persuade the clerk at the counter, when a thought suddenly flashed in her mind. Doesn't that fellow have 2 daughters? Indeed. What is their appearance like? Average. See, this is the perfect collateral. Why be so rigid? You at the Golden Serpent Bureau really need to broaden your considerations. Should I give you a lesson? Tsunade patted the shoulder of the silver serpent manager heavily, causing him to break into a cold sweat. It is indeed our negligence. We hope for your forgiveness, Lady Tsunade. Enough of this idle chatter. Go, resolve the matter. Additionally, lend him another 500,000, but calculate the interest at the highest rate. Do you understand? Understood. Now be gone. Tsunade waved her hand, and the silver serpent manager swiftly vanished to intercept the rugged man at the counter, leading him to a nearby VIP room for discussion. Tsunade then turned and exited through the back door, silently making her way to the carriage with Shizune, heading towards the Banjin Casino. Chapter 9. Business in the span of a mere incense stick's burning time. Tsunade and Shizune arrived at the entrance of the Banjin Casino. At that moment, the establishment had already been cleared by the four holy halls, with all other guests temporarily relocated to the pillar, door, and tile casinos. A red carpet and flower baskets adorned the entrance, with numerous heavenly officials and maidens from the celestial realm in attendance. The Golden Serpent Bureau dispatched 12 Golden Serpent Guardians, enveloping a 10-mile radius in a Kuan-Yin dragon formation. This formation was entirely transparent and would not attract attention. Only when outsiders attempted to invade would it swiftly solidify, securing the interior. As Tsunade descended from her carriage, everyone bowed respectfully. She gestured for them to rise and began to survey her surroundings, noting the absence of her most cherished young companion, prompting her to inquire, "Where's Gong Han?" A first-tier heavenly official hurried forward, bowing and responding respectfully, "Lady Tsunade. Gong Han has gone to welcome His Highness Shoju and Lord Orochimaru, hence he cannot arrive for the time being." "Oh, that rascal Shoju has finally returned," Tsunade exclaimed, her excitement palpable. However, despite her elation, she restrained herself. There were more pressing matters at hand, and she could not afford to lose sight of the bigger picture. After all, with Orochimaru also present, it was unlikely that Shoju would be able to escape for long. "Very well, you may return to your post." "Yes." The first-tier heavenly official complied, returning to his position with a smile. Tsunade patiently waited for a moment, and before long, 6 carriages emblazoned with the Wind Country's emblem arrived, escorted by heavenly officials and the heavily armored troops of the 4 holy halls. 6 third-tier heavenly officials immediately approached, kneeling on the ground to form a human bench, while 6 first-tier heavenly officials stepped forward, arms outstretched, forming handrails. The curtain was lifted by a first-tier maiden, revealing a man dressed in the ceremonial garb of the Wind Country, adorned with a fan-shaped hat marked with the emblem of the wind. He stepped down from the carriage, and this man was none other than the current daimyo of the Wind Country, the head of the state. The remaining carriages discharged their occupants, all prominent figures within the Wind Country's political sphere. Tsunade was taken aback by the sight of so many influential individuals arriving simultaneously in the Nine Dragon City. Additionally, as a woman with keen intuition, she sensed that something unusual was afoot. Following the procession, she indeed spotted a team of Konoha's covert ninjas trailing closely behind the daimyo's guards. Their presence irked her. Just a glance made her want to deliver a punch to each of them. Particularly, the leader, adorned with a raven-like mask and possessing a pair of crimson eyes marked with 3 tomo, sent a chill down her spine. Tsunade refrained from lingering on them, and instead approached the daimyo with a beaming smile, performing a respectful greeting. "Ah, the esteemed daimyo graces us with his presence today, truly illuminating the Nine Dragon City." "Not at all, Princess Tsunade. You are too kind," the daimyo replied with a smile, opening his fan adorned with the wind emblem. "I have merely grown weary from my extended stay at Wind Fortress and heard that the Nine Dragon City gathers entertainment from across the realm, a rare paradise of sorts. Hence, I came to explore, and I hope for your generous hospitality. Of course, since the esteemed daimyo is here, we shall treat you with the highest regard. Please rest assured. Then I shall rely on your kindness." The daimyo's eyes crinkled into crescents as he strode towards the Banjin Casino. As the host, Tsunade accompanied him, patiently explaining and introducing various aspects along the way. Ordinarily, such duties would fall to the heavenly officials and maidens, but given the gravity of the guests, Tsunade had to take on the task herself. After several hours, having finally handed off the challenging Wind Country dignitaries to the heavenly officials for entertainment, Tsunade retreated to a secret room within the Banjin Casino. Inside, the Konoha ninjas, led by the one in the raven mask, had long been waiting. Upon Tsunade's arrival, they rose to greet her, and the masked youth spoke up, "Crow greets Lady Tsunade." However, Tsunade was too exhausted to engage with them after such a long period of hosting. Thus, she plopped onto the sofa, beckoning the accompanying heavenly officials to massage her shoulders and legs, while the maidens offered her fruits. After indulging for a moment, she finally felt a semblance of relief and casually inquired, "Speak, what does that old coot Danzo want? Why is he in league with the daimyo of the Wind Country? I must forewarn you, should you wild dogs dare to cause any trouble in my Nine-Dragon City and disrupt my business, be prepared for me to shatter your teeth, break your bones, and dismantle your den." A fierce glint flashed in Tsunade's eyes, her formidable presence crashing down like a tidal wave, momentarily rendering those present breathless. To be frank, she harbored a deep-seated disdain for the old man Danzo, and it was partly due to him that she had resolutely abandoned Konoha to establish her own faction in this barren land. Now, with her strength and means, if Danzo dared to provoke her, he would find himself facing dire consequences. Therefore, she saw no need to extend any courtesy to his subordinates. Crow was acutely aware of this reality, and since he was merely there to convey a message, he adopted the most humble demeanor. "Lady Tsunade, you may have misunderstood. We come here not with ulterior motives, but merely to negotiate a business deal on behalf of Lord Danzo." "Oh, how novel." Tsunade spat out a few grape seeds, a disdainful smile curling her lips. "He, Danzo, that despicable and vile old man, spends each day neglecting to eliminate potential threats to Konoha, yet finds the time to seek me out for business. Could it be that after all these years of killing, you have lost your purpose and are now seeking a new path?" This left Kuro momentarily at a loss for words, as he faced someone whose words cut like knives. Yet, there was an undeniable truth in what she said, rendering him speechless. "Look at you, unable to respond, and you still wish to negotiate with me?" Under the piercing scrutiny of Tsunade, Kuro fell into silence once more. Truth be told, he had never encountered such a scenario before, if it came to it. Perhaps he should just dismiss her. Tsunade shook her head, finding the situation utterly tedious. She had initially hoped that Kuro's response would provide her with some amusement, only to find him a dullard, leaving her with no choice but to give up. "Very well, I shall not jest any longer. Let us speak plainly. What exactly does Danzo wish to achieve by sending you here?" Seeing that Tsunade was willing to offer him a chance to speak, Kuro dared not keep her in suspense and promptly stated his purpose. "In a little over a month, during the joint Chunin exams, Lord Hanzo wishes for the event to take place in the City of Nine Dragons." "What? I must have misheard. The joint Chunin exams in the City of Nine Dragons? What madness has overtaken that old fool Danzo?" Tsunade dug into her ears, her face a portrait of reluctance. To be frank, since its inception, the City of Nine Dragons has had virtually no ties to Konoha. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, granted her free rein to develop it, never once commenting on its affairs. In return, she generously donated substantial sums to Konoha annually, aiding in the construction of bridges and roads, thus improving the living conditions of the villagers. Therefore, while Konoha's stability may not be directly linked to her, its prosperity is undoubtedly tied to her philanthropic efforts. Now, that old dog Danzo dares to brazenly propose hosting the Chunin exams in the City of Nine Dragons, who is unaware of the true purpose of such an event, which serves as a critical platform for observing the strength of allied nations. Is it possible that Danzo intends to declare that the City of Nine Dragons is under the jurisdiction of Konoha? Then, under the guise of the third Hokage, he could pressure her to relinquish some authority, allowing his root operatives to monitor the city? Or perhaps, that old dog fears the existence of the City of Nine Dragons and plans to seize this opportunity to ascertain its true strength before launching a covert attack? Regardless of the scenario, it is clear that Danzo harbors no good intentions. Noticing the fluctuating expressions on Tsunade's face, Kuro understood that she had likely conjured up a dramatic narrative in her mind, prompting him to clarify. "Lady Tsunade, please do not misunderstand. Lord Danzo harbors no ill intentions. He merely seeks to collaborate with you this time. I have heard that the world's largest casino, which you have constructed at a cost of 5 billion, is about to be completed. Lord Danzo wishes to leverage the joint Chunin exams to draw attention to your establishment and provide free advertising." "Huh?" Tsunade scoffed coldly. "He certainly seems invested in the progress of the City of Nine Dragons. I suspect he has planted quite a few spies nearby." "Lady Tsunade, you are mistaken. With the presence of the Golden Serpent Division, even a fly would find it difficult to infiltrate and gather information, let alone spies. As for this information, It has been relayed to us by merchants with ties to the city of 9 dragons. After considering Kuro's explanation, Tsunade reflected. She indeed recalled instructing Tenpu to inform various merchants to extensively promote the new gambling city across nations, so this matter was not entirely fabricated by Kuro. However, regardless of the circumstances, he is still Danzo, and those who have trusted him have often met untimely ends. I cannot afford to place my faith in such dubious words. Humph. Does he truly possess such altruism? Of course, if Lady Tsunade remains unconvinced, I have no reason to persist. I can simply return and inform Lord Danzo of your stance, allowing him to make further arrangements. However, if this were to occur, the transformation of the city of 9 dragons would face a prolonged and arduous journey to eradicate the prejudices held by the world, and to persuade Lord Shinjuro to willingly take over the city. Upon hearing this, Tsunade's brow furrowed. She was an exceptionally astute woman. How could she not discern the implications of Kuro's words? If the joint Chunin exams were indeed held in the city of 9 dragons, the positive impact on the city would be immense. It could potentially overturn its reputation, transforming it from a den of vice and a gambler's paradise into a sacred ground for a new generation of ninjas who had poured their blood, sweat, and tears into its legacy. Most importantly, this could change Shinjuro's perception of her and the city of 9 dragons that she had tirelessly built. Even though she could not yet fathom Danzo's true intentions, on the whole, the benefits of this proposal far outweighed the drawbacks. After a series of contemplations, Tsunade reached a conclusion, yet she would not reveal it immediately, as doing so would undermine her position. Concealing her indecision, Tsunade's lips curled into a mischievous smile. Uchiha's lad. Look at you. You are quite eloquent, are you not? No wonder Danzo has sent you to me. Does this mean you agree? Kuro asked, somewhat uncertain. Who said I agreed? This matter is of significant importance. Allow me a few more days for consideration. With that, Tsunade waved her hand, dismissing Tenkan and Yum. Rising from the sofa and heading toward the door, Tenkan, perceptive as ever, opened the door for Tsunade. Before leaving the room, she glanced back at Kuro, saying, do not rush to leave in the coming days. Feel free to explore the city of 9 dragons. I shall arrange accommodations for you. Kuro understood that he would likely be subjected to round-the-clock surveillance by the Golden Serpent Division. Though he felt quite displeased, he could only feign calmness and nod in acknowledgement. Once outside the boardroom casino and en route to the Senju Hall in a gilded carriage, Tsunade lifted the curtain, gazing toward the eastern part of the city of 9 dragons, and inquired of Shizune beside her, how much longer until the completion of that casino in the east? It is currently in the final stages. According to the latest engineering reports from the southern and northern divisions, it will take approximately 3 more months to complete. 3 months? Too long. Tsunade expressed her dissatisfaction vehemently. It must be completed in 1 month. Issue the order for both divisions to work day and night. If they cannot meet this deadline, their performance ratings will be 0 next month, and bonuses and year-end rewards will be entirely revoked. Upon hearing this, Shizune instantly comprehended Tsunade's intentions. Lady Tsunade, do you intend to accept Danzo's proposal? What other options do you propose to keep Shinjuro in the city of 9 dragons? Tsunade withdrew her gaze from the window, turning to fix Shizune with a serious look. Shizune silently regarded the formidable woman who had dedicated over 20 years to the city of 9 dragons. Unlike many years prior, Tsunade was no longer lacking the sense of security that wealth could provide. What she truly yearned for was the familial affection she once had. Regardless, Shizune would support her and always stand by her side. Very well, I shall ensure they complete it on time. If they succeed, the bonuses will be doubled. Furthermore, let the Tianfu prepare a modest gift and dispatch various celestial officials and jade maidens to visit the ministers and generals of the allied nations of wind, fire, and others, extending a sincere invitation for them to participate in this joint Chunin exam. Naturally, the judges of the underworld and the various spectral emissaries should be informed as well. If anyone shows disrespect, let them have a heart-to-heart with those individuals. From the Jinchi division, send the Shadow Serpent to keep a close watch on that old dog Tu Zong. I want to be fully aware of his every move in the coming month, no matter the cost. Understood. Jing Yin softly acknowledged and swiftly noted down the key points. Additionally, the 4 holy halls will enter a state of utmost vigilance starting today. I do not wish for any errors to occur and ensure that the debris along the way is cleared. We cannot afford to offend those esteemed nobles in Jiulong City. Jing Yin emphatically wrote down the words clear away, understanding that the city would soon be swept by a storm of bloodshed. However, with Lord Shosuke still in town, this great cleansing would need to be conducted with utmost discretion. Chapter 11. Family Feast. The silver moon hung high, with stars scattered across the sky. At this moment, within the opulent main hall of the Senju Palace, the sounds of drums and zither harmonized, and graceful figures danced. Dressed in a splendid gown, Gonghan stood before a towering statue of Tsunade, crafted entirely of gold, clapping his hands softly in time with the rhythm. As the dancers twirled and the celestial officials entered in succession, they perfectly aligned the tableware with each step, turn, leap, and slant, creating an orderly arrangement. Following this, a group of jade maidens glided gracefully, presenting exquisite delicacies from around the world to the table. Silver candlesticks, golden cutlery, lustrous table decorations, and fragrant gourmet dishes emanated an air of noble luxury. The first-time experience of such an ethereal banquet left many, including Duoyu, dazzled and speechless. Only Orochimaru and Shosuke appeared unfazed, gazing upon the spectacle with indifference, one consumed by research and immortality, the other already accustomed to such grandeur in his own home. As the final note of the performance lingered in the air, all dishes were served. Gonghan waved his hands to dismiss the attendants, respectfully bowing to Shosuke and Orochimaru, saying, "Honored guests, your wait is over, dinner is ready. May you all enjoy a romantic and luxurious evening here tonight." With his words, the hall was once again filled with soft, melodious tunes. The lighting grew warm and gentle, instantly enhancing the romantic ambience. Shosuke and others took their seats, with Shosuke and Orochimaru occupying the front sides of the square table, while the rest settled in orderly rows behind them. Shosuke glanced at the empty seat in the center and turned to the smiling Gonghan beside him, inquiring, "Didn't you say my sister would join us for dinner tonight? Why haven't I seen her all day? Could she be intentionally avoiding me?" "My lord, you need not worry. Lady Tsunade has been preoccupied with official duties, which is why she hasn't seen you today. However, she has just returned and, due to fatigue, has gone to bathe and change. Please be patient. She should arrive shortly," Gonghan patiently explained, already losing count of how many times Shosuke had inquired about Princess Tsunade today. "Oh, is that so? Then let us wait for her to arrive before we eat." Shosuke pondered silently, questioning if their bond had grown distant due to her prolonged absence. Thus, he resolved to warmly welcome her upon her arrival, hoping to touch her heart through his sincerity and actions. "At least you have some decency, waiting for me." A familiar voice emerged from behind. Shosuke turned to find Tsunade, now adorned in an elegant kimono, entering the hall. Jingin had also changed out of her secretary attire into a loose, comfortable home kimono, joining her. Shosuke promptly stood up, eagerly rushing toward Tsunade, offering his arm and donning a flattering smile. "Ah, my beloved sister. At last, you have graced us with your presence. I have missed you dearly. Enough with the flattery, get away." Tsunade dismissed him with a scowl, casting a meaningful glance at Gonghan. Understanding her implication, Gonghan quickly stepped forward to support Tsunade's arm, guiding her to the head of the table. Feeling embarrassed after being brushed off, Shosuke awkwardly retreated to his seat, while the others chuckled in silence. Jingin, sitting beside Hongdo, exchanged smiles as if they were long-lost sisters, despite the distance that had limited their contact. Their bond remained as strong as ever. This scene ignited a spark in Shosuke. Eager to mend the sibling relationship, he stood and placed a dish onto Tsunade's plate. Tsunade first glanced at her foolishly grinning brother, then at the greasy piece of meat that appeared quite appetizing. With a slight raise of her brow and a subtle twitch of her lips, she forced a stiff smile. "Ah, you truly are my dear, thoughtless brother. Remembering even the food I despise. You serve this dish first to test whether anyone is impersonating me, am I right?" Caught off guard, Shosuke was bewildered. When had he ever thought of such a thing? He himself was unaware. But rest assured, in Jiolong City, no one dares impersonate you, so enjoy your meal. "My foolish brother." Tsunade deftly picked up the fatty meat with her chopsticks and, with a twist of her arm, offered it to Gonghan, who dutifully crouched beside her with his mouth open, awaiting the morsel. Tsunade released her grip, allowing the meat to drop into Gonghan's mouth. "Thank you, Lady Tsunade. And thank you, Prince Shosuke," Gonghan expressed politely after savoring the delicacy. Tsunade found amusement in the moment, her earlier annoyance dissipating, while Shosuke rolled his eyes, reflecting on how little he truly knew about his sister. "Enough of this formality, let's eat freely. I appreciate your willingness to honor me with your presence here." So consider yourselves at home and indulge without restraint. Furthermore, during your stay in Jiulong City, go wherever you please and take whatever you fancy. All expenses are on me." Upon hearing Tsunade's lavish words, the quartet from Yuin village gleamed with delight, exclaiming in unison, "Thank you, Lady Tsunade." They felt a twinge of regret for Kankuro, who, due to health issues, could only remain in his room, missing out on such a splendid opportunity. Nonetheless, they pledged to enjoy the experience on his behalf, immersing themselves in the opulent world around them. Noticing Orochimaru's distracted demeanor and Shosuke's despondent expression, Tsunade recognized that these two were likely grappling with some significant dilemma. It was indeed hard to conceal matters, although she had intended to avoid discussing business during dinner. The state of these two suggested that if she did not address it, they would remain mired in their quandary. With a resigned sigh, Tsunade set down her chopsticks, picked up a nearby wine cup, and drank deeply. Then, rolling up her sleeves and tapping her finger on the table, she stated solemnly, "All right, you two gentlemen. Neither of you appears presentable. Speak up, what brings you to me this time?" Seeing his sister offer him the chance to clarify their intentions, Shosuke straightened up, stretching his neck, his eyes shimmering with hope. "Sister, you are truly my dearest and beloved sister. I adore you." Chapter 12, Unbearable Memories. "Come on now. You men are all the same, seeking only my wealth. So let us get to the point. Otherwise, if my mood sours, you shall return whence you came." Tsunade raised her cup, freshly filled with wine by Gong Han, and downed it in one gulp before all present. Shoju understood he had to seize this opportunity, for he was aware of Tsunade's unspoken rule. Once she had consumed 3 cups, anyone wishing to discuss matters with her must first win a wager. Unfortunately, everyone knew that Tsunade was a goddess of gambling, with a streak of good fortune that had never faltered over the years. Even though Shoju was her brother, he would receive no leniency. Luck was an unpredictable force, even for Tsunade herself. "My dear sister, it's merely a small favor I seek. I wish for you to procure some precious materials from the wind and earth countries." Surely, such a simple request would see a throng of wealthy merchants lining up to provide for you. Shoju presented a note detailing the desert eagle and the rainbow amethyst. Tsunade glanced at the note and furrowed her brow. Although she had never heard of these items, their descriptions suggested they were priceless treasures. The amethyst could be dealt with. At worst, she could visit the prominent figures of the earth country with gifts. However, the desert eagle sounded like an imaginary plant. Even her subordinate, the golden serpent, would find it akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. This was no trivial request, Shoju. You truly know how to challenge your sister. Shoju quickly donned a pitiful expression, his large, watery eyes fixed intently on Tsunade. "Do not feign innocence. This matter is far from simple. If you wish for me to assist you, you must offer something in return." While Shoju clasped his hands around himself, leaning back to create distance between him and Tsunade. The glint in Tsunade's eyes, assessing him from head to toe, instantly reminded him of an excruciating memory from the past. Years ago, to support his mentor Orochimaru in establishing the Konoha Research Institute, he had sought Tsunade's assistance due to a lack of funding. As a result, Tsunade had seized the opportunity to arrange a marriage for him, intending to have him wed the daughter of a prominent lord from the Land of Thunder, no less than the Princess Night Pearl, a woman weighing over 300 pounds, with deep wheat-colored skin and messy blonde braids. Upon learning this, Shoju had vehemently refused, but his sister had resorted to using underhanded methods. He was Tsunade's own brother. How could she stoop so low? Bewildered, he was thrust into a room alone with Princess Night Pearl under the guise of fostering affection. In reality, he had nearly been ravaged by her advances. Fortunately, her considerable weight had crushed 7 of his ribs, snapping him back to reality and freeing him from the effects of her potions. In the end, he fled for his life, barely preserving his integrity. However, he was left with a lifelong psychological scar, which rendered him too fearful to return home. "Look at you, what are you afraid of? Yes, you did make sacrifices before, but at that time, sister was in dire straits. Now, it is inconceivable that I lack funds. So do not be alarmed. I merely wish to propose a marriage of equal standing for you." Shoju trembled, shaking his head vigorously, determined not to fall into the same trap twice. At that moment, he felt lightheaded, hastily rising and gripping the table for support. A glance at the dishes revealed not sumptuous delicacies, but rather the face of Princess Night Pearl, covered in dark spots, grinning at him. "Could it be that you have drugged the food again?" Tsunade looked at Shoju, who appeared dazed. utterly perplexed by what had gone awry. This time, she had done nothing but suggest a marriage. How could it provoke such a tumult? Shoju-kun. There is no issue with the food, Orochimaru interjected, having remained silent until now. As a master of poisons, he would certainly know if any tampering had occurred. His clarification was intended to prevent further misunderstandings between Tsunade and her brother. Trusting his mentor, Shoju closed his eyes and took deep breaths, managing to suppress his inner turmoil and regain his composure after a minute. Yet, he recognized that his predicament remained unresolved. Grabbing a handful of the still-eating red bean, he gravely addressed Tsunade. Even so, I advise you to abandon this hope. I already have someone I cherish. Tsunade regarded the reluctant red bean. Fully aware of her own weight and worth, her expression rife with mockery and disdain. So, you mean to say you fancy red bean? Of course. Oh, and how do you intend to prove it? Tsunade rested her chin on her hand, her demeanor suggesting she was merely an audience member to his performance. She understood her brother all too well. He could never hide his true feelings. Very well, you wish for proof? Watch closely, Shoju declared as he pulled Red Bean close, and, before the astonished onlookers, kissed her passionately. Instantly, the atmosphere in the hall shifted, the accompanying musicians, momentarily stunned, swiftly transitioned to a romantic melody. Some watched with bated breath, while others' hearts shattered. Even Orochimaru's eyes widened in disbelief at the speed of this development. Tsunade's teeth ground together, her forehead vein bulging, nostrils flaring in exasperation. Initially, she had dismissed the rumors brought by Taunton, but now, these two shameless individuals dared to affirm them before her very eyes. Shoju-senpai, what are you doing? Red Bean, suddenly aware of her actions, blushed crimson and shyly pushed him away, fleeing. Previously, she had been the one to playfully nuzzle against him. Now, she was utterly flustered. In a hurry, Ino stood, offering a slight bow to Tsunade and Orochimaru before darting after Red Bean. Many others, teary-eyed, followed suit, fearing an unexpected turn of events. In an instant, the crowd dispersed, leaving behind an infuriated Tsunade, a bemused Orochimaru, and Shoju, who seemed to say, "Sister, do you see my courage?" Chapter 13, The Pearl of the East. Orochimaru. Tsunade suddenly erupted in fury, shattering the table with a single blow, but instead of reprimanding Shoju first, she seized Orochimaru by his collar. Orochimaru felt himself lifted involuntarily by an unseen force. His eyelids twitched uncontrollably as he realized disaster had befallen him first. Tsunade, please remain calm. Things may not be as you perceive. We should clarify the situation first. Just as Orochimaru finished speaking, Shoju, instead of offering clarification, compounded the chaos by clutching his chest. His face contorted in discomfort, and soon began to vomit uncontrollably. The sudden turn of events left Tsunade somewhat flustered. She glanced anxiously at Shinshu, and a thought struck her, causing her to exclaim, "Goodness, he is pregnant." What? Orochimaru's face was a canvas of confusion. How on earth did you arrive at that conclusion? Vomiting equates to pregnancy? Surely. You've had one too many drinks. Besides, he merely kissed someone, and it was a male. Pregnant with what exactly? Before Orochimaru could articulate his bewilderment, Shinshu, clutching his mouth, dashed out in a fluster. Others were left puzzled by the unfolding drama, but Shinshu was internally distressed. That scoundrel, Akado, had stuffed his mouth with everything. Showing no discrimination whatsoever, the pungent aroma of garlic and alcohol had made him retch uncontrollably. Hey, don't leave. Stop, Shinshu. Orochimaru shouted desperately, but his pleas fell on deaf ears. At this juncture, what more can you say, Orochimaru? As their teacher, how could you turn a blind eye to their clandestine office romance? You have utterly disappointed me. Orochimaru observed the sorrowful expression on Tsunade's face, reminiscent of a heartbroken bride, almost convincing enough to seem genuine. The accompanying musicians swiftly adapted the score, transitioning to a tense and exhilarating march. Tsunade ceased her idle chatter, raising her fist to strike Orochimaru, determined to settle both old and new grievances. Realizing Tsunade's fury was not to be trifled with, Orochimaru resigned himself to a resigned smirk, deciding to indulge her theatrics. The hall quickly transformed into a lively spectacle, with Tsunade and Orochimaru passionately engaging in a cat-and-mouse chase. After a considerable time, having purged himself of discomfort, Shinshu gradually straightened up. A refreshing breeze caressed him, invigorating his spirit, and it was then he recalled something amiss. He abruptly turned back, eager to rush inside, only to spot his disheveled teacher, Orochimaru, emerging from the hall in tatters, resembling a woman who had been wronged. "Teacher, are you all right?" Shinshu hurried towards him, only to receive a bemused glare from Orochimaru, who was clearly unimpressed by the belated concern. "Shinshu, could you kindly inform me before you engage in reckless behavior in the future? It would allow me to distance myself and avoid this unwarranted calamity." "My apologies, teacher. I promise to do better next time," Shinshu replied sheepishly, scratching his head before asking with genuine curiosity, "But teacher, aren't you known as the strongest among the legendary Sannin? How could you be bested so thoroughly by my sister?" Orochimaru sighed, gazing at Shinshu with an expression akin to one addressing a simpleton, gently patting his forehead. "When Tsunade said you were dense, I was skeptical, but now I can see the truth. She is our primary benefactor. You have struck her, and do you intend to starve henceforth?" "That's a fair point," Shinshu conceded. Orochimaru, tired of the conversation, turned to leave, needing to change into more appropriate attire lest his appearance diminish his dignity in front of others. Shinshu glanced back at the hall, deciding against re-entering, and quickly followed Orochimaru, inquiring, "By the way, teacher, did my sister agree regarding the materials?" "Sort of," Orochimaru replied. "What does sort of mean?" Shinshu was perplexed. "Your sister mentioned that a grand joint Chunin exam will be held at the Shinjuku City in a month, requiring the children from my Sound Village to participate. She will set those two precious materials as rewards, but the specifics of their presentation remain undisclosed. However, to obtain them, participation in this exam is mandatory." "What?" Shinshu's eyes widened in shock as he spun around, racing back to the hall for clarification. Orochimaru shook his head, uninterested in returning to that tumultuous place, and silently departed. Upon re-entering the hall, Shinshu discovered Tsunade had vanished, leaving behind a group of individuals from the North and South divisions engaged in surveying the site, preparing for the restoration of the hall's architecture. Meanwhile, Tsunade, brimming with joy, was making her way toward a side hall, playing with two vials in her hands. These were the spoils she had recently extracted from Orochimaru. Otherwise, she would not have let him leave so easily. Both vials contained medicinal concoctions, byproducts of Orochimaru's experiments on animals. While they might hold little value for him, they were treasures capable of generating substantial wealth in this city. One vial was named Ice Lingering Love Dreaming Frost, crafted specifically for women to nurture the skin and enhance beauty. The other, dubbed a pillar supporting the sky for 3 days and nights, was designed for men, touted for its rapid effects and lack of side effects. Upon grasping their efficacy, Tsunade tossed the two vials to Gong Han beside her, instructing, "Arrange for mass production of these two medicines according to the formulas. Let Tianfu initially distribute them for free to a select group of customers for trial, while having the Golden Serpent Division discreetly monitor and document the specific effects. After a month, we will launch them officially." "Understood." Gong Han carefully tucked the vials into his sleeve. As a first-tier celestial officer, he had already formulated a comprehensive marketing strategy upon understanding the product's benefits. The two soon arrived at a chamber where the calm and composed Akado was present. Tsunade kicked the door open brazenly, striding in with confidence. She gestured for the two guards from the Xuanwu Hall, whom she had summoned in haste, to bring in two massive boxes. With a thud, the boxes landed, causing the ground to tremor beneath Akado's feet. The guards promptly opened the boxes, revealing them filled with a staggering amount of currency. 5 million. "Leave my brother alone," Tsunade declared. "My lady Tsunade, what is this?" Akado was left bewildered. Tsunade nodded knowingly, familiar with the theatrics, and clapped her hands. The moment she did, 2 more guards entered, carrying yet another 2 boxes, which upon opening, were also brimming with silver notes. One flat price, 10 million. Akado hesitated, observing the flush on Tsunade's cheeks, realizing she had likely indulged in a fair amount of drink on her way here and was now in a state of half-drunkenness. "My lady Tsunade, we are not." Before Akado could explain, Tsunade raised her hand to signal silence. "I understand. This is love. However, I refuse. Unless you can best me, you shall not be with my brother." With that, Tsunade produced a dice cup from her pocket and solemnly placed it on the table between them. "Come now. Years have passed. Let me see if you have improved. If you win, I shall entrust my brother and all of Kyuku City to you. Do you dare to gamble with me?" Akado's lips twitched slightly as the 4 imposing guards from the Xuanwu Hall glared at her, their expressions fierce and intimidating. The atmosphere suggested she had little choice in the matter. Shinin observed everything, fully aware of Tsunade's temperament, recognizing that this was merely a playful challenge. She calmly nodded to Akato, who, understanding the unspoken message, boldly replied, "Let us give it a try then." "Excellent." Tsunade grinned widely. And thus began a night filled with exhilarating gambling. Inevitably, the outcome was overwhelmingly in Tsunade's favor, resulting in a decisive and unilateral victory. As dawn broke, the first rays of sunlight streamed through the room, illuminating Akato's exhausted face. She leaned to the side, collapsing to the ground, no longer wishing to continue. Slowly closing her weary eyes. "Thank you for accompanying me through the night. You may take this 10 million as funds for your teacher." Tsunade, full of vigor, rose and stepped outside, standing on the balcony, gazing at the glowing horizon. After a night of contemplation, she had clarified the pros and cons of certain matters. It was time to provide a response. "The new casino shall be named the Eastern Pearl. What do you think, Shizen? It is indeed splendid. Well then, please inform the people of Konoha that this time, the Chunin exams will be held at the Eastern Pearl in Senju Jiulong City." "Understood," Shizen responded resolutely. And then the two turned their gazes eastward, intending to relish the rare beauty of the sunrise together. Chapter 14. A New Mission. Konoha Village. Western Dense Forest. As the earth trembled violently, clouds of dust billowed into the air. Amidst the trees, several masked umbu stood frozen, gazing at the colossal one-eyed stone statues that had risen from the ground, enclosing them firmly. They were suddenly overcome by an inexplicable sense of helplessness. On that day, they experienced for the first time the fear of being dominated by giants. One by one, the stone giants raised their fists, and as the enormous stone fists, resembling small hills, were about to descend, all the umbu, who had been dispatched for training, snapped back to reality. They quickly completed their hand seals, unleashing a barrage of fire and water techniques at the stone giants. But unfortunately, their efforts yielded little effect. The stone armor of the giants was too thick, rendering their attacks insufficient to breach their defenses, merely creating a few superficial cracks. Yet, within moments, these minor wounds would be mended by the abundant earth chakra emanating from the giants. Realizing the dire situation, all the umbu immediately scattered to escape as the giants' attacks came crashing down. The ground shook, creating deep craters that radiated outward with jagged scars. Even if the strikes missed their targets, the sheer power of these assaults was evident to all the participating umbu. They understood that had anyone been foolish enough to withstand such a blow, they would have been reduced to nothing more than a puddle of blood. Simultaneously, not far behind this group of stone giants, in an open space, Menma was performing hand seals with his eyes tightly shut, channeling chakra from his body through his feet into the ground, directing it towards each giant statue, while keenly sensing the fluctuations and direction of the earth chakra. Heishua, leisurely leaning against a tree beside Menma, quietly observed the entire scene. He had not anticipated that his initial intention to teach some earth techniques to Menma, to fortify his defenses and prevent a crisis like that of the Rain Village, would lead to such developments. To his surprise, Menma exhibited an extraordinary talent for learning, diligently practicing the ninjutsu. Thus, within just a week, he had mastered all the techniques and even began to explore peculiar variations of earth ninjutsu. The umbu participating in the training had been summoned by Heishua. Ordinarily, he would have taken the field himself. Given that his lightning techniques had a clear advantage over earth techniques, he could have further honed Menma's skills. However, he was astounded by the sheer volume of chakra that Menma possessed. After the statues were damaged, they continuously repaired themselves, drawing on Menma's chakra, which ultimately transformed the exercise into a test of his endurance. Of course, Heishua was well aware that Menma's earth techniques still had significant shortcomings and flaws. If he wished to end the training, he could easily subdue Menma. However, his aim was not victory, but to train Menma. Thus, he had to rely on some of the lower-ranking members within the organization to assist in the training. As the forest descended into chaos due to Menma's stone giants, causing all birds and beasts to flee in terror, a sleek black crow suddenly dashed into the woods, alighting before Heishua. Upon hearing the flapping of wings, Menma instinctively glanced over and, recognizing it as Shirzue's crow, which bore a message scroll tied to its leg, he promptly released his hand seals and approached Heishua. The moment he ceased to channel chakra into the stone giants, they instantly lost their vitality, crumbling into piles of earth. This allowed the umbu, who had been engaged in a fierce struggle, to finally breathe a sigh of relief. Myanmar reached Heishua and saw that he had already unrolled the scroll to examine its contents, prompting him to ask, "What does it say?" "A new mission," Heishua replied calmly. "What kind of mission?" "It did not specify, only instructing me to take you to Senju Jilong City, where further arrangements will be made." After speaking, Heishua directly handed the scroll to Myanmar, indicating that he could verify the contents for himself. Myanmar accepted the scroll without hesitation and found that its contents indeed matched Heishua's words closely. However, being left in the dark regarding the specifics left him feeling somewhat dissatisfied. Noticing Myanmar's contemplative expression, Heishua set aside his earlier leisure demeanor, swiftly adopting a serious tone appropriate for task execution. "No need to ponder further. It is undoubtedly an arrangement from above. We will only discover the details upon our arrival. So let us not delay. We must return to gather our belongings and set forth immediately. Senju Jilong City is not nearby." With that, Heishua took the lead towards Konoha village, signaling to the other Umbu that the training session had concluded. Myanmar, realizing he had to abandon his speculative thoughts, quickly followed the team back. Underground, level 13. The cell door containing Sai swung open once more, revealing a short-haired elder clad in a white haori and black trousers. Inside the cell, Sai sat quietly, staring intently at the door. Upon seeing the elder, his expression remained unchanged, giving the impression that he had anticipated the elder's timely arrival. "You appear to be even more composed than I had expected," the elder remarked, breaking the silence. "Yet you seem even more unhinged than I anticipated, Danzo," Sai replied coldly. The elder, known as Danzo, chuckled softly and shook his head, tossing a scroll at Sai's feet. "Look at how you speak. Were it not for your insistence on delivering this scroll to me, I wouldn't have made a special trip back for you. If anyone is truly mad here, it would be you. I am merely a doctor willing to treat you." "A doctor? And how do you intend to treat me?" "As an excellent physician, I never coerce mental patients into following my treatment methods. Instead, I must align with their will, allowing them to pursue what they desire, thus fostering trust and encouraging them to reveal their conditions to me. This way, I can more effectively prescribe the appropriate remedy. What do you think?" "Your reasoning is sound." Sai nodded. At that moment, an Umbu entered, carrying a pile of clothing and a mask adorned with black stripes extending from the corners of the eyes and mouth. "Put this on," Danzo instructed, extending his hand as the Umbu swiftly handed over the garments. Without hesitation, Sai shed his tattered clothing and donned the attire and mask prepared by Danzo. "Where is he?" "He is already en route to Senju Jilong City." "You need only accompany me," Danzo replied, turning away as Sai silently followed. Chapter 15. The Convenient Door. Northern Fire Country. With a small satchel slung over his shoulder, Myanmar followed closely behind Heishua. Since receiving the message that day, they had set out immediately, and today marked the 14th day of their journey. Under Heishua's suggestion, Myanmar had traversed the shorter paths, climbing mountains and crossing valleys directly towards Senju Jilong City. Fortunately, their luck had held, and they encountered no extreme weather. Thus, the journey had not been exhausting, and Myanmar had ample opportunities to experiment with his ninjutsu along the way. Finally, after crossing one more hill, Myanmar and Heishua stepped onto a broad road paved with bluestone slabs. The thoroughfare was bustling with activity, filled with vehicles and pedestrians, most of whom, like Myanmar and Heishua, were heading towards Senju Jilong City. The remaining vehicles racing outward are primarily empty carts used by merchants, seemingly departing solely for the purpose of restocking. Following the smooth stone path, one can readily behold the towering, undulating white brick city walls, adorned with magnificent stone sculptures of the two Hokages situated between the columns and doorways. Myanmar had previously encountered these visages on the Hokage Rock in Konoha, so she instantly recognized them, prompting her to inquire of Heishua beside her. "What connection does this place have with Konoha?" "I'm not sure where to begin, but you should know that the owner of this city is a descendant of the Senju clan, Lady Tsunade, one of the legendary Sannin, and she is also the granddaughter of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju." Heishua succinctly explained what he knew, giving Myanmar a clearer understanding. The pair stood by the roadside, observing the incoming individuals heading for Senju Jilong City, which included not only citizens from the Land of Fire, but also from neighboring nations such as the Land of Wind, the Land of Waterfalls, and the Land of Grass. Unable to contain his curiosity, Heishua approached a passing merchant to glean the reason for the influx, learning that two significant events were about to unfold in Senju Jilong City. Firstly, the grand opening of the world's largest casino, a substantial investment by Princess Tsunade, was imminent, inviting villagers from all corners to partake in its festivities. Secondly, a joint Chunin exam, primarily involving the Land of Fire and the Land of Wind, alongside various allied nations, was scheduled to take place here. Consequently, as villagers from various ninja villages flocked to the city, merchants were equally eager, seizing this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to profit handsomely. After grasping this information, both Menma and Heishue surmised that their mission was likely related to the Chunin exams. They continued their journey in silence until they reached the gates of Julong City as the sun descended in the west. To their surprise, the city walls, which appeared close, were actually quite distant. Standing beneath the city gate, gazing up at the towering walls that seemed to connect heaven and earth, they could not help but express their awe. The entrance was already teeming with people, each individual subjected to a rigorous inspection by the guards of the Four Saints Hall. This time, no one came to assist Menma and Heishue, so they dutifully joined the winding line, while Menma idly sculpted a small stone figure using earth release. A row of horse-drawn carriages sped past them, heading directly to the gate. The coachman presented a token to the guards, and soon a group of elegantly clad dignitaries emerged to receive them. This unusual scene quickly drew the curious gazes of those still waiting in line, including Menma. Who are they? Menma asked, intrigued. The Inuzuka, one of the pillars of Konoha. The carriage at the front, adorned with a pavilion motif, belongs to the Yamanaka clan. The one in the middle, featuring a ripple design, is from the Nara clan, and the remaining one, marked by a distinctive diagonal cross, is from the Akimichi clan. Among Konoha's 10 great clans, these three have maintained a close-knit bond through generations, their combined secret techniques yielding formidable power on the battlefield, thus forming the Inuzuka Alliance, which is passed down to each new generation of ninja. They must be here for the Chunin exams, likely heralding the emergence of a new generation of Inuzuka. Indeed, this generation's Inuzuka is in Team 10, led by Asuma Sarutobi, making them one of our formidable rivals in this Chunin exam, a warm voice interjected. Menma and Heishue turned swiftly to see Uchiha Obito, his face adorned with his characteristic radiant smile, waving at Menma. Ah, it's been a while, little one. Do you remember me, the older brother who treated you to barbecue last time? Menma nodded and waved politely. Obito then turned his attention to Heishue, his smile vanishing as he assumed a deliberately aloof demeanor. And you must be the legendary Kakashi, whose cold demeanor is as infamous as the tales suggest. Just as the sun sets, here you are. And I recall that Shursui is Menma's teacher. What brings you to her side today? I hope you're not leading her astray. Have you been itching for a fight, Obito? Heishue responded, cracking his knuckles audibly. Startled, Obito recoiled slightly, widening his eyes in mock surprise. Hey, you can't say that. As if anyone would fear you. If my student weren't here today, I'd certainly teach you a lesson. With that, he took a few steps back, creating distance while showcasing Sasuke and his companions behind him. Heishue scanned the trio, noting that one of the boys, like Obito, bore the Uchiha crest and was intently glaring at Menma, exuding an air of hostility. This piqued Heishue's curiosity. Had there been prior discord between these two? Yet, despite his intrigue, Heishue chose not to interfere, as more pressing matters awaited. He simply wished to enter the city swiftly. By the way, Obito, aren't you part of the Uchiha clan? Could you perhaps persuade the gate guards to let us in together? Upon hearing the usually aloof Kakashi request something from him, Obito proudly lifted his chin. While he typically eschewed using his status to gain favors, he couldn't resist the opportunity to showcase the prestige of the Uchiha clan now that Kakashi had asked. With confidence, Obito patted his chest. Humph. This trivial matter is hardly a challenge for me, the esteemed Uchiha Obito. It's fortunate you recognize my lineage. Today, I shall demonstrate the grandeur of our Uchiha clan. Chapter 16. Uchiha Fugaku. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Obito strode confidently through the long, winding queue, approaching the busy guards of the Four Saints Hall. Due to the distance, Heishue and the others could not discern what Obito was discussing with the guards. They could only see him gesticulating animatedly, but after a considerable time passed, it was evident that the guards remained unconvinced. Do you think our teacher will be all right? Sakura Haruno expressed doubt, yet also anticipation. I sense trouble. Let us hope he doesn't embarrass himself in front of everyone. Otherwise, Ko, standing nearby, shook his head, his words trailing off. Just then, a commotion erupted at the city gate. Obito was abruptly shoved to the ground by a guard from the Jinbu. While others from the three halls converged to surround him, clearly intent on reprimanding him. Realizing the situation had escalated, Heishua swiftly dashed from the line to Obito's side. I apologize, everyone. My friend is new here and may have inadvertently offended you. I hope you can forgive this misunderstanding. As he spoke, Heishua produced a pouch of money. Clearly aware of the customs of Senju, Jilong City, the Jinbu guard, noticing Heishua's courteous demeanor as Obito's friend, nodded in satisfaction. However, as he stepped forward to accept the money, Obito sprang up from the ground, snatching the pouch first. What are you doing, Kakashi? It was this guy who was unreasonable, pushing me to the ground. Why should we have to bow down now? In the midst of an awkward silence, Heishua hastily leaned closer to Daitu's ear and whispered, enough with the pretense. I was merely teasing you, yet here you are, genuinely considering it. There are many of them and few of us. Let's keep our words to a minimum. This is not the land of fire. We should avoid stirring trouble. Daitu scoffed. What of it if there are many? Does that grant them the right to bully the honest? I fear them not. If a fight ensues, it remains uncertain who would emerge victorious. He tossed the pouch of money back to Heishua, resolute in his refusal to part with it. If a confrontation was desired, he would readily oblige. Fine, if you insist, I shall withdraw to the sidelines, Heishua replied, attempting to stow the pouch back into his clothing. Yet before he could retreat, Daitu seized his wrist. Where do you think you're going? We share our misfortunes. Do you not possess a sense of loyalty? Come now. I already intervened on your behalf once. Do not drag me into this. I care not. You must accompany me. Accompany you? Release me at once. I shall not. As the two engaged in their tug of war, the guards of the four sacred halls encircled them, their tempers flaring with visible tension. Particularly, the Xuanwu guard, who had clashed with Daitu, was on the verge of action, their joints cracking ominously as they moved. Hey, you two rascals treat this place like your home? Daring to chat here? I shall teach you a lesson today. With that, the Xuanwu guard swung a hefty fist towards Daitu's face. Daitu quickly released his grip, crossing his arms defensively to absorb the blow. Fortunately, Heishua silently supported him from behind. Otherwise, the force of the punch would have sent him flying. The remaining guards, witnessing this, reached for their weapons, intent on subduing both Daitu and Heishua. Stand down. A deep voice resonated, halting all present in their tracks. Suddenly, 7 elegantly constructed horse-drawn carriages sped forth, each emblazoned with the same red and white fan insignia worn by Daitu and Sasuke. The carriages came to a halt before the Xuanwu guards, and as the curtains of the central carriage were drawn aside, a rectangular face with short black hair and a fierce gaze emerged. The leading Xuanwu guard recognized that visage. It bore a striking resemblance to the portrait of a noble they had been informed about. Upon further reflection, he realized it was none other than Uchiha Fugaku, the clan leader of the Uchiha. Beside Uchiha Fugaku sat a woman of exquisite beauty and grace, his wife, Uchiha Mikoto. Recognizing their esteemed guest, the guards of the 4 sacred halls promptly bowed. We apologize for our rudeness, Lord Uchiha Fugaku. Not at all. It is merely one of my clan members who has inadvertently delayed your duties. I hope you can overlook today's incident. Considering the long-standing respect my Uchiha clan holds for the Senju clan, Fugaku replied with a calm demeanor, exuding an air of authority that compelled the guards to lower their gazes, reluctant to meet his eyes. Of course, we shall clear the way for you at once. The chief guard responded, as they quickly dispersed, with some hastening to summon the heavenly officials of the Tianfu to escort them. As the guards went about their arrangements, Sasuke and his companions approached Dai Tuesday. Fugaku's gaze swept over them, lingering on Myanmar for a few extra seconds. Sasuke noticed this and furrowed his brow. Turning to Myanmar, uncertain of the allure she possessed that seemed to captivate those around her. My esteemed guests, there are still seats available in our clan's carriages. If you do not mind, I extend an invitation for you to join us as we enter the city, Fugaku offered sincerely. Before Daitu could respond, Sasuke interjected. No need for that. We shall walk. He turned and made his way towards the city gates, tugging at Daitu's sleeve as he passed. Come now, sensei. Have you forgotten your own teachings? You once advised us that young people should not rely solely on the privileges of their clan, but should instead strive to prove themselves through their own efforts, he remarked. Suddenly reminded of his own words, Daitu felt a blush creep to his cheeks. He seemed to have become a living example of what he had cautioned against. Resolute, he abandoned the idea of taking the clan's carriage and respectfully bowed to Uchiha Fugaku. Thank you for your kind offer, clan leader, but Sasuke is right. We will proceed on foot. With that, Uchiha Daitu hurried into the city, eager to distance himself from the embarrassment. What a disgrace. Had I known, I would have acted more prudently, he thought, irritation bubbling within him as he cast a cold glance back at Hei Shui. Thanks to you, I have now witnessed the grandeur of the Uchiha clan. It is indeed extraordinary, Hei Shui quipped, seemingly unfazed. Damn you, Kakashi. How dare you bring that up? Daitu's face flushed crimson as he grabbed Hei Shui by the neck, almost wishing to choke the jesting out of him. Observing the retreating figures of Sasuke and the others, Uchiha Fugaku sighed, resigned, and lowered the carriage curtains. Look at you, frowning again. It was precisely this expression that frightened Sasuke off earlier. Mikoto teased her husband. Not at all. He was merely throwing a childish tantrum, Fugaku retorted, somewhat defiantly. Is that so? I believe Sasuke has matured considerably. He bears a striking resemblance to you in your youth, and quite like his brother Itachi too. Wouldn't you agree, Izumi? Mikoto remarked with a smile, glancing at the beautiful girl seated next to her, who had long, glossy black hair and a captivating face adorned with a beauty mark beneath her right eye, dressed in an elegant purple cheapao. The girl named Izumi returned Mikoto's smile warmly. Auntie, you are correct. I too feel that Sasuke is quite similar to his brother Itachi. Her eyes sparkled as the visage of a certain someone, who had captured her heart at first sight, flickered in her memory. She recalled their last meeting 3 years ago during Sasuke's birthday celebration. Now, with Sasuke preparing for the Chunin exams, she wondered if destiny would grant her another chance to see him. Chapter 17. Gaara upon entering the city. The bustling scene of the Senju Jiulong city left Mionma utterly awestruck. The streets were aglow with lights, thronged with people, far more animated than anything she had encountered in the Land of Fire. In addition to the familiar lanterns, the storefronts were adorned with a riot of colors, illuminating the night. The melodies of various instruments filled the air, each enchanting in its own right, emanating from different shops. The market offered an eclectic array of goods, featuring not only products from the Land of Fire, but also treasures from neighboring nations. Even someone of Sasuke's stature, accustomed to the opulence of his clan, found himself captivated by the sights and sounds surrounding him. Daitu clung tenaciously to Hei Shui's sleeve, reminiscent of a courtesan emerging from a tea house. Gently shaking Hei Shui's arm as he insisted, I don't care. You owe me a proper meal after the way you tricked me today. I won't let go until you treat me. Hei Shui, exasperated, contemplated the absurdity of two grown men engaging in such antics in public. While Daitu had no qualms about losing face, Hei Shui still valued his dignity. However, given that he wore a mask, it seemed that no one recognized him, which made him less concerned, merely casting a disapproving glance at Daitu's day, as if in perfect harmony with his thoughts. Obito swiftly removed the mask from Kurayuki's face and raised his voice, declaring, Kakashi, don't think that just because you're wearing a mask, no one can recognize you. Your striking white hair is too conspicuous. Anyone can identify you as the White Fang of Konoha. In a hurry, Kurayuki covered Obito's mouth, preventing him from continuing. He had come to terms with this old trickster. All right, enough chatter. If we're going to eat, let me choose the place. A glimmer of joy sparked in Obito's eyes, but upon hearing the latter part of Kurayuki's statement, he immediately became displeased. He forcefully removed Kurayuki's hand and retorted, That's out of the question, with your miserly nature. If I let you choose, we'll end up with a poor meal. I cannot agree to that. My students are in their growth phase and need to eat well. Fine, if you insist on being difficult, you can choose. Just let go of me, Kurayuki said, forcibly retracting his arm, which had been tugged painfully by Obito. Finally free. Obito eagerly began to look around, relishing the rare opportunity to let Kurayuki splurge. He was determined to select the most extravagant restaurant for a lavish feast. After a leisurely stroll, Obito's gaze landed on a restaurant with the most opulent decor. That's the one, he exclaimed, pointing excitedly at a distant building crowned with a red dome, where an exaggerated human-shaped balloon floated, emanating a radiant glow, resembling the city's night lights. Following Obito's gesture, Kurayuki's eyes fell upon the restaurant sign, which read Ichiraku. He turned to Obito and asked, Are you sure? What? Are you intimidated by the extravagant decor? If you can't afford it, just say so. I want to make it difficult for you. But since I've already chosen the place, it's like spilled water that can't be retrieved. If it comes to that, I'll just pay for you myself. Save it. I never said I couldn't afford it. I was merely asking if you were certain. Since you're so adamant, let us go eat. Kurayuki smiled and patted Obito on the shoulder, unaware that Ichiraku was renowned for its economical yet satisfying meals. This caught Obito off guard, resulting in a certain level of surprise. Gazing into Kurayuki's crescent-shaped eyes, he couldn't shake the foreboding feeling that something was amiss. Despite it being his chosen venue, he felt as though he was being led astray. It's just a misconception, surely. Obito reassured himself. Before long, the group arrived at Ichiraka's entrance, coincidentally encountering a four-member team from Sunagakure exiting the restaurant. The leader, his head wrapped in white cloth, had his left face obscured while two red markings adorned the right. Dressed in the garb of a high-ranking ninja from the Land of Wind, he appeared to be accompanied by three younger companions, likely his students. The boy on the far left wore a black ensemble, carrying a wooden box on his back. The girl on the far right sported short, light yellow hair and carried a large fan. Between them stood a boy with red hair, marked with the character for love on his forehead, and a large gourd on his back. He cradled a delicate plush teddy bear in his arms, his face radiating a childlike innocence. As the two groups crossed paths, they politely stepped to the side, allowing each other to pass. Just as they were about to continue on their way, the red-haired boy unexpectedly blocked the path of the lone Kurayuki at the rear, halting him in his tracks. "What do you want?" Kurayuki asked, brimming with caution. The red-haired boy, however, seemed unfazed and offered him the teddy bear. "Don't be alarmed. I believe you might need this more than I do." "What is this? A toy?" Kurayuki questioned. "Yes, it was a gift from my mother. She said it could chase away worries and loneliness. A lucky bear. I don't need childish things." Kurayuki firmly rejected. "Are you not still a child yourself?" The red-haired boy gently countered. Kurayuki contemplated this, but soon realized the truth in the boy's words, prompting him to remain silent. They locked eyes for several seconds, and the boy's clear green gaze sent a shiver through Kurayuki's heart. For reasons unknown, a warm feeling began to blossom within him. "I've said I don't need it, but I appreciate your kindness." Kurayuki ultimately declined once more, turning to walk past the boy. Yet the red-haired youth did not relent. Having grown up in a loving family, he was acutely aware of those around him who lacked affection. The void of love Kurayuki exuded was like an abyss, instilling fear merely at a glance. Although he wished to turn away, his innate goodness compelled him to act. Turning back, he called out to Kurayuki as he walked away. "My name is Gaara, from Sunagakure. If you ever need help, don't hesitate to find me." As Kurayuki halted momentarily, those words struck deep within him once again, yet he ultimately chose not to turn back. His path was already set, and he could not afford to be swayed by others. He understood that only by growing stronger could he survive in this harsh world. Moreover, the boy was just a child. What assistance could he possibly offer? Shaking off those naive thoughts, Kurayuki stepped resolutely into the restaurant. Inside, Obito and the others had already settled at a window-side table, while a late-arriving Kyuki quietly approached, unnoticed. The group's focus was entirely on the menu, particularly Obito, who appeared unusually silent after rapidly scanning the options. He found that no matter how he sifted through them, not a single expensive dish could be found. Kurayuki, seated closely beside Obito, nudged his elbow against Obito's arm and generously remarked, "Please, don't hold back. Order whatever you like. As long as you can eat it, I'll have it all for you. You really are extravagant." Obito grumbled through gritted teeth, the menu clenched tightly in his hands, nearly crumpling it in frustration. Seeing this, the waiter could not help but offer a gentle reminder. "Sir, please refrain from damaging the restaurant's property, or the owner might become displeased." "Thank you. Oh, my apologies." Obito snapped back to reality and decisively slid his finger across the left page of the menu, boldly stating, "I'll take all of these. And this sake looks good. Bring me 10 cups. Ah, I must caution you, it's quite potent." "What do you mean by that? Are you doubting my drinking capacity? Or do you think my friend can't cover the bill? I can handle 10 cups, even 20. Obito slammed the table, raising his voice in defiance. After all, upon reviewing the entire menu, the sake was the lightest option yet the most expensive. If he didn't order more, it would be a wasted opportunity to cause Kakashi some financial pain. Thus, even though he was not much of a drinker, this time he was determined to put on a brave face. "All right, I've noted that down. And what about the other guests?" The waiter hurriedly recorded Obito's orders. Subsequently, Sasuke and the others each ordered one item, avoiding the main course. They understood their teacher, Obito, was merely putting on a show and planned to assist in sharing the burden later. Obito quickly sensed something was amiss and became visibly displeased. "What is going on? Are you three looking down on your superior Kakashi? Reorder everything." Sasuke and his companions exchanged glances, simultaneously shaking their heads in agreement. ultimately yielding to the inevitable and placing their orders anew. "And you?" Obito inquired, directing his gaze towards the corner where Menma sat, his eyes brimming with anticipation. "Oh, I'll just have a serving of seasonal vegetable ramen, and please add extra bamboo shoots. Thank you." "I'll have the same, but without the bamboo shoots. Just some fish cake will suffice," Black Snow added. "Very well, please wait a moment," the server noted, jotting down their orders before swiftly retreating to the kitchen. Before long, the sake Obito ordered was brought to the table, the potent aroma wafting through the air, causing Sasuke and the others to wince slightly. "Are you sure you can handle that?" Black Snow pointed at the sake on the table, his finger lightly resting against his nose, raising an eyebrow in skepticism as he looked at Obito. Initially hesitant, Obito, upon witnessing Black Snow's expression, felt a surge of bravado and declared, "Who do you look down upon? I can drink 1,000 cups without faltering." With that, he poured himself a glass and downed it in one go. The fiery sensation exploded in his mouth, followed swiftly by an intense warmth radiating from his throat and stomach, enveloping his entire being. The area above Obito's neck flushed visibly, turning as red as an apple in mere seconds. Noticing Obito's frozen stance, still holding his glass aloft, Black Snow grew alarmed and gently shook his shoulder. "Hey, Obito, are you all right?" I'm fine. This little drink is nothing to worry about. Just watch me go again." Obito, almost entranced, continued to drink several more cups, as if he were quenching his thirst. Black Snow had never witnessed anyone drink so recklessly, consuming without any food to accompany it. Sasuke and the others leaned back slightly, expressions a mix of surprise and helplessness, mentally preparing themselves for the inevitable embarrassment that would ensue from Obito. Menma, too, nodded in genuine admiration, sensing that consuming such potent spirits would require immense fortitude. Seeing the admiration in the eyes of his companions, Obito proudly lifted his chin, his nose almost touching the sky. "What a pity that Rin isn't here. If she saw how impressive I am, she would surely commend me." At the mention of Rin, a shadow crossed Obito's face, and Sasuke, along with his friends, perked up, intrigued by this name they had never heard before from their teacher. Black Snow, sensing the tension, quickly shook Obito again, cautioning, "You've had too much to drink. Stop now. Everyone knows how impressive you are." As Black Snow reached for Obito's glass, he swiftly dodged. "No, I'll keep drinking. Kakashi, don't pretend you're unaware. You like Rin too. But sadly, I am the only one in this world capable of bringing her true happiness. Uchiha Obito. Just wait. On the day I become Hokage, I will take Rin to every corner of the world, and on a day when the sun shines just right and the breeze is gentle, I will propose to her amidst a sea of flowers." Sasuke and the others were left astounded by this tantalizing gossip, their jaws nearly dropping. They glanced from their unreliable teacher, Uchiha Obito, to the composed and aloof Black Snow beside him, their minds buzzing at the realization that the two were rivals in love. This revelation was indeed intriguing. Even Menma, who had remained quiet in the corner, perked up his ears. After all, who doesn't he love a bit of gossip? And that old dog Danzo, I will surely peel back his hypocritical facade so that everyone can see his ugly, filthy true self. If it weren't for him. Rin wouldn't tea. Black Snow hastily clamped a hand over Obito's mouth, glancing around warily. Just then, their ramen was served by several waiters who approached with precision. "Your dishes are all here. Please confirm. Also, sir, could you kindly sign this?" The lead waiter produced a confirmation menu filled with their orders. However, at the bottom of the document, there was a line in fine print stating, "No need to meet. Please attend the Chunin exam on time." Black Snow's heart raced as he glanced at the waiter, noting the lack of any unusual expression on his face before he hastily signed the document and returned it. "Thank you for your cooperation. Please enjoy your meal," the waiter stated before leading the others away, disappearing through the kitchen door. After watching them leave, Black Snow's anxiety eased slightly, though he remained wary of eavesdroppers. He looked back at Obito, who, despite his inebriation, still radiated energy, his face displaying an insatiable desire to continue speaking. "Behave. Stop talking nonsense, or you'll only cause more trouble for Rin," Black Snow warned Obito, who shivered at the words, sobering up considerably and choosing to remain silent. He pulled Black Snow's hand away and began slurping his ramen vigorously, striving to keep his mouth occupied. Sakura, wishing to inquire further, was silenced by a single glance from Black Snow, resigning herself to silence. Seizing the opportunity, Black Snow discreetly conveyed the information he had just received to Menma, which surprisingly brought him some reassurance. The group continued their meal in an awkward silence, each feeling the tension, as if a cat were scratching at their insides. Thankfully, none of the food went to waste, as Menma turned out to be an unexpected glutton, finishing more than half of Obito's ramen. Meanwhile, Obito, utterly intoxicated and unable to move, was in a state of complete disarray. After settling the bill, Black Snow, seeing that Sasuke and the others were at a loss with Obito, decided to consult Menma about escorting them back to their inn. They resolved that for the following days, they would all stay together until the exams commenced. Black Snow helped lift the heavily intoxicated Obito, carrying him on his back. He recalled the last time he had been carried by Obito during the battle at the Kanabi Bridge when he had collapsed from overusing chakra. This time, the favor was grudgingly repaid. However, he couldn't help but grimace at Obito's weight. As soon as they stepped outside, Obito perked up, slapping Black Snow on the back and declaring, "Onward, my steed Kakashi, let us charge forth and rescue my Princess Rin." Meanwhile, Tsunade reclined on a lavish chair adorned with soft mink, while the diligent Shizune knelt beside her, gently massaging her calves. In her crisp uniform, Ino stood attentively nearby, methodically reciting the key points from today's report to Tsunade. This monotonous process had stretched on for nearly 15 minutes, and Tsunade, growing increasingly impatient, interjected, "By the way, how many clans have arrived from Konoha?" "The Shimura clan arrived 2 days ago, as per your instructions, deliberately placed in the western city farthest from the Eastern Pearl, nestled beside a pond rife with mosquitoes, quite a nuisance. The Yamanaka and Inazuka clans arrived yesterday morning, while the Nara, Akimichi, and Uchiha clans entered the city this afternoon, with the Uchiha clan arriving just before sunset. All 6 clans have been accommodated near the Eastern Pearl and treated with the highest standards. Regarding the Hyuga and Sarutobi clans, both clans arrived alongside the esteemed 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, albeit at a somewhat leisurely pace, and are currently en route. However, according to the intelligence from the Gene Snake Division, they are expected to arrive by the day after tomorrow at the latest." Tsunade nodded, instantly grasping the situation, and once again cautioned, "Deploy additional personnel from the Gene Snake Division to keep a vigilant watch over the western part of the city. I must be informed of any disturbances at the earliest possible moment." "But, won't this make Danzo think we are deliberately targeting him?" Ino appeared somewhat hesitant. "Indeed, I am targeting him. What can he do about it? He has come to the Shinjuku city, and whether he likes it or not, he must comply with my authority. If I allow him to feel at ease, he might brazenly attempt to undermine me. Given that, let's also assign a small team from the Four Saints Hall under the guise of protection to guard Danzo's temporary residence before the exam begins. Not even a fly should be allowed to escape. I intend to turn his own tactics against him." Ino looked exasperated, suspecting that once Danzo learned of these plans, he would regret his decision to recommend holding the exam in Shinjuku City. Unfortunately, there is no remedy for regret in this world, and she hoped that this would not lead to any unpleasantness between the two parties. Otherwise, the one who would ultimately suffer would be Shimura Danzo. "Understood," Ino replied, just as she was about to continue her report when Tsunade halted her with a wave of her hand. Tsunade kicked aside the foot of the attendant, Miyuki, straightened in her chair, and wore a solemn expression. "There's no need for further reports. I am not interested. Since the Yamashiro clan has arrived, go and summon Lord Haichi for me." "But the Yamashiro clan has just settled in. Is it appropriate to summon Lord Haichi so hastily?" "What is inappropriate about it? Offer him a chance to profit handsomely. He will surely thank me in return. Stop wasting time. Hurry and fetch him yourself." "Yes, ma'am." Ino dared not delay, gathering her documents and departing from Tsunade's quarters. After Ino left, Tsunade beckoned Miyuki closer. Miyuki, like an eager pup, leaned in. Tsunade pressed her finger against Miyuki's sharply defined chin and gently lifted it, inquiring, "How fares the contract I asked you to draft in advance?" Miyuki quickly produced a scroll from her chest and respectfully presented it to Tsunade. "It is prepared, according to your specifications. Once the other party signs and affixes their seal, any breach of contract will result in them losing everything." "Oh." Tsunade took the scroll with a hint of skepticism, perusing its contents and hidden clauses, her mood quickly brightening. This time, in addition to drawing traffic to the new casino through the Chunin exam, she also planned to make a substantial profit during the event. With this contract in hand, once those clans affixed their signatures, she would have the 3rd Hokage serve as a witness, ensuring everything would unfold seamlessly. After all, the 3rd Hokage's infamous reputation was well known, although no one would explicitly state it. Every clan was aware of it. Therefore, ensnaring this old man once more was hardly a problem. Considering his position was granted by the Senju clan, such a small favor was inconsequential. Excellent. Don't forget to inform the southern and northern divisions, so they can prepare in advance. Understood. After discussing these matters, Tsunade tossed the scroll back to Miyuki. She then stood and walked behind a screen adorned with ink paintings of 9 dragons to change her attire. She needed to present herself in a formidable manner for the upcoming business negotiations with Yamashiro Haichi, even if she did not truly need to feign such importance. After all, in Senju Kyuku City, cooperation was never a choice for anyone. The outcome rested solely on her will. Chapter 20. The opening a week later. The long-anticipated joint Chunin exam finally commenced, drawing unprecedented crowds and excitement. All eyes were focused on the newly established casino, the Oriental Pearl, in Senju Kyuku City. Ino and her teammates from Team 7, led by Kakashi and Obito, made their way from the inn, navigating through the throngs of people until they finally reached the Grand Plaza of the Oriental Pearl. The plaza had been cordoned off early by the guards of the Four Saints Hall. Except for distinguished guests and the various exam instructors, no one else was permitted entry. After an identity verification process by the guards, Ino, Sasuke, and their teammates were recognized as candidates, while Obito and Kakashi were confirmed as instructors. Initially, Kakashi had feared he might not gain entry, but he was relieved to find that the organization had already forged his identity, using his real name, Hatake Kakashi. Once verified, Obito and his party entered with a sense of relief and, under the guidance of a 4th-rank heavenly official, took their positions in the designated lineup. Other candidates and instructors from various ninja villages gradually entered the plaza in the following moments. Kakashi noticed that his team actually included 2 more students, forming what was temporarily designated as Team 11. While he was curious about the whereabouts of the other 2 students, the 4th-rank heavenly official returned, leading 2 children of similar height to Ino. They wore masks typical of the Umbu, and Kakashi instantly understood this was Danzo's arrangement. He nodded at the 4th-rank heavenly official, subtly indicating that these 2 were indeed his students. The official smiled and withdrew, allowing the 2 to seamlessly rejoin the lineup. Ino turned to the new arrivals, scrutinizing them closely, and her gaze locked with one of them. Despite the mask adorned with black markings extending from the corners of the eyes to the cheeks, she recognized him immediately through his obsidian-like eyes. It's Sai. Ino's heart skipped a beat. She was puzzled as to how Danzo had released this unpredictable individual. Did he not fear Sai revealing his true nature in broad daylight? Seeing that Ino had recognized him, Sai removed his mask without hesitation, displaying a peculiar smile that made Ino instinctively take a step back. Do not move. The clans are about to enter, Kakashi quietly reminded Ino, noticing her fidgeting. Upon hearing this, Ino complied and stood still, turning her head to avoid looking at Sai. At that moment, a resounding trumpet echoed throughout the plaza. Clans from Konoha and Sunagakure began to enter through the pathways lined with red carpets on either side. At the center of the plaza stood a grand platform, which had been arranged according to the insignias of each clan. Once the clan leaders reached their designated spots, they took their seats, while other clan members stood behind them. As all the clans had assembled, the trumpet's melody shifted in frequency, becoming more prolonged and accompanied by orchestral music. Soon after, the highest leaders from the 2 ninja villages appeared from the east and west. From Konoha, the 3rd Hokage, clad in Hokage robes and wearing a red hat, led the procession. Flanking him were 2 esteemed elders, Mito Gate and Tsurugi Koharu, both high-ranking advisors in Konoha. From Sunagakure, the 4th Kazekage, donned in Kazekage attire and a blue hat, led the way. Beside him stood his wife, Karura, and one of his right-hand men, Yashimaru. The 2 leadership teams proceeded down the red carpet toward the center of the plaza, ascending the steps under the gaze of all present. Ultimately, both village leaders stood together, facing the assembled candidates and instructors, and exchanged a solemn yet cordial handshake. Applause resonated fervently both within and beyond the square, as the video of the meeting between the leaders of the 2 villages was simultaneously broadcasted on the grand screens of the Thousand-Hand Nine Dragon City. Following the conclusion of their meeting, both delegations swiftly took their seats, and the sound of a horn was heard once more, accompanied by the rhythmic beating of taiko drums. Dressed in a splendid golden dragon robe, Tsunade made her grand entrance, supported by 4 distinguished attendants who elegantly carried her resplendent train. Her exquisite visage, voluptuous figure, and fair complexion captivated the gaze of every man present. Many, with feeble constitutions, found themselves overwhelmed upon beholding Tsunade's alabaster décolletage, their astonishment causing a torrent of blood to surge forth from their noses as they fainted in blissful ecstasy. The members of the Four Saints Hall, stationed around the perimeter, struck their spears forcefully against the ground in unison, kneeling on one knee as they proclaimed in harmonious accord, "We welcome the Lord of Thousand-Hand Nine-Dragon City." Shoju and Shizune were positioned at Tsunade's sides, while pairs of young boys and girls carried lanterns emblazoned with the characters for Thousand Hands in front of her, lighting the path ahead. With the cadence of the drums guiding her, Tsunade strode confidently down the red carpet at the center of the square, each step bringing her closer to the leaders of the two villages. Upon reaching the third Hokage and the fourth Kazekage, Tsunade unexpectedly displayed a moment of grace, offering a respectful bow to each leader. She had encountered both Hiruzen's and Lord Rasha before. Hiruzen smiled and nodded, reminiscing about the beauty of Tsunade's visage, untouched by the passage of time, and recalling their first meeting decades ago. At that time, Tsunade was spirited and mischievous, a stark contrast to the maturity she now exuded. Their initial greeting had been marked by her throwing a punch at his face, declaring that only those who had fought her could claim the title of her teacher. How swiftly time had passed. Now over 30 years had slipped away, leaving him aged and her matured, having wielded her strength to elevate the Thousand-Hand clan to a status that even a nation's ninja village dared not underestimate. Rasha, in response to Tsunade's bow, appeared visibly unsettled and hastily rose to assist her. "There is no need for such formality, Lady Tsunade. Your years surpass mine, and thus, it is I who should bow to you." Upon hearing this, Tsunade shot him a furious glare. "If you cannot speak wisely, then do not speak at all. To say such a thing in front of so many, are you courting death?" Her hands, clutching the hem of her gown, clenched into fists, emanating an aura of formidable power, akin to a lioness awakening, instilling fear in those around her. Even the clan leaders seated nearby could sense her raging fury, casting glances of morbid curiosity. "Calm yourself, sister. The guests are here in peace," Shoju implored, tugging at Tsunade's garments. Yet she remained undeterred, her fury unabated. Shizune stepped forward, whispering gently in her ear. No one discerned her words, but the terrifying bloodlust emanating from Tsunade dissipated in an instant. Moreover, a peculiar smile graced her face, her gaze directed at Rasha as if to convey, "Just wait and see how I will deal with you." Rasha shivered, a sudden chill running down his spine, sensing that ill fate was looming. Seeing Rasha's momentary hesitation, Tsunade swiftly reassured him, "Fear not. I appreciate those who speak their minds. You need not worry, Lord Rasha." This clarification, however, only deepened Rasha's understanding that he was indeed in a precarious situation. Before he could formulate a response to mitigate the tension, Tsunade elegantly swept her sleeve and took her place among the representatives of the Thousand-Hand clan. "Enough of this. Let us not waste time. I kindly request the two esteemed leaders to deliver their addresses promptly, lest the candidates grow anxious." Prompted by her insistence, Rasha reluctantly returned to his seat, yet an acute sense of discomfort enveloped him. "It appears I may have misspoken earlier, so I shall defer to you, Lord Hiruzen's, to take charge of the address." "Very well, I shall not decline," Hiruzen's responded readily, rising to his feet, clasping his hands behind his back, and making his way to the podium. Gazing over the youthful faces in the square, he nearly lost track of how many seasons had passed since he first assumed his position. Time seemed to fly, and a new generation of ninja had quietly matured. As he surveyed the eager gazes fixed upon him, Hiruzen's felt an overwhelming sense of gratification. Indeed, if the nation and its people required it, he would not hesitate to labor in this role until the end of his days, despite his waning strength. After a moment of contemplation, he began his speech. Fortunately, he did not expend excessive words, as his age necessitated brevity to conserve his energy. After a few minutes of impassioned rhetoric, Hiruzen's raised his fists in a gesture of encouragement and solemnly declared, "I hereby announce the commencement of this joint Chunin examination." With a resounding boom, fireworks erupted into the sky, bursting into vibrant displays even in the daylight, accompanied by rapturous applause. The candidates swiftly proceeded to their designated examination venues under the guidance of the six-pin heavenly officials, while the mentors were ushered into the grand hall of the Eastern Pearl Gambling City by the four-pin heavenly officials. Upon entering the hall, One could not miss the enormous screen directly opposite the entrance, with tables and chairs arranged below, temporarily serving as the waiting area for candidates. Additionally, clan members and esteemed guests were ushered into the VIP boxes within the Eastern Pearl Gambling City by the one-pin heavenly officials. The boxes were adorned with opulent decorations and equipped with various entertainment facilities, alongside a wall-sized screen. Meanwhile, Menma, guided by the heavenly official, entered a modest room of approximately 30 square meters. Upon entering, he faced a wall with a screen, and on the floor lay 8 circular enclosures, each about 1.5 meters in diameter. Following the heavenly official's direction, 7 candidates accompanying Menma each selected a circle to stand within. At the moment they stepped inside, Menma, utilizing his earth-type chakra to probe the ground beneath him, discovered that he was merely standing on a stone slab no thicker than a hand, concealing a vast space below. He could not ascertain what lay beneath, but his instincts warned him that falling would not bode well. Shortly thereafter, screens in the hall, the VIP boxes, and the examination rooms illuminated simultaneously. A figure appeared on the screen, clad in a ninja hat, bearing numerous scars, and dressed in a black trench coat. The man stood before a white backdrop, his expression fierce and composed as he addressed the candidates. "Greetings, candidates. I am your examiner for the first written test, and my name is Morinayabiki. This written examination differs from previous ones. It will not merely consist of sitting at desks and filling out papers. Instead, we will employ a new combat answer mode introduced by Lady Tsunade. In the coming moments, a member of the Golden Serpent Ministry will pose questions in each examination room, and candidates will respond in turn. For each correct answer, you will earn 10 points, while each incorrect response will result in a deduction of 5 points. Additionally, any incorrectly answered question will become open for others to answer. Those who know the answer may buzz in for a chance to respond, earning 5 points for a correct answer and losing 10 points for an incorrect one. Should no one answer the question, or if the wrong answer is given 3 times, all candidates within that examination room will collectively lose 5 points. Each candidate will face 30 inquiries, and the examination will adopt an elimination system, directly disqualifying the 4 candidates with the lowest scores. Furthermore, those who answer incorrectly 5 times will face elimination, as will any candidates whose scores reach negative 50 points. If the number of individuals eliminated from the room reaches 4 before the conclusion of the exam, any remaining candidates with a positive score will automatically advance. Each candidate also has 3 opportunities for external assistance, a technique supported by the secret arts of the Mountain Clan, allowing them to call upon anyone within the Thousand-Hand Nine-Dragon City for a mental communication, contingent upon the willingness of the named individual to cooperate. Should they refuse, the opportunity will be rendered void. Upon hearing these rules, all candidates exchanged apprehensive glances, while the instructors and clansmen watching the same scenes on their screens engaged in fervent discussions. This unprecedented examination format left them bewildered. They were uncertain of its merits, yet it undeniably felt refreshingly novel. Lastly, candidates are advised to pay heed to the ground beneath their feet, for they stand upon a trapdoor that leads to the dragon pit, teeming with thousands of crocodiles. Should they face elimination, they will be mercilessly cast into the pit. According to reliable sources, these crocodiles have not been fed for a month, leaving them ravenously anticipating a meal from above. Therefore, before the written examination commences, those wishing to withdraw should raise their hands promptly. The officials present will ensure their safe departure. After all, it is better to return next year than to risk one's life, and rest assured, no one will look down upon your decision to withdraw, nor will anyone know of it. Sanai Yubixi offered this friendly counsel, yet regrettably, his words carried no weight, as the scenes from each examination room were broadcasted live. Now, the eyes of the entire Thousand-Hand Nine-Dragon City were fixated on the various screens scattered throughout the city. Tsunade lounged in a chaise, indulging in fruit while savoring the expressions of the frightened candidates displayed on the screens. Commence the betting. Let the public participate in the wagering and unveil the prize pool. I am eager to witness who will strike it rich today. Chapter 22. Hidden Rule. Sanai Yubixi's words struck like a stone cast into the sea, stirring tumultuous waves of anxiety within the hearts of the candidates. Ultimately, they were but fledgling youths, and their instinctual fear of death often overshadowed rational thought. Many examination rooms erupted into chaos as numerous candidates protested the abrupt change in the format of the Chunin exam. The Gene Snake Bureau, serving as the executioner of this written examination, would not remain idle. Before this negativity could spread, the officials previously mentioned by Sanai Yubixi entered the examination rooms, each adorned with copper snake masks and clad in silver-black robes bearing snake patterns, exuding an aura that commanded distance. Silence. The copper snake lord's shrill voice pierced the air. His penetrating gaze swiftly silenced all those who were making noise. You may either stay or leave. Choose one. Anyone who utters another word will be cast into the dragon pit. Wait. We have traveled from various ninja villages to participate in this exam, and as the host, you, Thousand Hand Nine Dragon City, behave so unreasonably. Are you not afraid? Before the questioning candidate could finish, the trapdoor beneath him sprang open, casting him directly into the dragon pit. The sound of splashing water was soon followed by a chilling scream. I have made it clear. No more chatter. Anyone who dares defy this will meet the same fate. The icy tone of the Copper Snake Lord sent a shiver through the remaining candidates, who felt as though the one who had fallen was not a person, but rather a mere chicken intended to fill the crocodiles' bellies. Simultaneously, similar scenes unfolded in each examination room, ensuring that those harboring dissent promptly silenced themselves. In Thousand Hand Nine Dragon City, only Tsunade's rules held sway. Candidates, please make your choice swiftly, whether to stay or leave. Those who remain will need to sign a life and death agreement with me. The Copper Snake Lord unfurled a stack of documents, revealing 8 life and death agreements, already printed and awaiting signatures. The examination room fell unusually silent. No one seemed willing to step forward, yet none desired to withdraw. Many candidates harbored trepidation, yet their fear of incurring the examiner's displeasure kept them rooted in place. Observing the peculiar atmosphere, Menma was the first to take a step forward, approaching the Copper Snake Lord. He unhesitatingly took one of the life and death agreements from the Copper Snake Lord, pricked his finger, and inscribed his name, leaving a blood seal. Is this sufficient? He inquired, offering the signed document back to the Copper Snake Lord, his expression resolute. This prompted the Copper Snake Lord to regard Menma with newfound respect, coldly remarking, "Why do you not even spare a glance at me? Time is precious. I merely wish for this to commence swiftly. Indeed, I share your sentiment. Shall we assume that the others intend to forfeit?" The Copper Snake Lord responded, casting a disapproving glance at the remaining candidates. This sent a tremor through the others, who hastily approached to retrieve their own life and death agreements. Meanwhile, the glances directed at Menma shifted subtly, now tinged with a hint of hostility. Menma, however, remained indifferent to their glares, choosing to return to his original position. Once all candidates had completed their signing of the agreements, the Copper Snake Lord handed the documents to the waiting officials, who would then forward them to the Thousand Hand Hall. Clap, clap. The Copper Snake Lord clapped his hands, drawing everyone's attention. Holding the remote that controlled the screen, he proclaimed, "Now, let us dispense with the formalities. Since you have all signed the life and death agreements, the examination shall begin. You will take turns answering questions, with both the inquiries and individual scores displayed on this screen." With that, the Copper Snake Lord pressed a triangular button, and each candidate's score appeared. 6 candidates began with a score of 0, while Menma's initial score was 10. Pray tell, why does he have points? In response to another inquiry, the Copper Snake Lord shot a glare at the questioner, causing him to instinctively shrink back and avert his gaze, fearing he had overstepped. Yet, the Copper Snake Lord refrained from punishing him, instead responding unexpectedly calmly. He is awarded these points for being the first to step forward. "Oh, I see. Thank you." The questioning candidate's voice trembled. "Do not fear. Now that you have signed the life and death agreements, you are protected by the examination rules. And as the examiner, I cannot punish you outside of these regulations. Therefore, you need not worry." Upon hearing this exchange, Menma instinctively furrowed his brow, sensing that this examination was far more complex than it appeared. Beyond what Sanai Yubixi had previously mentioned, there were likely hidden rules at play, and the points he had earned served as evidence. Moreover, the Copper Snake Lord's emphasis on the rules suggested that as long as he adhered to them, he could potentially conclude the examination ahead of schedule. For instance, one might take the initiative to swiftly eliminate 3 individuals. The subtle expressions on Menma's face did not escape the discerning gaze of the Copper Serpent Lord. He hastily tapped the wall, reminding everyone, during the examination, one must not employ clumsy methods to disturb the other candidates' responses, nor may one step even a half step outside the circle beneath your feet, and certainly not resort to clandestine means of assistance. This examination room is filled with vigilant eyes, Should anyone be found in violation of these regulations, they will be immediately disqualified. Thus, I advise those with ulterior motives to abandon such futile thoughts and devote themselves wholeheartedly to answering the questions. Following this explanation from the Copper Serpent Lord, Menma became even more convinced of his suspicions. Indeed, it seemed that the intent was for some to grasp these rules, thereby rendering the examination process more entertaining. Now, without further ado, let us begin with you, he said, gesturing towards the candidate who had just posed a question. Me? Before the candidate could react, the Copper Serpent Lord promptly pressed a button, reading aloud the question that appeared on the screen. Please listen carefully. Your first question is, after chakra is generated, it is released from the body's release points or acupoints. How many release points does the human body typically possess? A. 365B, 363C, 361D, 360, please choose. Option C. Correct. You earn 10 points. As the Copper Serpent Lord's words faded, the candidate's scores swiftly increased by 10 points, momentarily placing them on par with Menma. While the other candidates were somewhat taken aback by the simplicity of the initial question, merely foundational knowledge they had learned upon entering the Ninja Academy, it nonetheless served as a fortuitous omen, instilling a measure of confidence and assurance as their turn to answer approached. Excellent. Next candidate, please listen to the question. Without delay, the Copper Serpent Lord gracefully turned and pointed to the individual seated next to the one who had just answered. What do the basic three arts refer to? A. Eye techniques, secret techniques, sealing techniques. B. Ninjutsu, taijutsu, jinjutsu. C. Seduction techniques, harem techniques, enchantment techniques. D. Deceptive techniques, Dao techniques, mind techniques. Surely, that's too easy. The answer is B. The designated candidate shrugged nonchalantly. Observing this, the Copper Serpent Lord did not hesitate to shower praise, coolly remarking, "This candidate not only possesses remarkable intellect, but also appears to have great confidence in their knowledge. I hope you continue to excel in the forthcoming questions." Of course, the praised candidate lifted their chin, crossing their arms, suddenly radiating newfound confidence. Well then, next candidate, your question is, during the formation of seals, what is the fourth seal among the 9 seals? A. Rin. B. Jisi, Do Di Zhan. That should be C. Very good indeed. The consecutive correct answers reveal that this examination is graced with many prodigies. The Copper Serpent Lord could not resist clapping, seemingly genuinely celebrating the trio's success. The fact that all 3 had answered correctly lightened the atmosphere within the examination room considerably, yet Menma remained troubled. If the questions continued to be this simple, would anyone ultimately fail? How would the scoring system function for eliminations then? It could not rely on opponents making mistakes or voluntarily abandoning questions. Such scenarios were unrealistic. Although he currently held a hidden lead of 10 points over the others, some considerations still required preemptive thought. Menma meticulously observed the expressions of the 6 candidates around him and noted that 2 of them shared his concerns, seemingly aware of the underlying issues. The examination room appeared jubilant on the surface, yet beneath it, currents of tension surged. Menma speculated that if the forthcoming rounds maintained a similar level of difficulty, some candidates would likely grow restless and attempt to disrupt others. He suddenly found himself curious about the situation in the other examination rooms. In examination room 015, the candidate Kankuro was addressed. Please listen to your first question. How many legs of a centipede remain dry after crossing a stinky ditch? A. 2B. 6C. All are wet. D. None are wet. While others faced foundational questions about ninjutsu, Kankuro found himself perplexed by this oddity. He could not help but retort, "Wait, examiner. Why does my question seem so bizarre?" Such a statement. I have encountered candidates who listen with their ears and see with their eyes. But one who claims to smell a question and finds it flavorful? This is indeed a first for me, the Copper Serpent Lord coldly mocked, prompting laughter from the other candidates. Realizing his words had been misconstrued into a source of amusement, Kankuro's face flushed with embarrassment. That is not what I meant. I merely wish to express why my question seems so illogical. Have you perhaps mixed up the questions? Oh, so you are implying that this examiner is negligent and careless, leading to a lapse in your questions? That is not what I meant. Please do not twist my words. Humph. Twisting? I see you are simply unable to answer and are intentionally nitpicking. 5 points deducted. The Copper Serpent Lord unhesitatingly pressed the cross button. Immediately, Kankuro's score plummeted to -5, marking him as the first candidate to incur negative points. His fury surged, and the skin above his neck reddened. Is there no justice? Is there no law? Yet, the Copper Serpent Lord offered no respite, urging, choose quickly, or I shall consider it a forfeit and deduct another 5 points. You. Fine. I choose C. Congratulations. Upon hearing this response, the Copper Serpent Lord could not contain his exuberance, exuding joy that rivaled a personal celebration. Witnessing such enthusiasm, Kankuro felt a wave of relief wash over him, surprised to have guessed correctly. However, in the next moment, the Copper Serpent Lord swiftly turned his demeanor, pressing the cross button once more. Incorrect. 5 points deducted. You scoundrel. Why do you celebrate when I have answered incorrectly? Is it not a joyful occasion? Dare you question this examiner again, and I shall see to it that you are tossed into the pit. Fuming, Kankuro clenched his fists, longing to dismantle this examiner who was deliberately toying with him. Just as his rage boiled over, another candidate raised their hand to answer. Shifting his gaze, the Copper Serpent Lord noticed a striking black-haired girl with an alluring figure and attire. Her vibrant lipstick and enchanting eye makeup did little to obscure her innate purity. The distinctive color of her eyes revealed her identity as Hinata Hyuga, the heiress of the Hyuga clan. Candidate Hinata Hyuga, please respond. A. Correct. You earn 5 points. Hinata's score soared to 15, placing her ahead of the others. This prompted the remaining candidates, who had been merely spectators, to promptly suppress their smiles. Wait, she said A and was awarded points. Shouldn't there be an explanation for this choice? Kankuro remained unconvinced, eager to understand the reasoning behind her answer. Yet, the Copper Serpent Lord dismissed his concerns, particularly since Hinata was a favored candidate under Tsunade's guidance. He coldly replied, I am the examiner and have no obligation to explain. Furthermore, refrain from interrupting. Your behavior disrupts the examination and reflects poorly on your upbringing. Faced with such admonition, Kanjiro's eyes widened in fury, his molars nearly grinding to dust. It dawned on him that the examiner was deliberately targeting him. The more he felt this way, the more he had to endure. Otherwise, he would only fall into the trap set for him, rendering himself even more disheveled. He dared not glare at the examiner any longer, fearing that being discovered would provide his opponent with leverage over him. As he took deep breaths to quell the rage within, Kanjiro shifted his gaze to the girl who had previously answered his question. What are you staring at, you little rascal? I'm not swayed by your looks. Noticing Kanjiro's glare, Hinata Hyuga elegantly tossed her long black hair over her shoulder and turned slightly away. Nowadays, it seemed anyone dared to covet her beauty. Had it not been for the examination, she would have long since gone over to pluck out his eyes. Calling me a little rascal, are you? Just wait. Kanjiro averted his gaze but slowly extended several strands of nearly invisible lines, deciding that if the examiner wished to play dirty, then they all would suffer. Chapter 24, Betting Examination Room 019. Candidate Gaara, please listen to your first question. How many eyes does a dolphin have open while swimming? A1. B2. C. All closed. D. Sometimes open, sometimes closed. Being asked a question entirely unrelated to ninjas did not evoke suspicion in Gaara. Rather, it illuminated his eyes with excitement. A radiant smile spread across his face, shining like a small sun. I know this one. I choose A, right? Not correct. Gaara's expression dimmed slightly upon noticing the examiner's hesitation. No, congratulations. The answer is correct. You gained 10 points. Hooray. Gaara joyfully raised the small teddy bear he held, recalling fond memories of his mother Karura sharing such knowledge with him before bedtime. Although he resided in the land of wind, devoid of seas and dolphins, his yearning for the ocean had fostered a love for marine life as trivia. This unexpected knowledge took the examiner, who intended to mock him, by surprise. The examiner swiftly gestured to the assistant to change the question, fearing they would fail to meet Tsunade's expectations if this continued. The assistant, understanding immediately, dashed off backstage. Examination Room 023. Candidate Temari, please listen to your first question. If you find yourself ensnared in an illusion and subjected to sexual harassment by an enemy, what should you do? A. Fight fire with fire and outdo him in seduction. B. Refuse to yield, biting your tongue to maintain your purity. C. Redirect the disaster, informing him that your teammate excels in that area. D. Scream for help, attempting to call your teammates. What is this absurd question? Do you intend to mock me? Can I file a complaint? Temari's face was a portrait of impatience, feeling utterly disrespected by such inquiries. You may complain, but only if you pass this exam, so please make your choice. The examiner maintained an impassive tone as the countdown commenced on the screen. Though Temari simmered with anger, she realized she could do nothing, for this was not her village, and the examiner held authority. Any rash action could lead to disqualification. Reluctantly, she swallowed her indignation and addressed the question. I choose D. Incorrect answer, deducting 5 points. Other candidates, please buzz in. As soon as the words were spoken, a boy with a bun raised his hand. Oh, Nara Shikamaru, you were the first to buzz in. Please state your answer. It should be B. As biting your tongue can force you to awaken from the illusion through pain. Correct? Correct, and your analysis is spot on. You gained 10 points. What? Upon hearing that an additional 10 points were awarded, the other candidates were astonished. Typically, answering another's question only yielded 5 points. Yet now there was an extra reward for an analysis. Did it mean that providing an analysis could yield points for other questions as well? The examiner did not directly respond to the candidate's confusion, but neither did he deny it. Meanwhile, Shikamaru wore a triumphant expression, instinctively glancing at Temari and casting her a charming wink. Ugh, greasy man. Temari scoffed, rolling her eyes at Shikamaru. It was merely answering a question correctly. What was there to gloat about? He was no different from the one who posed the previous question. In a private, bespoke box, Tsunade reclined on a plush sofa, cradling her beloved pet Tun-Tun, watching the unfolding events of Gaara's team in their respective examination rooms. Witnessing Kanjiro and Temari's struggles brought her a sense of relief, serving as a subtle retribution for their fathers. Initially, she had nearly confronted Kazekage Raza during the opening ceremony, but the information that his 3 children were participating in the Chunin exams allowed her to exact her revenge in this amusing manner. Of course, she did not wish for them to be eliminated in the first round. After all, there were greater gains to be had in the subsequent tests. Thus, her initial intent to challenge them was merely to ensure Raza understood the consequences of his actions. How he would express his remorse remained to be seen, hinging on how generously he would act. It was unexpected that Raza's youngest son had some knowledge of animal trivia. Perhaps he would become a focal point for betting. Tun-Tun, resting his chin on his trotters, analyzed the situation with seriousness. That may not be certain, as the subsequent questions are not fixed. It depends on whether his father is willing to spend lavishly to alter the questions. Tsunade displayed a money-driven grin, for the exam's question pool was entirely influenced by monetary contributions. The first 10 questions were designated by the Golden Serpent Bureau, and they were randomized, encompassing various topics. This was intended to allow the audience of Senju Kyubi to evaluate and subsequently bet on the candidates they deemed most likely to succeed. As for the subsequent questions, they were determined by the sponsors of the bets. They could select 3 categories from a diverse question pool to modify the topics for the candidates they had wagered on, thereby granting them a competitive edge. However, to change a question, at least 1 million in betting funds was required. Thus, from the outset, this examination was a game meticulously designed by Tsunade for the prominent families and clans. Those willing to invest could witness their children advance smoothly. Naturally, this was contingent upon ensuring their children would not be disrupted and could confidently articulate their answers. By the way, Lady Tsunade, will you be placing any bets? In response to Tun-Tun's inquiry, Tsunade nodded, for participating in this gamble was only fitting for one who was known as the goddess of luck. Whom do you intend to bet on? Tun-Tun's eyes sparkled with eagerness, hoping to wager its savings for a substantial profit. Unfortunately, Tsunade saw through its little scheme immediately. Guess. Tsunade replied playfully, casting a glance at the red-haired girl on the screen. She then rose and approached Shizun, softly whispering her chosen bet and the amount she wished to wager. Understood, I shall take care of it right away, Shizun responded promptly, immediately rising to attend to the matter. Meanwhile, Tonton seized the opportunity to stealthily follow in Shizun's wake, eager to uncover the details. Chapter 25. Rebates. Welcome, esteemed viewers, to the premiere of the exhilarating entertainment betting game, Who Can Stand Firm? Presented by the illustrious Chinsho Jiulong City, exclusively sponsored by Yale Ramen. I am your host, the Golden Serpent Lord from the Golden Serpent Division. The broadcast, initially showcasing the candidates answering questions, was abruptly interrupted by the sudden appearance of a man donned in a golden serpent mask and an opulent golden robe. As you have just witnessed, the first written examination of the Chunin selection has transformed into a combat answering format. Should any candidate be eliminated, they risk plummeting into the perilous Dragon's abyss. Does this not cause a shiver of apprehension among all present? However, the true game has just begun, and the opportunity for you, our viewers, to amass wealth is swiftly approaching. You may place your bets at various gambling establishments in Qianzhou Jiulong City to support your favored candidates. If they successfully advance in this examination, you shall be rewarded with bountiful prizes. The odds of your winnings are closely tied to the support rate of your chosen candidate. The lower the support rate, the higher the potential reward upon advancement. This event comprises 3 answering tiers: bronze, silver, and gold. Currently, we are in the bronze tier. If your chosen candidate continues to progress, your allocated winnings shall double with each advancement. In a bid to ignite enthusiasm, the esteemed Tsunade has already infused 100 million into the prize pool, with additional wagers continuously augmenting it. The scene shifted dramatically, focusing on a mountain of cash, prompting the residents of Jiulong City to swallow hard in awe. Though Qianzhou Jiulong City is renowned for attracting talent and wealth, many of its inhabitants live in dire straits, often having come here burdened by substantial gambling debts, forced to toil away to repay. Thus, the sight of such a fortune in crisp banknotes is irresistibly enticing. Have you felt your heart race at the sight of this alluring mountain of wealth? A gentle reminder: the earlier you place your bets, the greater your rewards shall be. As the saying goes, take a chance, and a bicycle may turn into a carriage. Dare to gamble, and a humble cottage may become a villa. Hurry and invest your children's schooling funds, your wife's dowry, or your parents' retirement savings at the casinos to share in this grand prize of 100 million. As the Golden Serpent Lord concluded, the focus returned to the mountain of cash, the stacks of banknotes lying there quietly, beckoning like a maiden inviting the viewers to partake. The majority of residents, having never encountered such wealth, were soon swept into a frenzy, recalling the candidates' answering process. However, they were not naive. Although they understood that betting on candidates with lower support rates would yield greater returns, they prudently placed their wagers on the aristocracy. After all, the clans from various ninja villages would not idly watch their descendants tumble into the dragon-s abyss, becoming fodder for the crocodiles. Yet, there were also reckless gamblers who chose to take a gamble, having nothing left to lose, and with the funds in hand acquired through high-interest loans. They decided to follow the advice from the broadcast and wager one last time. With a goal in mind, hundreds of thousands of residents flocked to the 5 major casinos in Jiulong City, surrounding them to the brim, fearing that a few minutes' delay might cause them to miss out on a substantial share of the wealth. At the Dongfang Mingzhu Casino, in VIP room 444, Danzo stood by the window, observing the throngs of Jiulong City residents preparing to place their bets, lost in thought. It was not until a shadowy figure, adorned with a raven mask, entered the room respectfully and approached him that Danzo slowly returned to reality. What is the situation? Currently, the other 4 casinos are just as bustling. To maintain order and prevent any incidents, the Four Saints Hall has had to dispatch personnel from various teams throughout the city. Even the various specters and judges from the netherworld have had to make daytime appearances to deter any potential troublemakers hiding among the crowd. This situation is expected to persist for another half hour before the crowd begins to dwindle. During this time, the northwestern corner of Qianzhou Jiulong City presents the weakest point of defense. Upon hearing this news, a smile crept across Danzo's lips. What had initially troubled him was unexpectedly resolved through Tsunade's divine intervention. This was indeed beyond his expectations, yet he understood that such coincidences could catch Tsunade's subordinates off guard. Excellent. The more lively it becomes, the better. It has been far too long since the Land of Fire has witnessed such a commotion. Clearly, I made the right choice in selecting Qianzhou Jiulong City as the venue for the Chunin exams. The smile on Danzo's face widened. Appearing genuinely pleased for the prosperity of Qianzhou Jiulong City, he gradually stepped away from the window, moving towards the sofa by the coffee table, lifting a cup of freshly brewed tea prepared by his subordinate, taking a delicate sip. Only then did he find the leisure to glance at the broadcast of the Chunin exams. By the way, Yatagarasu, which of these candidates do you think might advance? Are you planning to place a bet, Lord Danzo? Yatagarasu retorted. Since we have come this far, it is only fitting to embrace local customs. Besides, you are well aware of our circumstances since arriving here. If we do not take the initiative to be agreeable, we may find ourselves facing Tsunade's wrath. Yatagarasu nodded in agreement. He had experienced firsthand that in Qianzhou Jiulong City, no matter what he wished to do, someone would invariably seek a tip from him. Especially since Tsunade, under the guise of protection, had stationed a contingent from the Four Saints Hall at their residence in the west of the city. They were not only required to remain in the residence daily, but also had to provide these guards with refreshments. Otherwise, They might not even see anyone delivering their meals the next day. The most exasperating aspect was that all these expenses came from his own pocket, while that old dog Danzo never mentioned reimbursement. So, who do you think is a suitable candidate for betting? In response to Danzo's inquiry, Yatagarasu candidly replied, Uzumaki Menma. After all, he is someone I brought along, so I naturally choose to trust him. This answer did not surprise Danzo. He promptly produced a large denomination bond from the Land of Fire and handed it to Yatagarasu. Go, place your bet on him. Understood. Yatagarasu accepted the bond, scanning the amount written on it and feeling a jolt of astonishment. Good heavens, this is a staggering 10 million. When did this old dog become so extravagant? It seemed that over the years, Danzo had not been shy about pocketing kickbacks from the organization's budget for missions. Chapter 26, Advancement Exam Room 010, where Uzumaki Menma was seated. At this moment, the candidates had reached the 15th question. With only 5 students remaining, one more elimination would grant the others a direct opportunity to advance. Menma had already answered his 15th question correctly, with a current score of 130 points, temporarily ranking 3rd. In the previous 10 questions, he had unfortunately answered 2 incorrectly in succession, which had rendered him exceedingly anxious at that time. However, fortunately, from the 10th question onward, he encountered topics within his familiar realm of knowledge, enabling him to answer 5 consecutive questions correctly and alleviating his stress. Although he was unaware of the exact mechanics behind the question selection, he noted that the questions became increasingly disparate as the rounds progressed, yet he deemed himself fortunate nonetheless. Presently, only 2 individuals remained who had not completed this round, both of whom had previously answered 4 questions incorrectly. Should either falter again, they would be eliminated. One hailed from the village of Leaf, while the other was from the village of Sound. The Leaf contestant was rather unremarkable, yet the individual from the Sound village was particularly striking. His appearance was eye-catching, as he was swathed in bandages resembling a mummy. Hunched over, he wore a fur coat, and one of his eyes was conspicuously wandering, leaving onlookers feeling unsettled. The color of his fur was dull and yellowed, giving the impression of shoddy craftsmanship. It was unclear whether his village had recently undergone redevelopment without sufficient funds or if he was simply a country bumpkin. He was decidedly unappealing, and no matter how one looked at it, he was hard to appreciate. Nevertheless, the examination hall's swift progression to its conclusion was largely thanks to this individual's covert interference. Had he not discreetly emitted undetectable sound waves that disrupted the auditory bones of other candidates, causing them to feel dizzy and miss their response times, the examination would likely have been prolonged by at least 10 questions. Initially unaware of his methods, he later reflected on his own state during the moments he lost points, realizing he too had fallen victim to the interference. Fortunately, the bandaged fellow had deemed him unlikely to make frequent mistakes due to his earlier performance, thus shifting his focus elsewhere. Otherwise, he might have faced elimination before him. Contestant, please respond promptly. You have 30 seconds to decide. If you are uncertain of the answer, you may request an external connection. You still have 2 opportunities available, so do not squander them, announced the Copper Serpent Lord, initiating a countdown on the screen. Yet, the Leaf contestant remained motionless, a pained expression etched upon his face, his lips moving but failing to articulate an accurate sound. He understood clearly that the fur-coated man was once again employing his clandestine tactics. A furtive glance at the opponent's right hand, clad in porous armor, confirmed that it was trembling subtly at a peculiar frequency. 10 seconds remain. If you answer incorrectly again, you will be eliminated, so please provide your answer swiftly. Faced with the Copper Serpent Lord's insistence, tears welled in the Leaf contestant's eyes. It was not that he did not wish to respond. Rather, he found himself incapacitated, his mind spinning chaotically. Not only did the sounds around him seem distorted, but even his own voice echoed strangely. The audience outside soon noticed this oddity, yet they lacked the evidence to pinpoint the culprit. Those who had wagered on the Leaf contestant grew increasingly frantic, fearing that the next to be cast into the dragon's abyss would not be him, but rather themselves. Damn it! Why is this happening? My money. Hurry up and respond. What are you doing? Useless, utterly useless. I should have bet on the clan's offspring. Many spectators felt despondent, having already torn up their tickets, unwilling to continue watching the screen. With a beep signaling the end of the countdown, the Copper Serpent Lord announced, time expired, considered a forfeit, deducting 5 points. This marks your 5th incorrect answer, so I regret to inform you that you have been eliminated. As the words fell, the trapdoor beneath the Leaf contestant opened automatically, casting him into the depths of the dragon's abyss. The familiar sounds of splashing water and screams echoed once more. Yet the remaining contestants felt little ripple of emotion within them, having grown accustomed to such occurrences. Now, the other contestants may continue to respond. However, the fur-coated man stepped out of the circle beneath him, casually making his way toward the exit, declaring that he had had enough of this wretched place. Since the remaining contestants all had positive scores, they should have advanced, rendering further participation pointless. Halt, Tosuzin. Just as Tosuzin was about to step out the door, the Copper Serpent Lord's icy voice called out to him. What? Do you intend to defy the rules? Do not forget what you expressly stated before the examination commenced. Of course not. I merely wish to remind you that the assessment you just completed was merely a copper level test. Following this, there are silver and gold level competitions. What? Tosuzin was taken aback, having never heard of such a regulation. Are you implying I must partake in 2 more rounds to pass this written examination? Not quite. The Copper Serpent Lord refuted his assertion. Then what on earth? I will not participate in the subsequent 2 rounds. Simply inform me when the next examination occurs. With that, Tosuzin strode out without hesitation. The other 3, witnessing the Copper Serpent Lord's lack of opposition, likewise departed from their positions. The Copper Serpent Lord, unfazed, continued. Those who participate in the next 2 rounds will have the chance to earn advantageous items for the forthcoming examination. Furthermore, based on ranking, varying monetary rewards will be distributed, with the highest reaching 6,666,000 taels. It is said that the prize for the gold-level champion is a rare mineral from the land of Earth, a piece of natural 7-colored amethyst, a rarity that, if inquired about, one would find to be priceless. Before the Copper Serpent Lord's words could fully dissipate, a figure, swift as the wind, pushed past the trio of contestants, re-entering the examination hall. It was none other than Tosuzin, who had only just stepped outside moments before. His one exposed eye, which had been unsettling to all, was now curved like a broad bean. With his fists gently cradling his face, he wore a bashful expression and inquired, "Forgive my earlier rashness, where might I sign up?" The stark contrast in demeanor sent shivers down the spines of the 3 contestants, affirming the adage that money can transform even the most disreputable. Tosuzin was acutely aware of the peculiar looks directed his way, yet thoughts of his diligent yet impoverished village chief compelled him to selflessly shoulder some financial burden. Moreover, that 7-colored amethyst was a coveted item specifically requested by Lord Orochimaru, and with such an opportunity at hand, there was no reason not to cherish it. As for the rest, they paled in significance. He would forge his own path, letting others speak as they may. Chapter 27. Hinata Hyuga. Though Tosuzin's behavior was exceedingly pragmatic, who could remain unmoved by such immense temptations? Thus, the other 2 contestants, initially inclined to leave, promptly chose to stay. However, Menma was not particularly interested, as money held little allure for him. After all, he was not even free in the truest sense. Even if he were to amass wealth, what would it matter? As for the advantageous items mentioned by the Copper Serpent Lord for the next round, he believed they would hold little sway. The forthcoming examinations would be practical exercises, and any ostentatious trinkets would prove powerless against true strength. Menma, confident in his own abilities, chose not to linger any longer and decisively exited the examination hall. Upon reaching the corridor, he noticed another examination had just concluded. The first to emerge from that hall was a boy with short red hair, adorned with the character for love on his forehead. Menma recognized him from a previous encounter at the Ichiraku ramen shop, Gaara from Sunagakure. Although Menma had a favorable impression of him, he perceived Gaara as somewhat naive, a flower nurtured in a loving environment. However, at that moment, Menma observed something was amiss with Gaara. He leaned against the wall as he exited, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead, his gaze unfocused. It appeared he had encountered some harrowing experience, resulting in his low spirits. Approaching Gaara, Menma halted, but before he could inquire, Gaara collapsed into his arms, murmuring no in a weak voice. Menma glanced helplessly at the boy in his embrace before raising his eyes to the rear, realizing Gaara was not alone. He was being trailed by none other than Sai. Menma was astonished that these 2 peculiar individuals would be placed in the same examination hall by fate. He was equally appalled that Sai, a notorious troublemaker, would not spare even a child. At that moment, Sai's pale, expressionless face remained impassive as he fixed his gaze on Menma. Menma's brow furrowed as he demanded, "What have you done to him?" "Huh, what do you mean? What could I possibly do?" The examination hall is surrounded by eyes. You should know that. Besides, as the son of the fourth Kazekage, who would dare to act against him? Menma was taken aback by Sai's response. He had not realized that the red-haired boy he held was of such notable lineage. No wonder, during their confrontation at the ramen shop, other eyes had been discreetly observing him. But what had happened to him now? Who knows? Sai shrugged, clearly indicating his disinterest in the matter. Menma understood he could not expect an honest confession from Sai and decided to diagnose Gaara himself. Is he under a Jinjutsu? Menma suddenly had an idea and promptly attempted to channel his chakra into Gaara's body. However, as he cautiously infused a portion of his chakra, his consciousness was abruptly drawn into a unique space. Within this realm, a torrent of negative emotions surged like waves, coalescing into a ferocious-looking raccoon spirit. Just as this ominous creature prepared to attack Menma, his consciousness was unexpectedly expelled and returned to his body. At the same moment, he noticed he had been enveloped by a thin layer of red chakra. This state evidently indicated that the monster within him had intervened, shielding him from the raccoon's assault. Before Menma could comprehend what had transpired in such a brief moment, a boy clad in black with purple markings on his face rushed toward him, exclaiming, "Hey, you little brat, what do you intend to do to Gaara?" "I didn't," Menma began, but Kankuro, Gaara's older brother, disregarded his explanation, forcefully taking Gaara from Menma's arms and hoisting him onto his back, shoving Menma aside. "You despicable coward. Where do you think you're going? Just wait and see how I deal with you." Trailing closely behind Kankuro was Hinata Hyuga, her fury palpable as she gathered a significant amount of chakra in her hands, preparing to unleash a punch at Menma's direction. Previously, within the examination hall, Kankuro had secretly manipulated other candidates using nearly invisible strands of chakra to disrupt their answers. Unfortunately for him, such tactics were futile against the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan. Hinata had no intention of interfering. She merely sought to complete her exam without incident. Yet, Kankuro had foolishly provoked her. As Hinata prepared to pull the strands of chakra away from her, Kankuro executed a cunning maneuver, transferring the strands from the other candidates to those near Hinata. If Hinata had not swiftly activated a weakened version of the 8 trigrams air palm, severing the strands with a chakra shockwave rather than pulling them all in, she would have been caught cheating and thrown into the depths of despair. Hinata, a member of the esteemed Hyuga clan, aspired to become a formidable woman like Tsunade, possessing grand ideals and ambitions. Thus, she would not allow Kankuro's underhanded tactics to go unpunished. Wait, Menma had no desire to be embroiled in the conflict, but Hinata's fist was aimed directly at him. Reluctantly, he intervened to block the punch that would have struck Kankuro. When Hinata's fist was unexpectedly halted by Menma's palm, her frustration intensified. Kankuro, successfully diverting the trouble, did not forget to make a face at Hinata before making a hasty retreat. "Who are you, you yellow-haired brat? You dare associate with him? Seeking death, are you?" "No, I'm not familiar with him." Menma turned, intending to clarify Kankuro's actions. However, before he could articulate his thoughts, he realized that Kankuro had already vanished down the corridor. Chapter 28, Niji Hyuga. Wangdefa, you hit and ran. Truly, the world has fallen into decline. Humanity has lost its way. Menma thought, a myriad of frustrations flooding his mind, recognizing that he was now embroiled in an unwarranted conflict. As Hinata's fist came rushing toward him once more, Menma, not wishing to be struck without cause, had no choice but to defend himself. To convey his disinterest in the fight, he placed one hand behind his back, using only his less dominant left hand to block Hinata's relentless punches. Hinata, witnessing Menma defend himself single-handedly with such ease, felt her pride wounded, fueling her anger further. "Do you dare underestimate me?" "I do not. I merely wish to avoid escalating this misunderstanding. Please, cease your attacks." Still trying to argue your way out. "Very well. Let me show you the power of the Hyuga clan." Byakugan. Hinata formed hand seals, her veins bulging around her eyes. Menma found all his chakra points laid bare before her scrutiny. Subsequently, she ignited blue chakra flames in her hands, encasing Menma within her attack's 8 trigrams formation. Gentle fist technique. 8 trigrams palm. 2 palms. 4 palms. 8 palms. 16 palms. 32 palms. As the number of strikes increased, Hinata's attacks became sharper and more intricate. Despite Menma's reluctance to engage in battle, he was compelled to respond with both hands to ensure his own safety. "If you continue to pursue this, do not blame me for being unmerciful." Is that so? Then bring it on. Disregarding the warnings from Menma, Hinata remained resolute in her actions. After all, she was currently overpowering Menma in their confrontation. It was clear who held the advantage. Observing that Hinata showed no signs of relenting, Menma shook his head in resignation. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from her view. However, with her Byakugan activated, Hinata possessed a complete 360-degree field of vision and swiftly reacquired her target's location. Did you think you could catch me off guard by sneaking behind? How naive, she thought, instinctively preparing to pivot and counterstrike before Menma could act. Yet, reality defied her expectations. Before she could fully turn, Menma executed a swift hand strike, landing a blow on the back of her neck. How could this happen? Hinata's vision blurred, and her body lost its balance, tipping forward uncontrollably. Despite having locked onto Menma's form, she failed to perceive the speed of his attack. It was too fast. Even her Byakugan could not react in time. Just as she was about to hit the ground, a figure leaped forward, kneeling on one knee to catch her gently. The newcomer was a boy with long brown hair and Byakugan, like Hinata. Menma assessed the boy with a glance. Feeling a surge of frustration, it was evident, even to the dim-witted, that both were from the Hyuga clan. Was he going to have to deal with yet another person? Sensing Menma's irritation, the boy slowly helped the dazed Hinata to her feet and smiled at Menma. Do not worry, I mean you no harm. If that last strike had not been restrained on your part, the young lady would have been in a far worse state than merely fainting. Thus, it is clear you harbor no ill intentions. Menma, surprised by the boy's unexpected understanding, breathed a sigh of relief internally. This is merely a misunderstanding. Your lady sought me out first, and I had no choice but to retaliate. I hope you will not hold it against me. Menma bowed politely to the boy, eager to avoid further delays, feigning an apology. The boy, perceptive of Menma's intentions, spoke softly. It is quite all right. The young lady can be a bit headstrong at times, which we are accustomed to. If you wish to leave, please do so. Menma felt a wave of relief at the boy's willingness to let him go. He glanced around, realizing that the instigator of this debacle, Sai, had already vanished and reluctantly turned to depart. However, he had barely taken a few steps when the boy called out to him. Please wait. What? Have you changed your mind? Menma responded, not turning, his tone icy. Not at all. I merely noticed your exceptional agility today and hope to challenge you to a match later. May I ask for your name? A match? If you seek vengeance, just say so directly. All this circumlocution is unnecessary. After a moment's thought, Menma replied with 2 words, Sai. Sai noted. I am Hyuga Niji. Good. I shall remember that. If you wish to seek revenge later, do bring more people along, lest it be said that Sai bullied you. Menma waved dismissively without looking back and then vanished at the corridor's end. Niji watched Menma's graceful departure, a firm resolve forming within him to find a way to restore the Hyuga clan's honor through a one-on-one battle. Yet, he did not anticipate the other's arrogance, suggesting he gather allies. However, Niji was not one to resort to underhanded tactics. Upon exiting the examination hall, Menma quickly spotted a familiar figure at the entrance. Dressed in dark attire adorned with the Uchiha clan emblem, the figure bore a rare, soft smile. Menma felt a mix of surprise and joy. He approached Uchiha Shursui and calmly inquired, What brings you here today? Has Danzo sent new directives? Could it not be that I simply wish to see you? Shursui's retort momentarily caught Menma off guard. Before he could regain his composure, an uninvited remark floated from behind Shursui. Though I do not wish to intrude upon your reunion, I believe it is best not to keep others waiting for too long. Menma took a step aside, discovering that standing behind Shursui was none other than Sai, who had vanished moments prior. This elusive figure rarely appeared without an ulterior motive. Who do you mean by keeping waiting? Who else but the very person you most wish to eliminate? Sai shrugged, nonchalantly heading towards the East Pearl Casino. Menma's heart tightened at Sai's words, prompting him to steal a glance at Shursui. Yet, Shursui's expression remained unchanged, merely commenting, The rumors about your brother Sai, oscillating between normalcy and madness, initially seemed dubious. But it appears to be true. Indeed, I too suspect his mental state may be somewhat unstable. Menma agreed, diverting his gaze from Shursui, feeling a pang of guilt. Let us go. I will first escort you and Kuroyuki back to report. Menma nodded and fell into step beside Shursui. They arrived at the East Pearl Casino's lobby, where they met Kuroyuki, engrossed in a book on the sofa. Subsequently, the three, under the guidance of Tenkai, approached the door of VIP room 444, where Shimura Danzo resided. After Tenkai announced their presence, An ANBU member stepped forward to verify Shui and the others' identities before slowly opening the door. Menma and his companions entered the room to find Danzo seated on a sofa, flanked by 2 personal bodyguards. On a nearby sofa sat Sai and another boy who had previously joined Menma's team. All 3 were fixated on a screen displaying the silver-level quiz competition. Noticing the arrival of Menma and his companions, Danzo ceased pretending to watch television and greeted them with a light clap. Congratulations on your safe return. I had intended to meet with you sooner, but my numerous obligations delayed me. Please, take a seat. Menma could not suppress a cold laugh at Danzo's feigned cordiality. Hypocrisy. However, before he could follow Shirsue's lead, Kuroyuki, who typically maintained a stoic demeanor, stepped forward first. The mission has concluded, and those you wish to eliminate are dead. When will you fulfill your promise to me? Why the haste? Do you think I, Danzo, am someone who lacks integrity? Danzo replied calmly, tapping the coffee table lightly. Immediately, a masked ANBU member stepped out from a side room. Danzo gestured toward the ANBU and formally introduced him to Kuroyuki. This is Tenzo. If you follow him, you will soon meet the person you seek. What? She is here too? Kuroyuki's surprise was evident. Indeed. To expedite the fulfillment of my promise to you, I brought her along to Senju Kyuzu City, and she has been escorted by Tenzo all this way. Upon hearing this, Kuroyuki scrutinized the individual named Tenzo with renewed interest. Do not worry, she has been in excellent health recently. I merely wish to take her out for a leisurely stroll in the splendid Konoha, a delightful place for recreation. Unfortunately, she does not seem to favor someone of my mature and composed demeanor, thus I have permitted you to rest for a few days. Please take her out for a refreshing outing. However, upon hearing the words of Danzo, Heishua furrowed his brow and inquired anxiously, but what? It is nothing. Simply that you will require Tenzo to accompany you, Danzo replied. Rest assured, he is quite capable and can ensure your safety amidst the chaos of Konoha. Huh. What a joke. Do I, Heishua, truly need an outsider for protection? Heishua thought, realizing that this was merely a guise to monitor him, preventing any potential escape. However, he had no choice at this moment. The opportunity was rare, and he dared not voice any further conditions. I understand now. Thank you, Lord Danzo, for your concern. Noticing Heishua's compliance, Danzo swiftly dismissed his previously prepared remarks. He gestured for the 2 to leave first. Consequently, Tenzo stepped towards the door, and once Heishua followed, they departed together. Enough of the irrelevant individuals. Please take a seat, Danzo commanded once more. Shirsuei and Menma complied, settling onto the sofa to Danzo's right. The purpose of your summons today is to assign you a formidable task, he continued, casting a meaningful glance at Menma and Sasuke, the 3 candidates for the Chunin exam. The intent was clear, to indicate who would be responsible for the forthcoming mission. He then picked up the remote control from the coffee table and switched the television screen to display the contestants' competition. Instantly, 3 figures appeared on the screen, 2 youths and a young woman, all seemingly around Naruto's age. Judging by their attire and appearance, they hailed from Sunagakure, Kyuzugakure, and Takigakure. Among them, one was recognizable to Menma, having seen him recently alongside Sasuke. With his striking red hair and the distinctive kanji for love emblazoned upon his forehead, he was none other than Gaara, the son of the Kazekage. A sense of foreboding washed over Menma as he felt an unsettling intuition stir within him. Danzo, having noticed the subtle change in Menma's expression, chose not to address it directly, but continued. These 3 are individuals of notable status from the allied villages surrounding the Land of Fire, participating in this joint Chunin exam. From left to right, they are Gaara from Sunagakure, Muku from Kyuzugakure, and Fu from Takigakure. You 3 may select one target based on your instincts. Menma, taken aback, shot Danzo a sideways glance. Seriously suspecting that the old man had lost his senses. Did he not fear that action against these individuals could incite war between their nations? Nevertheless, Menma did not dwell on it any longer. He lacked any emotional attachment to Konoha, and even if conflict arose, it would not concern him. Furthermore, he was unwilling to let anyone else seize the opportunity, so he promptly pointed at Gaara. Simultaneously, Sasuke raised his hand but was a moment too late. So he shifted his finger towards Fu, leaving Muku as the only option for the one who did not choose in time. Once the trio had settled on their targets without dispute, Danzo added, You may believe these 3 to be the targets to be dealt with, but you are gravely mistaken. During the exam, I have noticed that numerous nefarious individuals have infiltrated Konoha, and through investigation, It seems some candidates may be colluding with these criminals. Their intentions remain unclear, but they likely seek to disrupt the exam and harm these notable individuals, thereby sowing discord among the allied nations. Hence, this mission differs from the past. Your primary responsibility is to protect and monitor. During the upcoming exam, I require you to remain vigilant regarding the movements of your assigned targets and their surroundings. Should any anomalies arise, you must address them promptly and report back. Chapter 30. An unfolding plot. Menma dared not question Danzo's words, for there were too many ambiguities within his statement. After all, if these individuals were endangered during the exam, why not inform the leaders of each village to bolster their defenses? Yet Danzo opted to send covert surveillance, suggesting that the pretense of protection masked a more sinister agenda. Despite his reservations, Menma chose not to delve deeper into the matter. He merely needed to follow Danzo's orders and observe his target, convinced that the true intentions would soon reveal themselves. Understood, the three replied in unison. Danzo nodded and produced 3 red scrolls, tossing one to each of them. These contain a special technique. Should your target find themselves in peril, simply channel your chakra into the scroll and cast it towards them to avert disaster. Upon receiving the scroll, Menma examined it briefly, finding nothing out of the ordinary. However, knowing it originated from Danzo, he was certain it was not a benign item. He accepted the scroll, but had no intention of utilizing it. Having conveyed all necessary information, Danzo showed no desire to prolong their stay, waving his hand as he instructed. That is all for your mission in Konoha. Do not disappoint me. You may return to rest now. Naturally, Menma was eager to leave. He rose promptly from the sofa as Danzo finished speaking. Sasuke and the other individual followed suit, while Shisui remained seated, seemingly with further matters to discuss with Danzo. Menma refrained from questioning, understanding that Shisui had additional reports to deliver. The 3 were led out of the VIP room by the shadowy ninja who had escorted them in. Once the door clicked shut, Danzo dismissed those present, leaving only 2 dark ninja guards for his safety. They formed hand seals and activated a barrier, enveloping Danzo and Shisui within. Speak, Danzo commanded. According to the intel I just received from my shadow crows, individuals from Sunagakure, Takigakure, and Kusagakure have successfully infiltrated the city. However, the individuals sent by Kusagakure are rather unusual. Oh, what distinguishes them? Danzo's eyes narrowed, revealing a predatory glint. Shisui, accustomed to Danzo's fluctuating demeanor, continued without faltering. The arrivals are not ninjas from Kusagakure, but rather a group of death row inmates previously confined in the prison of the Ghost Lantern City. Huh, such trivial tricks. Danzo chuckled coldly. No wonder the delegation to Konoha did not include the usual elders of Kusagakure. It was the Lord of Ghost Lantern City, Mu Wei, who had come instead. It was likely that these death row inmates had been implanted with the heavenly prison curse by Mu Wei, regardless of whether their upcoming actions succeeded. Mu Wei could incinerate them at will, ensuring that those who participated in the sabotage of Konoha would leave no traces behind. Danzo was acutely aware of Mu Wei's methods. Once the heavenly prison curse was planted, any attempt to escape or move too far from the caster would activate the fire seed within these bodies, draining their chakra and ultimately leading to their demise. Thus, these prisoners had no choice but to obey Mu Wei's commands, yet once their utility was expended, they would be incinerated, leaving no evidence of Kusagakure's involvement. Danzo was determined to see his meticulously crafted plans unfold without interference. Yet he would not interfere in the methods employed by his allies. At present, their actions vaguely instilled a sense of betrayal within Danzo, who despised the existence of such unstable elements. Since they possessed an escape route, it was imperative to apply further pressure. Otherwise, should they turn against him, it would pose a significant threat. Thus, Shisui cast his gaze towards Danzo, who wore an expression of cold malice. Inform that boy who chose Mukai as his target to ensure he throws the scroll I entrusted to him towards Mukai during the next examination. I refuse to believe that by taking his son hostage, I would dare entertain any other thoughts. Understood. Meanwhile, as they were about to return to the inn prepared for the examinees, Menma discreetly halted Sai and dragged him into an unnoticed alley. After being pushed against the wall, Sai instinctively withdrew his hand and rubbed his reddened wrist, complaining, "Such rudeness. We are part of the same team. Can't you treat me with a bit of gentleness? Enough of the pleasantries. Speak. What did you do to him?" "Who?" Sai feigned ignorance, which only fueled Menma's anger. "Who else? Don't pretend you're unaware of what transpired in the examination hall." Look at you, so concerned for an outsider. Have you developed feelings of treachery? Menma tightened his grip around Sai's neck, pressing him forcefully against the wall as he warned, my patience is limited. If you divert the topic again, I won't hesitate to sever each of your tendons one by one. With that, Menma summoned a chakra scalpel in his left hand and swiftly made a cut on Sai's left shoulder. The immediate sting from the severed tendons contorted Sai's face in agony. Huh, you truly are cruel. I was merely trying to assist you, and this is how you repay me? Assist me? Menma was momentarily perplexed by Sai's words. I can create an opportunity for you to kill Danzo. What nonsense are you spouting? Menma's anxiety heightened, his grip on Sai's neck tightening, causing Sai's complexion to grow even more pained. However, Sai did not resist. Instead, he feigned a sardonic smile and said, the desire to kill cannot be concealed. That fleeting glance you cast at him just now has completely betrayed your intentions. Upon hearing Sai's remark, Menma recalled his instinctual glance at Danzo when he introduced the three candidates. Unbeknownst to him, Sai had noticed it, and certainly, it could not escape Danzo's keen perception. Oh, so you remembered? Now you have no way out. If you don't eliminate him, he will be the first to deal with you when you return. Humph, that is my concern, is it? But do you truly believe you can approach him now? The ninjas who guard him are exceptionally powerful. And even that Uchiha you trust would undoubtedly intervene the moment you attempt to assassinate Danzo. Can you surpass him? The thought of Shursui potentially opposing him caused Menma to lose much of his confidence. He did not believe he could defeat Shursui in his current state. Yet, should he trust the words of this madman before him? Menma suddenly found himself engulfed in indecision, while Sai seized the opportunity to break free from Menma's grip. Now liberated, Sai flexed his neck but displayed no intention of fleeing. He turned to Menma and continued, after our interaction, I believe you have realized that the boy possesses power akin to your own. Therefore, is this not your intent? You are both children of the God Tree and should assist one another. Moreover, I have stated before that you will ultimately embrace the God Tree. Since you are unwilling now, I shall find a way to satisfy your desire first, and then you will willingly return. Menma found Sai's reasoning perplexing, who told him that assisting him would result in his own wishes being fulfilled. Nevertheless, before proceeding, he needed to ascertain the true intentions of the madman before him. What do you intend to do? It is quite simple. I have a method to fully unleash the power within him, thereby creating chaos. All you need to do is seize the opportunity to eliminate your target. Indeed, Sai's madness aimed to harm Gaara. Menma was acutely aware that once that power was unleashed, it would lead to uncontrollable destruction, inflicting severe harm upon the user. Thus, he resolutely refused to resort to such self-serving tactics. There is no need. I will pursue the opportunity to eliminate my target on my own. No. Sai extended his right hand, shaking his finger before Menma. I am not consulting you. I am informing you that regardless of your agreement, I will proceed with this plan. You lunatic. Enraged, Menma swung a fist at Sai, intending to teach him a lesson to ensure compliance. However, to his surprise, Sai transformed into a puddle of ink as his fist struck. It was at that moment Menma realized he had been deceived. The instant he broke free, Sai's true form had stealthily slipped away. Damn it! With no outlet for his frustration, Menma struck the adjacent wall with a heavy punch, creating a deep dent before taking a deep breath to calm himself before departing. Chapter 31. Itachi and Izumi night fell. A crescent moon hung in the sky, exuding a fresh and elegant glow. The day-long Chunin examination finally reached a successful conclusion. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, the first-place winner, who garnered a substantial prize along with a vibrant purple crystal, was a candidate from the grass village named Kyuka. With her crimson eyes and red hair, it was evident to all that she was not a native of the grass village. As everyone speculated about the true origins of this champion, an even more sensational piece of news swiftly captured everyone's attention. Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin, personally attended the award ceremony and expressed his desire to take Kyuka as his apprentice, promising her rigorous training. Naturally, Kyuka, having drifted into the grass village like a leaf on the water, was eager to align herself with Orochimaru, and she readily accepted the offer. Consequently, that evening, Tsunade hosted a grand banquet at the Senju estate, inviting dignitaries and clans from various nations to celebrate. The Uchiha clan was, of course, among those invited. Uchiha Fugaku and his wife, Uchiha Mikoto, stepped out of their residence, where a carriage had been prepared by a first-class attendant. Before boarding, Uchiha Mikoto turned back, glancing at Uchiha Izumi, who had come to see them off. and inquired once more, "Izumi, are you truly not joining us for the banquet?" Uchiha Izumi shook her head, softly replying, "Aunt, I do not enjoy crowded places, so I shall not accompany you. I hope you will not take offense." "Not at all. Since that is the case, I will not press you further today. But you must understand that in the future, when you are with Itachi, should he inherit the family position as his wife, you will inevitably have to attend such events." Upon hearing Mikoto's words, Izumi's face flushed with embarrassment, and she lowered her gaze. Uchiha Fugaku, noticing his prospective daughter-in-law's bashfulness, quickly interjected, "All right, Mikoto, do not tease her. Izumi is a sensible child. She will understand these matters on her own. Look at you, I haven't said anything else. And you are already favoring her. Once she marries in, it seems you and Itachi will be on her side. And the only one who can speak for me will be Sasuke." Mikoto pouted, her elegant brows knitting together, feigning a look of annoyance. Understanding the temperament of his wife, Uchiha Fugaku was certainly aware that this was merely a pretense. He quickly smiled and explained, "Oh dear, you have misinterpreted my words. Izumi is my daughter-in-law, and it is only natural for the girl who will join our family to be favored. Otherwise, how could her mother feel at ease? And you, my dear wife, are Itachi's mother. We love you dearly and cannot allow you to feel wronged." "Humph, you old trickster, your tongue is as sharp as ever." Mikoto laughed again, sharing a knowing glance with Fugaku, which elicited a look of envy from Izumi. She had initially been reluctant to leave the examination venue, waiting for Itachi, and now found herself subjected to this second emotional blow. His parents were feeding her romantic crumbs right before her eyes. Uncle, Aunt, could you please refrain from your displays of affection and get in the car?" With Izumi's pointed reminder, Fugaku and Mikoto finally ceased their affectionate banter. However, before departing, Fugaku did not forget to offer Izumi some words of comfort. "Izumi, do not give up on being with Itachi. He has always held you in his heart. He will surely return to find you." After they left, Izumi gazed forlornly at the empty alley, her heart feeling equally hollow. She had lost count of how many times Uchiha Fugaku had reassured her not to give up, yet after all these years, there had been no results. Not even a promise. Suppressing her disheartenment, Izumi turned and returned to the estate, meandering to the small garden behind the residence. Within the garden flowed a small, artificially carved stream. She stepped onto the arched bridge spanning the stream, staring at the gently flowing water, lost in thought. Time passed unnoticed until her stomach growled, pulling her back to reality. "If you don't mind, would you like a skewer?" A familiar male voice echoed in her ears, and those words felt almost nostalgic. Izumi's body tingled as if electrified, and she slowly turned her head. Upon seeing the face she had long yearned for standing beside her, tears unexpectedly welled up in her eyes. "Itachi, you're back." Her voice trembled, disbelief mingling with a surge of uncontrollable joy. Uchiha Itachi, as gentle as ever, gazed at her and softly replied, "Yes, I am back. I apologize for keeping you waiting, Izumi." In one hand, he held a skewer of dango, while from behind his back, he produced a bouquet of balsam flowers he had specially picked for her. At the sight of the flowers, Izumi could no longer contain her happiness and leapt into Itachi's embrace. "I really missed you." Caught off guard by the sudden embrace, Itachi stood still for a moment, but after a few seconds, he gently wrapped his arms around Izumi. Thus, he was held tightly for about 15 minutes, feeling as if he might become stiff. Yet Izumi showed no signs of letting go, as if fearing he might slip away again. Izumi, my arms are going numb. Could you please release me a little?" "Oh, sorry." Realizing Itachi still held the dango and flowers, she reluctantly loosened her grip. They settled by the riverbank, where Izumi began to eat the dango Itachi had brought her, while inquiring, "Did you return for Sasuke's Chunin exam?" "Yes." "Then why did you only show up now?" "I waited all day at the examination venue, and didn't see you at all." "You waited for me all day?" Itachi gazed at her with deep affection, making Izumi feel as if he could see through all her thoughts, causing her to shyly lower her gaze. For her, it wasn't merely a day. It was every day he had been absent. "I'm sorry. I should have come sooner, but I was delayed by some matters." At Itachi's apology, Izumi shook her head. "It's fine. I understand you have important missions to attend to. So, are you back because you've completed your tasks?" "Not quite. I still have some matters to discuss with father, but it seems he and mother are not in the estate." "Have they gone out?" "Yes. They were invited by Lady Tsunade to a feast at the Senju Hall." "I see. I also have important matters to report to Lady Tsunade, so I shall head to the Senju Hall." With that, Itachi stood up, In the past, Izumi would have urged him to stay, but now she remained calmly seated, not even turning her head, continuing to eat the dango in her hand. The surroundings fell silent. Just as Izumi thought Itachi had departed, a hand reached out from behind her. "Would you like to join me?" Hearing those words, Izumi turned back in surprise and delight, realizing Itachi had not left, but was waiting for her. She hesitated, gazing at the hand she had longed to hold, questioning whether she could truly grasp it this time. "This time, I will not abandon you." Itachi's words surged like a torrent, shattering all of Izumi's internal barriers. She doubted whether this was merely a dream, but even if it were, she wished to remain immersed in it forever. Grasping Itachi's hand, she stood up, her eyes filled with determination, as if she had made a profound resolution. Even if you don't say it, this time, I will not let you go so easily." Chapter 32, Joint Investment Senju Hall. With the ceremony complete, with a loud call from Gong Han, the apprenticeship ceremony for Xianglin, reached a perfect conclusion, and warm applause erupted in the hall. Amidst the thunderous applause, Xianglin happily settled into the empty seat to the right of Orochimaru, while to her right sat her defeated rival, the second-place contestant Yao Shirdo, Kabuto. Kabuto's face was filled with resentment as he stared blankly at the dining plate before him. To lose in the very field he excelled at, medicine, left him utterly despondent. He felt he had let down Orochimaru's painstaking guidance and had failed the late director Yamanaka Ino. On his right sat the third-place winner, Tosuzan. Although it appeared that the top three contestants hailed from the Grass Village, the Leaf Village, and the Sound Village, everyone understood that all the rewards for the top three had essentially landed in Orochimaru's pocket. This covert manipulation was truly masterful. Meanwhile, the mastermind behind it all was busy casting meaningful glances at the disinterested Shoju, who was completely unresponsive. Although Tsunade had proposed the idea of taking on disciples to fulfill their desire to reclaim the colorful amethyst mine, Shoju would rather die than assist Tsunade in her schemes. Thus, he feigned indifference, allowing Orochimaru to ponder over the box beside him. Tsunade, witnessing her uncooperative brother's lack of awareness, furiously downed her drink and slammed the cup onto the table. Bang! Such a loud noise instantly attracted the attention of all the guests. Calmly, Tsunade turned to Orochimaru and inquired, "Orochimaru, now that you have taken on such a fine disciple today, is there anything important you wish to share with everyone?" Such a grand occasion was rare, and she did not want to squander the opportunity. Prompted by Tsunade, the others quickly realized that there was likely to be additional announcements to make. Eagerly, they leaned in, refocusing their attention on the contemplative Orochimaru. Orochimaru felt a sense of resignation. The moment he had dreaded had finally arrived. He wished to escape, but there was no escape. "Oh, since you mentioned it, Tsunade, I recalled hearing that the Senju City intends to establish a pharmaceutical company. I have conducted some research in this area and perceive great potential. Thus, I wish to invest all the prize money earned by my students today. What do you think?" "Oh dear, I thought you were going to discuss something significant, but it turns out to be this matter. Such an important issue should not be disclosed in public. Now that everyone knows, they might accuse me of conducting business without involving them, which would unjustly harm the camaraderie between us." Tsunade feigned a troubled expression and purposely grabbed a folding fan to shield half of her face. Seeing her sister's performance so exaggerated and contrived, Shosuke could only facepalm, unable to bear the sight. Meanwhile, Orochimaru had to endure Tsunade's theatrics. Otherwise, he would receive no share of the prize money, so he stifled his laughter and continued. "It's my fault for being so blunt and letting the cat out of the bag. However, since the matter is already out in the open, why not allow everyone present to partake? After all, prosperity is best enjoyed together, and knowing your generous nature, I'm sure you would be inclined to share the wealth." Tsunade quickly pretended to hesitate, her eyes darting nervously, and softly said, "Actually, I am quite willing to co-invest with everyone, but I am uncertain about the opinions of all esteemed guests present." Upon realizing that she was seeking their money, the dignitaries and clan leaders swiftly diverted their gazes, remaining silent. They were well aware that associating with Tsunade could lead to empty stomachs and potential beatings. In any case, there was no money to be had. Noticing the complete silence, Tsunade's expression immediately turned frosty. "Ahem, I trust esteemed guests have won quite a bit from today's silver tier competition. If this money were to be invested, the returns could ensure wealth for generations to come." Tsunade emphasized the term silver tier, clearly reminding the audience of how the money was obtained today. The rules announced for the bronze tier did not encompass subsequent competitions. Thus, the special elimination penalties were lifted in the silver tier, allowing all clans to refrain from spending further to secure their children. Consequently, all contestants who chose to remain in the silver tier were eliminated but could still participate in the next Chunin exam. Those who remained unaware of the situation, continuing to invest conservatively like in the bronze tier, became ripe targets for exploitation. Were it not for Tsunade's timely notification of the rule changes, the clans present would have been in for a substantial loss. Worse still, they might not be enjoying fine wine and delicacies in the Senja Hall, but instead standing on rooftops, drinking the cold winds alongside those unfortunate souls. They understood this was a warning. If they did not reach a compromise, Tsunade had plenty of means to make them regurgitate what they had consumed, potentially leaving them destitute. Thus, rather than courting trouble, it was wiser to sever ties for survival. After Tsunade's remarks, I found myself intrigued and also willing to invest the prize money I earned today, hoping that Lady Tsunade might grant my clan a share. Upon hearing someone make a choice, merely to put forth their prize money, the others immediately began to follow suit. Please include my clan as well, Lady Tsunade. Me too. As the atmosphere lightened, Tsunade's smile widened. She stepped forward to stand before the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, and the fourth Kazekage, Raza, saying, since everyone is willing to join, let the Hokage and Kazekage serve as witnesses today. As for the profits earned by Senju Pharmaceuticals in the future, I will take the liberty of allocating 1/10 to the neighboring ninja villages as development funds, hoping to foster growth in various regions. What do you think? Upon hearing Tsunade's intent to involve other ninja villages, Hiruzen realized he had no grounds to refuse and could only nod in agreement. Very well, Miyuki. Bring forth the contract so that each esteemed guest may review and sign it. As you command. Miyuki retrieved the prepared scroll and approached each clan leader to ensure they signed. Tsunade returned to her seat joyfully, downing several more cups of wine. When Miyuki approached her and whispered, Lady Tsunade, Itachi Uchiha has come with Lord Jiraiya's personal token, seeking an urgent audience. Jiraiya? Tsunade, slightly tipsy, blinked at the name, her eyes widening as clarity returned. Humph, that scoundrel, too timid to face me, sends Itachi in his stead. Very well, have him wait for me in the side hall. Understood. Miyuki turned and exited through a side door. Chapter 33. Itachi's visit after witnessing the completion of the contract. Tsunade exited the hall contentedly and made her way to the side chamber. Inside, Itachi and Izumi Uchiha sat closely on a sofa, while Miyuki occupied a seat opposite them alone. Upon Tsunade's entrance, the three immediately stood, but before they could bow, Tsunade waved her hand dismissively. That's enough. There's no need for such formalities. Please sit. Tsunade took the seat beside Miyuki, and Itachi and Izumi followed suit. Observing Izumi's demure demeanor beside Itachi, Tsunade could not help but feel intrigued and asked, Itachi, who might this be beside you? Oh, this is a friend of mine, Izumi Uchiha, Itachi replied calmly. While Izumi appeared somewhat hesitant to speak, ultimately lowering her gaze in disappointment. Tsunade, witnessing this, felt a sense of familiarity and suddenly detected an unwelcome scent emanating from Itachi. Itachi, noticing the displeasure manifest on Tsunade's face, was uncertain of the cause, so he decided to address the matter at hand. He retrieved an accessory from his person, a golden dice strung with a cord, presenting it to Tsunade. Tsunade recognized the golden dice as a custom piece she had commissioned after establishing the Chunin Casino, crafted from her initial earnings. Two were made, each transformed into an accessory and given to Orochimaru and Jiraiya. Both men wore their dice at all times, honoring Tsunade's sentiment. Moreover, the golden dice concealed a secret, which explains Tsunade's insistence on them being worn. Thus, for Jiraiya to present this dice to her indicated that something significant was about to transpire. With this thought in mind, Tsunade lost interest in probing Itachi further and accepted the dice, inquiring, what is the matter? According to our organization's investigation, Sunagakure, Takigakure, and Kusagakure seem to be preparing to take advantage of the Chunin exams to attack and sabotage the Senju Nine Dragon City. Thus, Lord Jiraiya dispatched me to inform you. Upon hearing this news, Tsunade's brow immediately furrowed. Miyuki beside her initially displayed surprise, soon transforming into a frown. Is there any evidence? Tsunade countered. Not at the moment. But during the time when the entire city was placing bets, some individuals infiltrated due to the weakened defenses. I implore Lady Tsunade to prepare for any unforeseen circumstances. Tsunade turned to Miyuki, her gaze silently inquiring if Jinchuriki had reported any such information. However, the answer was negative, as Miyuki shook her head decisively, indicating that neither the Shoto Hall nor Jinchuriki had observed anything unusual today. Tsunade felt utterly helpless, lamenting the incompetence of those she had taken under her wing. However, she could not directly confront the issue, as there were others present. Instead, she forced a strained smile and said, "This pertains to the diplomatic relations between the villages. Without evidence, I cannot take preemptive action. I can only adopt a defensive stance to prevent any potential sabotage." It was evident that Tsunade deliberately paused, her face still clouded with doubt. Itachi quickly interjected, "Lady Tsunade, please feel free to express your thoughts." "Oh, I was merely wondering if it is possible that your intelligence is flawed. Perhaps those who infiltrated today amidst the chaos are merely gamblers hoping to strike it rich?" Itachi shook his head decisively. The Senju Nine-Dragon City had developed into a significant entity that could not be overlooked, and its location adjacent to both Takigakure and Kusagakure naturally instilled a sense of crisis in those villages. Furthermore, it was rumored that Lady Tsunade intended to further expand the Senju Nine-Dragon City, seemingly preparing to invest heavily in acquiring land in both the Land of Grass and the Land of Waterfall, which would understandably foster animosity from certain individuals. "Nonsense!" Tsunade exclaimed in anger, forcefully knocking over a nearby sofa, emanating an aura of fury. "My intention is to invest in the hopes of stimulating the surrounding economy. The land is leased for business purposes, with ownership ultimately residing with the two nations. It is those scoundrels spreading these rumors. Shizune, go investigate this thoroughly. If anyone dares to spread such slander that affects my business again, seize them and throw them into the dragon's abyss." "Understood." Shizune looked somewhat flustered but complied. If she were to apprehend everyone involved, it seemed a significant portion of the inhabitants of Senju Nine-Dragon City would be imprisoned. Itachi had not anticipated the conversation would veer so far off course and hurriedly sought to redirect it, saying, "Thus, it is not entirely baseless for these villages to take advantage of the situation. I urge you to remain cautious, Lady Tsunade." "Yes, I understand. However, if the situation is as grave as you suggest, why has Jiraiya not arrived?" "Lord Jiraiya is currently preoccupied with other matters and cannot be present at this time." "Humph. What could possibly be more important than my affairs?" Tsunade crossed her arms, her face a portrait of indignation. Itachi, noticing her expression, was at a loss for words and retrieved a scroll from his person, summoning a wooden box from within. Although Lord Jiraiya cannot attend, he has prepared a gift to celebrate the completion of the Eastern Pearl. Oh, he still possesses some semblance of conscience. Tsunade's mood noticeably lightened as she accepted the seemingly unremarkable wooden box from Itachi. Upon opening it, she discovered a copper mirror inside. Her anticipation quickly transformed into bewilderment. She could not fathom the purpose behind Jiraiya gifting her a mirror. Seeing Tsunade contemplate the mirror, Itachi felt he had said all he needed to and decided to take his leave. "Lady Tsunade, perhaps you should take your time to study it. I shall take my leave now." "Oh, do take care." Tsunade casually dismissed him, though she secretly continued to observe Itachi's movements. She noted that Izumi stood up alongside Itachi, who had intended to grasp her hand. Unfortunately, Izumi evaded him, expressionless as she stepped towards the door, showing no desire to engage with him. Tsunade's lips could not help but curl into a smile at the sight. Meanwhile, Shizune, sitting beside Tsunade, was still affected by Itachi's earlier remarks and remained anxious. She observed that Tsunade exhibited no signs of concern. Rather, a smile danced upon her lips, prompting her to voice her confusion. "Lady Tsunade, how can you still find joy at a time like this? Whenever I see that scoundrel suffer, I cannot help but laugh." "Ha ha," Tsunade unabashedly admitted, her laughter filling the room. Shizune was left speechless. Clearly, Tsunade's priorities were not aligned with hers. However, Tsunade's comment piqued her curiosity. "Are you referring to Uchiha Itachi? Who else could it be? Aside from him, was there another man present?" Tsunade rolled her eyes, finding Shizune's question rather redundant. "Did you not hear his tone earlier?" "Oh, I have a friend named Uchiha Izumi. It is evident that girl harbors deep feelings for him. She likely adores him immensely. If not for him, she would not have accompanied us here." "Goodness, I merely inquired." And he dismisses her as just a friend. Truly disgusting, reminiscent of your wretched uncle from years past. No wonder I sensed a familiar stench from afar. It was the scent of that scoundrel. Years had passed, yet hearing Tsunade mention her uncle, Kato Dan, still ignited a fire of indignation within Shizune. The burden of that long-ago incident had yet to be lifted. Well, it is also true that your uncle, Kato Dan, was quite the rogue. With his striking appearance and charming demeanor, he ensnared the hearts of many naive young women. However, once he entered into relationships with them, he would provide endless excuses, resulting in none being able to publicly acknowledge their relationships. It was not until the truth was uncovered by the ever-displeased ninjutsu tree that the deceived women banded together to confront Kato Dan, seeking to ensure that the scoundrel was utterly discredited and banished from Konohagakure. Yet, amidst it all, there remained one lovesick fool who remained by Kato Dan's side. And that lovesick fool happened to be Tsunade, seated right before me, Shizune thought, her eyes filled with a tinge of pity. Tsunade noticed the glimmer of tears in Shizune's eyes and shook her head helplessly, gently ruffling Shizune's hair. Alas, it is my fault for mentioning that scoundrel. I did not mean to bring you any pain. Tsunade's tone carried not only sorrow but also a profound empathy for Shizune. In truth, aside from herself, Shizune had endured her own share of suffering due to Kato Dan's actions. After Kato Dan was disgraced and exiled from the village, he foolishly embarked on a venture, traveling with merchant caravans. Unfortunately, he lacked any business acumen and soon found himself drowning in debt. In an effort to assist him, Tsunade nearly depleted the Senju clan's resources. The financial abyss only grew deeper, and sensing impending disaster, Kato Dan vanished without a word, eloping with a wealthy woman nearing 60, leaving a mountain of debt for Tsunade to shoulder. Before fleeing, Kato Dan committed an even more despicable act, handing Shizune over to debt collectors as collateral. Had Tsunade not intervened in time to protect Shizune with all her might, who knows what torment Shizune might have faced. Their gazes locked. Both women shared a mutual understanding and sympathy, knowing all too well the hardships they had endured together. The scoundrel must die, they declared in unison, fierce determination igniting in their eyes. Their long-held resentment had transformed. Since the elusive rogue had yet to be found, they resolved to address the immediate threat, ensuring that no other sisters would suffer at the hands of a scoundrel. Shizune, make certain to keep a close watch on Uchiha Itachi these next few days. If he shows any sign of wrongdoing towards that girl, we shall eliminate the root of the problem. Tsunade proclaimed resolutely, making a slashing motion with her hand. Shizune nodded in agreement, sharing the same sentiment. Only by acting decisively could they ensure that the scoundrel would be thoroughly severed from love and affection. However, we must also heed Itachi's earlier words. After all, one must always remain vigilant. Certainly, considering that this message was conveyed by Jiraiya, he remains one of my few true friends alongside Orochimaru. Therefore, it is only natural to heed his communication. Let us discreetly dispatch someone from the Jinchuriki to investigate this matter thoroughly. Understood, Tsunade replied affirmatively. She rose from her seat and handed a wooden box to Shizune. Though she was still uncertain of the significance behind Jiraiya's gift, she trusted that it must hold some meaning. Tsunade, unwilling to expend further mental energy on speculation, decided to wait until she could inquire directly with Jiraiya in the future. Please place this mirror upon the bedside table in my bedroom. Is that truly necessary? Shizune scrutinized the mirror, which was rather plain and lacked any distinctive quality. Displaying it might seem rather incongruous within Tsunade's lavish chamber. Given the thoughtfulness behind the gift, it shall remain on display. Very well. Seeing Tsunade's resolute demeanor, Shizune acquiesced. After the banquet concluded, Shizune, having collected the entirety of the wagered winnings, awaited silently along the route that Danzo would take upon his return. As the carriage of the Shimura clan approached, Shizune stepped forward and boarded the vehicle. Inside, Danzo sat alone, and Shizune took a seat beside him, presenting the stack of silver notes he had brought. Danzo accepted the hefty bundle of currency, his expression remaining as tranquil as a placid lake, devoid of any visible elation. However, the subsequent actions of Danzo left Shizune utterly astonished, perhaps more surprised than he had ever been in his life. Danzo extended his tongue to moisten his index finger and began to methodically count the bills, one by one. Shizune's eyes widened in disbelief. He had never envisioned Danzo possessing such a hidden side. Perhaps he had previously idealized Danzo to such an extent that the current revelation created a stark contrast, rendering him momentarily unable to accept it. As Danzo's counting accelerated, so too did Shizune's heartbeat, for he had accepted a kickback from Danzo. Indeed, It was evident that the cunning old fox had soon discovered the discrepancy in the amount, frowning as he double-checked. After several confirmations, finding his count consistent, Danzo's furrowed brow gradually eased as he comprehended the situation. Remarkably, after all these years, someone had dared to pilfer from him. Truly, what goes around comes around. Coincidentally, the amount pilfered was precisely sufficient to cover the tea expenses of the Four Saints Hall guards who had been stationed near his residence days prior. Danzo, what seems to be the matter? Is there a discrepancy? Could it be that those Four Saints Hall fellows have secretly withheld gratuities? Shizun preemptively inquired, casting the blame onto the Four Saints Hall. After all, he had grown accustomed to being shortchanged by them recently, and no one possessed evidence of his own kickback. Thus, as long as he maintained his stubbornness, the blame could easily be shifted. Rather than being angered, Danzo chuckled, calmly responding, "They do possess a commendable level of professionalism in this regard. However, it matters little. It is merely a trifling sum. Consider it a reward for their efforts." Witnessing Danzo's self-righteous demeanor, Shizun could not help but roll his eyes internally, yet he was compelled to flatter, "Lord Danzo, your magnanimity is admirable. I am sure they will greatly appreciate it upon learning." Indeed, Danzo nodded proudly, relishing Shizun's candidness. Alas, their tactics were merely petty, should they wish to amass substantial wealth. They were far from achieving that goal. "Oh, if you speak thus, might there be more lucrative methods to acquire wealth?" "Certainly. Would you care to know?" Danzo's eyes glimmered as he regarded Shizun, akin to a hunter anticipating the capture of his prey. "I would be most grateful for your guidance, Lord Danzo." Upon uttering this, Danzo beckoned him closer, signaling for him to lean in. Shizun complied promptly, and Danzo whispered two words into his ear: annihilation, plunder. Shizun shuddered, his breath catching in his throat at that moment. The silence within the carriage was palpable, had it not been for the driver urging the horses onward. Shizun might have felt as though time had come to a standstill. After a few seconds, noticing Shizun's continued stillness, Danzo resumed, "I shall elaborate on this lucrative method at a later time. For now, I require you to deliver these winnings to Tsunade." With that, Danzo handed back the notes, which were still warm from his grasp. Shizun accepted the task, eager to depart without delay, and swiftly alighted from the carriage. Standing by the roadside, he watched as the vehicle receded into the distance, a chill creeping into his heart. Chapter 35. Local specialty. The following day, at dawn, the sky was just beginning to brighten, with a thin mist lingering in the air. Yet, Myanmar was already en route to the site of the second examination. Under the careful guidance of a fifth-tier celestial official, the duo headed northward, arriving beneath the northern gate of the Qianshou Jiulong city. Upon arrival, they observed other candidates gathering, exchanging greetings in small groups, many displaying expressions of excitement. After all, the upcoming examination would involve practical combat scenarios, where strength was highly esteemed among ninjas. Thus, compared to the previous theoretical assessment, this trial promised to ignite their youthful vigor and anticipation. My task concludes here. You must promptly locate your remaining team members and report to the guards of the Four Saints Hall at the city gate. Other members? Myanmar inquired, looking at the guiding official. Yes, as the second examination spans 5 days of survival group combat, the prerequisite is to form a trio. If any of your original team members were eliminated in the first examination, you may find new members here to fulfill the requirement. However, should you fail to assemble a team within the hour, you will be disqualified from this examination. I understand now, Myanmar nodded, reflecting on the official's explanation. The official then departed, returning to his own gathering of celestial officers. It appears I must seek out that madman first, Myanmar muttered to himself, though he was reluctant to partner with the unstable Sai, fearing his own sanity might wane. Nevertheless, he felt compelled to adhere to the rules for the sake of the examination. Myanmar began to survey the crowd, and those fellow candidates who caught his gaze reciprocated with glances. In that fleeting moment of eye contact, Myanmar suddenly felt surrounded by adversaries. For the disadvantages of this examination were glaringly evident. Each team from their respective villages was likely familiar with one another, fostering mutual support without jeopardizing their interests. In contrast, though he hailed from Konoha, he had no prior connections with this group of contemporaries. Even if conflicts arose with teams from other villages, it was unlikely anyone from Konoha would offer him assistance. Shall I fight alone? Contemplating this, Myanmar remained undeterred. After all, following that brief exchange of glances, he discerned that among this youthful assembly, There were no opponents worthy of his concern. Are you so intimidated by the pack of wolves surrounding you? A sudden voice interrupted Myanmar's thoughts. He turned to find Sai standing behind him, accompanied by another young member of the Umbu. The expression on Myanmar's face was one of incredulity. It seemed that whatever he spoke would manifest into reality. The only individual who truly captured his attention, and whom he dared not treat with any negligence, had arrived. Standing atop a hill, surveying the wolf pack below, he questioned why it was presumed that they had encircled him, instead of considering that he was poised to select his prey among them, bow drawn and arrow nocked. Myanmar responded to Zhuji's inquiry with a retort, his tone betraying a hint of indifference. Observing Myanmar's audacity, Zhuji could not suppress a provocative smile. It appears you are quite the confident hunter, yet regrettably, if your skills suffice only to contend with these pups, your arrows shall likely never find their mark on your intended target. Noticing Zhuji's deliberate mention of his desire to eliminate Danzo, Myanmar's gaze chilled with an added layer of frost. Is that so? But what if my arrow were to fly towards you first? Oh, then I would have no choice but to raise my hands and surrender and beseech you for mercy. Zhuji raised his hands in a mock gesture of capitulation, continuing coldly. Yet before that, we must venture into the hunting grounds. Only then shall you have your chance. You make a valid point. Myanmar chuckled lightly, extending his hand in a gesture of invitation, indicating for Zhuji to proceed. Zhuji was more than willing to oblige, striding toward the city gates with the youth beside him, while Myanmar followed closely behind. Upon reaching the examination reporting station, the trio first announced their names to the guards of the 4 holy halls, after which 3 death warrants were presented before them. Myanmar remained speechless. Evidently, these death warrants were a local specialty of the Jinchuriki city. The customs here were simple. Do not initiate, do not refuse, and do not take responsibility. Sign if you wish, otherwise, you may leave. Fortunately, he had no close relatives. Otherwise, bringing such a specialty home would certainly terrify his family. After completing the signing of the death warrants, the guards summoned a carriage that awaited them outside the city. The windows of the carriage were sealed, and the entire compartment was soundproofed. It was clear that Myanmar and his companions were to board the carriage and be discreetly transported to a designated location. Before this, a dedicated guard from the White Tiger Hall led Myanmar and his companions aside and elaborated on the details of the upcoming examination. The venue for this examination was known as the Death Maze, aptly named, as it was a labyrinth crafted by 2 department leaders of the Jinchuriki city, the Southern and Northern Dipper Lords, over the course of a month. All participating teams would board their respective carriages and be randomly taken to an entrance of the maze. As he spoke, the White Tiger Hall guard produced a scroll from his person and tossed it to Myanmar, who stood at the forefront. Myanmar was astonished. They were even given a map. Was this to be an open book examination? However, upon unrolling the scroll, he soon realized how naive he had been. There could be no benevolence in the Jinchuriki city. The contents were not depicted in diagrams, but rather were densely packed with text, encrypted and encoded, and translating it would undoubtedly consume a considerable amount of time. As you can see, this scroll is incomplete, divided into the heavenly and earthly rolls, which together constitute the complete scroll and is part of the examination criteria. An incomplete roll? Myanmar hurriedly unfurled the scroll, indeed discovering signs of tearing at the last section. Thus, one must not only navigate the maze within 5 days, but also seize the incomplete rolls from other teams to form the complete map in order to pass the assessment. A friendly reminder, do not assume the scroll is merely ornamental. This examination assesses candidates' observational skills, comprehension, judgment, collaboration, and more. Therefore, any oversight in detail could potentially influence your success. As for the maze, it is not simply a labyrinth. It was specifically crafted to Lord Gan's Ho's specifications, containing numerous traps and unexpected elements. Chapter 36. Entering the maze unexpected? How unexpected could it possibly be? Myanmar could not help but retort, prompting the White Tiger Hall guard to shake his head. That is uncertain. It all depends on your luck. Luck? The mere mention of the word amused Myanmar, for he had uncovered the truth behind the so-called luck in the previous examination just the night before. It was merely a facade born of substantial monetary transactions, and he surmised this examination would mirror the last. Consequently, he felt a wave of disillusionment wash over him, even if the maze might hold some novelty. Yet, such experiences were tailored for the affluent. He and all the other candidates were mere playthings in their eyes. Do you have any further inquiries? Myanmar resolutely shook his head in response to the White Tiger Hall guard's question. The two companions behind him remained taciturn, saying nothing. After waiting in place for a moment longer, the horn at the city gate sounded, prompting the White Tiger Hall guard to announce, "Let us proceed. It is time to depart." "Very well," Myanmar responded, and the trio followed the guard of the White Tiger Hall as they boarded the carriage. Once inside the compartment, the guard swiftly locked the door and took the reins, driving towards their assigned location. The journey was not particularly lengthy, yet the carriage grew increasingly jostled as they progressed, eventually coming to a stop after an hour. "Step out, your entrance is here." Hearing the call from outside, Myanmar, who had been resting his eyes during the ride, finally opened them. He pushed open the unlocked door and jumped down from the carriage, followed by Zwiji and the other companion. Before them stood a towering earthen wall, with a breach several meters wide in its center, the very entrance to the maze as described by the White Tiger Hall guard. Beyond the wall, a thick mist loomed, obscuring visibility even under the bright sun. Myanmar's gaze traced along the wall, noting that it exhibited no visible curvature. Thus, it was not difficult to deduce that the maze must cover an astonishing expanse. Should one enter, exiting within 5 days would be quite the challenge. What are we waiting for? The examination has already commenced. Let us hasten, everyone. The White Tiger Hall guard, seeing Myanmar and his companions standing idle, urged them impatiently. Myanmar chose not to waste words in argument and promptly stepped towards the maze. Seeing Zwiji and the other companion also take action, the guard finally exhaled in relief. There is no turning back. Having arrived, if anyone hesitates to enter, I shall have to personally assist them inside. Fortunately, Myanmar and his companions did not cause unnecessary trouble. And for that, the guard felt grateful. By the way, do not return. I will remain here to guard the exit. Should you emerge from this exit, I will have no choice but to eliminate you on the spot, so please keep this in mind. Understood. Myanmar called back without turning, waving politely as they moved on. After 100 meters, the trio arrived at the first fork in the path, presenting them with 3 options. Which path should we choose? Myanmar pondered, somewhat perplexed. What do you think? He turned to solicit the opinions of Zwiji and the other companion, but before he could finish his sentence, they both took off running in opposite directions, leaving the bewildered Myanmar standing there. You bastards! Myanmar was instantly filled with rage, yet at that moment, no amount of cursing would suffice. Thus, he could only follow his instincts and hurriedly chase after the directions which he had fled. As for the other boy from the dark faction, at least up until now, Myanmar had not noticed any peculiar behavior from him. Thus, in comparison to the lunatic Zai, he felt more at ease allowing that boy to act independently. Of course, if misfortune were to befall him later, and he were to perish in some corner of this labyrinth, Myanmar could only carry the weight of their shared endeavor. After all, there were entry requirements stipulating groups of 3, but there was no regulation stating that one must also pass in groups of 3. Upon reaching a fork in the path, Zai swiftly dashed down one of the routes, and immediately, a stone wall rose from the ground, sealing off that path entirely. Myanmar concentrated his chakra at the soles of his feet, utilizing the wall to continue his advance, intending to circumvent it. However, as he reached the top of the wall, he suddenly collided with an unseen barrier, rebounding back to the ground. It became clear that the gray mist above was, in fact, a barrier. Myanmar quickly discerned the situation, realizing it was likely a measure to prevent cheating, stopping candidates from climbing the walls to find an exit from the maze. Having to abandon this approach, he drew the small blade from his back, infused it with chakra, and struck the wall with all his might. Unfortunately, the wall proved to be far sturdier than he had anticipated. His strike merely left a shallow groove several centimeters deep. To his astonishment, within mere seconds, the earthen wall restored itself to its original state. Evidently, there were individuals maintaining the walls of this labyrinth. Myanmar retracted his blade, closed his eyes, and pressed his palms against the wall, continuously infusing it with his earth chakra. The chakra spread rapidly along the surface like a spider's web, swiftly tracing the source responsible for the wall's restoration. A vague image of this individual formed in Myanmar's mind. Their attire suggested they were a subordinate of the Nandu Division, affiliated with the Chincho Geelong City. Previously, while wandering through the city, Myanmar had noted that those responsible for the project construction, particularly from the Nandu Division, were generally adept at earth release, while the Beidou Division excelled in water release. Together, the two divisions cooperated seamlessly, resulting in remarkably rapid construction. Now it seemed that the labyrinth was likely filled with subordinates from both divisions, and the traps mentioned by the White Tiger Hall guards were probably set by them as well. Discovering such secrets so swiftly left Menma feeling a sense of ennui. Suddenly, sharp stone pillars erupted from the wall, aimed directly at Menma, intent on impaling him. This provoked his ire. How petty. As he utilized body flicker technique to evade the attack, he couldn't help but voice his disdain. The assailant was indeed a member of the Nanda division. Angered by Menma's earlier provocation, Earth Release, Groundquake. With the first attempt thwarted, the hidden Nanda member formed another set of hand seals, launching a second assault. In an instant, the ground beneath Menma rose sharply, an overwhelming weight bearing down upon him. Reacting instinctively, Menma employed body flicker technique to dart into an adjacent passage. As he continued to evade, the ground behind him surged upward, forming stone pillars that crashed down upon the misty barrier above. The situation was perilous. If he were to fall within the rising area, he would undoubtedly be crushed into a pulp. Fortunately, the expansive earth release technique was rather slow to activate, allowing Menma to maintain his speed. Even when the Nanda member attempted to predict Menma's movements by elevating the ground ahead of him, Menma still managed to escape through the narrowing gap just before the ground met the barrier. Quite nimble, but what if I do this? The Nanda member smirked, seizing the opportunity as Menma turned into a long, unbranched corridor exceeding 1,000 meters. He directed his chakra to draw the walls of the labyrinth closer together. By his rough estimation, even with Menma's speed doubled, escape from this confined space would be impossible. Huh, do you really think you are the only one capable of earth release? Menma scoffed at the Nanda member's tactics while rapidly moving, as the walls threatened to converge. With still 100 meters to the end, Menma completed his hand seals. He thrust his palms against the approaching walls. Earth release, earth wave technique. The walls quivered like rippling water upon contact with Menma's hands, granting him the necessary time to slip through the final gap. Emerging at yet another fork, Menma unhesitatingly chose a path leading to a dead end. This decision tightened the Nanda member's chest. He hadn't anticipated that Menma's seemingly erratic movements had been purposefully directed toward his position. Hastily, he formed new seals, conjuring a barrage of stone spikes from the ground to obstruct Menma's advance. In response, Menma calmly drew his small blade, severing all obstacles that dared to impede him. With a flash of swordsmanship, he mimicked the techniques he had learned from Hanzo, cleaving the final wall in two. Before him stood an individual clad in a black robe adorned with constellation patterns, wearing a dark purple mask, the very Nanda member who had been scheming against him. I never expected you would find your way here. I advise you to leave at once and pretend you saw nothing. Otherwise, I wouldn't mind making you suffer a bit more. Menma rolled his eyes at the Nanda member's threats, thinking him foolish. If he hadn't approached him, he would undoubtedly have been the one taking blows. Now he was asking him to act as if he'd seen nothing. One of the most absurd requests he had heard that day. Listen, kid. I suggest you don't overestimate your worth. When I first ventured out, I was already a chunin. Although I haven't returned to the village in years, my strength has reached the level of a jonin. You, a mere genin, would do well to recognize your limitations. What a lot of nonsense. Menma retorted disdainfully, then vanished behind the Nanda member, slashing downward with his blade. The Nanda member was cleaved in two, transforming into mere clumps of earth, nothing but a clay clone. The real Nanda member had already completed the hand seals for his next technique in secret. Earth release, flying gravel. The ground beneath the Nanda member fractured, sending shards of stone hurtling toward Menma. He dodged half-heartedly, slicing through the projectiles effortlessly, advancing toward the Nanda member. Let me tell you, earth release is my innate talent, but close combat is also my forte. The Nanda member exuded confidence, employing the earth release, petrification technique to encase his arms in rock, engaging Menma in hand-to-hand combat. However, after only a few exchanges, he realized his speed could not keep pace with Menma. Even as he attempted to alter his strategy and employ ninjutsu, Menma denied him any opportunity to form seals. Ultimately, Menma delivered a powerful kick to the Nanda member's chest, sending him crashing against the wall behind. Cough. I never expected a mere genin to possess such formidable taijutsu. I underestimated you. The downed Nanda member leaned against the wall, struggling to regain his composure. Before he could catch his breath, Menma's blade was poised at his throat. Menma, with a serious expression, corrected him. You've made a slight error. I'm not even a genin. What? The Nanda member's eyes widened in shock as he gazed at Myanmar's cold visage, his mind reeling. After a moment, he felt that Myanmar's words were a deliberate attempt to undermine him, and his mood improved slightly. Huh, who would believe such nonsense? If you lack even the identity of a Jinin, what right do you have to participate in this Chunin exam? Falsifying credentials. Nanda Shurshur looked awkwardly at Myanmar, momentarily at a loss for words. Is this something one should say? It's rather too blunt, isn't it? However, he now understood that the identity of this young man before him must be quite extraordinary. Otherwise, how could his forged identity pass the scrutiny of the Senju Kyoko? Do those from the Golden Serpent Division simply sit idly by? Unbeknownst to Myanmar, Nanda Shurshur was deep in thought, merely tightening the blade against the other's throat, stating, I have answered your questions. Now it is my turn to inquire, and you shall respond. Who do you think you are? Just because you asked does not mean I must answer. Without Lady Tsunade's command, I shall remain silent. I advise you not to waste your breath. Seeing Nanda Shurshur's resolute demeanor, Myanmar unceremoniously thrust the knife into his left arm. What are you doing? You said not to waste words. So I shall simply torment you until you speak. I urged you not to try to persuade me to divulge information, not to torture me. Can you not comprehend my words before you act? All right, I understand. Myanmar withdrew the blade only to stab it into Nanda Shurshur's right arm. The intense pain made Nanda Shurshur tremble, his eyes reddening as tears threatened to spill forth. Act like a human being. Weren't you the one who said to let me understand before you acted? After your explanation, I have comprehended completely. With that, Myanmar withdrew the knife once more. Observing that Myanmar intended to continue, Nanda Shurshur quickly begged for mercy. Stop. That's enough. Ask your questions. Whatever I know, I will tell you. Just please put the knife away. It's too dangerous for you to wield it. Chapter 38. A sense of participation you yield after just 2 strikes? How utterly spineless. Hearing Myanmar's humiliation, Nanda Shurshur felt his rage boiling, nearly spitting blood in frustration. Is it necessary for him to endure until he is stabbed into a pulp before answering? He realized that this young man had no intention of asking him anything. It was evident he was merely here to vent his frustration. Yet, for the sake of survival, he had to swallow his pride and feigned calmness, saying, I was wrong to attack you without warning. I apologize, and I hope you will not take it to heart. Uncle, you misunderstand. My actions were for your own good. Surely the scenes from this exam will be broadcast just like the last? I fear your superiors will punish you severely upon seeing you in such a state. So I am willing to help you stage a charade of self-inflicted suffering to gain their favor. Please, don't. I was only pretending. The footage here will not be broadcast. Because my attire is embedded with a jamming device that emits specific frequency signals, ensuring the cameras avoid my vicinity. Rest assured, they will not capture me. Nanda Shurshur shook his head vigorously, fearing Myanmar might not take this to heart and stab him again. I see. So, if I were to commit unspeakable acts against you here, no one would know who did it, correct? Myanmar raised an eyebrow, a wicked smile gracing his lips, which sent chills down Nanda Shurshur's spine, causing cold sweat to break out. Hey, I advise against foolish actions. This labyrinth is under the watch of Nandu and Beidou. Should anything happen to either of us, they will be the first to know. If you are not of noble lineage, prepare to pay with your life. Moreover, a total of 167 members from Nanda Shurshur and 121 from Beidou Shurshur were deployed to maintain the traps and formations within this maze. As soon as Nandu commanded, there would be no escape for you. Suppressing the pain, Nanda Shurshur tugged at his collar, revealing the Nandu star mark on his chest. This was a curse tattooed on every Nandu Shurshur, intended for unified management and to prevent defection within their ranks. Simultaneously, it was his greatest assurance. Should his life be lost, Nandu would immediately sense the event and come to investigate. After all, losing a subordinate necessitated a thorough report of the circumstances to avoid severe repercussions from the Gene Snake Division. Uncle, you misunderstand me. I never said I would kill you. There's no need to be so anxious. Nandu Shurshur sneered, realizing that had Myanmar not been holding a knife, he might have almost believed that. If you have questions, ask them quickly. If that blade remains poised, my neck is bound to cramp. Nandu Shurshur strained his neck awkwardly, appearing quite uncomfortable, seemingly fearing that Myanmar might inadvertently cause him harm. Myanmar was not one to act unreasonably, since he had already received explanations for his inquiries. He decided to sheath his knife. I have no more questions, but I do require your cooperation on one matter. Seeing Myanmar eye him curiously, Nanda Shurshur felt a sudden chill, a premonition of something unsettling. Could it be that the unspeakable act mentioned earlier was this? The thought of such depravity at such a young age was rather thrilling, yet he would not yield. What are you planning? I am not that kind of person. I give you two choices. Either you strip, or I shall assist you in doing so. Impossible. I would rather die than comply. With that, Nanda Shurshur attempted to rise and confront Menma. In a flash, Menma kicked him in the chest, sending him sprawling to the ground, before swiftly yanking off his mask. Following this, Menma aimed to tear at his clothing, but Nanda Shurshur clutched his collar tightly with both fists, displaying a defiant spirit. Smack! Unable to endure further, Menma swung his arm and delivered a resounding slap to Nanda Shurshur's face. A bright red mark instantly appeared on the latter's cheek, accompanied by tears that could no longer be contained. Menma lacked the capacity to consider the profound impact this humiliation would have on a middle-aged man, who toiled endlessly for meager wages while bearing the burden of blame. He merely seized the moment while his opponent was still dazed, hastily stripping away Nanda Shurshur's clothing, though he left the undergarments intact. After all, one should leave a line for future encounters. Once Menma donned Nanda Shurshur's garments and the Nanda Star mask, the stripped Nanda Shurshur curled up in a corner. Upon realizing Menma had no intention of continuing, he felt a pang of loss at the theft of his attire. Silently adjusting his clothing, Menma turned to glance at the pitiful Nanda Shurshur. The sight of a greasy, middle-aged man feigning innocence was too much for him to bear. It was utterly excruciating. Menma felt that he could not simply walk away. He had to ensure that Zhuji, that madman, also felt included in this sordid affair. They were, after all, teammates who had crossed paths on several occasions. Although Zai had coldly abandoned him to pursue his own path, Menma was not the heartless type like Zai. Stepping forward, Menma approached the South Dosher and crouched down, speaking in a gentle tone. Do not be too disheartened. Though my methods were slightly crude earlier, it was due to your lack of cooperation. I had previously requested your compliance. Fortunately, I achieved what I desired, and you have not suffered too much harm. So let us not dwell on these minor matters. Of course, I, Zai, am not an irresponsible person. After this examination concludes, please come to room 1105 in the examinee dormitory, and I shall gladly return your clothing. Really? The South Dosher, cradling his swollen face, looked at Menma with a gaze that was both clear and foolish. Indeed, but before that, I must trouble you to get a good night's sleep. With that, Menma swiftly struck the South Dosher, rendering him unconscious, before rising and departing from that unsuitable locale. Chapter 39. The hunt begins. Having acquired a new skin, Menma naturally sought to maximize its effects. Henceforth, he resolved to transcend the rules, discarding his identity as an examinee, and leverage the regulations to fulfill the task entrusted to him by Danzo. Since Danzo was concerned that there might be malevolent individuals among the examinees posing a threat to key figures such as Gaara, Menma would comply with his intent by eliminating all examinees within this labyrinth, thereby hastening the conclusion of this Chunin exam. Once the examinees returned home, Danzo would no longer need to waste his thoughts on those who were not his concern. One could surmise that upon learning of this, Danzo would be thoroughly impressed by Menma's cleverness. And thus, the hunt commenced. Multiple shadow clone technique. At a new fork in the path, Menma formed hand seals. Instantly, a thick fog enveloped the area, and thousands of Menma's shadow clones emerged, densely occupying the three alleyways. Scatter, Menma commanded, and all the shadow clones swiftly dispersed. Whenever they encountered a new junction, they would continue to separate, each exploring the labyrinth's periphery. Before long, the South Dosher in the adjacent area detected the incursion of Menma's shadow clones. However, upon seeing them donned in uniforms identical to his own, he refrained from immediate aggression and instead stepped forward to inquire, "Hey, which sector are you South Dosher assigned to? Why have you come here? Quickly return to your posts." Menma did not respond to the inquiry. Instead, he teleported forward and, without further ado, drew his blade against the man. "Have you lost your mind?" The perplexed South Dosher hastily dodged, forming hand seals with both hands, no longer intending to treat Menma with courtesy. Yet, before he could complete his technique, another of Menma's shadow clones appeared behind him. With a swift strike, the South Dosher responsible for that area fell into slumber, destined to seek solace in dreams alongside his fellow victims. In a similar vein, victims soon emerged from among the examinees. A team of candidates from the Rain Village, still unprepared and leisurely wandering through the labyrinth, unwittingly crossed paths with a throng of Menma's shadow clones clad in South Dosher uniforms. The trio of examinees regarded the scene with curiosity, unable to comprehend how a group of construction workers from the Thousand-Hand Nine-Dragon City ended up in this examination maze. Without hesitation, Menma's clones advanced, encircling them and delivering a resounding slap to each one. Smack, smack, smack. The three loud slaps echoed, leaving the candidates frozen in confusion, unable to fathom why they were subjected to such treatment. They turned to glare at Menma, their eyes ablaze with indignation and resentment, demanding an explanation. You! How dare you! Before one could finish his retort, each face was met with another slap from Menma's shadow clones, perfectly balancing the earlier blows. Now, their faces looked as if adorned with blush. Fury ignited within the trio, prompting them to reach for their ninja tool pouches. However, Menma was not about to grant them the opportunity to retaliate. He promptly delivered another flurry of resounding slaps. Smack, smack, smack. Finally, after their faces swelled to an unrecognizable state, the three examinees conceded, tears of frustration welling in their eyes. How brutal! This is utterly unreasonable. Menma, uninterested in further discourse, feigned a continuation of his assault, and three of his shadow clones spoke in unison, produced the scrolls. At that moment, the three candidates had no will to resist, desperately wishing to evade further torment. The tallest among them hastily retrieved the scroll he was entrusted to safeguard, trembling as he handed it to Menma. Taking the scroll, Menma opened it briefly, confirming its contents before producing a route map from his person. Follow the path indicated here. The taller candidate, having received the map, widened his already narrowed eyes in disbelief. Excuse me, did you even look at this map before presenting it? The white paper featured a convoluted line with no annotations whatsoever. Even a deity would struggle to interpret it. He wished to inquire how to proceed. But upon meeting Menma's fierce gaze, he was met with a single, resounding command. Scram! Upon hearing this, the three scarcely dared to linger, swallowing their questions and scurrying away, lest they be met with another round of painful slaps. Watching the trio hastily retreat, a satisfied expression crossed Menma's visage. Although he did not wish to treat a group of strangers so harshly, it was imperative to instill in them a complete loss of confidence in their ability to continue. Otherwise, even if he seized their scrolls, it would only be a temporary solution. Without the scroll, they could still attempt to snatch others, as the rules did not prohibit such actions. However, if he rendered them so disoriented that they could not even recognize their own mothers, they would surely abandon any such thoughts. Having completed the elimination of one team, Menma's shadow clones did not linger, but continued to seek new encounters. Such scenarios unfolded across various locales within the labyrinth, serving as a delightful surprise orchestrated by Menma for all involved. Before the grand casinos of the Thousand-Hand Nine-Dragon City, a new round of betting commenced, attracting throngs of eager patrons. Observing the live feed of the labyrinth's proceedings on screens, many skeptical residents sought to gather enough funds to wager on their favorite teams. In VIP room 999, Shoju rushed in, clutching a thick stack of prop cards. Come help me. Oh, Red Bean, hearing Shoju's call, hurriedly approached, accepting the hefty pile of prop cards with curiosity. Shoju-senpai, what is all this for? Humph. You will see soon enough. Shoju teased, using a remote to switch the screen to the examinee footage, finally pausing on a boy adorned with the Uchiha clan's emblem. He still remembered the grudge from the Rain Village, and was now ready to collect his dues. Rockstone Team 5, Falling Thorn Team 10, and terrain cards. Switch to Marshland. As he spoke, Shoju extracted several prop cards from the Red Bean and handed them to the attendant Tianguan, instructing them to relay messages to the members of the Nara clan within the building. These Nara clan members would then use telepathic communication to contact the vigilant Nando and Beidou, directing them to launch an assault on the specified team of candidates. On the screen, it wasn't too long before Sasuke's team, the 7th squad, began to suffer from these unforeseen calamities. Watching them entangled in these attacks, Shoju couldn't help but laugh heartily, hands on hips. Although he had always disapproved of his sister's arrangements, this time, he found it utterly delightful. Even more gratifying was that while other clans had to purchase these prop cards, he was not burdened by such expenses at all. Thus, he could freely toy with Uchiha Itachi's younger brother through the screen. Chapter 40, Concern VIP Room 222. The exclusive VIP box of the Uchiha clan. Observing the screen as Sasuke's team repeatedly fell victim to mechanical traps, The mother, Uchiha Mikoto, felt a surge of anxiety. Her hands nervously twisted a purple handkerchief, and her elegant brows frequently knitted together. "Oh dear, my lady, do not fret. Perhaps you should have some fruit instead," suggested Uchiha Fugaku, who delicately speared a piece of apple with a skewer, offering it to Mikoto with a tender smile. Yet, Mikoto had no appetite for fruit at that moment and sternly confronted Fugaku. "How can you remain so calm at a time like this? Are you not aware of the danger Sasuke is in?" "Oh, it's merely an examination. How dangerous can it be? It's just a test of his mettle." "You needn't worry. Just open your mouth," Fugaku replied, his demeanor still nonchalant. Irked by Fugaku's apparent lack of concern, Mikoto pushed his hand away, causing the apple to tumble to the ground. "Worry? It seems you are utterly indifferent to Sasuke's plight. Otherwise, wouldn't he prefer to rent a place outside rather than return home since becoming a genin? When he lived at home, he was so obedient and affectionate. Now he acts like a wild child roaming the streets, and I can't even call him back. It's all your fault." Tears welled in Mikoto's eyes as she reminisced about how long it had been since she last saw Sasuke at the city gates. Many times she had sent people to invite him, but he adamantly refused to come to the clan's VIP room, leaving her lovesick. Yes, it's all my fault. My lady, please don't be upset. I will think of a way," Fugaku said with a resigned smile, knowing he had a beautiful and virtuous wife to appease. Tianguan, standing nearby, took Fugaku's words to heart, realizing that this was a golden opportunity for a commission, and thus stepped closer to Mikoto. "It seems that young Master Sasuke is being targeted by someone. Their purchase of props has led to the frequent activation of traps. If you wish to resolve this, it is quite simple. If the lady purchases some protective props to aid young Master Sasuke, these traps will not affect him in the slightest." Upon hearing this, Mikoto's eyes brightened, and she looked at Tianguan with a hint of skepticism. "Is that true?" Just as Tianguan was about to respond, he noticed Fugaku casting him a resentful glare. Realizing the tension, Mikoto turned to Fugaku and admonished, "What are you glaring at? As the captain of the Konoha police force with such a high salary, can you not spare a little money for your own son? How can you, as the current head of the Uchiha clan, not even take care of your own child, let alone the clan members?" Faced with his wife's reprimand, Fugaku lost his smile, his lips twitching slightly as he begrudgingly fished out several bills from his pocket. "I left in a hurry today and only brought this much. Take it all." He thrust the money into Tianguan's hands, his eyes reflecting reluctance. This was enough for him to indulge in a tavern for an entire month. "Is this sufficient?" Mikoto asked anxiously as Tianguan received the money. "It should be enough." The phrase rang cleverly, and Mikoto knew it was likely insufficient. She shot a glance at Fugaku, who earnestly shook his head, revealing the empty pockets of his robe to indicate he truly hadn't brought more. Reluctantly, Mikoto let it go and shifted her gaze to Uchiha Itachi, who had been standing before the full-length mirror in the room. "And you, Uchiha Itachi, you returned claiming to be concerned about your brother's examination, yet I see no evidence of your care. You haven't even glanced at the broadcast of his exam." Suddenly addressed, Itachi impatiently retrieved a thick stack of large bills from his clothing, tossing it directly to Tianguan before Mikoto could finish her sentence. Both Mikoto and Tianguan were taken aback by Itachi's generosity. "Is this concern sufficient?" he queried, prompting Mikoto to regain her composure and echo the question to Tianguan. "Is it enough?" "Absolutely," Tianguan replied emphatically, his voice resonating with certainty. Mikoto's heart swelled with joy at the response, and she eagerly urged, "Then please, hurry in exchange for the props, the sooner the better." "Yes, my lady, I shall go at once." Tianguan bowed and hurriedly departed the VIP box. Satisfied with her acquisition, Mikoto refocused her attention on the screen, while Fugaku remained quietly contemplative. Fugaku instinctively glanced at Itachi, who was also looking back at him. After a few seconds of meaningful eye contact, Fugaku could no longer remain seated, rising from the sofa. "Itachi, it's been a while since you returned. I see you've grown taller. I have much to discuss with you. Shall we retreat to a private room for a proper conversation?" Itachi replied succinctly. The two men swiftly and silently moved towards a private room within the VIP box, locking the door behind them before anyone else could react. Meanwhile, Uchiha Izumi, who had been quietly observing Itachi, left her previous spot and joined Mikoto. Upon seeing Izumi sit beside her, Mikoto's spirits lifted, a smile gracing her face. "What is on your mind, Izumi?" "Auntie, don't you think Itachi seems a bit strange?" "Strange? In what way?" How to articulate this? Izumi hesitated, unsure of how to express her intuition that something was amiss. Ultimately, she decided to recount the events of that night when Itachi had suddenly appeared, sharing her thoughts with Mikoto. However, as soon as Mikoto heard about Itachi's declaration of never abandoning her, her eyes sparkled with joy. My goodness, that boy Itachi has finally come to his senses. No wonder I noticed him looking so troubled today. With your words, it does seem odd. He might be contemplating how to approach his father and me regarding your relationship. Oh dear, Itachi, what is there to be embarrassed about? In fact, Fugaku and I have longed for your union to be realized. Now, I feel my heart is finally at ease. You must listen to me regarding the upcoming wedding. Seeing Mikoto's euphoric expression as she began to plan the wedding, Izumi felt utterly bewildered. The focus of her concerns lay entirely elsewhere. However, it seems that she no longer has the opportunity to clarify matters and has thus relinquished that notion entirely. Naturally, she hopes that these feelings are merely figments of her imagination. Perhaps there is nothing wrong with Itachi. Rather, it is her prolonged separation from him that has rendered her somewhat estranged in certain aspects. Chapter 41. The Reversal of the Heavenly Gang, the Labyrinth of Death. D11 Area. Traps such as spikes, rolling boulders, stone cones, and flying debris emerged without warning, catching Team 7 off guard from the very beginning. With Sakura's unexpected assistance, Team 7 soon found themselves in disarray, forced into a state of constant response for an extended period. Fortunately, with the timely intervention of Sasuke's mother's nurturing love on the battlefield, the situation took a turn for the better. Walls of stone began to rise intermittently, providing cover against the incoming projectiles. At just the right moments, stepping stones would seamlessly protrude from the walls, aiding Sasuke and his companions in executing aerial maneuvers or evasions. As the situation progressed, various water release techniques were boldly unleashed, counteracting the earth-style traps. The scene devolved into chaos, as though the labyrinth's trap mechanisms had been utterly compromised. Concealed in the shadows, the southern and northern dippers, vying for the favor of their respective benefactors, unknowingly engaged in a contest. Though Sasuke was perplexed by the unfolding events, this unexpected turn of fortune granted them a rare moment to breathe. Let us go. Now's our chance to leave, Sasuke urged, and both Ko and Sakura swiftly responded, following him as they began their retreat. The trio ceased to pay heed to the incoming traps, confident that assistance would arrive in critical moments. Thus, they accelerated their pace, eager to distance themselves from the unstable area. After sprinting for a brief moment, Sasuke finally halted at a fork in the path, utterly exhausted. It had been a while since they had encountered any traps. Surely they had shaken them off. Let us take a break, he suggested, leaning against a nearby wall and wiping the sweat from his brow, attempting to regulate his breathing. After the earlier turmoil, his stamina had been severely depleted. Without needing to observe, he knew that his companions were likely in a similar state, particularly Sakura, whom he imagined was probably worn out on the ground. Thus, resting to regain some strength seemed the most prudent choice. Otherwise, if they were to encounter another team, they would be at their mercy. Once his breathing had steadied, Sasuke turned to look behind him. However, apart from Ko, who was slumped on the ground, there was no sign of Sakura. Whereas Sakura, isn't Tishi behind us? Ko casually replied, but when he turned to find no trace of Sakura, he too was bewildered. Huh, where is everyone? She hasn't fallen behind, has she? Upon hearing this, Sasuke couldn't help but facepalm. Indeed, a burden is a burden. What should we do? Should we go back to find her? Ko suggested, though his tone betrayed his fatigue, revealing his reluctance to run back. Sasuke hesitated briefly, but thought about how this examination might be broadcasted. If they chose not to return, it might be difficult to explain to Uchiha Obito. Fine, you rest here. I'll go look for her, he decided, dragging his weary body back along the path they had come. However, before he could take more than a few steps, a figure appeared in the distance. The striking pink hair instantly informed Sasuke that it was indeed Sakura. Her face was flushed, teeth clenched, as she made a final sprint towards him. Just as she was about to collapse into his arms, Sasuke instinctively kicked out, his gaze resolute and fierce, aiming a decisive strike at her face. Fortunately, Sakura was quick-witted, raising her hands to block the impact just in time, barely managing to absorb the force of his blow. Sasuke, what are you doing? She exclaimed in confusion. Yet, rather than offering an explanation, Sasuke responded with a flurry of punches directed at her vital points. Seeing Sasuke relentlessly targeting her, Sakura dared not let her guard down and fought back with all her might, though she was gradually pushed back. Initially, Ko was bewildered by the exchange. But upon witnessing Sakura's remarkable growth in taijutsu, as she withstood Sasuke's onslaught, it became clear to him that the Sakura before them was not the original. Trusting Sasuke as a reliable ally, Ko was determined not to let his only source of support falter here. Suddenly, Ko sprang into action, reaching for his ninja tool pouch and throwing several shuriken at Sakura. Startled, Sakura quickly retreated, creating distance between herself and Sasuke. Drawing a kunai, she deflected the incoming shuriken one by one. Ko then seized the opportunity, channeling chakra into his feet and launching himself towards Sakura. His punch landed squarely on her face, sending her flying through the air in a graceful arc. With a cloud of smoke, the transformation technique was dispelled, revealing a candidate clad in the Rain Village forehead protector. Dressed in specialized protective attire, they had a breathing tube in their mouth and a cloth obscuring their eyes. Sasuke vaguely recalled this individual, who seemed to be named Oboro. "Well, I didn't expect you to see through my disguise. But how did you know I wasn't your teammate?" Oboro inquired, rising to his feet and wiping the blood from his mouth. Curiosity etched on his face. "Humph, you may not be familiar with this burdeness personality. If she were truly here, upon seeing us, she wouldn't have dashed over like you. Instead, she would have settled in place, waiting for us to come to her. Moreover, your running style is far too ostentatious. She has always considered herself a lady, thus her strides wouldn't be so careless." "Ah, I see. Thank you for the clarification. As a reward, if you hand over your scrolls, I shall spare her life." With that, Oboro's two teammates revealed themselves. Alongside them was the previously missing Sakura, her hands bound behind her back, her mouth gagged, with a kunai pressed against her neck. "Huh. You've tied her up. What makes you think we'll hand over our scrolls?" Sasuke scoffed, a cold smirk gracing his lips as he exchanged glances with Ko, who bore a similarly unimpressed expression. "Hey, she is your teammate. Are you really so indifferent to her fate?" Oboro retorted. "You heard me call her a burden. Do you think we would exchange our only scroll for a burden? If you think it's a fair trade, then fine, we'll simply give her to you. Just hand over your scrolls." Sasuke boldly extended his hand towards Oboro, showing no courtesy whatsoever. Ko followed suit, mimicking Sasuke's gesture for the scrolls. The trio from the Rain Village, encountering such a situation for the first time, stood dumbfounded, exchanging glances. How had the tables turned? They were the robbers, yet they were being asked to pay for their hostages' relatives? Chapter 42. A brief interlude. "Humph. Do you think we're fools? We don't want your burden. Enough talk. Hand over the scrolls." The one-eyed member of the Rain trio, named Moku, retorted irritably. Meanwhile, the kunai in his hand pressed closer against Sakura's neck, drawing a faint line of blood across her fair skin. Startled, Sakura's eyes brimmed with tears as she emitted a series of desperate whimpers, attempting to awaken the scant goodness buried within Sasuke and Ko. "Look at you, in such a hurry. If it comes to it, I can offer you 2 soldier pills. Provided you release her first, then we can negotiate." With these words, Sasuke extracted 2 black pills from his ninja tool pouch, holding them between his fingers to demonstrate his sincerity to the trio from the Rain Village. "Who is negotiating with you? Do you think we are afraid to kill her?" The one-eyed Dream Fire, agitated, swiftly plunged a kunai into Sakura's arm. The sharp pain jolted through her entire being, causing her tears to flow uncontrollably like a breached dam. "It hurts. It hurts too much." Sasuke felt helpless. He had not anticipated that these apparent simpletons possessed such ruthless vigor, proving to be quite adept as bandits. "So, what you mean is, there's nothing to discuss." Sasuke's expression instantly cooled as he popped one of the soldier pills into his mouth and tossed the other to Ko. Without hesitation, Ko swallowed it as well, and their previous exhaustion was swiftly replaced by a surge of vigor. "Now, Ko, understand." At Sasuke's command, Ko lunged forward, wielding a kunai in each hand, charging directly at the one named Ko, whose eyes were obscured by cloth. From his earlier observations, Ko was positioned at the back and appeared to carry a clearly offensive ninja tool pouch, indicating he was not the primary attacker. Indeed, as Ko rushed towards him, Dreamfire's eyes widened in alarm. He could no longer rely on Rome to respond and had to abandon his hostage to assist Ko. Consequently, Dreamfire swiftly withdrew the kunai embedded in Sakura's arm, preparing to deliver a fatal blow to her before aiding Ko. However, Ko suddenly pivoted, redirecting his attack toward Dreamfire. He raised his hand, using the kunai in his left hand to knock away Dreamfire's weapon, while the kunai in his right severed the ropes binding Sakura's hands. Then, with a powerful kick, he sent Sakura crashing against the wall, brutally liberating her from danger. In that moment, Dreamfire, realizing he had fallen for Ko's feigned retreat tactic, felt immense frustration. As he sought to confront Ko, the latter showed no desire for entanglement, retreating swiftly. Meanwhile, Sasuke, who had not yet engaged, completed his hand seals and unleashed his jutsu upon Dreamfire and his companions. Fire release, Phoenix Fire technique. Fireballs, akin to seeds of the phoenix flower, erupted from Sasuke's mouth, scattering in all directions towards Dreamfire's trio. Damn it! Dreamfire, who had intended to ensnare Ko, and Rome, who sought to rebind Sakura, had no choice but to focus their efforts on fending off the incoming fireballs. Seizing this opportunity, Ko dashed towards Sakura's location. According to Sasuke's plan, Ko was to carry Sakura to safety, while Sasuke would find a way to follow. However, unexpectedly, just as Ko reached Sakura and was about to crouch down to assist her, the wall that had been cracked by Sakura suddenly crumbled, and a white figure burst forth, sending both Ko and Sakura crashing against the opposite wall. The sudden turn of events left Sasuke and the Rain Village trio bewildered as they turned their heads toward the shattered wall. Emerging was a short figure clad in a South Star Envoy uniform, donning a dark purple mask. It was none other than a shadow clone of Menma. Menma brushed off the dust from his clothes and hair, striding towards the North Star Envoy he had just flung away. Initially, Menma had been hiding behind the wall, enjoying the spectacle and planning to swoop in once both teams had exhausted themselves. However, he had not anticipated that the North Star Envoy he had knocked out would suddenly awaken, stealthily approaching to choke him. In a moment of desperation, Menma executed a throw, sending his opponent flying. Yet, he had not foreseen that the wall was so flimsy that the North Star Envoy would crash through it upon being thrown. This led to the current scene where he found himself exposed to both teams, much to his anger. Under the astonished gaze of Sasuke and his companions, Menma unleashed a brutal beating upon the North Star Envoy. Help! The North Star Envoy rasped, pleading for assistance from Sasuke and his companions. However, in their confusion over the unfolding events, none dared to intervene. Ultimately, the North Star Envoy could no longer withstand the torture and fainted, being unceremoniously tossed back behind the shattered wall by Menma. Don't mind me. Please continue. Menma gestured with crossed arms, indicating to Sasuke that they could resume their previous confrontation. He then casually walked back in, using Earth Release to restore the wall, leaving Sasuke and the Rain Village trio standing in stunned silence. Sasuke blinked awkwardly, glancing at Ko, who had unfortunately succumbed to unconsciousness. The unexpected interlude had thoroughly disrupted his plans, and the situation had become increasingly precarious for him. Damn it! Sasuke clenched his fists in frustration. In a 3-to-1 scenario, he could not guarantee the safety of his two teammates while also emerging victorious. Ha, boy! Even the heavens are against you. Rome chuckled maliciously, while Dreamfire stealthily approached the unconscious Ko, meticulously searching him. Finding no scrolls, Dreamfire, in a fit of rage, kicked Ko's abdomen twice and then stepped on his head, turning to Sasuke. Hand it over, or I'll crush his skull. As he spoke, Dreamfire stomped down hard, driving Ko's head into the ground, crimson blood spilling forth. Sakura, who had been cowering in the corner, let out a piercing scream. Even now, her arm throbbed with pain. Fearing that Sasuke's obstinacy would bring her further harm, she implored him, Sasuke, just give them the scroll. We can always retake the Chunin exams next year. Shut up. This is not your place to speak. Sasuke shouted furiously at Sakura. Simultaneously, his gaze turned blood red, revealing the two tomo of his Sharingan. Chapter 43. Uncontrolled Ko. Sakura was taken aback. She had not expected Sasuke to activate his Sharingan for the second time since their last mission's failure. She understood all too well what this signified. Sasuke was undoubtedly enraged now. Oh, your eyes have changed color. You think you're something special? Do you believe you can kill the three of us just by glaring? Rome mockingly ridiculed Sasuke. A disdainful smile plastered across his face. Nearby, Dreamfire erupted into laughter, pointing at his exposed eye and taunting. I only have one eye, so why don't you try to kill me first? By your logic, I've given him 2 eyes. Ko blandly chimed in, and his remark struck a chord. Rome and Dreamfire exchanged glances, their laughter intensifying as they doubled over, almost to the point of tears. What had started as a serious confrontation had devolved into a source of ridicule for them, effectively trampling Sasuke's dignity into the ground. He had never imagined that the proud double eyes of the Uchiha clan would become a tremendous joke in his hands. Perhaps at the beginning, he had intended to hand the scroll over to the other party, but now, all he desired was to personally eliminate the 3 individuals before him who mocked him. With a swift motion, Sasuke drew several shurikens from his body and hurled them towards the duo of Oboro and Kage, then swiftly lunged at Menghua with a kunai in hand. Humph, I won't make the same mistake twice. Menghua prepared to stomp down and crush the head of the motionless Ko, but at that very moment, his foot was abruptly caught by a hand. This hand was not tangible. It was a manifestation formed by red chakra. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that Ko had, unbeknownst to him, been enveloped in a layer of red chakra. What? Is this guy awake? Realizing the precariousness of the situation, Menghua attempted to flee, but his legs were ensnared by the red chakra beneath him. Meanwhile, Sasuke had already surged forward. Menghua tried to block, but Sasuke, with his Sharingan, anticipated his movements. Sasuke formed a palm with one hand, forcefully lifting Menghua's blocking hand upward, and in the gap, thrust the kunai into Menghua's chest. Ah, damn it! Menghua let out a pained howl, but Sasuke understood that this strike was insufficient to be fatal. It had not penetrated deeply enough. Unfortunately, his hand was caught by Menghua's elbow, preventing him from pushing deeper. Get away! Oboro hastily threw a barrage of shurikens at Sasuke. After Sasuke evaded them by tilting his head back, Oboro executed a sweeping motion, forcing distance to be re-established between Sasuke and Menghua. As Sasuke retreated, he rapidly completed the hand seals, inhaled deeply, and concentrated a significant amount of fire chakra in his throat. Fire style, great fireball technique. A fireball, several meters in diameter, erupted forth, surging towards Oboro. Instinctively, Oboro prepared to leap sideways to evade the fireball's attack range. However, he never anticipated that Ko, who had previously been sprawled on the ground, would rise like a specter, conjuring another chakra hand to firmly grasp him, using both himself and Menghua as shields against the fireball. Puff! The flames erupted, roasting both Oboro and Menghua to a crisp. After years of failing to defeat his enemies, the technique long regarded as the disgrace of fire style had, on this day, taken down 2 opponents in one fell swoop, leaving Sasuke somewhat astonished. Could it be that I am simply too strong? Surely, it is because of my extraordinary talent. Otherwise, how could a mere fireball be wielded with such ferocity? Yet, Sasuke knew that one must remain humble and avoid arrogance. He just wondered if that particular moment had been broadcasted with a close-up. Meanwhile, Kage, witnessing his 2 teammates fall, wasted no time and turned to flee. Just then, Menma, who had been listening from behind the wall, had to quickly teleport behind Kage. As usual, he struck Kage from behind to knock him out, then used his customary technique to deftly pilfer a scroll from Kage's possession. I'll take this one. Stashing the scroll away, Menma turned and vanished in an instant. Everything transpired too swiftly for Sasuke to react, and Menma's figure had already disappeared. Damn it, I just made someone else's wedding garment. I should have suspected that the Southern Dipper emissary was problematic. Sasuke slapped his forehead in frustration. However, he had no time to dwell on this matter, for a far greater trouble loomed before him. Ko, having used Oboro and Menghua as shields, now discarded them like refuse. Sasuke looked at Ko, realizing that the red chakra cloak enveloping him had not awakened him. He was still in a state of deep meditation, eyes closed. The red chakra cloak wrapped around him took on the appearance of a fox, striking Sasuke as eerily familiar. It was him. A figure flashed through his mind as he recalled that unforgettable night. He had observed Menma battling Irika in the woods west of Konoha, when Menma had manifested a similar fox cloak. However, unlike then, Menma had displayed self-awareness to control that power. Ko was evidently being dominated by it. It must have been when Menghua struck Ko's head that this power was unleashed. Though Sasuke had spent considerable time in the same squad as Ko, he had only now learned of the malevolent force hidden within him. Hey Ko, wake up. The enemies have been dealt with. Open your eyes and take a good look. Sasuke attempted to rouse Ko, but was met with a heavy punch formed from the red chakra. The speed was too quick. Sasuke could not evade in time, and could only barely raise his hand to shield himself, yet he was still violently thrown back. Bang! Sasuke crashed violently against the wall, feeling a sharp pain in his back, and his right hand seemed to have fractured. Coughing, he spat out a mouthful of blood, and Sakura rushed over. Her eyes filled with concern. hastily retrieving her handkerchief. "Sasuke, are you alright?" At that moment, Sasuke had no time for idle chatter with Sakura. Grabbing her hand, he desperately began to flee in the opposite direction. Sakura's heart raced as she felt Sasuke's grip. She hadn't anticipated such happiness, her face flushing crimson. She wished that time would slow down, allowing her to savor the warmth of his hand a little longer. As for Ko, who remained in a state of uncontrolled fury, the ominous chakra energy continued to condense. It was only when a fourth tail sprouted from his back that he slowly turned to face the direction Sasuke had fled. At this point, Ko's form was entirely shrouded, with only the densely concentrated black chakra particles on the fox cloak flickering rapidly. Roar! Ko unleashed an ear-splitting roar, causing the surrounding walls to collapse like a house of cards and the ground to fracture beneath him. Then, with a swift motion, he shot forth like a bullet towards Sasuke's direction. Chapter 44. Loneliness is the norm behind the corner wall. A group of Menma's shadow clones, who had been idly watching the spectacle, emerged after Ko had left. Menma B remarked, "Wow, he flies so fast, even quicker than my teleportation. That guy named Sasuke is in for a rough time." Menma C nodded in agreement. "Indeed, it's fast. In terms of straight-line speed, its burst is superior to ours. But in terms of agility, it is far inferior. If you observe closely, you'll notice its movements are rather stiff." Menma D couldn't help but interject, "Seriously, is this the time to discuss speed? Can't you see it's out of control?" Menma E chimed in, "I can see that, and Sasuke has activated his Sharingan. That's progress. Surely, Shui will commend him upon seeing this." Menma F countered, "But in other aspects, he remains quite lacking. I could take him on 10 times. According to Shui's strict standards, he is unqualified and unworthy of praise." Menma E looked at Menma F skeptically. "You could take him on 10 times? Where does that confidence come from? You're lying without a draft." Menma F shot a cold glance at Menma E, articulating each word. "You? I could take you on 10 times." In an instant, tensions flared between Menma E and Menma F, prompting Menma D to squeeze between them, pushing them apart and saying, "Come on, focus, and don't interrupt. The focal point now lies with that unruly individual named Kong. Shouldn't you be concerned for Sasuke's safety? After all, it's not me pursuing him, so why should I worry?" Menma E and Menma F echoed in unison, making Menma D appear somewhat meddlesome at this juncture. Menma D, feeling awkward, was momentarily at a loss for words. Just then, the exuberant Menma G approached, energetically patting Menma D on the back. "Be gentle, ancestral deity, or you might send me flying back." In response to Menma D's complaint, Menma G stuck out his tongue, though hidden beneath a mask. Menma D could roughly envision Menma G's playful expression. Menma G suggested, "Since you are so concerned, why don't I accompany you to follow him?" Menma D shot him a glare and waved his hand dismissively, saying, "No thanks. I know you're just looking to join the commotion, whereas I intend to go save someone." Menma G patted his chest in assurance. "I can help you. After all, I am you. Together, we are more than enough to handle that out-of-control fellow." Menma D shook his head. "Forget it. In Kong's current state, I feel that even our combined efforts would be futile." Unwilling to concede, Menma G grasped Menma D's arm. Pointing at the contemplative Menma A, "What about him? He would surely be willing to join." Suddenly called out, Menma A snapped back to reality, glancing at the arguing shadow clones, feeling overwhelmed. Leading a team these days is indeed challenging. When scattered, they resemble a sky full of stars, yet when gathered, they behave like a group of gossipy villagers. However, he was more concerned about the source of the power within Kong that was causing his rampage. He could distinctly sense that the power within Kong was different from Gaara's. It did not stem from another monster, but rather from the same creature that resided within him. The powers were strikingly similar, and their forms during their berserk states were nearly identical. He deemed it necessary to relay this information to his original self, so that the original could inquire about the situation with that creature. Menma G tugged at Menma A's clothing, pressing, "Hey, don't stay silent. Are we going or not? Give me a clear answer." "Not going. I'm tired and heading back to rest," Menma A replied nonchalantly, tossing the scroll he had previously taken from Gaara to Menma G. "Ugh. You wait." Before Menma G could continue, Menma A decisively formed a seal and dispelled his shadow clone. With the dispersal of the shadow clone, a cloud of white mist rose, instantly capturing the attention of the other shadow clones. Silence enveloped the area as they curiously assessed who had vanished from the crowd. remaining vigilant for any potential enemy attacks. Menma saw this as a perfect opportunity. As everyone's gaze shifted towards him, he raised his hand to attract attention. Is there a brave soul willing to join me in subduing that recently unruly individual? As he spoke, Menma pointed at Menma, as though he were merely calling out, with no other involvement. The sudden focus on him made Menma feel somewhat uncomfortable, yet he mustered the courage to speak. I just feel that since we have met, and we even dined together at the barbecue restaurant last time, if we lend a hand in their time of peril today, perhaps they would be grateful and willing to befriend us in the future. Menma intertwined his fingers tightly, finding it somewhat difficult to articulate. Yet he expressed his heartfelt truth. Not going. This falls outside the scope of the original's mission, and there is no need for such thankless efforts. Indeed, and the notion of friendship seems to be a childish one, something we do not require. How juvenile. Many shadow clones voiced their opinions before choosing to depart. For them, solitude had become the norm, and they held no aversion to this state of being alone. Menma felt quite helpless, with only Menma continuously patting his back in consolation. Once these shadow clones dispersed to pursue their own tasks, Menma was pleasantly surprised to find Menma and Menma remaining behind. Seeing Menma gaze at him with starry eyes, Menma quickly clarified, "Don't misunderstand. Like everyone else, I'm not keen on the word friend. I merely wish to prove to this guy that I can take on 10 of them." Menma shrugged in agreement, adding, "Like him, I'm also uninterested. I just want to burst his inflated ego." Well, at least you are both willing to pursue. Menma openly accepted this reality, as the number of those remaining expanded from him and G to 4, which he considered a step forward. However, before leaving, he still needed to complete the task left by Menma. Menma approached Gaara, who lay on the ground, and gently patted his face. Then, retrieving a piece of cloth marked with a route, he said, "I don't know if you're awake, but when you do come to, remember to follow the route on this map. Otherwise, with me scattered throughout this maze, be cautious. If you wander around without a scroll by tomorrow, you might meet trouble." As Menma finished speaking, Gaara's body involuntarily trembled slightly. However, with a cloth covering his eyes, it was uncertain whether he was still unconscious or merely having a bad dream. "Let us go?" Menma stood up again, and with his call, the other 3 shadow clones followed suit, heading toward the direction Kong had departed. Chapter 45, Demanding Compensation in Zone B16. Menma's original self was deciphering the contents of the scroll while leisurely walking through the maze, having nothing else to occupy his time. This was an opportune moment to discover what the scroll contained. Suddenly, he received information from the shadow clones regarding Kong's loss of control. "So that's how it is," Menma murmured to himself. He finally understood why he felt a peculiar sensation upon first encountering Kong. It turned out that Kong also harbored a power akin to his own, which created a certain attraction between them. Menma directed his spirit into the ceiling space within, arriving at the sealed door and attempting to communicate with the creature inside. "Why does that guy possess your power?" The creature behind the door lazily opened its sinister eyes, its deep crimson vertical pupils locking onto Menma. "What audacity! Why should I answer your questions? After all this time dwelling within me, isn't it only natural for me, as the landlord, to inquire about my tenant? What arrogance!" With a cold huff, the creature unleashed a powerful gust from the sealed door, as if intending to shred him apart. Yet, unfazed by this display, Menma stood his ground like a resilient pine tree. He observed the creature behind the door in the dim light, finally seeing the fox head of the entity sealed within him. "So this is what you look like. Not as fearsome as I had imagined. Do you think this is a matchmaking session? Don't presume that learning a few tricks from that Uchiha brat puts you on par with me. Before me, you are but a slightly grown insect. It seems you acknowledge my growth, do you not?" Seeing Menma's tone remain unperturbed, the creature lost interest in continuing the provocation. It was disinterested in those who exuded no anger or malice. "Now go back. Unless necessary, don't disturb my rest. The individual you wish to understand merely possesses a fragment of my residual power sealed within him. He is a counterfeit. However, for dealing with you in your current state, that power should suffice. I cannot see it, but I am truly grateful for your willingness to enlighten me." After expressing gratitude, Menma turned to leave. However, before he could take a step, the voice of the fox echoed behind him. "I advise you to keep your distance from the Uchiha clan, especially from the one who taught you." Menma paused and turned his face to inquire, "Why?" "The Uchiha clan is inherently malevolent." With this terse response, Myanmar found himself incapable of asking further questions. Although new doubts arose, he reluctantly withdrew from the sealed space, as the atmosphere around him suddenly became lively, indicating the emergence of new troubles. The ground trembled gently, likely due to some heavy object repeatedly falling, and the source of the tremors was drawing nearer. Turning around, Myanmar spotted 3 ninjas from the grass village racing towards him. More accurately, they were fleeing for their lives, closely pursued by a massive white bear. The bear's eyes glowed red, drool dripping from its mouth, displaying a fierce intent to devour the trio before it. Myanmar was initially disinclined to interfere, instinctively preparing to vanish from the scene. However, upon observing the appearance of the 3 individuals, he decided to stay. There were 2 girls and 1 boy. One girl with white hair wrapped in a green scarf, and another with red hair and black-framed glasses, none other than Corinne, who had triumphed in the first round of the examination and was taken as an apprentice by Orochimaru. The boy with black hair tied back in a ponytail was, if Myanmar recalled correctly, one of the 3 targets provided by Danzo, named Muku. "Hey, run," Corinne urged, waving her hands towards Myanmar. "Don't just stand there, hurry." Yet, Myanmar remained unhurried, forming hand seals. As the trio dashed past him, he quickly crouched, striking the ground with one hand, exclaiming, "Earth release. Earth flow wall." A wall of earth rapidly rose, not merely blocking the bear, but constricting around its neck, pushing upwards. Upon reaching the barrier at the top of the maze, the tremendous force of the wall rendered the bear unconscious. Subsequently, Myanmar dispelled the wall, gently lowering the dazed bear, as his intention was merely to subdue it temporarily, not to take its life. Realizing the danger had subsided, Corinne and her companions leaned against the nearby wall, gasping for breath. "Thank you," Corinne exclaimed, still catching her breath, eager to express her gratitude to Myanmar. Upon hearing this, Myanmar approached the trio and straightforwardly demanded, "No need for thanks, just hand over your scrolls." "What?" Upon hearing this, the trio, who had just begun to relax, instantly entered a state of high alert. They huddled together, drawing their ninja tools defensively against Myanmar. Muku, positioned at the forefront, regarded Myanmar's attire as a South Star envoy and asked, "You're not an examinee. What do you want with the scrolls? This is the reward for saving you." Muku found it difficult to counter this statement, as Myanmar had indeed come to their aid. However, he was reluctant to relinquish the scrolls and attempted to negotiate. "Can we offer something else as a reward? We still need these scrolls to complete the exam. No one will pass this exam, so give them to me." Seeing Myanmar's resolute stance, Muku felt somewhat at a loss. Meanwhile, Corinne stepped forward defiantly, raising her voice for courage. "Although you helped us, you can't bully us like this. If you want something else, we can arrange it, but if you insist on the scrolls, don't blame us for being unfriendly." Muku, lacking confidence, whispered to Corinne, "Do you really believe we can defeat him? 3 against 1, what is there to fear? However, he subdued the bear that chased us. Our numbers don't guarantee we're stronger." The girl in the scarf added, "It was merely coincidence. Had we not attracted the bear's attention, he wouldn't have had the chance to ambush us." After Corinne's analysis, Muku exchanged glances with his companions, finding some merit in her reasoning, thus diminishing their fear of Myanmar. "Enough chatter, let us just attack him," declared the girl in the scarf, launching a flurry of shuriken infused with her sincere gratitude and enhanced speed toward Myanmar. Chapter 46. The shattering palm. In response to the enthusiastic greeting, Myanmar coolly sidestepped. Shortly after, the girl in the scarf lunged at him with a kunai, but her movements were too sluggish. Myanmar effortlessly evaded her strike with a sidestep. Following this, he delivered a swift palm strike to her waist, sending her flying. Dragon Tongue. Corinne and Muku had intended to discuss further, but with their teammate acting rashly, they could not remain passive. Muku stepped forward to catch the girl named Dragon Tongue, while Corinne, seeking to provide cover, flicked her sleeve, releasing several poison needles from her attire. These needles, ineffective against the robust bear, were quite effective as projectiles against humans. However, Myanmar could clearly discern the trajectory of the needles and, gathering chakra in his fingertips, effortlessly intercepted each one. "Here," he remarked, returning the needles towards Corinne, embedding them securely in her body. Damn it! The effects of the poison swiftly took hold, rendering Corinne motionless. Witnessing their teammate incapacitated so quickly, Muku felt the pressure mounting upon him. He gently pushed aside the reeling Dragon Tongue, swiftly forming hand seals to unleash his most adept ninjutsu. Fire release, Ghost Lantern. As Muku released chakra, Ominous red ghost flames began to materialize in the air around him. Menma could feel the temperature rising, the air thick with heat. This was the first time he had witnessed ghost flames, so he did not rush to interrupt Muku, but instead observed with curiosity. Go, Muku commanded. And all the ghost flames, resembling human faces, howled as they surged toward Menma. Menma regarded this attack with indifference, standing his ground, allowing the ghost flames to approach. Smack, smack, smack. As the ghost flames neared, Menma effortlessly extinguished them one by one with a mere slap, obliterating the childish threat in mere moments. How could this be? Muku's eyes widened in disbelief as he instinctively took a step back. His ghost lantern technique was designed to ignite upon contact with human skin, yet Menma had dismissed it with his hand, sustaining no injury whatsoever. This revelation shattered Muku's long-held assumptions, leaving him both astonished and fearful. Is that all? This isn't enough to warm me up. Menma stepped closer to Muku, the palpable pressure causing Muku to retreat another step. However, Menma did not emanate any oppressive aura. It was merely Muku's own inner trepidation at play. Observing Muku's retreat, Menma halted. Feeling somewhat exasperated by the fragility of these privileged young lords who crumbled under the slightest pressure. Are you afraid? Huh, how could anyone be afraid? Muku retorted defiantly. Yet Menma mockingly beckoned him with a finger. The confrontation continued. It seemed that one of us had to concede for the duel to reach its conclusion. Or perhaps you might choose to surrender. Who do you underestimate? Taste my powerful strike. Provoked by Menma, Wugo regained his courage. After all, two young ladies were watching, one of whom was his childhood friend, so Wugo could not afford to lose face in front of them. Suddenly, a surge of formidable chakra energy erupted from Wugo as he stepped forward, delivering a precise palm strike aimed directly at Menma's face. Menma was somewhat taken aback, not anticipating such a fierce attack. However, unfortunately for Wugo, he was facing Menma, who ultimately could not be harmed. Menma responded by raising his fist and striking Wugo's wrist, deflecting the blow. Nevertheless, Wugo's assault was far from over. He pivoted skillfully, channeling his core strength to launch a second palm strike toward Menma's abdomen. Almost immediately, the palm he had been deflected with transformed into an elbow strike, swiftly aimed at Menma's chest. Menma had no choice but to gather chakra in his arms, hastening his movements to block each attack. Yet, at the moment their palms collided, the immense force contained within Wugo's strike erupted, leaving Menma with a tingling sensation in his hands. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Menma quickly retreated a few steps, creating distance between them. Interesting. This martial art of yours is quite novel to me. Indeed, this is the unique physical technique of the grass-hidden village, the grass-hidden flow's palm strike. Only the heirs of the village's upper echelons are permitted to learn it, and my father is none other than the lord of the Ghost Lantern City. Mentioning his father's esteemed name caused Wugo's pride to swell. Having a worthy father was indeed a point of pride. Menma, observing Wugo's arrogant demeanor, sighed inwardly. He shook his still numb hand and massaged his wrist, gearing up for a more serious engagement. Very well, allow me to experience your palm strike once more. This time, Menma chose to engage proactively. Through keen observation, he had discerned the principles behind the palm strike. It bore similarities to the gentle fist technique of the Hyuga clan. However, while the gentle fist concentrated chakra into needles to silently infiltrate the enemy's body and seal their chakra points, the grass-hidden flow's palm strike condensed chakra into thin sheets that detonated upon contact, causing the opponent's limbs to become numb. With his prior experience in precise chakra manipulation, Menma felt confident in mimicking this martial art. Additionally, he secretly coated his arms with a layer of rock armor, using earth chakra to withstand Wugo's palm strike. After all, this rock armor was the reason he had dared to slap the ghost fire earlier. He was no fool, unwilling to risk his tender skin in direct contact. He had not anticipated that Wugo would fail to see through this strategy. Let me teach you a lesson. After their earlier exchange, Wugo grew more self-assured. Thus, when Menma challenged him anew, he charged forward with unwavering confidence. Bang, bang, bang. After a series of exchanges, Wugo ultimately succumbed, defeated by Menma's strike that sent him flying several meters away. Fortunately, Ryos caught him just in time. Otherwise, Wugo might have soared an additional 10 meters. This is impossible. You can use our grass-hidden flow techniques? Wugo gazed at Menma in disbelief, his arms still trembling uncontrollably from the impact. Where? Did you not just teach me? Impossible. This technique has been taught to me by my father since childhood. I have practiced it for over 8 years. And you think you can learn it in a single day? Do you take me for a fool? Wugo was utterly unconvinced by Menma's words. If not for his current numb hands, he would have pointed an accusatory finger at him. Believe it or not, but you have lost, so the scroll belongs to me. With that, Menma confidently approached Wugo to search him. Despite Wugo's futile struggles, he could not escape. Ryose, supporting Wugo, glared at Menma in defiance but quickly recoiled under Menma's sharp gaze. Upon retrieving the scroll, Menma glanced at its contents, satisfied to find the familiar encrypted text within before stowing it away. Well, your payment has been settled. Now, it is time for compensation. Menma boldly extended his hand once more, and Wugo could hardly believe his ears. Can we not reason? I have been beaten to this state. One teammate is immobilized, and another has been struck down. I have not even asked you for compensation. He regretted his earlier choices. Had he known this would happen, he would have preferred to contend with the large white bear from before. I'm afraid we only have this one scroll, and it has already been given to you. Even if you wanted compensation, we cannot conjure a second one, so do not waste your time. You should seek another team to exploit. Wugo's tone had hardened somewhat. Despite his inability to defeat Menma, his words rang true. Ryose nodded vigorously, hoping to expedite Menma's departure. For each moment spent in his presence made her feel a phantom pain in her lower back. Menma waved a finger before Wugo, smiling as he said, "Do not misunderstand. I did not say I wanted the scroll as compensation. What do you desire then?" "I want." Menma's finger swept over Wugo and Ryose before finally pointing at the immobilized Xianglin. "Her. Wait, what are you planning?" At Menma's gesture, all three grew tense. Wugo and Ryose quickly positioned themselves in front of Xianglin, while Xianglin herself reacted most vigorously, shouting loudly, "Hey, do not entertain any improper thoughts. Although I am amiable and naturally beautiful, how can a mountain chicken possibly match a phoenix? Besides, my mentor is the renowned Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin. If you dare to do anything untoward, he will not spare you. Indeed, and my father, the Lord of the Ghost Lantern City, Wu Wei, will not let you off lightly if you dare to act recklessly." Wugo echoed Xianglin's words, invoking his father's name once more, convinced that two formidable mountains would deter Menma from pursuing such folly. "Step aside. I merely informed you. I had no intention of consulting you." Menma's eyes glinted like blades as he surveyed Wugo and Ryose, signaling them to move aside. However, Wugo and Ryose would not abandon their teammates' safety, resolutely refusing to budge. With no other choice, Menma summoned 2 shadow clones. "Keep an eye on them. Wait for me to return." "Understood." The 2 shadow clones swiftly advanced, each seizing one of Wugo and Ryo's arms and pulling them aside. With the obstruction removed, Menma approached Xianglin, lifting her into his arms. Though he considered dragging her away like a rag doll, he opted for a gentler approach, given that she was a girl. Xianglin, experiencing her first princess carry, blushed deeply. Logically, she should have been screaming for help at this moment. But alas, her romantic thoughts clouded her mind, and she was lost in the whirlwind of unexpected joy. How domineering! She quite liked it. Of course, had the masked kidnapper beneath the disguise been handsome, she might have even willingly participated. Menma carried Xianglin to a nearby wall, using earth jutsu to create a door, stepping inside before sealing it shut seamlessly. As Wugo and Longshi beheld the scene, their hearts sank into despair, and they began to lament skyward. They could only resent their own inadequacies, unable to capture this vile scoundrel to feast upon his flesh and don his skin. Menma, oblivious to the sentiments of the two outside, approached the wall and gently leaned Xianglin against it. Observing Xianglin's flushed cheeks and expectant expression, Menma, puzzled, decided to cut to the chase. "You must be a descendant of the Uzumaki clan, correct?" Xianglin was taken aback, the light in her eyes extinguished instantly. After all the commotion, was this the crux of the matter? Men could be so uninteresting. "Why do you ask? What does my identity have to do with you?" She replied, her tone dripping with apathy, her interest significantly waning due to Menma's inquiry. Seeing her lack of cooperation, Menma drew a small dagger from behind and pressed it against her throat. "You need only answer with a yes or no. If you lie, I shall not hesitate to sever your fingers one by one. Why you mustn't be reckless. My teacher is Orochimaru. Humph, even if he were Sesomaru, it would be of no consequence. I could stab you dead before he could arrive. Are you not afraid that he would take vengeance upon you for my death? Do not change the subject. Answer me swiftly." Menma pressed the blade lightly into her flesh, a crimson line emerging, accompanied by the warm flow of blood. Xianglin, swallowing her fear, realized it was prudent to comply, and reluctantly admitted, "Yes, but how did you know?" "I have heard that the Uzumaki clan is characterized by their red hair. I noticed you for this very reason." "But hair can be dyed red," she retorted. "Yet you have already confessed." Xianglin fell silent, cursing her own fear for her unguarded admission. If only she could turn back time, she would have chosen to deny it. "What do you seek to uncover?" "I know nothing of the Uzumaki clan. I was raised in the village hidden in the grass. If you wish to glean any information from me, do not harbor hopes." Xianglin instinctively averted her gaze from Menma, an action that did not escape his keen observation. Menma retracted his dagger and firmly grasped her chin, locking his gaze onto her red eyes. "It appears I have indeed found the right person. You seem to know something. Why not share what you have concealed?" Chapter 48. The truth of annihilation. Do not even think about it. Even if you kill me, I shall remain silent. Xianglin defiantly closed her eyes. Indignation etched on her face, as if willingly offering herself for slaughter. "You misunderstand. I am not a villain coveting the secrets of the Uzumaki clan. Like you, I am a descendant of the Uzumaki, and I merely wish to learn more about my lineage and discover the identities of my parents." Menma withdrew his hand from her chin and removed his mask, revealing a sharply defined, handsome visage to Xianglin. Upon reopening her eyes, Xianglin gazed at Menma, captivated by his striking appearance, realizing her initial misjudgment. However, when she noticed his blonde hair and blue eyes, her brow furrowed. He bore no resemblance to the Uzumaki. "Are you certain you are not jesting? You just articulated the traits of the Uzumaki clan. Yet look at yourself. What aligns with those features?" "I cannot elucidate this matter, but based on the scant information I possess, it seems my mother was of the Uzumaki, while my father was not." Menma scratched his head awkwardly, disclosing the information he had previously acquired. Nevertheless, Xianglin remained skeptical, recalling how many had masqueraded as Uzumaki to extract information from her in her youth, all of whom she had seen through. "I must verify your identity, otherwise, I shall divulge nothing." "How can this be verified?" Menma pondered, genuinely at a loss, lacking any means to authenticate his identity aside from the Uzumaki in his name. "I have an antidote for the paralysis needle in my belt. First, help me alleviate the poison, and I shall find a way to prove my claims." "Ah, very well." Menma nodded, cautiously placing his hand on her waist. Despite his careful approach, it caused her to blush. Fortunately, the pill was not deeply hidden. Menma quickly retrieved it and administered it to Xianglin. Once she ingested the antidote, Xianglin stretched her sore limbs, easing her fatigue before forming hand seals and closing her eyes. "Extend your hand and concentrate your chakra in your palm." Menma complied, slowly gathering his chakra into his right palm. With readiness, Xianglin activated her Kagaya's eye, probing the chakra energy Menma emitted. Under her scrutiny, his chakra glimmered a brilliant gold, emanating an overwhelmingly warm sensation. She was certain this individual was indeed a descendant of the Uzumaki clan, for such a feeling could only arise from shared bloodlines. As Xianglin reopened her eyes, her gaze toward Menma softened with warmth and kindness. "Indeed, you are a descendant of the Uzumaki clan. It is merely that your father's dominant genes overshadow the traits of the Uzumaki." Upon hearing Xianglin's words, Menma found himself torn between joy and sorrow. The joy stemmed from the confirmation of his mother's Uzumaki heritage, while the sorrow was rooted in the realization that the visions he had received from Shin were true. Unbeknownst to Xianglin, she failed to notice the subtle shifts in Menma's complex expression, instead continuing, "However, according to my mother, the Uzumaki seldom intermarry with outsiders, primarily uniting with the Senju clan." "Is your father of the Senju?" Menma shook his head, based on his observations of the Senju clan in the Senju Jiulong city. He felt that the yellow-haired man in the vision did not resemble a Senju. Of course, he could not be entirely certain, hence his ambiguous response. "Then it seems it was a clandestine union, one that could lead to being ostracized from the village. Moreover, according to the customs of that time in Uzumaki, those ostracized would be subjected to a special curse seal, rendering them unable to utilize the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan for the rest of their lives. Their names forever inscribed in the Book of Curses." "The Book of Curses? Where is it now?" At Menma's inquiry, Xianglin helplessly shrugged. "How would I know? It could still be in Uzumaki, but that village was annihilated by the coalition of nations long ago. Even if you were to go there now, it would likely be reduced to ashes." At this, Xianglin's gaze fell, sorrow evident in her eyes. In those days, my mother and I barely escaped the destruction of Uzumaki, eventually fleeing and finding refuge in the village hidden in the grass. Menma furrowed his brow. He had previously heard Hanzo mention the destruction of the land of whirlpools, but he was uncertain whether this massacre was connected to the deaths of his parents. Observing that Xianglin was of a similar age to himself, he pondered how she had endured the tragedy of the Uzumaki clan's demise in her childhood. However, in the vision Shin had transmitted to him, his parents were slain while he was still an infant, leading him to deduce that the massacre must have occurred after his parents' deaths. Do you know why they sought to annihilate the Uzumaki clan? At Menma's question, tears welled in Xianglin's eyes as she nodded. Though she was young at the time of the massacre and unclear about the truth, her mother had revealed the reasons for the extermination to her before her passing. In those years, the coalition of neighboring nations, under the pretense of eradicating the Vortex clan, which was accused of employing a sealing technique deemed catastrophic, sought to invade the land of Vortex. Yet, their true intention was to uncover the path to becoming a sage. Sage. It was the first time that Menma had heard this term, and it struck him as profoundly mysterious. Indeed, in the distant past, sages did exist in this world, wielding the transcendent yin-yang techniques that surpassed all ninjutsu. Furthermore, sages had comprehended the essence of chakra, enabling them to govern the order and rules of the world. It remains unclear who initially divulged the information that the Vortex clan was a lineage of sages, claiming that their refusal to intermarry with foreign clans was due to waiting for the reincarnation of Ashura, the son of a sage. They even slandered the Vortex clan, accusing them of withholding the sage's bloodline out of a desire for world domination, fabricating the rumor that the means to become a sage were hidden within the sealed grounds of the Vortex clan, and that whoever discovered it could attain sagehood. Ultimately, these rumors ignited the fears and greed of the surrounding nations, prompting them to unite in their assault on the land of Vortex. However, when those brutal invaders finally reached Vortex Village, they found no trace of the rumored sealed grounds and feared retribution from the Vortex clan in the future. Thus, they resolved to commit a horrific massacre against the entirety of Vortex Village. Upon hearing this, Menma felt a chill run down his spine, and a surge of intense anger welled within him. He could not fathom the stupidity of those who would commit such unspeakable acts for the sake of a nonsensical notion of becoming a sage. Chapter 49. The abduction of Mikoto. How utterly ridiculous that sages could exist in this world. No, sages do exist, as my mother once recounted. The Vortex clan's exceptional physical prowess and immense chakra were inherited from the sages. Korin looked at Menma with utmost seriousness, her voice intentionally lowered yet imbued with unwavering conviction. Upon hearing this, Menma felt a slight tremor in his heart. He had thought his abundant chakra was an exception, not realizing it stemmed from a sage's bloodline. But just as Menma was about to voice his questions, a sudden female scream from outside interrupted him. Simultaneously, he sensed that the two shadow clones he had stationed outside to guard Mikoto and Ryazetsu had been obliterated. This is bad. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Menma swiftly performed a Doton technique, creating a door in the wall. As he burst through, he beheld two figures resembling himself attacking Mikoto and Ryazetsu. His previous shadow clones had mistakenly taken these two for his other clones, leading to their easy defeat. At that moment, Ryazetsu was slumped on the ground, seemingly slightly injured, while Mikoto valiantly stood in front of her, battling the two impostors. Menma unsheathed his blade and charged forward, delivering a swift strike upon the backs of the two impostors. However, instead of crimson blood, a dark ink gushed forth from the wounds he inflicted on the two assailants. Menma immediately recognized this as a technique of size. He was astonished that the madman had found his way here. Fueled by disdain and caution towards Sai, Menma was reluctant to allow the filthy ink to touch him. Just as he prepared to retreat to avoid the impending ink spray, another female scream echoed. This voice was identical to the previous one, but it did not emanate from Ryazetsu before him. Rather, it came from behind him. How could this be? Seizing the moment of Menma's distraction, a hand pierced through the curtain of ink, lunging directly towards Menma's chest. Alarmed, Menma swiftly retreated while spinning his blade, aiming to thrust it at the approaching hand. To his astonishment, as the blade pierced the hand, it transformed into a puddle of ink as if it possessed a sentient will, swiftly writhing in midair before diving into Menma's embrace and stealing a red scroll from him. This scroll was the very one that Danzo had distributed to Menma in the VIP room. Realizing this, Menma abandoned the thought of retrieving the scroll, as he had considered it useless. He took several steps back, waiting for the torrent of ink to settle before he could clearly see that the one who had just attacked him was, in fact, Mikoto, the very person he had attempted to save moments ago. I wondered where you were hiding. Turns out it was you in disguise. Indeed. I didn't expect you to be so easily deceived. As she spoke, a thin layer of the deceptive ink peeled away from Mikoto, revealing side beneath. Similarly, Ryazetsu underwent the same transformation, reverting to the appearance of another young ANBU from their previous team. Menma looked at the two, feeling both amused and exasperated. How could such absurdity exist in the world? Although they were a team, it now appeared as though they were adversaries. Moreover, his two companions had conspired to mock him, leaving him feeling like an outsider. Hey, I hope you two didn't come here just to steal that scroll, did you? I recall Danzo gave it to you as well. Surely you didn't misplace it, and thought to pilfer mine? At Menma's teasing, Sai scoffed disdainfully and pointed behind Menma. While he did not comprehend Sai's meaning, Menma cautiously turned to glance. Behind him, the path that had been obscured by Sai's super beast imitation was now revealed, showcasing a series of wooden pillars bent into a massive archway lying overturned on the ground. The previously startled Ryazetsu was now helplessly kneeling beside it, repeatedly striking the archway with kunai. It was the defensive ninjutsu known as the wood style, wood pillar wall, but how could wood style manifest here? And who had executed it? A multitude of questions flooded Menma's mind, and when he turned again to inquire of Sai, he found no trace of him. Cursed be this elusive fellow. Menma ground his teeth in frustration, yet he wasted no time dwelling on Sai's absence. Instead, he approached Ryazetsu. Korin stood beside Ryazetsu, and upon Menma's arrival, she recounted the events she had learned from Ryazetsu. When your shadow clones were ambushed by those two. The white bear also woke up and nearly harmed Ryazetsu. Fortunately, Mikoto managed to shield her from one attack. However, the shorter of the two then threw a red scroll towards us, and subsequently, both Mikoto and the white bear were enveloped within this wooden archway. Having grasped the situation, Menma nodded. He finally understood what Danzo had concealed within the scroll. It contained a record of a wood-style jutsu. He had previously encountered references to it in historical documents, noting that since the time of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, very few possessed such a bloodline limit. He had not anticipated that Danzo would have someone like that by his side. Please, help me. Quickly, we must break this open. Mikoto was injured by the bear, and I fear for her safety inside with it. Ryazetsu tugged at Menma's sleeve. As she was unable to break the wood style herself, and feared using fire style to incinerate it, worried she might cook Mikoto inside. Let me give it a try. Menma retrieved his blade, enveloping it in chakra, and struck at the wooden archway multiple times until he finally breached an opening. However, when they peered through the gap, they discovered that it was already empty. Mikoto and the white bear had vanished without a trace. How could this be? Where have they gone? Long Zhe, in disbelief, burrowed inside, searching high and low, while Xiang Lin realized that the person might have been relocated. She quickly formed hand seals to activate her Kagura Hard Eye, tracing the location and movement of the pure chakra. They found it. The target was still on the move. Follow me, she urged as she locked onto the trajectory of the target and pulled Long Zhe, who had just emerged from the wooden wall, towards the sense direction. Myanmar, curious about the motivations behind Zhuijing and the others abducting the pure chakra, decided to join them in their investigation. Chapter 50, Team 3 and Team 10, Area D14. As Sasuke fled, burdened by Sakura, he was soon caught up by the out-of-control, partially tailed beast, Ko. When Ko leaped towards him with a burst of chakra, Sasuke swiftly tossed Sakura aside. In that moment of separation, they narrowly evaded Ko's claw strike. Seizing the opportunity, Sasuke completed his hand seals while Sakura hurled several shurikens at Ko. Fire release. Great fireball technique. A torrent of searing flames erupted from Sasuke's mouth, guaranteed to hit at such close range and engulf Ko in flames. To Sasuke's astonishment, Ko, in a split second, grasped the ground with a chakra-infused hand, halting his momentum. As their attacks were unleashed, Ko wrapped himself in a chakra-infused foxtail and began to spin rapidly in midair. The flames from Sasuke were instantly dispersed by a fierce gust of wind, and Sakura's shurikens were deflected away. Simultaneously, a tremendous repulsive force acted upon Sasuke and Sakura, propelling them in opposite directions. Boom! Sasuke and Sakura were sent flying several meters, crashing through numerous walls of the labyrinth. The intense pain rendered Sakura unconscious, while Sasuke, though barely conscious, found his vision obscured by blood. The battle between Team 3 and the Sound Ninja team, led by Tosuke, came to an abrupt halt due to Sasuke's unexpected intrusion. Both teams dispersed momentarily before regrouping to confront Sasuke, observing him with a sense of astonishment. Who did this? Such brutality. His entire body is riddled with fractures. He won't recover in less than 2 months, Hyuga Neji remarked, scrutinizing Sasuke's injuries with his Byakugan, shaking his head in disbelief. Could it be that he was ignited with anger? Such a fierce individual. Does he not fear jeopardizing the friendship between the two ninja villages? Tosuke, hands in his sleeves, also shook his head, agreeing that the assailant had indeed gone too far. Oh dear, you two fools, at such a time, and still standing there idly. Hurry and lend a hand to save him. Lee Rock, clad in a tight green outfit, exclaimed, pointing a delicate finger at Neji and Tosuke, prompting them to roll their eyes and avert their gaze. Lee Rock then produced a white handkerchief adorned with an exquisite chrysanthemum pattern, one he had painstakingly woven during his leisure time. Under normal circumstances, he would not part with it for anyone, let alone for a man. Approaching Sasuke, he gently wiped the blood from his forehead, but wary of Neji's earlier comment regarding Sasuke's fractures, he refrained from moving Sasuke's body to avoid further injury. Tenten, why aren't you helping? Lee called out. Oh, I'm so sorry. Truly, I apologize. Tenten, whose hair was styled in a bun, bowed repeatedly towards Lee Rock and Sasuke. Oh dear, don't delay. No one blames you. Your personality is truly hopeless, Lee replied, shaking his head. I'm truly sorry. I can't seem to do anything right. Tenten's eyes welled with tears as she hastily retrieved a scroll, summoning an emergency medical kit and various medical tools. Although Sasuke's consciousness was fading, the sight of multiple blurred figures before him ignited a sense of urgency. He could not discern their words, only that he needed to act swiftly to stop Ko or escape this place. If he delayed any longer, everyone would be in danger, and his life would be at stake. Sasuke, suppressing the pain, attempted to speak, but his throat was choked with congealed blood, rendering him unable to utter a single word. With great effort, he lifted his hand, pointing towards the direction where Ko was seated, hoping to draw the attention of those around him. Oh dear, is your little hand hurting? I shall bandage it right away. Don't fret. Lee assumed Sasuke's arm was in severe pain and quickly wrapped it with a splint and bandages. Sasuke exhaled in exasperation. Had he been able to speak, he would have silenced this overly dramatic individual. Yet, he understood the need for patience, taking a deep breath to lift his other hand with difficulty. Look at how anxious you are. Is this one hurting too? My dear, now that the other one is bandaged, I'll tend to this one as well. Lee took Sasuke's other hand, gently lowering it, and repeated his previous actions, applying a splint and bandages. At that moment, Sasuke felt utterly speechless, choosing to close his eyes in resignation. He was exhausted. Let it all be destroyed. Meanwhile, Sakura landed near Team 10, entangled in the maze traps. With her arrival, the hidden assailants, Nendo Shirshir and Beidou Shirshir, ceased their attacks, granting Team 10 a moment to breathe. What is this new arrival? My heart truly cannot withstand any more shocks, exclaimed Akimichi Choji, slender and handsome, patting his chest, embodying the delicate demeanor of a character from a novel. Nara Shikamaru, closing his eyes, detected a scent in the air, suddenly revitalized. I smell it. It's the fragrance of a lady. With that, Shikamaru conjured a rose from thin air, elegantly dancing to Sakura's side. He gently lifted her limp arm, bowing in a gentlemanly manner, and spoke with a deep, resonant voice. Isn't fate marvelous? Today, I find myself captivated by your grace. Might you be willing to spend your life with me? After a few seconds of silence without a response, Shikamaru beamed with delight. Ah, it seems you are like me, shy and not adept at expressing yourself. However, since you do not oppose, I shall take it as your consent. Thud. Just as Shikamaru finished speaking, a large chestnut fell onto his head, producing a crisp sound. Have you lost your mind? Can't you see who she is? If you dare to marry forehead girl Sakura, tomorrow Uncle Shikaku will personally break your legs. Hey, Ino, don't be so barbaric. Let us speak civilly. Shikamaru protested, rubbing his head and gazing at Yamanaka Ino, who sported colorful hair and a studded leather outfit, adorned with facial piercings and a lollipop in her mouth. Adopting an innocent expression. Go away, don't block my path. Ino retorted, shoving Shikamaru aside and squatting down beside Sakura, despite their previous camaraderie as nonconformist friends. Sakura had sacrificed her identity to be closer to Sasuke, pretending to be innocent. However, Ino understood that this was not the true Sakura. The genuine Sakura was someone who embraced everything privately, and thus the Sakura beside Sasuke was not truly happy. Therefore, witnessing Sakura in such a severely injured state, Ino felt a pang of concern and compassion in her heart. Chapter 51. The Consciousness of Fire. Look at what you've done. For the sake of a worthless man, you've debased yourself to this extent, dressing so tastelessly. I truly cannot fathom where the noble and aloof version of you has vanished to. Ino inspected Sakura and, upon discovering the severity of her internal injuries, turned her attention to Choji, who was obsessively using a face shaver to slim his features. Hey, Choji, stop scraping at your snake-like face. Your contours are already pronounced enough. Hurry up and give me one of your family's secret medicines for internal injuries. Upon hearing Ino's backhanded compliment, Choji's face lit up with joy, nearly splitting into a grin. However, when he realized she wanted his family's secret medicine, he resolutely shook his head. No way. There are only 3 pills, and my father said they're for us to survive. According to clan rules, we cannot give them to anyone outside our 3 families. This medicine is confidential. He then placed his finger to his lips, signaling silence. Ino was not concerned with such rules. All she wanted was to save Sakura's life, and clan traditions could wait. Just give me the one meant for me. If Uncle Dingzhu blames you later, I will explain myself. No. This could be broadcasted. If the elders of the 3 clans hear about it, your explanation will be in vain, and you will face severe punishment. Besides, Sakura is just a commoner. It's not worth risking such dire consequences to save her. Moreover, let me say something you might not want to hear. If it were not us here today, but another team, you can imagine the outcome. Are you suggesting I stand by and watch her die? Have you forgotten the will of fire passed down from the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju? Ino stood up, glaring at Choji, her fists clenched in frustration. Choji, intimidated by Ino's glare, averted his eyes but continued to reason with her. Why bring that up? You know what the will of fire really means, don't you? When we were children, the 3rd Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, taught us that the will of fire is merely a concept for those without power or influence, commoners like us, to strive for. It gives them a vague goal to dedicate their lives to, willingly sacrificing for Konoha. But does it hold any real value? The qualifications for becoming a ninja and the position of Hokage are firmly controlled by the powerful clans of Konoha. Those of us at the bottom could never hope to reach the heights we occupy. Seeing Ino maintain her stubborn demeanor, Choji pressed on. Look at the 4th Hokage, Jiraiya. He was elected by the common people, yet in the end, he was merely a puppet with no real power, which remains firmly in the hands of our clans. He left under the pretense of seeking the child of prophecy, yet Konoha has thrived in his absence for all these years. What does that rely on? It's the stability maintained by our clans, handling all the mundane affairs. Thus, as a member of the Mountain Clan, you must understand your place. You are not like Sakura. You come from a noble lineage, while she is of little worth. Enough. I did not come here to hear your outdated clan rhetoric. A life is at stake. So tell me, will you give me the medicine or not? I'm afraid I cannot comply. Choji crossed his arms and stepped back, dismissively turning his head away. However, after a few seconds, he noticed Ino's unwavering gaze and conceded, Fine, but this decision cannot rest solely between us. We must involve Shikamaru. At the mention of Shikamaru, Ino's attention shifted to him, who appeared rather frivolous and unreliable, as he playfully tore rose petals apart, a smirk gracing his lips. I heard what you said, and I find no fault in it. There's no need to waste a valuable secret medicine on someone unworthy. He continued, after all, the materials for that medicine were provided by the Nara clan. I know full well how precious they are. It would take her entire family's worth of life to afford it. You fickle fool. Just moments ago, you were contemplating a lifelong commitment, and now you've become so mercenary. In response to Ino's reprimand, Shikamaru scoffed, tossing the discarded flower stem towards Sakura. Don't be so naive. Think back. Among the girls I've interacted with at the Ninja Academy, has there ever been one from the 10 great clans? With Shikamaru's pointed remark, Ino recalled that he indeed had never pursued a young woman from any of the 10 clans. Seeing Ino finally grasp the gravity of the situation, Shikamaru smirked with satisfaction. So, my approach to these girls has always been playful. They know my status and wouldn't dare retaliate. If I truly felt enamored with this Sakura, I wouldn't have needed you to prompt me. I would have rushed to Choji for the medicine myself. Let us not forget. The Nara clan has long provided medicinal materials to the village's medical ninjas. I've picked up some rudimentary medical knowledge along the way. Ino suddenly realized that Shikamaru had been checking Sakura's pulse when he first reached out to her. This revelation caught her off guard. She had not anticipated that beneath Shikamaru's seemingly carefree demeanor lay such meticulous thoughtfulness. Yet, how could she simply give up? Was she truly expected to watch her former dear friend perish before her eyes? She could not allow that to happen. Just as Ino prepared to take drastic measures to procure the medicine, a piercing explosion reverberated in her ears, sending shockwaves through her body. Ino clutched her ears in agony as the world around her spun out of control. In the overlapping haze of her vision, she saw Choji and Shikamaru in a similarly distressed state. The three of them collapsed to the ground, writhing in discomfort. Soon, the ground trembled violently, and the surrounding walls crumbled like paper, disintegrating into dust. Chapter 52. Concern breeds chaos. The source of this catastrophic calamity was none other than So, whose madness had escalated after losing his purpose. His tail lashed wildly behind him, moving at such speed that the naked eye could scarcely follow. All that could be heard was a series of sonic booms. Accompanying this chaos were fierce gusts of wind that effortlessly tore through walls, sending debris flying in all directions. In mere moments, the surroundings were reduced to rubble, exposing the teams guarding Sasuke and Sakura to So's line of sight. Having finally zeroed in on his target, So unleashed a roar that resonated with not just anger, but also a hint of exhilaration. The piercing cry was even more powerful and damaging than before. No amount of ear covering could shield against its intensity. Niji and the other candidates present felt their blood surge, their hearts racing, and their emotions spiraling into a state of agitation. Meanwhile, the citizens of Jiulong City, glued to the broadcast screens, erupted in cheers at the breathtaking spectacle. Despite their confusion over the situation, the sudden turn of events had rendered the examination all the more captivating, especially when they witnessed the young scion of the Uchiha clan being grievously injured. The exhilaration among the onlookers was palpable. The first examination had allowed various clans to profit by exploiting them, so the spectators were now more than willing to relish the sight of these heirs facing adversity. Ha ha! Splendidly done. Go forth and vanquish those wretched clan offspring, sending them home to their mothers. Although the origins of this small child, resembling a fox, remained unclear, his presence was a beacon of hope for the common folk. Go forth, four-tailed monster, show these privileged scions a taste of defeat. Spare no mercy. We believe you are the strongest. The rising tide of cheers left the guards of the Four Saints Hall, stationed at the screen, momentarily bewildered. They had been contemplating how to provide a reasonable explanation to the audience for the unforeseen events in the examination, but now it seemed utterly unnecessary. However, not everyone was pleased with this turn of events. The clans seated in the luxurious boxes of the Oriental Pearl grew increasingly anxious. What was happening? Why was Sasuke so grievously injured? Did you not state that the previous concern was sufficient? In VIP room 222, Uchiha Mikoto glared furiously at the heavenly official. How could she not feel anguish upon seeing her beloved son in such a state? The heavenly official was at a loss for words. Trembling as he knelt before Uchiha Mikoto, repeatedly bowing in apology. Madam, please calm down. This matter is still under investigation, but rest assured, young Sasuke's life is not in danger. Nonsense. If his life were at risk, you would be the first I would hold accountable. Yes. I will think of a solution immediately. With the presence of the Southern and Northern Star Lords in the examination hall, they will surely find a way to subdue that monster and ensure young Sasuke's safety. Then hurry. With Mikoto's demand, the heavenly official scurried away, clearly frightened. At that moment, Uchiha Fugaku emerged from a nearby room and saw his wife weeping with a handkerchief in hand, her face a picture of despair. What has happened? Upon Fugaku's inquiry, Mikoto was too distraught to respond, leaving Izumi to explain. Sasuke has been severely injured, apparently by a member of his own team. How could this be? Fugaku's brow furrowed, and his expression turned grave as he glanced at the screen, his heart tightening. So, one of his team members is a Jinchuriki? Mikoto's heart raced as she recalled Fugaku's whispered words, realizing why that monster had seemed so familiar. This is bad. A rogue Jinchuriki is exceedingly dangerous. Without several jonin present, it would be nearly impossible to subdue him. Fugaku, you must think of something. Mikoto repeated the term Jinchuriki in a panic, drawing the attention of others in the room, prompting Fugaku to hastily gesture for silence. Realizing her concern had led to recklessness, Mikoto instinctively covered her mouth with her handkerchief. Fugaku then continued, "Madam, do not fret. Perhaps Sasuke is destined for greatness. Let us not forget that our clan's Sharingan is quite effective against Jinchuriki. It may even assist him in awakening greater power. But cannot you see that Sasuke is already gravely injured? It's just a boy's injuries. He can endure. Moreover, the Southern and Northern Star Lords are present in the examination hall. How could they stand by and do nothing for our Konoha clan's children? Look, the Southern Star Lord is already rushing to assist." Fugaku pointed to the 4 Southern Star Lords hurrying toward the empty space on the screen, who were, in fact, the 4 shadow clones of Menma. Izumi, however, was preoccupied, having watched Fugaku exit the room. She noticed Itachi had yet to emerge and couldn't help but ask Fugaku, "Uncle, why hasn't Itachi come out with you?" "Oh well." Fugaku's gaze flickered, and after a brief pause, he replied, "He is a bit fatigued. He didn't rest well on the way to Julong City and has fallen asleep in the room. It would be best not to disturb him." "I see." Izumi nodded. Though she could tell Fugaku was being less than truthful, Fugaku seemed to sense her scrutiny, exchanging glances with 2 clan members seated by the window, signaling them to guard the door to prevent anyone from entering. In VIP room 555, the Lord of Ghost Lantern City, Wu Wei, felt a heavy darkness settle over him as he noticed his son suddenly vanish from the screen. His expression grew grim as he clasped his gloved hands together and sat up, fixated on the monitor before him. Meanwhile, the heavenly official in attendance frantically switched through the footage, attempting to locate Wuku's whereabouts. Not only had Wuku disappeared, but so had the other 2 members of his team. They were unaware that Menma's body was the source of interference, nor had they seen the approach of Menma's true form. All they knew was that the signal had abruptly cut off for a period, and upon its restoration, only traces of the battle remained, with no sign of anyone else. "Sir Wu Wei, may I step out and request assistance from the Nara clan in the broadcasting room to contact the scene? Perhaps the Southern and Northern Star Lords can aid in the search." The heavenly official, drenched in sweat, turned to the menacing Wu Wei for approval. He understood that continuing this futile search was pointless. The most effective solution was to report to the Senja Hall and have Lady Tsunade issue a command for assistance. Wu Wei remained silent, contemplating what had transpired, or rather, who had dared to lay hands on his child. Seated beside him, Elder Momon, noticing the heavenly official's distress, finally took the initiative on Wu Wei's behalf. With a wave of his hand, he commanded, "Hurry, we seek results." "Yes, I will handle it immediately." The heavenly official bowed gratefully to Wu Wei and the other beast-masked elders before hastily exiting the room. Chapter 53. New rules. Once the heavenly official departed, a beam of light suddenly pierced through the mirror against the wall, illuminating Wu Wei's face. The sudden brightness momentarily blinded him, but within seconds, the light vanished without drawing the attention of the others. Wu Wei squinted, realizing that such a refraction angle was impossible at this hour, adding to his intrigue. The elder beside him, seeing Wu Wei's change in demeanor, nervously inquired, "What is the matter?" Wu Wei released his tightly clasped hands, gesturing for the elder to disregard his reaction as he rose to his feet. He slowly approached the mirror, meticulously inspecting it for anything amiss, yet found nothing suspicious. It was only when he caught sight of his reflection that he noticed it was not mimicking his movements. Wu Wei narrowed his eyes, and at that moment, the reflection began to silently convey something to him. The other beast-masked elders in the box observed Wu Wei's rapt attention, unaware of the changes occurring within the mirror. To them, everything appeared normal, while Wu Wei remained entranced, staring blankly into the glass. In the luxurious suite designated for the Senju clan at the Oriental Pearl, Tsunade scrutinized the unique footage being relayed from the broadcasting room, her brow furrowing in concern. The scene depicts the shadow clones of Menma launching attacks on the South and North Do ministers, while simultaneously extorting candidates for their scrolls. Many candidates followed the route left by Menma, gathering at the entrance of the maze where Menma first entered. The White Tiger Guard stationed at that entrance found themselves in a dilemma. Although the rules did not explicitly prohibit other candidates from exiting through different entrances, the fact that it was only half a day in and most had congregated there made him suspect a plot against him. How could he allow them to leave? What would the thousands of spectators in Julong City watch then? Would they merely observe him perform like a circus monkey? Thus, he had to report the situation. And until orders from above arrived, he had to stand firm, ensuring that no one could escape. Katsuyu rubbed her temples. feeling a strong urge to kick the behind of this little rascal named Uzumaki Menma. An orphan without background or status should have simply followed the script she had devised, instead of creating such chaos. Shizen, what are your thoughts? The immediate priority was to eliminate all of Menma's shadow clones and find a way to disqualify him to prevent further disruption. To this end, I propose involving the people from the Golden Serpent Department. Their tracking and investigative skills are exceptional. If they cooperate effectively with the Nara clan in the broadcasting room, they will achieve results more efficiently. As for the other candidates who lost their scrolls, we should make an exception and grant them a chance to revive. If they can eliminate 3 of Menma's shadow clones, they can regain a scroll. Of course, to ensure fairness. The other candidates will also receive a new rule, a complete hunt for the South Dome Minister disguised as Menma's shadow clones. For every clone eliminated, the team will earn 10 points. Accumulating 100 points will allow them to exchange for a new scroll, and the first team to exceed 1,000 points will advance directly. That sounds intriguing. Let us proceed as you suggested. Katsuyu agreed with Shizun's proposal without hesitation. However, just when she thought the trouble was resolved, a new issue was urgently brought to her by a heavenly official. The official was the same one who had served in the Uchiha clan's box. Upon seeing Katsuyu, he immediately rushed to her, reporting the previous incident. What on earth? Has there been a rampage? Katsuyu asked in confusion, while Gong Han, standing beside her, stepped forward to display the uncontrollable scene involving the empty space. As Katsuyu witnessed the havoc wreaked in D14, she sighed deeply. Why do troublesome problems keep arising? Am I creating surprises for them? Or are these candidates here to give me a fright? Katsuyu-sama, the Jinchuriki's rampage is extremely dangerous. This is one of the most urgent situations. I recommend that either the North Dome Minister or the South Dome Minister intervene. Faced with Shizun's reminder, Katsuyu irritably ran her fingers through her hair. I am well aware of that, but if they relocate, the stability of the maze's formation will significantly diminish. What if another candidate, like that Uzumaki Menma, causes more trouble? I have an idea. The slumbering Tun-Tun on the sofa had awakened at some point, stretching its trotters eagerly. What idea could you possibly have? Hee. Tun-Tun smiled confidently, leaning closer to whisper its thoughts to Katsuyu. Can that work? Katsuyu asked, somewhat skeptical. Of course, it might even be more effective. Tun-Tun raised its head with assurance. Even though it wasn't entirely certain, it knew it must not show any lack of confidence, or the task entrusted to it would surely fail. All right, let us proceed as you suggest. Go find Orochimaru. Got it. With Katsuyu's approval, Tun-Tun quickly sprang off the sofa and vanished in an instant. Shizun looked on, bewildered, unsure of what dubious plan Tun-Tun had concocted for Katsuyu. However, even if this plan could barely offer a glimmer of hope, Katsuyu still wore a frown. Katsuyu-sama, do you have any further concerns? Shizun asked with concern. I simply can't fathom how such an inconspicuous little creature could be a Jinchuriki. Moreover, the Golden Serpent Department had no prior indication whatsoever. Please send someone to inquire with the teachers and Danzo about this situation. Additionally, have the Golden Serpent Department reevaluate the backgrounds and origins of all candidates. Any vague or suspicious information must be compiled. I refuse to let this happen again. Understood. Shizun accepted the command and promptly departed to relay the discussed matters to each department in the broadcasting room. As for the heavenly official still kneeling and too afraid to raise his head, Katsuyu delivered a swift kick to him. She had longed to vent her frustration, and since she couldn't kick Menma, she would take it out on someone else. What are you still doing here? Go back and give the Uchiha a report, telling them the matter has been handled and to remain calm. Also, arrange for some rare delicacies to be sent over as a gesture of goodwill towards their clan. Yes, I will take care of it right away. The kicked heavenly official endured the pain, turning to crawl away without daring to lift his head. Once all the bothersome individuals had departed, Gong Han approached Katsuyu with concern, promptly offering to massage her legs. Chapter 54. The Three Melodious Demons Within the Death Maze. The piercing wails of the empty space echoed like a cursed melody, incessantly tormenting the candidates present, causing them to writhe on the ground in agony. That red-haired brat thinks he's the only one who can scream. When someone provoked him in his area of expertise, Torshin was instantly enraged. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he rose, dramatically sweeping his sleeves as he called out to those behind him, Chin, Zach, let him taste the power of our melodious demons. With that, Torshin pulled out 2 earplugs and stuffed them into his ears. The girl with long black hair, and the boy with dark gray hair quickly did the same. Although the earplugs did little to block the sound waves from the empty space, they provided some psychological comfort. Torsion made the first move, channeling his chakra into the porous armor on his right arm, unleashing a barrage of invisible sound waves towards the empty space. Resonating sound. Following suit, the girl named Chin took out a pair of bells from her waist, infusing them with chakra, causing them to vibrate and emit sound waves. Illusory bell melody. Meanwhile, Sak, who possessed the wind hole, was not to be outdone. He positioned his palms towards the empty space, continuously injecting chakra to build power before unleashing a terrifying explosive sound wave. Slash through sound wave. The trio's attacks arrived in an instant, each providing the rampaging empty space with a uniquely lethal experience. Torsion's attack targeted the auditory nerves, inflicting a powerful sense of paralysis throughout the empty space. Chin's assault struck at the central nervous system, causing severe disorientation and mental confusion. As for Sak's attack, it was straightforward yet brutal, delivering a raw physical impact. The terrifying sound waves exploded around the empty space, scattering the tailed beast chakra like wisps of fluff, though their attacks appeared effective, momentarily silencing the empty space's roars and causing it to clutch its head in pain. They also showed a disregard for the well-being of others, as the nearby Class 10 and Class 3 were equally afflicted. This group of ruffians is truly outrageous. At this rate, we shall surely perish before that monster. Shaoli trembled as he pointed at Toshi and his companions with a delicate gesture, his lips tightly pressed together, wishing fervently to confront those scoundrels. Beside him, Niji's countenance was equally ashen, yet he had fortuitously sealed some of his chakra points with chakra needles, allowing him to maintain a semblance of composure. He staggered towards Xiao Li and Tian Tian, employing the same technique to alleviate their suffering by inserting chakra needles into their bodies, and whispered, "I fear they intend to eliminate us all at once," aiming to seize the scrolls from both teams present. This is indeed a sinister scheme. Rather than awaiting our demise, we should strike while we are still close to them, seize their scrolls, and flee. But what of the injured one? Who will contend with the rampaging monster? Tian Tian countered. Humph, we have already shown enough mercy to the Uchiha brat. Whether he survives henceforth depends solely on his own fortune. As for that monster, there is another team present, and they can be tasked with holding it back, affording us the opportunity to escape. Is that wise? Would it not be somewhat improper? Tian Tian expressed her reluctance. There is nothing improper about it. Those who remain are clan members, and they will not perish easily. Assistance will surely come. We, however, lack their background. There is no time for hesitation. Sealing our chakra points is not a long-term solution. After counting to 3, we shall attack together. Niji's tone brooked no dissent, as the circumstances left little room for hesitation. As the count reached 3, Niji leaped forward, thrusting his palm toward Toshi in the distance. Fortunately, Toshi was quick-witted and swiftly evaded Niji's strike. Yet, before Xiao Li and Tian Tian could follow suit, Saku and Kin had already retreated towards Toshi. Wary of the impending attack, the Sound Ninja Trio's assault was abruptly halted by Niji's incursion, and in that fleeting moment, it afforded Ko a window of opportunity. He surged forward, his claws gripping Saku's arms, brutally tearing them asunder. Crimson blood gushed forth from Saku's severed limbs, and before he could utter a scream, Ko discarded him like refuse. Subsequently, with a flick of his fox tail, he sent Kin, who was poised to launch a counterattack, flying away. Kin! Saku! Toshi exclaimed, his eyes wide with rage as he witnessed his comrade's plight. He was wholly focused on battling the monster, unaware that he had been betrayed by those nearby. You treacherous bastard! What do you hope to achieve? Do you wish for everyone to perish beneath that monster's claws? Humph, that is still preferable to being undermined by you, Niji retorted, firmly believing he bore no guilt. Caught between the two, Ko became increasingly agitated, joining in their cacophony of roars. Roar! Ko bellowed at Toshi, opening his gaping maw. Before Toshi could react, a terrifying sound wave detonated before him. Toshi's head exploded like a firework, blood splattering across every onlooker's face and body. Tian Tian screamed in terror. Xiao Li stood frozen, while Niji's immediate instinct was to flee, turning to grasp the hands of both comrades and urging them to run. Meanwhile, Ko, invigorated by the sight of Toshi's blood, felt it merge into his chakra, enhancing his power. Crack! Crack! Ko rotated his neck, emitting a series of bone-crunching sounds, then turned to pursue the fleeing trio of Niji, Xiao Li, and Tian Tian. It seemed a tad late to consider escape now. Ko clapped his hands forcefully against the ground, causing it to shatter in a web-like pattern. Simultaneously, he gained a terrifying burst of speed, closing the distance to Niji and his companions in the blink of an eye. With a twisted grin, he proclaimed, "I've caught you." His raspy voice sent a jolt of tension coursing through Niji. With no time to ponder further, he let go of Xiao Li and Tian Tian's hands, unleashing all his chakra in a rapid spin. Return to heaven. The powerful repulsion quickly sent Ko flying away from the trio. Yet, as he soared through the air, a multitude of stone spikes erupted from the earth, impaling him amidst their chaotic ascent. Earth release, stone pillars,